Chapter 1 Binding System, starting with a supercar. Xinhao shook his head, and his blurred consciousness gradually became clear. Hello? Are you listening to me? A sharp and slightly piercing voice sounded in Xinhao's ears. Xinhao frowned slightly, and a large amount of information flooded into his mind. It took Xinhao a while to sort out his thoughts. He traveled through time and space and possessed the body of Xinhao in a parallel world. Became a small security guard struggling in a big city. I am currently on a blind date with a woman in a cafe. Snort. Lin Jiaojiao crossed her arms and snorted coldly. He looked at Xinhao, who was dressed in rustic clothes, with contempt. If you weren't good looking, I would have left long ago. Tell me, what's the job? Xinhao hesitated for a moment and said, security. Security? He. The contempt in Lin Jiaojiao's eyes became more and more obvious. Do you have a luxury car? A luxury house? Do you have a 7-digit savings? Xinhao shook his head, none. Bang! Lin Jiaojiao slapped the table and said in a sharp voice, how dare you come to a blind date when you have nothing? You're wasting my time. People's quality is getting worse and worse these days. After saying that, Lin Jiaojiao picked up the Chanel bag on the table and was about to leave. Ding! The life winner system has been loaded. Random task, dating a gold digger. Choice 1, fight back against the gold digger and you will be rewarded with a Ferrari LaFerrari and master-level sports car driving skills. Choice 2, confess your feelings. Although you don't have a house or a car, you have a sincere heart. Reward the gold digger's favorability plus 100. A series of crisp sounds rang out in Xinhao's mind. Without hesitation, Xinhao decisively chose the first option. Stop. When Lin Jiaojiao raised her leg to leave, Xinhao called out to her. Anything else? My time is precious. Lin Jiaojiao, holding a Chanel bag in her hand, looked at Xinhao impatiently. Xinhao looked at Lin Jiaojiao calmly, completely ignoring the contempt in Lin Jiaojiao's eyes. Blind dates are a process where two people gradually get to know each other. You didn't even ask my name, but asked me what I do for a living, whether I have a luxury car, a mansion, or savings. Then I have to ask you, what do you have? As soon as Xinhao finished speaking, Lin Jiaojiao immediately shouted in anger, how dare a poor loser like you come and question me? Ignoring the angry Lin Jiaojiao, Xinhao's voice continued to sound. In terms of appearance and figure, you are just average. In terms of status, you are just a slave to money. You want a luxury car? You want a luxury house? You want savings? Ask yourself first if you deserve it. Xinhao looked at the furious Lin Jiaojiao with a sneer on his face. This blind date can end now. I'm glad that I failed to meet your requirements. Lin Jiaojiao pointed her finger at Xinhao and stomped her feet in anger. You humph. I won't bother with a poor loser like you. Lin Jiaojiao said something, then turned around and walked out of the cafe angrily. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. After a moment. Ding. The rewards have been distributed. Please check, host. A stream of information surged through Xinhao's mind. In just a moment, Xinhao had already mastered the driving of a sports car. At the same time, Xinhao noticed that his pocket sank slightly. Subconsciously reaching into his pocket, Xinhao pulled out a hard object. Spreading his hands and taking a look, Xinhao's eyes showed a strange look. Car keys. The silver-white sports car key has a metallic luster and looks like a work of art. Holding the sports car keys in his hand, Xinhao looked outside the coffee shop. Through the bright floor-to-ceiling windows of the cafe, Xinhao saw an exceptionally eye-catching super sports car parked across the street. Bright red paint, streamlined body, exaggerated wheels and rear wing. It is full of infinite power and beauty everywhere. Excitement flashed in Xinhao's eyes. This luxury sports car is now yours. Outside the coffee shop, Lin Jiaojiao was filled with anger. Poor loser. Stinky loser. How dare you question this girl? I curse you to be at the bottom of society for the rest of your life. Why hasn't the damn online taxi come yet? It's all that poor loser's fault. He made me waste. While waiting for the online taxi, Lin Jiaojiao cursed Xinhao under her breath. But the next second, Lin Jiaojiao suddenly widened her eyes and looked across the street in surprise. A high-profile and luxurious sports car is parked steadily on the side of the road. Passers-by on both sides stopped and looked at the luxury supercar with envy. Wow! This sports car is so cool. Of course. This is the latest Ferrari LaFerrari. The market price is over 20 million. Hiss. Which rich guy owns this? I'm crying. 10 years' salary is not worth a tire. While the owner of the car is not here, I quickly took a photo and posted it on WeChat Moments to show off. Lin Jiaojia came to her senses from her surprise and quickly ran across the street in her high heels. Make way, everyone, make way. Pushing away the people gathered around the sports car, Lin Jiaojia walked closer to the sports car. Could this sports car be hers? TSK, this is by Fu Mei. Rich people. Beautiful lady, let's make friends. Lin Jiaojia stood in front of the sports car. The envy in everyone's eyes made her blush slightly, and her mood was as light as a cloud. How great would it be if this car was really mine? This thought flashed through Lin Jiaojia's mind. Snap. 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 Leaning against the side of the sports car, Lin Jiaojia took out her mobile phone and took 3 consecutive photos. The crowd watching was stunned at first, and then they all laughed. It turns out that this car is not hers. TSK. She's pretending so well that I thought she was really a beautiful, rich, and white lady. I also want to stand in front of the car to take a photo. Beautiful lady, I'll be the next one. Hey. Be careful not to damage the car, you can't afford the compensation. Shinhao stood outside the crowd with the car keys in his hand, a speechless expression on his face. How can I drive with so many people gathered here? Please make way for a moment. Shinhao stood where he was and shouted. The people around turned to look at Shinhao, and then spoke impatiently. What are you shouting about? Is this car yours? Look at how shabby he looks, he can't even afford such an expensive sports car. Isn't it just taking pictures? Wait. That's right, first come, first served, everyone is waiting to take pictures. Shinhao had no choice but to sigh and squeeze in. Click, click. In front of the sports car, Lin Jiaojia was still changing various poses for photos. Hey! Please move aside. Shinhao frowned slightly and spoke to Lin Jiaojia. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiaojia put down her phone and glanced at Shinhao with disdain. Why you again? How does my taking pictures bother you? If you want to take pictures, wait in line. Boom. Boom. Shinhao tapped the sports car with his car key and said, This car is mine. I'm leaving now, please get out of the way. Lin Jiaojia was stunned at first, then sneered. You said this car is yours? I'm afraid even if I sell you, I still won't be able to afford a wheel. Everyone around also looked at Shinhao with contempt in their eyes, waiting to see Shinhao make a fool of himself. Facing the mocking gazes of Lin Jiaojia and others, Shinhao remained unmoved and pressed the sports car key in his hand. Drop. Drop. The luxurious supercar suddenly honked twice. Swish. The next second, the scissors car door slowly opened. Chapter 2 They are just a means of transportation. Swish. The supercar's scissor-shaped door slowly opened. Lin Jiaojia jumped aside like a frightened rabbit. Is this sports car really yours? Lin Jiaojia looked at Shinhao with a panic expression, completely lacking the contempt and disdain she had shown before. Shinhao shook the sports car keys in his hand and said calmly, Isn't it obvious enough? Lin Jiaojia shrank her neck and said in a weak voice, Enough, enough. The people watching from all sides were also stunned. They couldn't imagine that this luxurious sports car actually belonged to this young man. Hiss. You really can't judge a person by his appearance. Is he a rich second generation? He is so rich but still dresses so simply. Maybe this is low-key luxury. I thought he was there to take pictures, but he turned out to be the owner of the car. Shinhao ignored the stunned crowd and quickly got into the sports car. Swish. The scissor door slowly closed, and Shinhao leaned back in the comfortable chair with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. It feels pretty good, worthy of being a supercar with a market value of over 20 million. Having mastered the driving skills to the advanced level, Shinhao quickly became familiar with the sports car. Buzz. The sports car started, and a deep and powerful roar rang in everyone's ears. Get out of the way. They're about to start driving. Hearing the sports car start, the people around hurriedly made way. Boom. 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 Shinhao stepped on the accelerator, and the sports car roared and rushed into the distance like a beast out of a cage. Bang. Lin Jiaojiao looked at the disappearing sports car and slapped herself hard. I'm so stupid, really. Lin Jiaojiao was regretting so much at this moment. If she had known that Shen Hao was so rich, she would definitely not have mocked Shen Hao when they first started their blind date. Then it is possible that the blind date will be successful and you will reach the peak of your life from then on. But she forgot that even if she hadn't mocked Shen Hao would never have fallen in love with her. The Binhai Development Zone is an economic development zone that has only emerged in Shanghai in recent years. Binhai Building, located in the center of Binhai Development Zone, is a 33-story Grade A office building. Some well-known companies in Binhai District and even Haihu City have their offices located in this office building. Shen Hao originally worked as a security guard in this office building. In the security room of the office building, several security guards on duty were talking in low voices. This pig intestine. Why are you so angry today? I heard there was a fire in the backyard. Oh, I thought so. We all suffered from this misfortune. We were scolded as soon as we got to work. This pig intestine is really arrogant. I heard that he harassed Xiaoli at the front desk of the building a few days ago. My brother-in-law is the general manager of the building's property management, how can he not be arrogant? Zhu Dachang, nicknamed Pig Intestine. He is the head of the property security department of this seaside building. Relying on his brother-in-law who was the general manager of a building property, Zhu Dachang often bullies his employees. In the security room, a young security guard looked at the time and said with a slightly puzzled tone, "It's already this late, why hasn't Brother Shen come yet?" The other security guards were also puzzled when they heard this and said, "That's right, Xiao Shen has never been late before. Maybe something delayed him. When Brother Shen comes, shall we cover for him? If we are caught late, we will have half a month's bonus deducted. Don't try to cause trouble." Zhu Dachang was looking for Xiao Shen just now. If we cover for him, we will all be implicated. As soon as these words were spoken, the security room fell silent. Boom! 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 The unique sound of the speeding sports car broke the silence in the security room. A moment later, the sports car stopped steadily in front of the Binhai building. Oh my god! This sports car is so cool! A security guard looked outside and exclaimed in surprise. This is a Ferrari LaFerrari, right? It costs more than 20 million. Is that rich guy sitting in the car? Wow! Supercars of this level are rare in our Binhai building. Look at the license plate. It's not from our Binhai building. It's not registered. Xiaolu, go and have a look. They will be released directly after registration. We can't afford to offend them. In the security room, a young security guard pushed the door open and ran quickly to the sports car. Bang! Xiaolu stopped and saluted solemnly, with a look of respect in his eyes. Hello? If you want to enter the marina building, please register first. Swish! The car window rolled down and a figure appeared in Xiaolu's eyes. The next second, Xiaolu's eyes suddenly widened, his face full of disbelief. Fuck you! Shen, Brother Shen? It's you! Is this car yours? How can you afford such a luxurious sports car? Xiaolu's extremely surprised expression made Shen Hao couldn't help but smile. The car is indeed mine. It's just a means of transportation. There's no need to be so surprised. Unfortunately, Shen Hao's words did not reduce the shock on Xiaolu's face at all. Xiaolu stared at Shen Hao in a daze, his mind going blank for a moment. Shen Hao, who is usually low-key, suddenly owns such a cool and luxurious supercar. In Xiaolu's mind, Shen Hao's image as the big brother next door slowly disappeared, and was replaced by a mysterious and unattainable figure. Call! After a long while, Xiaolu finally let out a long sigh and came back to his senses. Brother Shen, you deceived me so much. I didn't expect you to be a hidden rich second generation. Xiaolu looked at Shen Hao with complicated eyes, his words full of envy and admiration. Shen Hao waved his hand and chuckled, "You are wrong. I am actually a first-generation rich man." The scissor door opened, Shen Hao stepped out of the sports car, and then threw the car keys in his hand to Xiaolu. Seeing this, Xiaolu's heart tightened. He hurriedly and carefully took the car keys and looked at Shen Hao in confusion. Brother Shen, what are you doing? Shen Hao tugged at his collar and said with a smile, "It's time to go to work. I have to go to the security room to change clothes. Help me park the car in the parking lot." Ah. Xiaolu looked at Shen Hao in embarrassment and said, "Brother Shen, this car is too expensive. I'm afraid. Shinhao chuckled, waved his hand casually and said, "What are you afraid of? You don't have to pay for the car crash. Go ahead." Xiao Lu held the car keys in his hand, with excitement on his face. "Brother Shin is so generous, I'll go park the car then." After saying that, Xiao Lu got into the sports car and murmured, "It's worth it to drive such a luxurious sports car once." Boom. Seeing Xiao Lu driving away, Shinhao smiled and shook his head, then walked towards the security duty room. In the security duty room, all the security guards stared blankly at Shinhao as he pushed the door open. "What's wrong with you?" Seeing that everyone was stunned, Shinhao couldn't help but ask. Gulp. An older security guard swallowed his saliva and said in a surprised tone, "Xiaoshen, was that sports car yours?" Shinhao nodded and said casually, "It's mine." There's no need to be so surprised, right? It's more than just surprising, it completely subverts all your views. The security guard couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "Xiaoshen, that's a sports car worth tens of millions. It's not a shared bicycle you picked up on the side of the road." Shinhao smiled and said, "Aren't sports cars and bicycles both means of transportation? In my eyes, there is actually no difference." Shinhao was right. After binding himself to the winner in life system, Shinhao would own more sports cars like this in the future. Chapter 3. Of course you have to take care of your own home to feel at ease. "Brother Shin, I'm back." From outside the security room, the excited voice of security guard Xiao Lu was heard. Xiao Lu pushed the door open and saw Shinhao coming out of the locker room after changing into his security uniform. "Brother Shen, this sports car is so great to drive." Xiao Lu returned the key to Shinhao, gave him a thumbs up, and spoke in a praising tone. Upon hearing this, the other security guards looked at Xiao Lu with envy and asked questions one after another. "Xiao Lu, what's the solution? We have never driven such a luxurious sports car before." Xiao Lu became interested, so he found a chair and sat down, and started talking incessantly. "Let's not talk about anything else, just the seat, the feeling of sitting on it. TSK. It's just like leaning on a woman's arms. Besides, the pushback strength and comfort are unmatched. And the design of the scissor doors is really great." Xiao Lu spoke excitedly, and the security guards around him were all listening with great interest. Shinhao, who was standing by, couldn't help but chuckle and shook his head when he saw this. It's not as exaggerated as Xiao Lu said. It's just more comfortable than ordinary cars. In the security room, everyone was chatting animatedly. Outside, Zhu Dechang, head of the Binhai building's security department, was approaching with a gloomy face. When he reached the door of the security room, Zhu Dechang could vaguely hear the sounds of a lively discussion inside the room. The expression on his greasy face became increasingly ugly. Bang! Zhu Dechang kicked open the door of the security room and pointed randomly with his carrot-like fingers. "What are you all doing? This is a security room, not a vegetable market. Instead of working hard during work hours, you all hide in your room and chat, right? If you don't want to do this anymore, get out of here." Zhu Deshang opened his mouth and shouted loudly, with saliva flying all over the place. Crash! When the security guard saw Zhu Deshang, he immediately stopped talking and stood up with a slightly panicked look on his face. "Hello, boss? Boss, why are you here? Manager, please take a seat." Snort! Zhu Deshang put his hands behind his back, puffed out his belly and snorted coldly. "This month's salary will be deducted by 500 yuan from each of you. Also, where's Shinhao? Is he late? $300 extra will be deducted from your salary this month." As soon as Zhu Deshang finished speaking, the security guard's eyes showed heartache. 500 yuan is a lot of money for them. In the corner, Shinhao's face looked slightly cold. This Zhu Deshang often withholds the security guard's wages. If it were in the past, Shinhao might have swallowed his anger. But now, Shinhao is not afraid of him. Ding! Random task, the supervisor's challenge. In the face of your superior's deliberate harassment, please make a choice. Choice 1, don't be moved. I have money to deduct as you like. Reward, 50 million coins. Tycoon temperament +1. Choice 2, fight back. No one can boss me around. I will reward you with the ownership of the marina building. Excitement flashed in Shinhao's eyes and he made his choice without hesitation. Manager Zhu, you really have great authority. Shinhao's slightly sarcastic voice rang out in the security room. Since when has a security department supervisor been able to deduct employees' wages at will? As soon as Shin Hao finished speaking, the security room suddenly became quiet. Xu Dachang's face turned from red to blue, and his fingers trembled with anger. Whoever is talking, stand up. Shin Hao separated the crowd and walked closer to Zhu Dachang, and said calmly, "Am I wrong?" Shin Hao looked at the furious Zhu Dachang and said calmly, "Even if an employee makes a mistake at work, you just report it according to the regulations and then hand it over to the department manager for review. Only after it is approved will it be sent to the finance department for deduction of wages and bonuses." Then Shin Hao sneered and said to Zhu Dachang, whose face was pale and uncertain, "And you were able to bypass the department manager and the finance department and directly deduct employees' wages. I am here to express my admiration." Zhu Dachang naturally heard the sarcasm in Shin Hao's words. No one had ever dared to contradict him like this, which made Zhu Dachang particularly angry. "Good job, Shin Hao." Hoo. Zhu Dachang was so angry that he gasped and shouted angrily with a red face, "Openly contradicting your superiors is simply lawless." Holding up a finger, Zhu Dachang said sternly, "I'm going to report you to the general manager and have you fired." Facing Zhu Dachang's threat, Shin Hao was shrugged and said with a smile, "You can try and see if you can fire me." Joke. Once Shin Hao becomes the owner of Binhai building, he will have the right to fire others. You. Zhu Dachang raised his hand and pointed at Shin Hao, with a hint of surprise on his face. He didn't expect that Shin Hao would ignore his threats. "Good. I'm going to call my brother-in-law and have him fire you immediately." Zhu Dachang took out his cell phone and was about to call the general manager of Binhai building property. "Manager, wait." In the crowd, security guard Xiao Lu's eyes lit up and he said, "There's a reason why we're talking in the duty room this time." Zhu Dachang glanced at Xiao Lu and asked coldly, "Why?" "Okay. If you can't explain it, I'll fire you too." Xiao Lu's forehead was covered with sweat when he heard this, and he quickly said, "Brother Shin drove a sports car to work, and we were all very surprised, so." "Sports car?" "Ha ha ha." Before Xiao Lu finished speaking, Zhu Dachang started laughing. Pointing at Shin Hao, Zhu Dachang said contemptuously, "With his poor appearance, can he afford a sports car? I don't think he can even afford an electric car. It's real. Ferrari LaFerrari, we saw it with our own eyes." Xiao Lu defended himself, "I was the one who parked Brother Shin's car in the garage." Zhu Dachang was startled at first, then he looked at Shin Hao and sneered, "Sports car, yours? Ferrari LaFerrari?" Shin Hao had a calm expression on his face and said casually, "It's just a means of transportation. It's not worth much." He. Zhu Dachang sneered strangely, "Not worth it? More than 20 million, and you told me it's not worth money? You're bragging too much." Shin Hao flicked his fingers, looked at Zhu Dachang and said, "As the owner of Binhai building, a sports car worth more than 20 million is really worthless to me. Binhai building is a grade A office building in Binhai district, covering an area of 2,500 square meters. The building has 33 floors. Based on the current market price of 50,000 yuan per square meter, the total value of the Binhai building is estimated to be more than 4 billion. If all of it is rented out, the rent will be calculated at 150 per square meter per month. Shin Hao can earn tens of millions every month just from rent. A sports car worth 20 million is just 2 months' rent for Shin Hao. Would he care? As soon as Shin Hao finished speaking, Zhu Dachang on the opposite side opened his mouth in shock. It took a long while for Zhu Dachang to come back to his senses. "Shin Hao, you've gone crazy, haven't you?" Zhu Dachang said in disbelief, "You are the owner of Binhai building? This is simply a fantasy." Shin Hao looked calm and said softly, "You may not believe it, but this is indeed the truth." "Okay." Zhu Dachang nodded and sneered, "If this Binhai building was yours, would you be a security guard here?" Facing Zhu Dachang's questioning, Yi Yu smiled calmly, "Because of course I have to take care of my own home to feel at ease." Chapter 4, Document Bag on the co-pilot's seat. Crazy, really crazy. Zhu Dachang looked up at Shin Hao, his eyes full of strangeness. Luxury sports cars and ownership of seaside buildings were beyond Zhu Dachang's understanding. "I really can't control you. I'm going to call my brother-in-law and have you fired." Zhu Dachang then took out his mobile phone and opened the call interface. Shin Hao ignored Zhu Dachang and listened to the voice of the system in his mind. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Host, please choose the location to place the property certificate of Binhai building. You can also choose the delivery location? Great. A look of satisfaction appeared in Shin Hao's eyes. Just put it on the passenger seat of my sports car. Ding! The rewards have been distributed. On this side, Zhu Dechang has already called Song Chang, the general manager of Binhai Building. Beep. Hey, brother-in-law. When Zhu Dechang heard the call was connected, he quickly said, I have something to tell you. The next second, a slightly impatient voice came from the phone. We'll talk about it tomorrow if you have anything to say. I have important things to deal with now. Hang up. Zhu Dechang was slightly startled when he heard this, and then he quickly said, Brother-in-law, wait a minute. Afraid that Song Chang would hang up the phone, Zhu Dechang immediately said, just now, a security guard drove a luxury car to work, and claimed that the Binhai building belonged to him. And I think he stole our client's sports car. If this rumor gets out, it will have a very bad impact on the marina building. Brother-in-law, come and fire him. People like him don't deserve to stay in Binhai building. There was silence on the phone for a while, and then Song Chang's doubtful voice rang out. Dechang, you didn't lie to me? Upon hearing this, Zhu Dechang said anxiously, Brother-in-law, how could I possibly lie to you about this? This little security guard is in the duty room now. Just wait, I'll be there soon. Song Chang's slightly anxious voice sounded, and he hung up the phone the next second. After hanging up the phone, Zhu Dechang looked at Shin Hao with a proud expression. Shin Hao, you're done. When my brother-in-law comes, get out of here immediately. Shin Hao chuckled when he heard this, his face looking calm and composed, not taking Zhu Dechang's threats seriously at all. Then let's wait until he comes. The other security guards looked at each other. He opened his mouth but said nothing. The look he gave Shin Hao was full of worry and sympathy. Office of the General Manager of the Property Department of Binhai Building. Song Chang hung up the phone with a hint of annoyance on his face. This Zhu Dechang is becoming more and more useless. A little security guard just opened it casually, do I really need to take action? But. Song Chang frowned slightly, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Why did the chairman of Binhai Building suddenly change? No matter what, there must be no mistakes now. Song Chang pondered for a moment, then turned and walked out of the general manager's office. In front of the security duty room of Binhai Building, Zhu Dechang was anxiously waiting for Song Chang's arrival. Seeing a figure approaching from afar, Zhu Dechang immediately shouted loudly. Brother-in-law, here. Song Chang strode up to Zhu Dechang and scolded him with a cold face. How many times have I told you not to call me brother-in-law when we're at work? Zhu Dechang shrank his neck and whispered in fear, I'm sorry, Mr. Song, I forgot about it in a hurry just now. Snort. Song Chang snorted coldly, glanced at Shin Hao and the others, and asked, which security guard are you talking about? Zhu Dechang immediately raised his finger and pointed at Shin Hao, saying, it's him, Shin Hao. He drove a luxury sports car to work this morning. With his monthly salary of 4,000 yuan, do you think it's possible? He must have stolen this sports car from a customer. And Shin Hao actually said that Binhai Building belongs to him. He is crazy. Song Chang turned to look at Shin Hao, frowned, and impatience flashed in his eyes. Go to the finance department to settle your salary, and you won't have to come to work anymore. Song Chang's meaning was very clear, Shin Hao was fired. However, Shin Hao did not show the regretful expression that Song Chang expected. Instead, he chuckled. Oh, Manager Song, it seems you don't believe what I say. Song Chang snorted coldly when he heard this, when you go to the finance department, you can get an extra month's salary, I said. Just consider it as medical treatment money for you. The next second, Zhu Dechang laughed with glee. Shin Hao, did you hear that? You are sick, a psycho. Get out of the marina building. Song Chang's indifference and Zhu Dechang's complacency all fell into Shin Hao's eyes. With a smile on his lips, Shin Hao turned to look at the security guard Xiao Lu standing beside him. Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu was in a daze, but he came back to his senses when he heard Shin Hao's call. Ah. What's the matter, brother Shin? Do me a favor. Shin Hao raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the building's garage, saying, go get the document bag on the passenger seat of my sports car. After saying that, Shin Hao threw the sports car keys to Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu took the key and nodded quickly, okay, brother Shin, I'll get it right away. Dang dang dang. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Lu ran straight towards the garage. Song Chang looked at Xiao Lu's back, a gloomy look on his face. Did I guess wrong? Is what he said true? A thought flashed through Song Chang's mind. Impossible. Although we don't know who the new chairman of Binhai building is, he is definitely a billionaire. How could it be a small security guard? Song Cheng's mind was full of thoughts, and he was anxiously waiting for Xiao Lu's arrival. Sister, Mr. Song. Xu Dachang walked to Song Cheng's side and whispered, "What are you waiting for? Why not just drive Shenhao away?" Quiet. Song Cheng growled and glanced at Zhu Dachang with a gloomy expression. Forehead. Although Zhu Dachang was indignant, he was afraid of Song Cheng's intimidation and could only shut up. Dang dang dang. The crowd didn't have to wait long before security guard Xiao Lu came running back carrying a paper document bag. Security guard Xiao Lu handed the file bag to Shenhao and said, "Brother Shen, is this the file bag?" Shenhao took the file bag and nodded, "Yes, this is it." Opening the file bag, Shenhao took out several documents from it. After taking a casual look at it, Shenhao's smile widened, and then he handed it to Song Cheng. "Take a look, here is the result you want." Song Cheng's palm trembled, and he took the document handed over by Shenhao with a nervous expression. Song Cheng had a vague premonition that what would happen next would probably be beyond his expectations. Chapter 5's Level Female Secretary. Crash. As the documents in his hand continued to be flipped, the expression on Song Cheng's face became more and more ugly. Certificate of Ownership of Binhai Building. Binhai Property Company, Limited Registration Certificate. Property Transfer Agreement of Binhai Building. Transfer Agreement of the position of Chairman of Binhai Property Company, Limited. Certified by Haihu City Notary Office. These documents prove everything, indicating that the owner of the Binhai building has changed. Moreover, Song Cheng was very familiar with the name of the beneficiary on the document. Shenhao. He is the security guard who is as small as an ant in his eyes. Xu Dachang stood aside and watched Song Cheng stand there in shock after he finished reading the documents. General Manager? Brother-in-law? Song Cheng did not answer Xu Dachang. This made Xu Dachang feel vaguely uneasy. Gulp. Xu Dachang swallowed his saliva, opened his mouth and said with a trembling voice, "Brother-in-law, what's wrong with you?" He must have forged these documents. Brother-in-law, don't believe it. Hurry up and drive Shenhao away. Bang. Before Xu Dachang could finish his words, a solid slap landed on his face. Shut up. You can also call Mr. Shen's name. Song Chen looked at Xu Dachang coldly, as if the person in front of him was not his brother-in-law, but his enemy. Xu Dachang covered his face and looked at Song Cheng in fear. Brother-in-law, what's wrong with you? Could it be that this Binhai building really belongs to him? Song Cheng ignored Xu Dachang and turned to look at Shenhao with a look of respect on his face. Mr. Shen. Here are your files. Song Cheng folded the documents and handed them to Shenhao with both hands. Shenhao took the document casually and said softly, "Do you believe it now?" Song Cheng nodded immediately after hearing this and said respectfully, "I believe it, absolutely. The marina building is your property, and you are also the director of the marina company." Boom. Song Cheng's words sounded like a thunder in Xu Dachang's mind. Xu Dachang turned his head mechanically and stiffly to look at Shenhao, his fat face full of shock and disbelief. How is that possible? Shenhao, he is actually the owner of Binhai building. It's over. All the security guards present widened their eyes and stared at Shenhao in shock. They couldn't understand why their former colleagues had turned into people they could hardly look up to. Brother Shen has become Director Shen? The Binhai building actually belongs to Xiao Shen? We all became Xiao Shen's employees? Remember to call me Mr. Shen from now on. Shenhao looked at the stunned Song Cheng and Xu Dachang, a smile appearing on his lips. Thinking about how arrogant and domineering they were in the past, and then looking at their embarrassed appearance now, it is really refreshing. Xu Dachang, aren't you going to fire me and ask me to get out? Shenhao's cold voice sounded like a muffled thunder in Xu Dachang's ears. Xu Dachang trembled when he heard this, and a layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Mr. Shen, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please be magnanimous and let me go. Xu Dachang bent over and spoke in a low voice with a panicked look on his face. A cold light flashed in Shenhao's eyes and he sneered. Ha! Look at what a waste you are now. Where did the previous arrogance go? Xu Dachang's expression changed slightly, and after a moment he said flatteringly, Director Shen, I am a waste. You are a big shot, you will definitely not bother with a loser like me, right? Shenhao sneered and flicked his fingers lightly. You also know that you are a waste. That's easy. Shinhao paused and looked at Zhu Dashang with interest. Gulp. Zhu Dashang swallowed nervously and looked at Shinhao expectantly. Now, whether I live or die depends on Shinhao's words. The next second, Shinhao's cold voice sounded. I don't keep trash in Binhai, pack up your things and get out. Thump. Upon hearing this, Zhu Dashang's legs suddenly went weak and he fell to the ground. Boss Shin, I was wrong. Please don't chase me away. Mr. Shin, please let me go. I can't go anywhere except Binhai. Zhu Dashang is uneducated and only with the help of his brother-in-law was he able to enter Binhai Company and even serve as the head of the security department. With a leisurely job and a generous salary, Zhu Dashang bought a house and a car, kept a mistress, and lived a very carefree life. Of course, he was unwilling to leave Binhai. Zhu Dashang knelt on the ground and looked at Shinhao's indifferent expression. He immediately knew that he had no hope. It's over. Without a generous source of salary, Zhu Dashang could not afford to pay his mortgage and car loan, let alone the money to support his mistress. At this moment, Zhu Dashang fell from the clouds into the mud in an instant. Such a huge change made Zhu Dashang burst into tears, his eyes filled with regret. Song Chang looked at Zhu Dashang's miserable appearance, and instead of sympathy, his face was full of contempt and disdain. Mr. Shin, your decision is so wise. Song Chang gave Shinhao a thumbs up with a fawning look on his face. This Zhu Dashang took advantage of his close relationship with me and did a lot of evil things behind my back. Leaving him in our Binhai would be a disaster. Now that you, Mr. Shin, have fired him, it is truly a relief to everyone. Zhu Dashang, who was kneeling on the ground, looked up at Song Chang when he heard this, as if he met him for the first time. Good for you, Song Chang. Zhu Dashang stood up suddenly, stretched out his finger and almost poked Song Chang in the face. Zhu Dashang was extremely angry at Song Chang's act of taking advantage of his misfortune. At this moment, Zhu Dashang had only one thought in his mind. Even if he is having a hard time, he will drag Song Chang into it. Pointing at Song Chang, Zhu Dashang cursed, "You are a beast in human form. My sister was a receptionist at the company back then, and you forced her to marry you because she was pretty. You promised to take good care of me, but now you're adding insult to injury. Don't forget how much benefit you have received from me over the years. You have also secretly embezzled company funds and accepted kickbacks from customers." Bang! Before Zhu Dashang could finish his words, Song Chang slapped him in the face. Shut up! After Song Chang scolded Zhu Dashang, he immediately turned to look at Shinhao and said anxiously, Zhu Dashang is talking nonsense. He is slandering me. Mr. Shin, you have to believe me. Shinhao looked at Song Chang coldly, believe you? I believe you didn't bully others by taking advantage of your power, and I believe you didn't embezzle funds or accept kickbacks? Looking at the panicked Song Chang, Shinhao said in a cold tone, from now on, stop all your duties and wait until the matter is clarified before taking any action. Mr. Shin, don't do that. I am now the general manager of the property department. How can the company operate without me? There are still customers in the building who need me to contact. Boss Shin, if you suspend me now, it would be like cutting off one of your own arms. Song Chang cried out in shock when he heard this. How could his condition withstand a thorough investigation? Ding! Random mission, Song Chang's begging for mercy. In the face of the general manager's desperate pleas, please make your choice, host. Choice 1, remain unmoved and be rewarded with an S-level female secretary. Choice 2, show leniency and reward Song Chang for his loyalty. Chapter 6 Questions from Company Managers. Cut off one of your own arms? Shinhao sneered, you think too highly of yourself. Without you, Binhai Company will still operate. Song Chang's face suddenly changed when he heard this, and he staggered back a few steps. No, you can't fire me. In a few days, many businesses and companies will be renewing their contracts. If you fire me, who will handle these tasks for you? Song Chang pleaded loudly with Shinhao, as if he was a drowning man grabbing the last straw. To Song Chang's surprise, Shinhao not only did not move at all, but sneered. Ha, you don't need to worry about these tasks. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice rang in Shinhao's mind. Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for signing the S-level female secretary Lu Mengxi. Lu Mengxi's loyalty plus 100. Drop. Drop. 2 car horns sounded in front of the Binhai building. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a feminine-looking car opening its door. Swish. Everyone's eyes lit up. a tall and beautiful woman walked out of the car. Top-notch appearance, S-class figure. The temperament of a commercial elite female white-collar worker is overwhelming. The beautiful woman's eyes swept across everyone and finally fell on Shen Hao. The next second, the beautiful woman smiled and walked in front of Shen Hao. "Hello, is this Mr. Shen? My name is Lu Mingxi." Lu Mingxi extended his right hand towards Shen Hao. The slender fingers seemed to be carved from the finest jade, sparkling in the sun. Shen Hao then held Lu Mingxi's hand, which was gentle and delicate. "Welcome to Marina Tower." Lu Mingxi's lips curled up slightly when she heard this, and she said softly, "It's my honor to work in your company." Song Chang looked at Lu Mingxi, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. She came to work at Binhai building. Could it be that she? Shen Hao sneered and said, "Let me introduce you. Lu Mingxi will become my secretary and also serve as the general manager of the company." Song Chang's face was particularly ugly, but he still didn't give up and said, "I, Song Chang, have worked in Binhai for many years and have enough experience." "And she's only in her early 20s, how can she possibly manage a company?" "Mr. Shen, please reconsider it?" Lu Mingxi turned to look at Song Chang. She no longer had the gentleness she had when facing Shen Hao, and her aura gradually became fiercer. "Sorry to interrupt." Lu Mingxi looked at Song Chang coldly, without any fluctuation in his tone. "First of all, I need to introduce myself. I studied at Harvard Business School and received a double master's degree in economics and sociology. I also served as the general manager of the Dahua district branch of Seymour Company for 3 years. One title after another was thrown at Song Chang, which made him dizzy. He obtained a double master's degree in economics and sociology from Harvard Business School, which makes him absolutely the elite among the elites. Not to mention Seymour Company. That is one of the world's top financial companies. As the general manager of the Dahua district branch, he is far better than Song Chang." Lu Mingxi looked at Song Chang's dazed expression, and a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. "Now tell me, can I take over your position and manage the company?" Song Chang looked bitter when he heard this, and murmured, "Of course." In Song Chang's eyes, Lu Mingxi's resume is magnificent. He couldn't understand what kind of power Shen Hao had to invite a big shot like Lu Mingxi. Looking up at Shen Hao, Song Chang's face was full of horror. "Shen Hao, I admit that I underestimated you. But if you invite Lu Mingxi here, it will probably cost a lot." "No, you are wrong." Lu Mingxi's voice rang out. "I took the initiative to ask to work in Mr. Shen's company." "What?" Song Chang's eyes suddenly widened and he looked at Shen Hao in shock. He didn't understand what charm Shen Hao had that made Lu Mingxi take the initiative to join him. Shen Hao saw the surprise in Song Chang's eyes and couldn't help but smile. What is a winner in life? That's it. Conference hall of the Marina building. At this moment, the department heads of Binhai Property Company have arrived one after another. What happened? Why did Manager Song suddenly request a meeting? Li He, the head of the investment promotion department, looked around with a puzzled look on his face. However, the heads of other departments were also confused and naturally could not answer Li He. "I don't know." Manager Song suddenly sent a message saying that there is something important to announce. Could it be related to the recent contract renewal of the building's client? Will the rent be adjusted? Several department heads were busy speculating. Zhou Aihua, the head of the finance department, had a gleam in his eyes. After a moment's silence, he said, "I got a piece of news. The chairman of our company has been replaced." As soon as Zhou Aihua finished speaking, the conversation in the conference room suddenly stopped. Several department heads showed shock on their faces and hurriedly asked Zhou Aihua, "Sister Zhou, what's going on? Why did the chairman suddenly change? Who is the new chairman? Will he target us?" That shouldn't be the case. We are all veterans of the company. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door interrupted everyone's discussion. Squeak. The door of the conference room was pushed open and Song Chang walked in first. Manager Song. When several department heads saw Song Chang, they immediately stood up and greeted him. At this moment, Song Chang no longer had his former high spirits and just waved his hand dejectedly. "Everyone, please sit down. Next, I have an important announcement." Song Chang stretched out his arms and supported himself on the conference table, as if his body would collapse weakly if he didn't do so. Seeing the department head's puzzled expression, Song Chang continued, "The ownership of Binhai Building and the chairman of Binhai Property Company have been replaced. Let us welcome the new chairman, Mr. Shinhao. Day. The sound of crisp footsteps was heard. Shinhao was in front and Lu Mingxi was behind. Two figures walked into the conference hall. Shinhao stood in front of the conference table, his eyes scanning several of the company's department heads one by one. Hello everyone, from now on, I am the chairman of Binhai Property Company. He is also the owner of the Marina building. As soon as Shinhao finished speaking, the company department heads present all looked surprised and took a deep breath. Ha! This person looks familiar. Shinhao. Isn't he a security guard in our company? Yeah. I saw him every time I entered the company before, no wonder he looks so familiar. What? The chairman is actually him. Can a small security guard be the chairman of the board? Manager Song, are you kidding us? Several supervisors looked at Shinhao, the surprise in their eyes faded away, replaced by strong suspicion. Ding! Random mission, department head's suspicion. In the face of the doubts raised by the company executive, please make a choice. Choice 1, smile and explain to the department manager in a friendly manner, reward, +1 for easygoing temperament, and a piece of jade worth $1 million. Choice 2, use your leadership authority to suppress all disobedience. Reward, +1 for authority and a Cullinan SUV. Chapter 7 Perfect Body. Good people are often bullied. Faced with the questioning of a group of company executives, Shinhao decisively chose to suppress all dissatisfaction. Be quiet. In the conference room, Shinhao shouted loudly, ordering everyone to shut up. Shinhao stood in front of the conference table, his dark eyes scanning everyone one by one. It's hard to believe that I'm your boss now? It's shocking to see that the little security guard who used to guard the door has transformed into the chairman of the company, right? Shinhao sneered and said in a deep voice, I know you have a lot of doubts and questions in your hearts. But just bear with it. Shinhao leaned forward and pressed his hands on the conference table, with a faint aura emanating from him. Staring at the company executives, Shinhao spoke word by word, because I am the chairman of the company. One word from me can decide whether you stay or go. So, you better behave yourself. Glancing at the nervous company executives, Shinhao said in a deep voice, do you understand? Ming, I understand. A group of company executives spoke up. It was not until this moment that these executives realized who was the most authoritative person in the company. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding. The rewards have been distributed. The host's aura and majesty are +1. The Cullinan SUV will be parked in the building's parking lot by default. At the same time, a majestic aura suddenly emanated from Shinhao. Everyone present felt a tightness in their hearts, and completely dispelled the last bit of doubt in their hearts. This kind of majestic aura of someone who has been in a high position for a long time is definitely not something an ordinary security guard can possess. Very good. When Shinhao saw the expressions on the faces of the supervisors, a look of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. Next, I have something to announce. Shinhao turned his gaze to Song Chang, who was standing aside with a dejected look, and said, from now on, Song Chang will be relieved of his position as general manager of Binhai Property Company. My secretary Lu Mingxi will take over the position of general manager and can also act as the executive chairman when I'm away. As soon as Shinhao finished speaking, all the company executives looked at each other in bewilderment. Only then did they understand why Song Chang was in such a low mood. A chill rose in everyone's heart. Looking up at Shinhao, these company executives all showed fear in their eyes. Song Chang has been fired, so will it be my turn next? Mr. Shin. Li He, the head of the investment department, hesitated for a moment and asked, can I ask why Mr. Song was fired? Yes. Mr. Song has worked in the company for many years, and he was fired just like that. Isn't it a bit? Chi, the head of the HR department, opened his mouth and looked worried. Although the other supervisors did not say anything, they could not help feeling grievance. Want to know the reason? Shinhao's face turned slightly cold, and he raised his hand to signal the beautiful secretary Lu Mingxi beside him. Lu Mingxi nodded slightly to show that she understood. Stepping forward, Lu Mingxi took out several pages of company financial statements from the folder in his hand. These financial statements were found by Lu Mingxi in Song Chang's office. Showing the financial statements to everyone, Lu Mingxi said in a cold voice, during the period when Song Chang was the general manager of Binhai Property, a total of 37.59 million yuan of funds were embezzled. At the same time, he appointed Zhu Dachang as the head of the security department due to nepotism, which caused irreparable damage to the company's image. These are enough for Director Shin to decide to fire Song Chang. At the same time, I have filed a complaint with the relevant departments and will hold Song Chang accountable for his legal responsibilities. As soon as Lu Mingxi finished speaking, Song Chang suddenly collapsed to the ground with a pale face. The faces of the company executives were also not looking good, because they have already felt the new general manager's sharp style of dealing with things. No, it's impossible. These reports are perfect. I didn't find any abnormalities. Zhou Aihua, the director of the finance department, looked pale at the moment, with sweat on his forehead due to nervousness. Song Chang embezzled and misappropriated company funds. As the company's financial director, Zhou Aihua also has an unshirkable responsibility. Perfect? Lu Mingxi curled her red lips slightly and said in a cold voice, "That's because your professional level is too low. In my eyes, these reports are full of flaws." Forehead. Upon hearing this, the financial director Zhou Aihua immediately lowered his head and dared not speak out of shame. Be glad you weren't involved. Otherwise, Song Chang won't be the only one to be fired. Lu Mingxi's words made the supervisor's hearts beat wildly, and they dared not have any evil thoughts anymore. When Xinhao saw that Lu Mingxi had made these supervisors obedient, he couldn't help but show satisfaction in his eyes. She is worthy of being the S-level female secretary rewarded by the system, so consider it. Standing in the chairman's office on the top floor of the Binhai building, Xinhao could overlook half of the Binhai new area. The view from a high place is so beautiful. Xinhao looked at the scenery outside the floor-to-ceiling window and couldn't help but sigh. I believe Mr. Shin can stand higher. Lu Mingxi's voice sounded behind Xinhao. Xinhao turned around and looked at Lu Mingxi with interest. Do you trust me that much? Lu Mingxi chuckled when he heard this, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. Why not? Mr. Shin is the man Mingxi approves of. Xinhao was slightly stunned. He didn't expect this beautiful secretary to be so bold. Ding! Random task, special praise from the beautiful secretary. In the face of the beautiful secretary's meaningful praise, please make your choice. Choice 1, a straight man who says that the beautiful secretary has good taste. Reward, 10 centimeters increase in height, and Lu Mingxi's favorability plus 50. Choice 2, intermediate scumbag, tease her with words and invite her to dinner. Reward, perfect body, Lu Mingxi's favorability plus 100. The system voice that sounded in his mind made Xinhao slightly startled. After a moment, Xinhao made his choice. Xinhao took a step forward and walked in front of Lu Mingxi, only one step away from Lu Mingxi. Staring at Lu Mingxi with his deep eyes, Xinhao raised his hand and gently stroked Lu Mingxi's slightly curly long hair. A deep and magnetic voice sounded in Lu Mingxi's ears. If you could remove the word approval, I would be even happier. Remove the word approved? Lu Mingxi recalled what he had said before, isn't that? Mr. Shin is Mingxi's man. In an instant, a blush appeared on Lu Mingxi's face. Boss Shin, you are so bad. Xinhao smiled and said, this is the first time we meet. As your leader, I have to express my gratitude. How about this? How about I treat you to dinner? Just consider it as a welcome to join Binhai Property Company. Lu Mingxi was silent for a moment, then nodded and smiled, okay. Boss Shin, I'll go to work first then? Go! Xinhao nodded, remember to forget your date tonight. Lu Mingxi chuckled and then turned and walked out of the office. Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. The next moment, a heat surged in Xinhao's body. Rapid fat consumption. Increased muscle fiber. Fine adjustments to joints. At this moment, Xinhao's body has been built to near perfection by the system. Chapter 8, give me the most expensive one. Xinhao stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror in the office and looked at himself carefully. Perfect. Xinhao looked at himself in the mirror with satisfaction in his eyes. But this outfit is a bit shabby. Xinhao raised his hand and tugged at his collar, frowning slightly. Taking out his cell phone, Xinhao called Zhou Aihua, the head of the company's finance department. Beep. Hello, Mr. Shin, what can I do for you? Zhou Aihua's respectful voice came from the phone. How much liquidity does the company have now? Xinhao spoke while holding the phone. Please wait a moment, Mr. Shin. I'll check it right away. Zhou Aihua hurriedly started operating the computer in front of him. A moment later, Zhou Aihua's voice sounded on the phone. Director Shen, some of the merchants and companies that have signed contracts have already paid this year's rent. The company currently has 130 million in liquid funds available in its account. Shen Hao's eyes lit up when he heard this. Manager Zhou, transfer 30 million to my bank account. Okay, Mr. Shen. The money will be transferred to your bank card immediately. Zhou Aihua did not dare to hesitate at all and immediately transferred 30 million to Shen Hao. Shen Hao hung up the phone and waited for a moment, then a message popped up on the phone screen. Hongwa Binhai Bank, your account ending in 4276 completed an interbank fund transaction of 30 million yuan on August 29 at 9:22, with a balance of 30,048,357.98 yuan. Shen Hao put away his phone and a smile appeared on his face. Go spend. Now that you have money, you can't treat yourself badly. Shen Hao left the chairman's office and went straight to the parking lot. Driving the sports car, we sped all the way towards Florence Street in the Binhai New Area. Florence Street is a newly built high-end luxury commercial street in Binhai New Area. Hermes, Gucci, Versace, Bulgari, Cartier, Tiffany, Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin. All the luxury shops in the Binhai New Area are concentrated here. Without a net worth of millions, most people wouldn't dare to hang around here. Shen Hao parked his sports car and strolled along the commercial street of Florence. Looking at the magnificently decorated shops on both sides, Shen Hao didn't know where to go for a moment. This is Shen Hao's first time visiting this top luxury shopping street. After thinking for a moment, Shen Hao decided to ask someone first. After scanning the street, Shen Hao chose a person. A young man was standing by the road, apparently waiting for someone. The man was tall and handsome, but there was a hint of gloom in his brow. Shen Hao walked up to the man and said, "Hello, my name is Shen Hao, can I meet you?" The man was stunned for a moment and then quickly said, "Hello, my name is Lam Ka-tung. What can I do for you?" Lin Jiadong looked at Shen Hao in confusion, not understanding what Shen Hao wanted to talk to him about. Shen Hao raised his hand and pointed at the shops on both sides of the commercial street, and said, "Are you familiar with this place?" Lin Jiadong hesitated a little. "Is it okay?" Shen Hao's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "I want to buy some clothes, but there are only jewelry stores nearby, so I wanted to ask you." Lin Jiadong showed a look of realization on his face, "So that's how it is. Walk 200 meters ahead, there are clothing stores all over there." After bidding farewell to Lam Ka-tung, Shen Hao walked all the way to a number of luxury clothing stores. Shen Hao randomly picked a shop and walked in. There were no customers in the store at the moment, only a few pretty shopping guides standing at the front desk talking in low voices. Shen Hao's appearance attracted their attention. The moment they saw Shen Hao, their eyes lit up. It was Shen Hao's calm temperament and handsome face that deeply attracted them. However, after seeing what Shen Hao was wearing, the gleam in their eyes dimmed a little. "You don't look like someone who can afford to buy clothes here." TSK, but he is so handsome. Good figure and temperament. Forget it, I'll go and receive him. I don't mind having no money just for his looks. A young shopping guide walked up to Shen Hao and spoke with a smile. "How can I help you, sir?" Shen Hao looked at the woman in front of him. There is a line of words written on its towering badge. Shopping guide, Wang Jiechi. "Hello, I want to buy some clothes." Shen Hao smiled and said, "Can you recommend something to me?" Wang Jiechi smiled professionally and said, "Of course, please follow me." Under the guidance of Wang Jiechi, Shen Hao and his companion came to a corner of the store. "Sir, here are all the latest Armani styles. Do you think this one suits your eyes?" Wang Jiechi raised her hand and pointed at a set of sportswear, motioning Shen Hao to check it out. Shen Hao looked at the clothes Wang Jiechi pointed at and frowned slightly. Although these sportswear are priced at hundreds or even thousands, they look no different from other sportswear on the market. I don't see much Armani style. This should be the lowest grade of Armani clothing. Shaking his head slightly, Shen Hao said, "Let's change it. These are not suitable for me." Wang Jiechi was stunned for a moment, his eyes flickering slightly. "This. Okay, sir, please follow me." Wang Jiechi led Shen Hao to the other side. The clothes here seem to be of a significantly higher grade. "Sir, these are Armani's high-end ready-to-wear collection. Are you sure you want to buy it?" Wang Jiechi raised her eyes to look at Shen Hao, sizing up the expression on his face. The cheapest of these high-end ready-made clothes are several thousand yuan, while the most expensive ones are tens of thousands. Most people really can't afford it. But is Shin Hao an ordinary person? I think these clothes still don't suit me. Shin Hao shook his head and said in a calm tone. Not suitable yet? Wang Jiechi's eyes flashed, and she said softly, Then I'm afraid our store doesn't have any clothes suitable for you, sir. After saying this, Wang Jiechi sighed inwardly. Did you really just come in to take a look? Shin Hao frowned slightly when he heard this, and said in a deep voice, Don't you have anything better here? Okay, of course. Wang Jiechi showed a hint of contempt in her eyes, but I'm afraid you can't afford it, sir. As soon as Wang Jiechi finished speaking, Shin Hao's face darkened. You don't have to worry about that. Just take me to see it. Wang Jiechi looked at Shin Hao for a moment, with a hint of displeasure on her face. I hope you're not making fun of me. Come with me. After saying that, Wang Jiechi took Shin Hao to a special display area. What is displayed here are Armani's top-grade ready-to-wear clothes, which are also the most expensive series. The price tag for each set is no less than 100,000. Sir, are you sure you can afford these? This is hundreds of thousands, not just a dozen bucks. There should be a limit to jokes. Wang Jiechi glanced at Shin Hao and said with a slightly sarcastic tone. Ding. Random task, the taunting of the female clerk. In the face of the deliberate ridicule of the female clerk, please make a choice. Choice 1, answer I was just kidding, reward, sense of humor +1, favorability of the female clerk +50. Choice 2, answer, give me the most expensive item in the store. Reward, 80 million coins, and the female clerk's favorability +50. Chapter 9 A loud slap. Choose 2. Shin Hao cried out softly in his heart. Compared to sense of humor, Shin Hao still thinks 80 million is better. After scanning the display area, Shin Hao said in a deep voice, Give me the most expensive set in the store. What? Wang Jiechi looked at Shin Hao in doubt. Sir, are you sure? Bang. Shin Hao took out his bank card and placed it directly in front of Wang Jiechi. Swipe the card. Oh, by the way, remember to help me match a pair of the most expensive shoes. Wang Jiechi subconsciously took Shin Hao's bank card and stood there for a while, not knowing what to do. Shin Hao couldn't help but frown when he saw the shopping guide in front of him standing there in a daze. What are you thinking about? Go now. Wang Jiechi woke up after hearing the voice and replied in panic, Oh, yes sir, I'll go right away. After saying that, Wang Jiechi took Shin Hao's bank card and hurriedly ran to the front desk. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. The rewards have been distributed, please check. Shin Hao took out his cell phone, and a message he had just received popped up on the screen. Hangwa Binhai Bank, your account ending in 4276 completed an interbank fund transaction of 80 million yuan at 10:45 on August 29, with a balance of 110,048,357.98 yuan. Shin Hao put away his phone and a smile appeared on his face. This wave is very profitable. The front desk of the Armani store. Wang Jiechi walked over hurriedly. When several shopping guides saw Wang Jiechi approaching, they all chuckled. How's Jiechi? Did this customer buy nothing? No need to guess, it must be. Exactly. Just look at the way he's dressed and you can tell he can't afford it. Just show him around. He looks pretty pleasing to the eye anyway. Wang Jiechi stood firmly and took a deep breath to calm the turbulent emotions in her heart. No. You are all wrong. Wang Jiechi took out Shin Hao's bank card and said excitedly, he bought it, and it's the most expensive one. What? The shopping guides looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. You actually bought it? Is he trying to be low-key? It's possible. He doesn't look like an ordinary person. TSK. I think he's just pretending. Maybe there's not a dime in this card. It's possible. Xiaoqi, try swiping the card. Wang Jiechi held the bank card in her hand and began to feel nervous. Is there really no money in this card? Try it. Simply swipe your bank card on the card machine at the front desk. Drop. With a slight beep, the card machine clearly displayed the balance of the bank card. That long string of numbers stunned all the shopping guides. More than 110 million. Wang Jiechi counted several times before shouting out in a trembling voice. The other shopping guides took a breath and exclaimed. Oh my god. The balance on the card is over 100 million. This is too rich. The invisible rich man, he is too low-key. I regret it. If I had known earlier, I would have gone to receive him. Xiaoqi, you still have a chance. Build a good relationship with this rich man. Ah, we are the ones who judge people by their appearance. Plop. 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 Wang Juqi touched her wildly beating heart and her pretty face turned slightly red. He's handsome and has money. Ah. I can't do it anymore. Stop being such a fangirl. Hurry up and swipe the card for that customer. A shopping guide saw Wang Juqi's infatuated look and quickly reminded her. Yes, swipe the card. Wang Juqi came back to her senses, swiped the card to pay the bill quickly, and then packed up the clothes and shoes that Shen Hao wanted. Sir, here are your bank cards, clothes, and shoes. Wang Juqi walked up to Shen Hao and respectfully handed him the bank card and packed clothes and shoes. Shen Hao took it and said meaningfully, now you know I'm not joking, right? Wang Juqi trembled slightly when he heard this, and quickly said, no, of course not. How could a rich man like you joke with me? Oh. Shen Hao shook his head and chuckled, then took a step forward and wanted to leave. Sir, please wait. Behind Shen Hao, Wang Juqi's anxious voice was heard. Anything else? Shen Hao turned and looked at Wang Juqi with an indifferent look. Facing Shen Hao's gaze, Wang Juqi suddenly felt a little afraid to look him in the face. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Juqi took out one of his business cards. Sir, this is my business card. If you need anything, you can call me. After saying that, Wang Juqi blushed and wanted to hand the business card to Shen Hao. However, Shen Hao did not take Wang Juqi's business card. Your name is Wang Juqi? Yeah. Hearing Shen Hao's question, Wang Juqi hurriedly nodded in response. How long have you worked here? 6 years. It's been a long time. Shen Hao pondered for a moment and then said, after 6 years, why are you still just a shopping guide? I don't know either. Wang Juqi shook his head, confusion in his eyes. Do you want to know the reason? Shen Hao asked Wang Juqi. Of course I want to know. Wang Juqi blurted out. Shen Hao looked up at Wang Juqi for a moment and said in a flat voice, because your vision is too narrow. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Hao no longer paid attention to Wang Juqi and walked out of the luxury clothing store. In the store, Wang Juqi held the business card in both hands, staring at Shen Hao's departing back. If you get closer, you can hear Wang Juqi's mumbling. So handsome. I can't take it anymore, woo-woo. After walking out of the clothing store, Shen Hao stood on the commercial street and looked around. I bought the clothes, now let's buy a watch. Poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. Shen Hao had to get a watch to wear. Strolling along the commercial street, Shen Hao was looking for a luxury watch store. Bang! A crisp sound of slapping reached Shen Hao's ears from afar. What's going on? Shen Hao looked in the direction of the sound and saw 2 figures standing in front of a shop in the distance. Is it him? One of the figures startled Shen Hao slightly. Lam Ka-tung, a handsome young man. Shen Hao also asked him for directions. At this moment, Lam Ka-tung was lowering his head with one hand covering his cheek. Shen Hao walked closer and knew what had just happened. Lam Ka-tung was slapped in the face. The person who beat him was a fat woman in her 50s. The woman wore heavy makeup and all were wearing luxury brand clothes. At this moment, she was stretching out her thick fingers and yelling at Lam Ka-tung. What happened to the lingerie store? I let you in, so you go in. You're just asking for trouble, aren't you? Facing the woman's angry rebuke, Lam Ka-tung lowered his head and spoke in a low voice. Sister Zhao, I'm coming in. When the woman surnamed Zhao heard this, a smile appeared on her fat face. She stretched out her hand full of diamond rings and patted Lam Ka-tung's face twice. That's good. As long as you are obedient, Sister Zhao will not treat you unfairly. Chapter 10's level scientific research talent. Facing the beating and scolding from the woman surnamed Zhao, Lin Jiadong lowered his head with a hint of humiliation in his eyes. Sister Zhao, I know I was wrong. The woman surnamed Zhao looked at the expression on Lam Ka-tung's face, crossed her arms and sneered. Remember this, if you want my money, you have to obey me. You have to do whatever I tell you to do. Lin Jiadong stood where he was, lowered his head and clenched his fists. The words of the woman surnamed Zhao were like sharp arrows, piercing into Lin Jiadong's heart. But Lam Ka-tung didn't dare to refute her. Because it was she who gave Lam Ka-tung money, life-saving money. This scene in front of the lingerie store attracted pedestrians in groups of 3 or 4 on the commercial street. They looked at Lam Ka-tung and the woman surnamed Zhao and couldn't help but talk in low voices. This woman is quite arrogant. Look how she trained that man like a dog. Oh. How can she not be arrogant? Do you know who her lover is? The CEO of Tianqi Group, Dong Tianqi. It's Dong Tianqi? The largest real estate developer in Binhai? With money and power, no wonder this woman is so arrogant. It seems that this man is her gigolo, right? Does Dong Tianqi not care about her? Who cares? Just have your own fun. That's right, who doesn't know about the Dong family's affairs? It seems that this boy is a new one and he hasn't been trained yet. Xinhao stood in the crowd, listening to the discussions of the onlookers around him, and immediately understood what was going on. Just as Xinhao was hesitating whether to help, the voice of the system sounded in his mind. Ding! Random mission, poor helpless man. I have witnessed a poor man about to sink. Please make a choice, host. Choice 1, stay out of this matter, and you will be rewarded 100 million coins in half of the shops on Florence Commercial Street. Choice 2, help out, wake up Lin Jiadong, reward the S-level scientific research talent Lin Jiadong for his loyalty, and prove the crime of the Apocalypse Group. Xinhao pondered for a moment and finally chose the second option. What is the most noble thing in the 21st century? Talent. Lin Jiadong? We meet again. Just as Lin Jiadong was about to follow the woman surnamed Zhao into the lingerie store, a voice made him stop. You are Xinhao? Lin Jiadong looked up at Xinhao, remembering that he had asked him for directions before. Xinhao nodded slightly, then looked at the woman surnamed Zhao coldly. Brother Lin, who is she? Upon hearing this, Lin Jiadong subconsciously turned his head to look at the woman surnamed Zhao and said in a panic, she is my friend. I'm his girlfriend. The woman surnamed Zhao walked up to Lam Ka-tung and pretended to grab his arm. Girlfriend, huh? Xinhao chuckled when he heard this. Brother Lin, you have a strong taste. As soon as Xinhao finished speaking, Lin Jiadong's face turned pale, and then he lowered his head in silence. The woman surnamed Zhao frowned and looked at Xinhao, saying in a bad tone, Who are you? How dare you come to meddle in my business? Xinhao smiled and said, I'm a friend that Lin Jiadong just met. Lin Jiadong, who had been silent on the side, suddenly raised his head and looked at Xinhao in surprise. Lin Jiadong did not expect that Xinhao not only did not look down on him, but instead called himself his friend. Xinhao you. Lin Jiadong opened his mouth and tried to stop Xinhao. Because Lam Ka-tung knew that the woman surnamed Zhao was a powerful figure. Xinhao saw through Lin Jiadong's intention and interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Brother Lin, once something goes wrong, there is no way to change it. It's not too late for you to turn back now. Xinhao's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Lin Jiadong's mind hard. There was a look of struggle on Lin Jiadong's face, and he seemed to be split in two. Half of it is the dignity of being a man. The other half is the trouble brought by money. When the woman surnamed Zhao saw some unusual movements from Lam Ka-tung, she suddenly became anxious. Lin Jiadong, think it through. Without me, where would your mother's hospitalization and surgery fees come from? Upon hearing this, Lin Jiadong's body trembled violently and a look of pain appeared on his face. Thinking of his mother lying in pain on the hospital bed, Lin Jiadong began to waver again. Xinhao frowned slightly when he saw this, and shouted in a deep voice, Lin Jiadong, if your mother knew where the money came from, what do you think she would think? Boom! Lin Jiadong's body suddenly paused and he staggered back a few steps. No, I can't do this. Lin Jiadong woke up from his confusion, looked up at the woman surnamed Zhao, and said in a firm tone, Sister Zhao, I can't take your money. I absolutely cannot sell my dignity for money. After saying that, Lam Ka-tung pushed the woman surnamed Zhao away. Lin Jiadong. The woman surnamed Zhao was extremely angry. The duck that was about to reach her mouth actually flew away. Lin Jiadong walked up to Xinhao and bowed deeply. Mr. Xin, thank you for waking me up, otherwise I would have done something that I would regret for the rest of my life. Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Host, please select the location where the Apocalypse Group's criminal certificate will be issued. Xinhao pondered for a moment, then said in his mind, send it to my phone in the form of an electronic file. Ding! The information has been sent, please check it. Buzz! Xinhao's phone vibrated, and there was evidence of the crime committed by the Apocalypse Group. Lin Jiadong, and you. The woman surnamed Zhao stood on the steps in front of the lingerie store, raised her hand and glared at Xinhao. You dare to ruin my good deeds? I will make you pay for it. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman surnamed Zhao took out her cell phone from her bag and called Dong Tianqi. Hey, husband, someone is bullying me. I don't care about other things, you have to help me with this. Yes. Give him a good beating. I will make sure that he will never be able to turn over a new leaf. Bang. The woman surnamed Zhao hung up the phone and looked at Shen Hao with a hint of coldness in her eyes. Your name is Shen Hao. Just wait, you're about to be finished. The people who were watching around turned to look at Shen Hao, with sympathy flashing across their faces. Tianqi Group is the largest real estate company in Binhai and plays a vital role in both business and political circles. If you offend the Apocalypse Group, you're in real trouble. Oh, what a pity. Who told him to meddle in other people's business? That's right. It was something we both agreed to. There was no need to get involved. You should be regretting it now. This guy called Shen Hao is finished, let's wait and see the show. The discussions of the people around made Lin Jiadong's face change suddenly beside Shen Hao. Mr. Shen, I'm sorry. I didn't know things would get to this point. Why don't you just leave now? I'll go and beg Sister Zhao to let you go. The expression on Shen Hao's face remained calm, and he didn't take the threat from the Apocalypse Group seriously at all. Brother Lin, don't worry, we never know who will finish it. Chapter 11. Please cooperate with the investigation. The woman surnamed Zhao crossed her arms and looked at Shen Hao with a very proud expression. Just wait, I have already informed my lover. The inspection team will take you away soon. When the people around heard this, they took a deep breath. She actually called the inspection team. This woman is so cruel. It should be Dong Tianqi, he is too powerful. It's over. This guy called Shen Hao was so scared that he will have to break his skin before he can get out of the inspection bureau. Look, this is the consequence of offending the Apocalypse Group. Lin Jiadong stood beside Shen Hao, listening to the discussions of the people around him, and his face turned pale with fright. The inspection team is coming? Mr. Shen, what should we do now? Shen Hao chuckled when he heard this. Don't worry, even if the inspection team comes, they won't necessarily come to arrest me. What? There was a look of doubt in Lin Jiadong's eyes, and he looked at Shen Hao in confusion. Shen Hao did not answer Lin Jiadong, but took out his mobile phone to check the information sent by the system. TSK. Good fellow. Tax evasion and embezzlement of state funds. It's actually related to people from abroad. This Dong Tianqi is really brave. Shen Hao was looking through the information and was amazed. All this information is evidence of the crimes committed by the Apocalypse Group. One by one, all the evidence is listed clearly. The evidence is irrefutable. The first time Shen Hao saw this information, he knew that Apocalypse Group was finished. With a smile on his face, Shen Hao directly dialed the number of the inspectorate. Beep. Hello, this is the inspectorate. A clear and capable voice came from the phone. Shen Hao held the phone and said, I want to report it. Report? What do you want to report? Shen Hao's eyes gleamed. I want to report Tianqi Group. Suspected of serious tax evasion, misappropriation of state funds, illegal close contact with foreign personnel. Shen Hao directly stated several crimes of the Apocalypse Group on the phone, and each one was terrifying to hear. There was silence on the phone. After a long while, a voice finally reached Shen Hao's ears. Are you sure, sir? If it's a false accusation, you'll go to jail. Shen Hao smiled and said, Of course I'm sure. And I have enough evidence to prove it. Wait a moment, I will send the evidence to the public mailbox of the inspectorate. After saying that, Shen Hao did not hang up the phone. He directly used his mobile phone to send the criminal information of Tianqi Group to the mailbox of the inspectorate. Have you received the information? Shen Hao put the phone to his ear and asked. Received. Oh my God. So many criminal records. The voice on the phone was noticeably trembling. Sir, please leave your information, I need to register. My name is Shen Hao, and my Han citizenship ID number is. Shen Hao held the phone and said in a deep voice, I can guarantee that all this information is true. In order not to let any criminal go, please investigate the Apocalypse Group as soon as possible. The operator on the other end of the phone knew the situation was urgent and said in a serious voice, Please rest assured, the Inspection Bureau will conduct an investigation immediately. Bang! Shen Hao hung up the phone with a look of anticipation on his face. Mr. Shen, the phone call just now. Lin Jiaodong stood beside Shen Hao and listened to the general idea, his eyes full of shock. Shoo? Shen Hao smiled lightly, just wait and see. Lin Jiaodong came back to his senses from the shock, turned around and looked at the woman surnamed Zhao again. His eyes were no longer filled with panic, but pity. The poor guy is still feeling complacent, not knowing that he is about to fall into an abyss. A group of pedestrians gathered in the center of Florence's commercial street. They were all curious about what happened next. Do you think the inspection team will arrest Shen Hao later? Needless to say, with the Apocalypse group stepping in, the minimum they can do is to take him to the inspection bureau to cooperate with the investigation. Will there be a turn for the better? I just saw Shen Hao make a phone call. What's the point of calling? Can he be more powerful than Dong Tianqi? That's right. I've never heard of this Shen Hao. He must be a nobody in Binhai. Woohoo! 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 Just as everyone was discussing enthusiastically, the sound of the inspection team's car horns came from far away. The inspection team is here. Everyone's eyes lit up and they turned to look at the oncoming car. Squeak! 2 inspection team cars stopped, one in front and one behind. Then several uniformed inspection team members got out of the car. When the woman surnamed Zhao saw the members of the inspection team, she immediately shouted excitedly. Great! You're finally here! Several members of the inspection team walked up to the woman surnamed Zhao, looked her up and down, and asked, Are you Ms. Zhaozhen, the lover of Dong Tianqi, the chairman of Tianqi Group? Zhaozhen nodded quickly and said excitedly, Yes. It's me. My wife has explained the matter to you, right? Upon hearing this, the members of the inspection team looked at Zhaozhen with strange expressions, nodded and said, Yes, Dong Tianqi did confess everything. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up! Zhaozhen looked anxious and urged. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of the inspection team members became even weirder. They looked at each other, and the same meaning was revealed in their eyes. Are all criminals nowadays so cooperative? The leading member of the inspection team cleared his throat and said to Zhaozhen, Okay, since you are so cooperative, we won't make things difficult for you. You don't need to wear handcuffs, just come with us. After saying that, the inspection team members pulled Zhaozhen towards the car. Wait. Why are you arresting me? Zhaozhen suddenly came to his senses, his face changed, and he quickly spoke up to stop the members of the inspection team. You should arrest him, you should arrest Shen Hao. The inspection team member's face straightened and he said in a deep voice, No mistake, we are arresting you. Zhaozhen's body shook subconsciously, and suddenly his vision went dark. Impossible. This must be a mistake. Dong Tianqi is my lover, how could he let you arrest me? The members of the inspection team sneered upon hearing this, your lover? He has already been in jail. Tianqi Group Chairman Dong Tianqi is suspected of serious tax evasion, cashing out state funds, and illegally having close contact with overseas personnel. And as Dong Tianqi's lover, you can't escape the law. Boom! The words of the inspection team members rang like a thunder in Zhaozhen's mind. Zhaozhen was naturally very clear about Dong Tianqi's affairs, and she had no choice but to admit to these crimes. But no matter what, Zhaozhen couldn't understand how the inspection team knew such a secret matter. Chapter 12 rewards you with a commercial street. I won't leave. I can't go to the inspectorate. Zhaozhen's legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground like a pile of rotten meat. Zhaozhen knew that as long as she entered the inspectorate, she would never be able to get out in her life. Those criminal records are enough to put her in jail for life. Zhaozhen looked at the inspection team's car with extreme fear, as if it was not a car but a man-eating beast. The leading member of the inspection team frowned, waved his hand and said in a deep voice, Carry Zhaozhen away. Upon hearing this, several members of the inspection team stepped forward and lifted Zhaozhen into the car, ignoring her screams and cries. Hello, are you Mr. Shen Hao? The leading member of the inspection team walked up to Shen Hao and asked in a gentle tone. Shen Hao nodded and said, Yes, I am Shen Hao. Bang! Upon hearing this, the inspection team members immediately saluted Shen Hao. Hello, Mr. Shen, I am Wang Yi, the leader of the inspection team. Thank you for reporting the criminal evidence of the Apocalypse Group. Shen Hao smiled and said, Team leader Wang, you're welcome. This is what a citizen of Han should do. Wang Yi showed admiration when he heard this, and said in a deep voice, If everyone can be like Mr. Shen, then we will have an easier time. That's right. Wang Yi suddenly remembered something and said to Shen Hao, Mr. Shen, you really helped us a lot this time. If necessary, I can apply for a good citizen reward on your behalf. Just as Shinhao was about to answer, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Random mission, reward from the inspectorate. The host's behavior has greatly increased the favorability of the inspectorate. In the face of the inspectorate's reward, please make your choice. Choice 1, accept, and be rewarded with a banner for being a good citizen of Haihu City, and plus 20 favorability with the Inspection Bureau. Choice 2, reject. Reward, ownership of the entire street of shops in Florence, and plus 20 favorability with the inspectorate. Faced with the options given by the system, Shinhao decisively chose the second one. Sorry, Team Leader Wang, I can't accept this reward. Shinhao looked at Wang Yi solemnly and said in a deep voice, I don't think I've done enough. After I work with Team Leader Wang again next time, I will consider accepting the honorary title of Good Citizen. After Shinhao finished speaking, the admiration on Wang Yi's face became even stronger. Great! It's been a long time since I've seen such an outstanding young man like Mr. Shin. Wang Yi extended his palm towards Shinhao and said in an appreciative tone, I look forward to the next cooperation with Mr. Shin. Me too. Shinhao smiled and shook hands with Wang Yi. Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Host, please select the location where the shop ownership certificate will be issued. Shinhao looked down at the bag of clothes at his feet and his heart moved. In my bag with my clothes. Swish! The next second, Shinhao discovered that there was a bulge in the bag where he put his clothes. No need to look, this should be the ownership certificate for the shops on this entire Florence commercial street. From now on, this street, with more than 50 shops, all belong to Shinhao. The rent alone brings in tens of millions a month. Woohoo! 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 The inspection team's car drove away, and everyone's eyes were focused on Shinhao. Mr. Shin, you are so awesome. Lam Ka-tong looked at Shinhao with admiration. Just one phone call, and the Apocalypse Group was reduced to dust in the blink of an eye. Compared to Lam Ka-tong's admiration, the other onlookers looked at Shinhao with a little fear. Who is this Shinhao? Because of him, the Apocalypse Group is gone. It's so terrifying. A single phone call destroyed the Apocalypse Group. Zhaojin and Dong Tianchi have hit a wall this time. Could this person be a big shot in the political world? Maybe it has something to do with Han Jing. Don't think about it, just go. Everyone looked at Shinhao in shock, fearing that Shinhao would cause trouble for them, and hurried away. On the commercial street of Florence, Shinhao and Lam Ka-tong walked side by side, but Lam Ka-tong deliberately lagged behind by half a body length. Tell me, why did Zhaojin come to you? As Shinhao walked, he asked Lam Ka-tong. According to the system's prompt, this Lin Jiadong is an S-level talent comparable to Lu Mengxi, and he cannot be let go. Lin Jiadong's face was gloomy when he heard this, and he whispered, because I'm short of money, very short of money. I ran out to drink yesterday because I was depressed, and I ran into her. Shinhao nodded and said softly, but is it because your mother is sick? Lin Jiadong became even more depressed, muttering, my father passed away when I was very young, and it was my mother who raised me alone. I have to work day and night to earn money for my studies. But now. Lin Jiadong clenched his fists, with pain in his eyes. Now my mother is lying in bed, and I can't do anything. I need money. A lot of money to treat my mother's illness. After a moment's silence, Lin Jiadong turned to look at Shinhao. I originally planned to sell my dignity to get money for my mother's medical treatment. Thank goodness Mr. Shin woke me up. Call. Lam Ka-tong let out a long breath, as if to dispel all the haze in his chest. No matter what, even if I have to drop out of school, work and sell blood, I will raise enough money for my mother's medical treatment. Shinhao looked at Lin Jiadong in surprise. Are you still in school? What are you studying? Now I specialize in artificial intelligence. Shinhao pondered for a moment and asked, how much does your mother's treatment cost? The doctor said it would cost at least 500,000. Lin Jiadong said helplessly. Give me your bank card number. Shinhao spoke to Lam Ka-tong. Mr. Shin, you. Lin Jiadong looked at Shinhao in doubt. Don't ask, just tell me. Lin Jiadong was silent for a moment and told Shinhao his bank card number. Upon hearing this, Shinhao took out his mobile phone and operated on the screen for a while. Byte. The next second, Lin Jiadong's phone rang with a text message alert. Lin Jiadong took out his mobile phone and took a look at it in surprise, then he froze in place. A line of words appeared clearly on the screen of Lin Jiadong's mobile phone. Nantong Bank. Your account ending in 7798 completed an interbank fund transaction of 20 million on August 29 at 11:20, with a balance of 20,873. It took a long while for Lin Jiado to recover from his shock. Mr. Shin, you transferred 20 million to me? Lin Jiadong looked at Shin Hao in astonishment, completely shocked by Shin Hao's generosity. Shin Hao waved his hand slightly and said casually, "This money is enough to treat your mother's illness. The remaining money will be considered my investment." Chapter 13 by Customized Models. Invest? Give me? Lin Jiadong looked at Shin Hao in astonishment, as if he didn't hear clearly what Shin Hao said just now. Shin Hao stopped and looked at Lin Jiadong and said in a deep voice, "Yes, it's an investment for you. You said you're specializing in artificial intelligence now?" When talking about the field he is good at, Lam Ka-tung's mood gradually became excited. "Right. I am a freshman at Haihu University of Science and Technology, majoring in computer and electronic information. I think artificial intelligence will be a big development trend in the future, so after self-studying all the courses in college, I started to specialize in artificial intelligence." "What a pity." Lin Jiadong lowered his head slightly and said in a shameful tone, "There are no results yet." Shin Hao smiled when he heard this, raised his hand and patted Lin Jiadong on the shoulder. "How can artificial intelligence be so easy to break? But you have a good vision, which is enough to prove that my investment is not wrong. This 20 million is just an initial investment. If necessary, I will add more later." Lin Jiadong's body shook, and his eyes gradually began to turn red. It's such a great feeling to be trusted by others. After taking a few deep breaths, Lam Ka-tung calmed down his turbulent emotions. "Mr. Shin, you transferred so much money to me. Aren't you afraid that I won't be able to research anything and let the money go down the drain?" Shin Hao smiled when he heard this and said, "I believe that someone who has completed all the courses in college in his freshman year is definitely not an ordinary person. Besides," Shin Hao's eyes flashed, "you won't let me down, right?" Lin Jiadong took a deep breath and nodded heavily. "Don't worry, Mr. Shin. I absolutely will not let you down." Shin Hao nodded and laughed, "Very good, I support you, just go for it." Lin Jiadong left with full of passion and hope. Shin Hao looked at Lin Jiadong's back with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Lam Ka-tung will become a capable and battle-hardened general in his own business empire. Looking away, Shin Haojing saw a luxury watch store and walked in. "Hello sir, welcome to Patek Philippe." In front of the counter, a beautiful salesperson looked at Shin Hao with a smile. But she saw the bag of luxury clothing in Shin Hao's hand. Shin Hao took a look at the exquisite watches displayed in the glass cabinet and said, "I'd like to pick a watch. Do you have any recommendations?" The salesman's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he introduced, "Patek Philippe has a history of nearly 200 years, and now has developed 5 series. They are the Classic Pocket Watch series, the Noble Classical series, the Modern Mechanical series, the Personalized Sports series, and the Elegant Women's Watch series. Which series do you like, sir?" Shin Hao pondered for a moment and said, "Then let's go with the classical style, it looks more noble." "Okay, follow me." Upon hearing this, the salesperson led Shin Hao to a counter. "Sir, please look, this is a classic Patek Philippe. Which one would you like to choose?" In front of Shin Hao were 5 classic Patek Philippe watches. "Are these the only 5 styles?" Shin Hao looked up and asked the salesperson. "Well, we only have these 5 classic watches at the moment," the salesperson answered. Shin Hao looked at the 5 watches carefully and liked 2 of them more. "Let me see these 2. Shin Hao pointed to the 2 watches in the glass cabinet. "Okay, wait a moment." The salesperson put on a pair of white gloves and took out the 2 watches that Shin Hao had indicated. "Sir, you can try it on." Shin Hao tried on both watches and found that they were both good. The salesperson looked at Shin Hao's handsome face and unique temperament, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. "Sir, these 2 watches match your temperament very well." Shin Hao looked at the 2 watches and began to hesitate, not knowing which one to choose. Ding! Random task, difficult choice. Faced with 2 exquisite Patek Philippe watches, host, please start choosing. Choice 1, choose whatever you want, both are accepted. Reward, 50 million coins, temperament +1. Choice 2, don't buy either of the 2. If you want to buy one, just buy the custom one. I'll reward you with master-level oil painting skills. The choice given by the system surprised Shin Hao a little. But after a moment, Shin Hao made his choice. "I'm sorry, I looked carefully and found that neither of these watches is suitable." Shin Hao shook his head and spoke to the salesperson. Ah. Upon hearing this, the salesperson looked at Shin Hao in surprise, wondering if he had seen it wrong. See, this man is not a wealthy big client? Sir, you're not buying it then? The salesman's attitude cooled slightly. Shin Hao shook his head again and said, Of course not. I don't buy these watches, I want to buy a custom one. What? The salesperson looked at Shin Hao in shock. If you want a customized model, you must pay a customization service fee of 10 million. Patek Philippe has private custom watches. But the high customization service fee makes most people stay away. The salesperson has worked in this store for 5 years and has never seen a customer who came for a private customization. And now, one of them appeared before his eyes. Seeing the shock on the salesperson's face, Shin Hao waved his hand and said with a smile, Money is not a problem for me. What I want is the feeling of being unique. The salesperson hesitated for a moment and said, I need to ask the owner for instructions. Go ahead. The salesperson stepped aside and made a phone call. A moment later, a slightly plump man hurried into the store. What is it? I'm busy. This store just changed owners, and we need to sign a new contract and pay the rent. When the salesperson saw the man, he quickly said, Manager, this is the customer who wants to customize a Patek Philippe. What? Personalized? The store manager's eyes flashed with surprise when he heard this. Turning to look at Shin Hao, the manager showed a look of respect on his face. Those who can customize are all super wealthy big customers. Hello sir, I am Gu Yuan, the owner of this store. Excuse me, do you really want to customize a Patek Philippe? Shin Hao nodded and said, Yes, I want to customize one for myself. Okay, first you need to pay a custom service fee of 10 million, and then negotiate with the watchmaker at the headquarters to decide on the final style. Shin Hao took out his bank card and said softly, No problem, swipe the card. Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. The next second, a piece of information flowed through Shin Hao's mind. Oil paint color mixing. Pen sketching techniques. 3-dimensional structure. Light angle, shadow layout. Shin Hao quickly absorbed a large number of oil painting techniques. Chapter 14 Oil Painting, Sunrise at Nantai. Mr. Shin? Are you all right? Seeing that Shin Hao was in a daze, Gu Yuan couldn't help but remind him. Oh, it's okay. I was just thinking about something. Shin Hao came back to his senses and explained aloud. At this moment, Shin Hao has absorbed all the master-level oil painting techniques. It can be said that from now on, Shin Hao has become a master oil painter. Gu Yuan saw Shin Hao regain consciousness and continued, Since Mr. Shin has already paid the customization service fee, the next step is to negotiate with the designer at the headquarters. Gu Yuan took Shin Hao to the rest area of the store and asked the salesperson to bring Shin Hao a cup of coffee. Mr. Shin, let's drink and talk. I wonder how much Mr. Shin knows about Patek Philippe. Shin Hao took a sip of coffee and said, Not a lot. I heard the headquarters is in Geneva, Switzerland? Gu Yuan nodded and said, Mr. Shin is right. Since Mr. Shin wants a custom-made Patek Philippe, he needs to go to Geneva in person to negotiate with the designer. As soon as Gu Yuan finished speaking, Shin Hao frowned slightly. Can you not go in person? Gu Yuan hesitated. It's not impossible. But the final design may be somewhat different from what Mr. Shin had in mind. Shin Hao nodded and said, Okay. Gu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Shin Hao would be dissatisfied. Next, Mr. Shin, please tell me your style preferences. I will write them down one by one and then hand them over to the designer at the headquarters. Style preference. Shin Hao pondered. The next second, Shin Hao's eyes lit up and an idea came to his mind. Can your designer customize a watch for me based on a painting? Gu Yuan was stunned when he heard this. He had never heard such a request before. I think it should be possible. After all, words are pale, and art has no borders. Which painting template would you like to use, Mr. Shin? Shin Hao smiled and said softly, I drew this myself. What? Gu Yuan looked at Shin Hao in surprise. Mr. Shin is really multi-talented. From a normal person's perspective, since it is based on a painting as a template, then this painting must be a world-class masterpiece. Gu Yuan couldn't believe that Shin Hao actually used his own painting as a template. Isn't this funny? Shin Hao naturally heard the deliberate flattery in Gu Yuan's tone. Picking up the cup and taking a sip of coffee, Shinhao said casually, I just happen to have some knowledge of oil painting. Since I use paintings as a template, what other paintings can better express my thoughts than my own paintings? Ahem. Gu Yuan coughed dryly after hearing this. Mr. Shin's idea is very unique. I just hope Mr. Shin doesn't regret it. Shinhao smiled and said softly, of course not. I wonder if there are any painting materials for sale here? I can paint a picture right now. Gu Yuan was startled, then he answered, oil painting materials? We don't sell them here. I do. The beautiful salesperson next to her suddenly spoke up. Manager, didn't I tell you I wanted to learn oil painting? It just so happens that the materials I bought online 2 days ago arrived this morning. The salesperson turned to look at Shinhao and said with a smile, if Mr. Shin doesn't mind, you can use mine. Shinhao nodded slightly when he heard this. That's great, when I finish the painting, I'll give it to you. Yeah. The salesperson nodded, trotted into the store lounge, and took out a large box. Bang! The salesperson put the box on the ground, stretched his waist and said, wow, it's so heavy. Shinhao opened the box and took out a large picture frame and a canvas. This is a 1.8 meter or 2 meter canvas. How can it not be heavy? Shinhao looked at the salesperson and said with a smile, for a beginner like you, it's best to choose a canvas that is less than 1 meter long. The salesperson blushed when he heard this, lowered his head and said embarrassedly, my cousin also said this before, but I bought the wrong one when I placed the order last time. Shinhao chuckled, it's just right, the size of my painting is just right. After saying that, Shinhao stretched the canvas and took out paint, palette and brushes from the box. Can I draw here? Don't worry, it won't take long. Gu Yuan laughed when he heard this and said, of course, we can also appreciate Mr. Shin's painting skills. Shinhao nodded slightly, selected a few tubes of paint, and started mixing them with a brush. At this moment, in Shinhao's eyes, there was nothing else except the paintbrush in his hand and the canvas in front of him. Gu Yuan and the salesperson stood 2 steps away from Shinhao, observing Shinhao's movements. Xiao Su, what do you think of Mr. Shin's level? Hearing this, Su Tingting raised her hand and tapped her smooth chin, and said softly, I think it should be very powerful, right? Manager, you see, Mr. Shin is very skilled in mixing paints. He. Xiao Su, you are still too young. Gu Yuan shook his head slightly and chuckled. Su Tingting turned to look at Gu Yuan in confusion and asked, the store manager doesn't believe that Mr. Shin can draw well? Gu Yuan pondered for a moment and said, I can't say it's good, it's just average at best. The skill of oil painting requires years or even decades of immersion before one can master it. And Mr. Shin? Gu Yuan shook his head and laughed, let's just assume that he is just fooling around because he has money. Su Tingting stared at Shinhao's back in a daze and murmured, I don't think so. At this moment, Su Tingting saw a familiar temperament in Gu Yuan. Su Tingting had seen this in her genius cousin. But that kind of temperament is not as strong as the temperament Shinhao has at this moment. Just as Gu Yuan and Su Tingting were talking in low voices, Shinhao had already raised his hand and painted a stroke on the canvas. This stroke spans the entire canvas. Grand and majestic. Next, Shinhao continued to paint on the canvas without stopping, like a novice child's graffiti. Natural and free and easy. As Shinhao waved his arms and drew with the brush, a painting slowly unfolded before the eyes of Gu Yuan and Su Tingting. The rising sun pierced the dark sky. It looks like blood-stained clouds spanning the entire sky. A lonely stone monument stands on the top of a majestic mountain. There are 2 large ancient seal characters written in iron-stroked and silver hook style on it. Tarzan. This painting, whether it is the artistic conception composition or the light angle, whether it's the combination of pigments or the strokes of brush, they are all perfect and impeccable. What appeared in the eyes of Gu Yuan and Su Tingting was a majestic, magnificent, and vibrant sunrise on Mount Tai. Chapter 15 Free Customization. Shinhao put away his paintbrush and took a look at the painting in front of him. Not bad. But there are still some flaws. The conflict between cold and hot is not perfectly reflected. Forget it. It's my first time painting in oil painting. So let's just leave it at that. Putting down the paintbrush, Shinhao stood up from his chair. After all, I had been sitting stiffly for half an hour and my waist still felt a little uncomfortable. What do you think? Shinhao turned around and wanted to ask Gu Yuan and Su Tingting for their opinions. Gu Yuan and Su Tingting did not answer Shinhao. To be precise, the 2 of them didn't hear what Shinhao said at all. Because they were staring at the oil painting drawn by Shinhao with a dull look on their faces. What's wrong with you guys? Shinhao stretched out his hand and waved in front of the two people's wide eyes. Are you okay? Ah! Su Tingting suddenly exclaimed. Su Tingting came back to her senses from the shock when she felt something shaking in front of her eyes. Mr. Shin, did you really draw this picture? Su Tingting looked at Shinhao in shock, unable to believe that such an amazing painting came from Shinhao's pen. Of course I drew it. Shinhao said helplessly, haven't you been watching all this time? Su Tingting's eyes seemed to be twinkling with stars, and she said in disbelief, that's why I can't believe it. Only half an hour. Mr. Shin, you have created such a beautiful oil painting, it's amazing. Su Tingting looked at Shinhao, her face full of admiration. It's more than just beautiful, it's simply a stunning work. Gu Yuan also came back to his senses from his shock at this moment and spoke excitedly. Although I don't paint in oils, I have admired the works of several famous artists. Gu Yuan sighed and said, but none of them can compare to Mr. Shin's masterpiece. Looking up at the sunrise painting of Mount Tai, Gu Yuan exclaimed in amazement, this painting is top-notch in terms of composition, color, and brushwork. Mr. Shin, you really opened our eyes. I used to think that Mr. Shin's level was just so-so, but now it seems that he is really stupid. Shinhao smiled when he heard that. Master-level ability is not just talk. Taking out a tissue and wiping the paint off his hands, Shinhao asked Gu Yuan. Manager Gu, let's use this painting as a template and let the designer design it. Gu Yuan nodded quickly, don't worry, Mr. Shin, I'll take a picture of the painting and send it to the headquarters. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yuan quickly walked into the manager's lounge and took out an exaggerated camera. Ha, now my treasure comes in handy. Gu Yuan raised the camera in his hand and said with a smile, this is a good thing I found. The image quality is amazing. After standing in the right position and finding the right angle, Gu Yuan took several photos of the oil painting one after another. After taking the photos, Gu Yuan took out the memory card, inserted it into the computer and started operating. After a long while, Gu Yuan finally selected a perfect photo and sent it to Patek Philippe's headquarters. It's done. Gu Yuan closed his notebook, turned to look at Shinhao, and said with a smile, Mr. Shin, the photos have been sent to the design studio at the headquarters. After the designer has studied the plan, we will notify you separately. But we need to wait another week before we can make the final decision. Ding-a-ling. A cell phone ring interrupted Gu Yuan's words. Gu Yuan frowned, took out his cell phone and looked at the screen. The next second, Gu Yuan's face changed and he quickly answered the phone. The voice on the phone was very chaotic and the tone was very excited. Shinhao was standing nearby and didn't hear clearly what was said. However, Gu Yuan's face was filled with shock, as if he had heard something unbelievable. What? Is this true? Okay, that's the client. Yes. He drew it himself. I saw it with my own eyes. Okay, I'll ask his opinion. No problem. Bang. Gu Yuan hung up the phone and looked at Shinhao in surprise. Mr. Shin, I have news for you. Gu Yuan took a deep breath and continued, the designer at the headquarters has already given the answer. A designer has taken on this order, and he is the chief designer, Mr. Ivan Alpa. What? It's Mr. Ivan. Before Shinhao could answer, Su Tingting beside him exclaimed. Seeing Shinhao was a little confused, Su Tingting quickly explained, this Mr. Ivan Alpa is the chief designer of Patek Philippe. But I heard that he hasn't made a watch for a long time. It seems that Mr. Shin's painting really impressed Mr. Ivan. Xiao Su is right. Gu Yuan nodded and said, just now on the phone, Mr. Ivan said that he really appreciates Mr. Shin's paintings. That's why we responded in such a short time and made an exception to customize a watch for Mr. Shin. Shinhao suddenly realized what was going on. So that's how it is. Thank Mr. Ivan Alpa for me then. Ha ha. Mr. Shin should talk to Mr. Ivan in person. Gu Yuan laughed and said, Mr. Ivan just said that he wanted to meet with Mr. Shin via video to discuss in detail. If Mr. Shin agrees, we will have a remote video chat. Shinhao smiled slightly when he heard this, of course. A video call connected Shinhao and Ivan Alpa. This is Mr. Shin, right? Nice to meet you. Ivan Alpa's words were transmitted to Shinhao's ears through the translation software. Mr. Ivan, nice to meet you too. Shinhao replied. In the video, Ivan Alpa looked excited and seemed to be in very high spirits. I already admire Mr. Shin's paintings. They are truly masterpieces of a master. I got a lot of inspiration from this painting. I believe that this time I will be able to polish a world-class watch for you. Shinhao smiled when he heard this and said softly, I am also looking forward to Mr. Ivan's work. In the video, Ivan Alpa hesitated for a moment and said, Mr. Shin, I have a request. If Mr. Shin is willing to part with it, I am willing to buy this painting, and the price is that the watchmaking fee will be completely free. I wonder if Mr. Shin agrees to this deal. As soon as Ivan finished speaking, Gu Yuan and Su Tingting both opened their mouths wide. The price of a custom-made Patek Philippe is definitely no less than 20 million. Not to mention that this is the first work by Ivan Arpa, who has been away from the stage for a long time. The price is sky high. But now, all you need is an oil painting, and everything can be free. Ding! Random mission, Ivan's deal. Ivan loves painting so much that he is willing to make a watch for free in exchange for a painting. Please make your choice, host. Option 1, agree to the deal, reward 100 million coins, Ivan Alpa's favorability plus 50. Choice 2, refuse the deal, and you will be rewarded with a Riverview apartment worth hundreds of millions, and Su Tingting's favorability plus 100. Chapter 16 rewards you with a large flat with Riverview. After the system option appeared in Shinhao's mind, Shinhao had already made a choice. I choose the second option. What Shinhao cares about is not the reward given by the system. But before painting the picture, Shinhao had already promised to give this painting to Su Tingting. Mr. Shin, please agree to it quickly. Seeing that Shinhao had fallen silent, Su Tingting felt anxious. A painting in exchange for a watch worth tens of millions, in Su Tingting's opinion it was totally worth it. Mr. Shin, please agree to it quickly. This deal is worth it. Gu Yuan on the side was also urging Shinhao to agree to Ivan Alpa's deal. In the opinion of Gu Yuan and Su Tingting, Shinhao would definitely agree to Ivan Alpa's deal. But what they didn't expect was that Shinhao actually shook his head and rejected the deal. I'm sorry, Mr. Ivan, I can't agree to this deal. Shinhao shook his head slightly and said, I can't give you this painting. As soon as Shinhao finished speaking, Gu Yuan and Su Tingting both looked at him in surprise. They didn't understand why Shinhao rejected this seemingly profitable deal. In the video, Ivan was also very confused. Mr. Shin, is my bid too low? I can raise the price. Mr. Shin, I really like this painting. How much? Mr. Shin, tell me a price and I will definitely buy it. Shinhao's face was calm and he said softly, Mr. Ivan, this is not a matter of money. But I have already promised to give this painting to someone else. Ivan Arpa was stunned when he heard this, and a look of regret appeared on his face. Oh, that's such a pity. Ivan Arpa said unwillingly, Mr. Shin, your painting skills have impressed me. I hope you can contact me when your work comes out again. Shinhao smiled and nodded when he heard this, sure. After leaving contact information with each other, Shinhao hung up the video call directly. Mr. Shin, why did you reject this deal? It's such a pity. Gu Yuan looked at Shinhao, very puzzled by Shinhao's actions. Su Tingting on the side also looked at Shinhao with confusion, wanting to know why Shinhao did this. I've already told you, this painting is a gift. Shinhao shrugged and spoke casually. Send it to someone? Gu Yuan and Su Tingting looked at each other and said, Mr. Shin just created this painting. How could he say he was giving it away as a gift? Shinhao chuckled when he heard this and looked up at Su Tingting, who had a confused look on her face. Have you forgotten? The material for this painting is still yours. I told you before I started painting, I'll give it to you once it's finished. Su Tingting opened her mouth wide when she heard that. She remembered that Shinhao had indeed said this. The next second Su Tingting reacted and said anxiously, Mr. Shin, I didn't know your painting skills were so high before. And this painting is so valuable. If I had known this, I would never have agreed to it. Su Tingting lowered her head, her tone a little depressed. Su Tingting thought that it was because of her that Shinhao lost a large sum of money, so she felt particularly guilty. A smile appeared on Shinhao's lips, and he raised his hand and patted Su Tingting's shoulder. Don't let your imagination run wild. To me, it's just a painting. Since I said I would give it to you, I must give it to you. Gu Yuan stood aside and sighed with emotion. Hey! I really admire Mr. Shin's realm. Turning to look at Su Tingting, who still felt a little guilty, Gu Yuan said, Xiao Su, just accept it. Just like Mr. Shin said, this painting is worth a fortune to us, but to Mr. Shin, it is just a casual stroke of his hand. And do you think Mr. Shin, with his ability, would care about the tens of millions of watchmaking costs? After Gu Yuan's persuasion, Su Tingting raised her head and looked at Shinhao again. Mr. Shin, you really won't blame me? Shinhao smiled slightly when he heard this. Of course not. On the contrary, I would like to thank you for lending me the materials for the oil painting. Su Tingting grinned, revealing a cute little canine tooth. Mr. Shin, it is my greatest fortune to be able to lend you oil painting materials. Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Host, please choose the location where the property certificate for the large Riverview flat is issued. Shinhao pondered for a moment, then said in his mind, put it on the passenger seat of my sports car. Ding! The rewards have been distributed, please check. At this moment, in the parking lot of Florence Commercial Street, a bright red property certificate appeared on the passenger seat of a luxury supercar. At the same time, Su Tingting's gaze towards Shinhao also changed. The eyes are rolling and colorful. Mr. Shin, this Patek Philippe you customized will take some time to arrive. Gu Yuan looked at Shinhao and said respectfully, we will notify you as soon as the goods arrive. Shinhao nodded and said, okay, I'll wait for your notification. When Shinhao left the Patek Philippe store, Gu Yuan and Su Tingting breathed a sigh of relief. The two looked at each other, both feeling that it was unrealistic. Today's events are so dreamy. Su Tingting opened her mouth and murmured. Yes. Gu Yuan sighed, then looked at Su Tingting with envy. I didn't expect you to receive such a valuable painting. If it's sold, there should be a lot of money, right? Upon hearing this, Su Tingting quickly opened her arms and stood in front of the oil painting. Like a little tigress guarding her food. This was given to me by Mr. Shin. I won't sell it for any amount of money. Gu Yuan was well versed in the ways of the world. He saw some clues and just smiled and left. Su Tingting turned around and looked carefully at the oil painting painted by Shinhao, and a blush slowly rose on her cheeks. Oh, by the way, I have to send it to my cousin and make her jealous. Su Tingting took out her cell phone, took a few photos of the oil painting, and sent them directly to her cousin Su Wanqing. Sister Wanqing, do you think this oil painting is beautiful? Beep beep beep. Just a moment later, Su Tingting's phone rang with a series of notification sounds. Oh my god! This painting is so amazing. Absolutely a masterpiece. Tingting, where did you see it? It looks like it was just created. Tell me quickly, I want to go and worship. After Su Tingting finished reading all the messages, her eyes became even more curved with a smile. Hee, Sister Wanqing, this painting was given to me by someone else. Are you envious? Drop. What? Such a valuable masterpiece was just given away? Tingting, where are you? I'll be there soon. Chapter 17 Thompson Epine welcomes you. Florence Commercial Street parking lot. Shinhao pressed the car key in his hand, and the scissor door of the supercar slowly opened. Sitting in the driver's seat, Shinhao saw the red real estate certificate on the passenger seat at a glance. Opening the property certificate, Shinhao saw clearly the address of the house written on it. Room 5901, Building 1, Lane 28, Shichiao Road, Pudong New Area, Shanghai. It's actually here. When Shinhao saw the address on the property certificate, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. The residential area where the house is located is called Thompson Epine. It is definitely the top and most valuable community in Haihu City. The selling price of more than 200,000 yuan per square meter is enough to make ordinary people despair. Shinhao's room number 5901 is the best building in the Thompson Epine community. The home is in a great location with great views from inside to outside. The vast river flows like a jade belt, and most of Haihu City can be seen. With a usable area of 800 square meters, it has everything you need, including a swimming pool, bar, cinema, game room, etc. If it were the old Shinhao, he would never have dared to even think about owning a house like this. But for Shinhao now, it is just a reward for a random task. Boom! The sports car started, and Shinhao couldn't wait to see his own house. Shanghai Pudong New Area, Lujiazui Financial Center. Located in the most prosperous area of Haihu City, it is definitely not an exaggeration to describe this place as every inch of land is worth a lot of money. Countless people sweat and work hard day and night just to have a foothold here. The Thompson Epine community, standing tall over the river, is definitely the paradise they long for. Hello everyone. Today Fox will show you the most expensive residential area in Haihu City. In front of the gate of Thompson Epine community, Anchor Fox was holding up the live broadcast equipment and interacting with fans in the live broadcast room. In the live broadcast room, barrages of comments were refreshed rapidly. Front row. The fox is still so beautiful. What's so bright about it? That's flirty. Slurp. Here it comes. Here it comes. I heard that Fox had to communicate with the community property for a long time before he could go in and broadcast live. The most expensive residential complex in Shanghai, I can't wait. The beautiful anchor fox looked at the popularity in the live broadcast room, and the smile on her face became even sweeter. It seems that the live broadcast was quite effective this time, and I should be able to gain some fans. Let's go, I'll take you into the community now. As soon as the fox walked to the gate of the community, a uniformed security guard stopped it. Hello, ma'am. Non-residents are not allowed to enter this community. The fox nodded when he heard this, took out a magnetic card and handed it to the security guard. I know. I have already communicated with the property management and they agreed to let me enter the community to broadcast live. The security guard took the magnetic card, swiped it in front of the access control system, and was prompted to pass. You can go in, but only for 2 hours, and you need to abide by the live broadcast regulations. Fox Pen made an OK gesture and said, I understand, I will definitely abide by the rules. The security guard opened the gate of the community and was about to let people in when a luxury supercar stopped in front of the community. Seeing this, the fox stopped and aimed the live camera at the sports car. Wow, Ferrari LaFerrari! Fox exclaimed, as expected, this is the most expensive neighborhood. Luxury cars can be seen everywhere. In the live broadcast room, a group of fans saw this cool bright red sports car and began to discuss it enthusiastically. This car is so cool. I really want one. TSK. This car must be worth tens of millions, right? The owner of the car should be a resident of this community, right? Damn rich people. The security guard walked up to the sports car, saw Xinhao sitting in the driver's seat, and saluted respectfully. Hello, sir. No one from outside this community is allowed to enter. Xinhao sat in the sports car, looked at the security guard and said, I am the owner of this community. The security guard was startled when he heard this and said in confusion, but your car is not registered in the community's database. Xinhao explained, I just bought the house and this is my first time here, so I haven't registered yet. The security guard showed a look of realization on his face. Sir, please show me your property certificate and ID card. I need to verify it. Wait a moment. Xinhao found the property certificate and ID card and handed them to the security guard. Please verify them. The security guard took the property certificate and ID card, saluted, and returned to the security room. The fox stood aside and saw the scene, knowing that this was a new resident in the community. After a moment, the security guard walked out of the security room quickly and came to the front of the sports car. Hello sir, your information has been verified. Tangchen Yipin welcomes you. After saying that, the security guard returned Xinhao's ID. Boom! The sports car started and drove into the community under the respectful gaze of the security guard. Let's go and see the scenery inside the community. The fox held the live broadcast equipment and wandered around the community. It's worthy of being the most expensive neighborhood. The greenery and environment here are really great. Look, there's a patch of grass there. It should be a golf course, right? The fox pointed the camera in one direction and spoke excitedly. And there's a lake. And there are peacocks, it's awesome. As the live camera moved, the scenery in the community also fell into the eyes of fans. 666, a golf course is built in a community. This is the first time I've seen one. Awesome. Is this the most expensive neighborhood? The life of rich people is unimaginable. We raise chickens in our community, and this community raises peacocks. That's the difference. I've learned a lot. After walking around for a while, the fox decided to look elsewhere. Fans, is there any place you want to go? Send me your comments. In an instant, the barrage in the live broadcast room was refreshed frantically. Garden. Playground. Underground garage. Let's go inside the building and take a look. Idiot, you're not allowed in the building. Fox looked at the comments in the live broadcast room, hesitated for a moment and said, then let's go to the underground garage. There should be a lot of luxury cars there. Fox will take you to see them now. Underground garage. Xinhao drove around several times before he found a parking space. It was not because he was lost, but because Xinhao's house had 4 parking spaces. There were 4 parking spaces in a row, and Shinhao didn't react at first. After parking the car, a strange look appeared in Shinhao's eyes. A parking space like this is enough to park the car sideways. It is definitely good news for female drivers. At this moment, the fox also walked into the underground garage. Wow! There really are so many luxury cars. Lamborghini, Maserati, Bentley. The fox looked at the vehicles parked in the garage and couldn't help but exclaimed repeatedly. Ha! Ferrari LaFerrari? Isn't this the car of the new owner just now? Chapter 18 rewards master-level piano skills. In the underground garage, Shinhao walked out of the sports car and took out a bag of clothes from the trunk. The fox saw Shinhao's back from afar and his eyes suddenly lit up. He hasn't left yet? Perhaps. An idea popped into the fox's mind. Fans, maybe we can ask him to take us inside the building. The fans in the live broadcast room heard the fox's whispers and immediately became lively. Fox is great, this move is awesome. Good idea. This person is also the new householder, he should agree. If it doesn't work, the fox can show off, hee. Get lost, the fox is mine. Go, go, go. The fox is going to chat up with him, he's going upstairs. Shinhao closed the car door and was about to go upstairs to see his new house. Sir, please wait a moment. A greeting from behind made Shinhao stop. Turning around, Shinhao looked at the beautiful anchor running towards him. What can I do for you? When the fox saw Shinhao's face, a strange light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Wow! What a handsome boy! Oh my god! This is what a real tall, rich and handsome guy looks like, right? So young, handsome, and so rich, I love it. Damn it! Jealousy is tearing me apart. Jealousy has distorted me beyond recognition. This is an Armani bag. Did you just come back from shopping? In the live broadcast room, a group of fans saw Shinhao's appearance and were immediately outraged. That's right, I'm an anchor. The fox stood in front of Shinhao, looking a little reserved. I want to go upstairs to have a live tour. Can you take me up there? Shinhao frowned slightly when he heard this and asked, Can't you go up by yourself? The fox shook his head and explained, I'm not the owner of this place, so I can't go up there. And the people who live here are either rich or noble, and they all value privacy. Without the owner's consent, the property management company won't allow me to go live and film. The fox raised his eyes to look at Shinhao, pouting and begging, I know that little brother is a new resident, can you take me to visit your house? Please. Just as Shinhao was about to answer, the voice in his mind startled him slightly. Ding! Random mission, the beautiful outdoor anchor's plea. Faced with the beautiful anchor's request, please make a choice. Choice 1, agree to come to my house, and be rewarded with 20% equity of Domo Live and master-level piano skills. Choice 2, refuse to come, get a reward of 80 million coins, and spend a night with the beautiful anchor. I choose the first option. Shinhao made his choice in his mind. The live streaming circle is very complicated now, Shinhao dare not do anything rash. Shinhao raised his eyes and looked at the fox. He saw that the fox looked quite pitiful with a pleading look on its face. Okay, come up with me. Real? Great. The little brother is so handsome. The fox didn't expect Shinhao to agree to him so easily, and he jumped up excitedly. Following Shinhao into the elevator, Fox looked at the elevator control panel with some confusion. Why does this elevator only go to one floor? Fans in the live broadcast room also noticed the abnormality of the elevator. However, some fans who understood the situation were immediately shocked and quickly posted comments to explain. This is a private elevator. The elevator goes directly into the house, awesome. I know that in ordinary communities, only the top-ranked residents can enjoy this kind of treatment. Fox, ask if his room number is 5901? The King of Thompson 1 is room 5901. Hiss. Thompson's first-class building king? I can't imagine it. It turns out this guy is the real boss. Fox saw the comments in the live broadcast room and took a deep breath. The look he gave Shinhao again was filled with shock. Little brother, what's your room number? Shinhao said, I remember it was 5901, right? What's wrong? The fox's eyes widened instantly when he heard it, and he said in shock, is it really the king of buildings? Little brother, you bought the best building in the community. Shinhao chuckled and said casually, I don't know either. I just bought it randomly at that time. Gulp. Bought it randomly? Hearing this, the fox felt a little unhappy. If you have money, you can do whatever you want. Bite. The elevator made a slight beep and stopped steadily. Let's go. Shinhao took the lead and stepped out of the elevator. Is this big? When you enter the house through the elevator, the first thing you see is a huge living room. Shiny floors, high-end sofa seats, dazzling lamps, and a whole wall of transparent floor-to-ceiling windows. Every corner of the living room dazzled the fox. In the live broadcast room, a group of fans were stunned at first, and then started to go crazy. Oh my god! Such a big living room! It's like a small square. TSK, I've learned a lot. Wow! I like that floor-to-ceiling window the most. I can see most of Haihu City. Didn't we just buy this house? How come it's already been renovated? Idiot upstairs. Do you think a mansion like this is still a rough house? 666, it must be a fine decoration, otherwise why is it so expensive? At least 200,000 per square meter. Looking at this scale, it must be no less than 200 million. Shinhao walked into the room with a calm expression and threw the bag in his hand on the sofa in the living room. Turning around, he looked at the fox, who was still standing at the elevator entrance in a daze. What are you still standing there for? Isn't this a live broadcast? Let's go around. Shinhao's voice reached the fox's ears, waking the fox up from its shock. Ah. Okay. Holding the live broadcast equipment, Fox followed Shinhao cautiously and walked around the room. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. The rewards have been distributed, please check. The next second, a message flowed through Shinhao's heart. The structure and origin of the piano. World-famous piano repertoire. The speed and weight of the playing technique. Improved note sensitivity. Improved flexibility of hands. Improve the ability to appreciate piano music. Shinhao is rapidly absorbing all the knowledge and skills about piano. Swimming pool, mini bar, movie theater, game room, nanny room. Wow, this house is so big. Little brother, how many square meters is this house? The fox's screams kept coming to Shinhao's ears. The usable area should be about 800 square meters. Shinhao answered as he walked, his eyes falling on a piano in the leisure area. Suddenly, a sense of familiarity arose in Shinhao's heart. Seeing the piano is like meeting an old friend. Walking to the piano, Shinhao raised his hand and stroked the black and white keys. Ding ding ding. The clear sound of the piano echoed in the empty room. Chapter 19, Title Deeds covering the coffee table. When the fox saw Shinhao sitting in front of the piano, he couldn't help but speak out of curiosity. Little brother, can you play the piano? Shinhao placed his hands on the piano keys and said softly, I've done some research on this. It's a Steinway grand piano with a clear sound and a wide range. But it's not the top series. The market price is probably around 1 million, which is not good. As soon as Shinhao finished speaking, a series of 660 CXS suddenly appeared on the screen of the live broadcast room. Brother, you are awesome. Your research is so thorough. Is there anyone who knows? Explain it. I'm 20 centimeters. I'm telling you, the boss is right. As expected of a big shot, a piano worth 1 million is not good enough. I'm crying. I bought a $20,000 piano the other day. It's gorgeous. The fox took a deep breath and calmed the sour emotions in his heart. Little brother, why don't you play a song? I'm live streaming right now, so I'll give my fans a treat. After hearing this, Shinhao couldn't help wanting to play a song. Okay then. Shinhao nodded. But don't laugh at me if I don't play it well. In the live broadcast room, barrages of comments took off. Don't worry, boss, we will definitely hold back our laughter. You talk a lot, but I don't know how to get started. I'm a level 10 pianist, let me be the judge. Even though I don't play the piano, I still have no problem appreciating it. Boss, please start your show. Shinhao placed his hands on the black and white piano keys. At this moment, Shinhao's eyes were focused on nothing else except the piano in front of him. An inexplicable charm emanated from Shinhao. It's like... The moment I went on stage to perform, the whole world fell silent. Bite. Ding ding dong. Ding dong. The notes seemed like cheerful elves, jumping into everyone's ears one by one. Accompanied by the clear and melodious piano music, everyone seemed to be in a vast and empty world. The bright moonlight shines on the beautiful Lake Lucerne. A lonely boat, accompanied by the breeze, swayed in everyone's heart. Bite. As the last note fell, the piano sound in the room slowly dissipated. But everyone was still immersed in the illusion created by the piano music and couldn't wake up for a long time. The live broadcast room seemed to be in dead silence, without a single comment passing by. After a long time, a barrage of comments finally broke the dead silence. I just want to say, it's awesome. As if it had triggered a chain reaction, barrages of comments poured in like a tsunami. Oh my god, is he a god? I seem to see moonlight, lake water, and boats. What about you? Me too. What kind of divine piano skill is this? I think even the world's most famous pianists can't play as well as him. Where's the judge who's a grade 10 pianist? Come out and give some comments. I've already smashed my own piano, thanks. You mean don't laugh if you don't play well? I feel like I'm the joke. I'm sorry, it's us who lowered the average of humanity. Record the screen quietly and post it on the Douyin platform. The person above is too sneaky, pass me a copy. The fox stared at Shenhao's back in a daze, completely immersed in the sound of Shenhao's piano. Hey, how's my playing? Shenhao turned around and saw that the fox was a little dazed, so he couldn't help but ask. Ah! The fox was startled and finally came to his senses. You play, well. Apart from this word, Fox couldn't think of any other words to describe Shenhao's piano playing. As he was talking, a funny video was sent to the platform. The content of the video is Shenhao turning his back to everyone, with his hands jumping on the piano keys. An intoxicating sound then rang out melodiously. As expected, as soon as this video appeared, it was liked and forwarded crazily at an exponential rate. At this moment, Shenhao had no idea what a sensation his piano piece had caused. In the living room, Shenhao poured a glass of water for the fox. You've finished touring the room. Would you like some water? I'll pour you a glass. Okay, thank you, little brother. The fox agreed with a smile. By the way, little brother, can I see your property certificate? I want to see what's different about the property certificate of a luxury home. Shenhao was pouring water for the fox. Hearing this, he smiled and said, what difference can it make? Look if you want. Look for it. I put it in the bag with clothes. Fox showed a look of surprise on his face, and said to the fans in the live broadcast room, hee hee. Let's see what's different about the real estate certificate of the luxury house. In the bag, let me look. The fans in the live broadcast room also began to look forward to it at this moment, staring at the screen in front of them. Fox took the bag of Shenhao's clothes and said in surprise, why is it so heavy? Reaching in, the fox pulled out a red certificate. This is it, open it and take a look. When the fox opened the certificate, he was stunned. Property certificate for shop number 01, Florence Commercial Street? This is not a property certificate. The fox subconsciously put the shop ownership certificate aside, and then took out a red certificate from the bag. Property certificate for shop number 02, Florence Commercial Street. Gulp. The fox swallowed nervously and murmured subconsciously, no way? Could it be that this bag is full of? Then one copy. Another one. Property certificate for the shop at number 13 Florence Commercial Street. Property certificate for the shop at number 25 Florence Commercial Street. Property certificate for the shop at number 34 Florence Commercial Street. Property certificate for the shop at number 50 Florence Commercial Street. A total of 50 shop ownership certificates were placed on the coffee table in the living room. The fox looked at the property certificates covering the entire coffee table and suddenly became dazed and almost fainted. I'm crazy, really. I'm actually hallucinating. All the property rights certificates for the entire Florence Commercial Street are here. The fox had a confused look in his eyes and was muttering to himself. I have fallen into deep self-doubt. In Fox's live broadcast room, countless fans were also suspecting that they were seeing hallucinations. Snap. I slapped myself and it hurt a little. Oh my goodness. The property rights of a whole street of shops. Awesome crass. Are these all from the same person? I can see clearly that the owner of the property rights is Shenhao. So the boss's name is Shenhao. A mouthful of blood spurted onto the screen. Why is God so unfair to us? I'm cracked. I don't dare to be jealous anymore, really. He is so hopeless. Shinhao poured a glass of water and came back just in time to see the property certificate of a coffee table. Hey! Why did you take all these out? Didn't you find the property certificate? Fox shook his head subconsciously when he heard that, and then looked at Shinhao in shock. Are these all shop property certificates? Shinhao slapped his forehead and said, I forgot that the clothes bag couldn't hold it, so I put the property certificate in the shoe bag. I'll find it for you and see if there's anything different. The fox looked at Shinhao with a strange expression, and said sadly and helplessly, this is not the point. Chapter 20, Dome OS second largest shareholder. Shinhao took out the property certificate from the bag, and then casually threw it on the coffee table covered with shop ownership certificates. Look, it's just an ordinary real estate certificate, nothing special. The fox looked down at the shop ownership certificate on the coffee table, as well as the real estate certificate on top, and suddenly he seemed to see a mountain of gold. In Fox's live broadcast room, a group of netizens and fans were shocked by Shinhao's actions and were speechless. After a long time, the fox turned his gaze away from the coffee table. Looking up at Shinhao, the fox said with mixed feelings, Brother Shinhao, I want to thank you. Thank me? You're welcome. I'm just bringing you up for a tour. Shinhao was slightly startled, thinking that the fox was thanking her for bringing her upstairs. No, not this. The fox shook his head and said, I thank you because you made me doubt life. It turns out that the gap between people is really that big. A shining banner passed by Fox's live broadcast room. Black Cat Sheriff arrives in the live broadcast room. People who are familiar with Domo know that this ID name is the exclusive ID of Chenhu, the general manager of Domo. Oh my god. Welcome Mr. Chen to the live broadcast room. Fox, why don't you kneel down to greet him? The sheriff is here? Is he here to see Boss Shinhao as well? I always feel like there's going to be something interesting to watch. Shock. Are the two big guys fighting each other? Fox was also surprised when he saw Chenhu, the general manager of Funny Cat, coming to the live broadcast room. Hello, Mr. Chen, welcome. In the live broadcast room, Chenhu ignored the fox and sent out two barrages in succession. Hello, Mr. Shin, I am Chenhu, the general manager of Domo. I just called you but couldn't get through, so I had no choice but to meet you this way. When these two comments were uttered, all the fans in the live broadcast room were shocked. Mr. Chen, the cat funny, actually call Shinhao you. Shinhao saw Chenhu's comments and said in a daze, my phone is set to block calls from strangers. What does Mr. Chen want to see me about? As soon as Shinhao finished speaking, a barrage of comments appeared in the live broadcast room. About Mr. Shin's acquisition of 20% of the shares of the Domo live streaming platform. Mr. Shin has now become the second largest shareholder of Domo, so I need to contact you to discuss in detail. After seeing this comment, Shinhao remembered that in addition to rewarding him with master-level piano skills, the system also rewarded him with 20% of Domo's shares. So that's what? I will cancel the stranger calls. Mr. Chen, please call me. Okay Mr. Shin, I'll contact you later. In the live broadcast room, Chen, who heard Shinhao's reply, sent a barrage of comments, and then exited the room. As soon as Chen Hu left, the live broadcast room suddenly became lively. Acquired 20% of Domo's shares. Well, boss is awesome. Domo is now estimated to be worth tens of billions, so 20% would be more than 2 billion. Hiss. Fox, this is the real boss, kneel down and lick him. Fox stared at Shinhao closely, and asked nervously, Brother Shinhao, are you really the second largest shareholder of Domo? Shinhao's face was calm when he heard this, and he said softly, if Mr. Chen is right, then it should be. The fox felt dizzy and took a few deep breaths before he came back to his senses from the shock. The fox opened his mouth but didn't say anything to Shinhao. The gap in status was so huge that the fox didn't know how to face Shinhao. It's getting late. I'll leave first. The fox stood up, a look of embarrassment on his face. Hello, boss. Goodbye, boss. After saying that, the fox turned and walked towards the elevator at the door. Bite. As the elevator door closed, the fox leaned against the wall and her body went limp. Phew, fans, luckily I walked fast. Fox turned the live camera towards himself and said in a self-deprecating tone, otherwise I'm really afraid that I'll collapse in the room and won't be able to get out. After resting for a while, the fox stood up straight. Fans, I have to go off the air. Today's shock is too great for me. I need to be quiet. As soon as he finished speaking, Fox closed the live broadcast room. Fox's live broadcast room has gone dark, but there are still many fans and netizens who have not left. It's only now that I know what a truly rich person is. I'm jealous, how about you? Let's go, I have to be quiet too. Let's go together. I want some quiet time, too. In the room, Shinhao looked at the shop ownership certificate on a coffee table, thinking about finding something to put it away. After searching for a long time, Shinhao still didn't see anything suitable. When Shinhao saw his newly bought shoes, his eyes lit up. This packaging box is perfect for holding the title deed. When Shinhao put the property certificate into the shoebox, his cell phone rang. Hello, who is this? Shinhao asked. Hello, Mr. Shin, I am Chen Hu, the general manager of the Domo live broadcast platform. Chen Hu's voice was heard on the phone. Mr. Shin, I'm sorry to bother you. You suddenly acquired 20% of the platform's equity and became the second largest shareholder. So I would like to ask, what are your opinions on the development and management of the platform? Before Shinhao could answer, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Random mission, testing the cat-playing platform. General Manager Domo wants to test the host's attitude. Please make a choice. Choice 1, play the role of the second largest shareholder and participate in the development and management of the platform. You will be rewarded with +1 leadership temperament and +1 management ability. Choice 2, the real upper class people just pay dividends and make money without doing anything. Reward, +1 for noble temperament and +1 for ability to control subordinates. On the phone, Shenhu didn't hear Shinhao's answer, and his heart tightened. Shenhu was afraid that Shinhao would randomly participate in the platform's development and management initiatives, which would disrupt his own plans. Mr. Shin, are you listening? Hearing Shenhu's repeated question, Shinhao came back to his senses. Please rest assured, Mr. Chen, I will not be involved in the development and management of the platform. I only care about the platform's annual dividends. Shinhao's voice reached Chen Hu's ears through the mobile phone. Chen Hu's tense mood finally relaxed. Very good. Thank you, Mr. Shin, for your trust. The platform's annual dividends will definitely be deposited into Mr. Shin's account on time. After the call ended, Shinhao heard the sound of the system sending rewards in his mind. Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding! The rewards have been distributed. Please check. The next second, a lazy and noble temperament appeared on Shinhao's body. Just like a noble son of a family with a history of thousands of years, I accept the ups and downs of the world and take it all in stride. Chapter 21 Heartwarming Rewards. As it was getting close to getting off work, Shinhao drove from his residence to the Binhai building. Hello, Mr. Shin. Director Shin. Hello, Mr. Shin. Respectful greetings continued to reach Shinhao's ears. Wearing luxury brand items worth hundreds of thousands of dollars and returning to the place where he used to work, Shinhao's rate of turning heads increased several times. Arriving at the top floor of Binhai building, Shinhao walked to the chairman's office. Looking at the tightly closed office door, Shinhao raised his hand and knocked. Tuck, tuck. Come in. Lu Mengxi's clear and pleasant voice was heard in the office. Snap. Shinhao pushed the door open and saw Lu Mengxi, who was buried in his desk. General Manager, this is the document you requested. A smile flashed in Shinhao's eyes, and he spoke in a deliberately lowered voice. Just leave it there. As Lu Mengxi spoke, he looked up at the office door. When Lu Mengxi saw the figure standing at the door, he was stunned. At the door, Shinhao was wearing a well-fitting casual suit, exuding the temperament of a nobleman. Mr. Shin? Lu Mengxi quickly stood up, walked up to Shinhao and said with a smile, You come to tease me too? Shinhao smiled and said softly, Isn't this because I see you've been working all day, so I'm giving you some time to relax? Lu Mengxi stood beside Shinhao, looked up at Shinhao's handsome face, and her cheeks couldn't help but blush. Boss Shin, you are dressed so handsomely today, do you have a surprise for me? Lu Mengxi suppressed the strange emotions in her heart and said jokingly. Ding! Random mission, Lu Mengxi's surprise. Whether the beautiful secretary's surprise was intentional or deliberate, who can tell? Please make your choice, host. Option 1, surprises and all that, that's just a joke. The reward is a platinum Rolex watch worth 5 million. Choice 2, a true gentleman who can surprise you at any time. Reward Lu Mengshi with first blood. Hearing the choice given by the system in his mind, Shinhao's breathing inexplicably became a little heavier. Looking up at Lu Mengshi, Shinhao showed a hint of admiration in his eyes. With a stunning face and a perfect S-class figure, she is definitely a goddess. Surprises, of course. Shinhao smiled and spoke. Real? Upon hearing this, Lu Mengshi looked at Shinhao in surprise. I just said it casually, but I didn't expect Shinhao actually prepared a surprise. Shinhao handed the box in his hand to Lu Mengshi. Here, the surprise is inside. Lu Mengshi took the box, took a look at it and couldn't help being a little stunned. Is this a shoebox? Lu Mengshi opened the box with doubt, but the things inside were not the shoes she expected. But it was a box full of red certificates. He took out the certificates and placed them on the desk. Lu Mengshi glanced at them and his eyes widened. Mr. Shin, are all these shop ownership certificates yours? Shinhao nodded and said softly, there is also a property certificate. There are too many shops and we have to collect rent, which makes management difficult. Shinhao said with a hint of impatience, it's just right for me to let you manage it. I feel relieved. Seeing Lu Mengshi's stunned expression, Shinhao couldn't help but smile and said, how is it? Are you surprised? I really am. Lu Mengshi came back to his senses and said helplessly, surprised and happy. He. Shinhao chuckled, then reached out and put his arms around Lu Mengshi's soft and slender waist. Don't be unhappy. If you want, you can add your name to that property deed. Shinhao pointed at the property certificate on the desk and said with a smile. Lu Mengshi was stunned for a long while before she came to her senses and quickly broke free from Shinhao's arms. Boss Shin, it's time to get off work. Didn't you say we should have dinner together? Let's go. Lu Mengshi lowered her head slightly, her cheeks flushed, and spoke irrelevantly. Ding. The random task is over and the reward is being sent. Ding. The reward will be sent tonight, please check it. The system's voice sounded in Shinhao's mind. With a smile on his face, Shinhao looked at Lu Mengshi and said, let's go and find a place to eat first. The Bund in Shanghai. Here are some of the best restaurants in Haihu City. Outside the Faberlin Jazz restaurant, a luxurious sports car slowly stopped. Shinhao and Lu Mengshi stepped out of the car. Mengshi? A voice with a hint of surprise sounded from not far away. Shinhao turned around when he heard the voice and saw a thin young man looking at Lu Mengshi with surprise. Qian Tianhao? Lu Mengshi looked at the man, a hint of disgust in her eyes. Subconsciously looking up at Shinhao, Lu Mengshi explained in a low voice, Boss Shin, his name is Qian Tianhao, and he was the vice president of my previous company. Qian Tianhao walked up to Lu Mengshi with great joy and said excitedly, Mengshi, I finally see you again. I missed you so much. Why did you resign without saying anything? Lu Mengshi frowned slightly and said in a cold tone, Qian Tianhao, don't talk so close, we are not that familiar. Besides, whether I resign or not is none of your business. Qian Tianhao's face froze slightly, and he smiled awkwardly and said, Mengshi, we have worked together for 3 years, how can we say we are not familiar with each other? Mengshi, are you coming here to eat too? This Faberlin Jazz restaurant is the top restaurant in Haihu City. Qian Tianhao shifted his gaze to Shinhao, and a hint of jealousy flashed in his eyes. It's not just because of Shinhao's handsomeness and noble temperament, but also because of Lu Mengshi's obviously friendly attitude. Mengshi, who is he? Lu Mengshi raised her hand and held Shinhao's arm, saying softly, he is my boyfriend. Stay away from me from now on. Qian Tianhao's face changed when he heard this, and a deep look of jealousy flashed in his eyes. Impossible. He can't be your boyfriend. You've never been in love, have you? Lu Mengshi leaned close to Shinhao and said to Qian Tianhao in a cold voice, do you understand me well? Go away. After saying that, Lu Mengshi turned to look at Shinhao and said gently, hubby, let's go. I'm hungry. Shinhao nodded, a smile appeared on his lips, and he said softly, okay. Shinhao and Lu Mengshi ignored Qian Tianhao and walked straight to the Faberlin Jazz restaurant. Qian Tianhao stood there with a gloomy look on his face. I don't believe it. Lu Mengshi must be lying to me. Looking up at the backs of Shinhao and Lu Mengshi, Qian Tianhao quickly followed them. As soon as they entered the restaurant, the waiter standing at the door stopped Shinhao and Lu Mengshi. Hello, sir and madam, please show us your appointment letter. The waiter's words startled Shinhao slightly. Appointment letter? Shinhao didn't know that this restaurant required reservations in advance. Ha ha. You don't know that this restaurant requires reservations, do you? Xian Tianhao's mocking voice sounded behind Shen Hao. Xian Tianhao took out an exquisite card and waved it in front of Shen Hao. Did you see it? This is the best restaurant in Haihu City. You need to make an appointment 3 months in advance. You thought it was a roadside food stall, come whenever you want. Chapter 22 Restaurant Owner, Shen Hao. There are so many people who want to come to this top-notch restaurant. But they only serve 10 guests a day, and reservations must be made 3 months in advance. Xian Tianhao first praised the Farberlin Jazz restaurant. Then he looked Shen Hao up and down and said with disdain, "Why don't you come here without making an appointment in advance? You look like a bumpkin at first glance." Turning to look at Lu Mengshi, Xian Tianhao smacked his lips and said, "Mengshi, I have to doubt your vision. You want a guy like this as your boyfriend? Ha, it must be fake." Lu Mengshi tightened her grip on Shen Hao's arm and was about to scold Xian Tianhao. Shen Hao patted the back of Lu Mengshi's hand and said with a smile, "Let me do it." Lu Mengshi hesitated for a moment, nodded and stopped talking. Shen Hao raised his eyes to look at Xian Tianhao, who looked smug, with a playful smile on his lips. "Do I need to make a reservation to come to this restaurant?" Xian Tianhao shook the appointment letter in his hand and sneered, "Of course. Who among the upper-class people in Haihu City doesn't know that? Only a country bumpkin like you doesn't know." Xian Tianhao looked at Shen Hao with a smug look on his face. It was as if a small appointment letter had widened the gap in status between the two. Ding! Random mission, the clown's taunt. Faced with the cynicism of a clown, please make a choice, host. Choice 1, ignore, reward 1 billion coins and a restaurant invitation. Choice 2, slap in the face, reward for master cooking skills and ownership of jazz restaurant Faberlin. Shen Hao made his choice without hesitation. He. Shen Hao chuckled, "Do you believe it or not, I can go in and eat without a reservation letter?" Xian Tianhao sneered when he heard this, "You can try and see if the security guards will kick you out." "The security will definitely come out, but they won't attack me, they'll attack you." Shen Hao looked at Xian Tianhao indifferently, as if he was looking at a clown performing a comedy on the stage. Xian Tianhao looked at Shen Hao in astonishment, as if he had heard some unbelievable news. "Blast me? I have an appointment letter. How could Faberlin chase me away?" Shen Hao sneered when he heard this, and said calmly, "Because I'm here. Not only today, but every day from now on, you can't eat in this restaurant." Ha 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 ha. Xian Tianhao suddenly burst into laughter. "Crazy, I think you are really crazy. You think you are the owner of this restaurant." Shen Hao's eyes flashed, "You will know soon." Turning his head to look at the waiter at the restaurant door, Shen Hao waved his hand. "Go, get the general manager of your restaurant." The waiter was startled when he heard this, and said in a deep voice, "Sir, if you don't have a reservation letter, even if we call the manager, we won't allow you to enter the restaurant for dinner." Shen Hao stared at the waiter with his eyes, and a majestic aura emerged from his body. "Didn't you understand what I said? Call the general manager." Under Shen Hao's gaze, the waiter's body trembled subconsciously. "Well, okay, sir, please wait a moment." After saying that, the waiter turned and ran into the restaurant. Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. The next second, a stream of information emerged in Shen Hao's mind. Cooking techniques for various dishes. Material selection and matching. Balanced diet. Knife skills and fire control. Shen Hao quickly absorbed all the knowledge about cooking. Ding! The rewards have been distributed, please check. Day. There was a sound of footsteps coming from the restaurant. A middle-aged man in a neat suit and with a calm temperament walked towards me. Galia Harris, General Manager of Jazz Restaurant Faberlin. General Manager, this gentleman wants to see you. The waiter raised his hand, pointed at Shen Hao, and spoke to Galia Harris. Galia Harris looked at Shen Hao and said in a deep voice, "Sir, please know one thing. Our restaurant has a rule that if you want to dine in, you must have a reservation. If you don't have a reservation letter, then I'm sorry, we at Faberlin Jazz Restaurant will not accept you." Ha ha ha, did you hear that? Xian Tianhao looked at Shen Hao smugly, "No one will be received without an appointment letter." Shen Hao ignored the complacent Xian Tianhao, but took out his ID card and handed it to Galia Harris. "Take a look." Galia Harris took the ID card in confusion, looked at it for a moment and then his face changed. Shen Hao. Just now, Galia Harris received a message. The Faberlin Jazz Restaurant has changed its owner, and the new owner's name is Shen Hao. When Shinhao saw Galia's expression, he realized that he already knew his identity. Now, can I come in? Shen Tianhao, who was standing by, sneered when he heard this. Keep pretending. The security guards will kick you out in a moment. But what Shen Tianhao never expected was that Galia Harris not only did not chase him away, but instead bent down with a look of respect. Hello, boss. Please come in. Upon hearing this, Shinhao nodded calmly, casually put his arm around the dazed Lu Mengxi, and walked into the restaurant. Boss? He is actually the owner of the restaurant? Shen Tianhao looked at Shinhao in disbelief. How is this possible? Turning to look at Galia Harris, Shen Tianhao shouted irrationally, Don't you have rules? No reservation letter will not be received. How can we let such a person in? Galia Harris frowned and looked at Shen Tianhao, and said in a cold tone, Please watch your words. Mr. Shen just now is the owner of this restaurant. Boss, come whenever you want. Do you need an appointment letter? Shinhao, who was walking into the restaurant, heard a quarrel behind him. Turning around, Shinhao told Galia Harris, By the way, put this person on the restaurant's blacklist. I don't want him in my restaurant. When Galia Harris heard Shinhao's order, he immediately bowed and responded. Yes, boss. Galia Harris looked up at Shen Tianhao, who was bewildered, and said coldly, Sir, please leave. You are not welcome in this restaurant. Shen Tianhao came to his senses. The turn of events had made him lose his mind. No. I won't leave. I have an appointment letter, you can't kick me out. Galia Harris's face turned cold and he called the security in the restaurant. Someone, kick him out. In the restaurant, Shinhao no longer paid attention to Shen Tianhao, who was being driven away in a panic, and invited Lu Mengxi to sit in the private seat. Handing the menu to Lu Mengxi, Shinhao said calmly, Order first and see what you want to eat. Lu Mengxi took the menu and looked at Shinhao with surprise. Mr. Shen, is this restaurant really yours? Shinhao nodded casually and said softly, I heard that the food in this restaurant is good, so I bought it. Chapter 23 Perfect Steak. The dreamy lights in the restaurant fell on Lu Mengxi, making her look even more beautiful. Lu Mengxi's beautiful eyes fell on Shinhao, and there seemed to be a gleam of light in her eyes. Mr. Shen. You are becoming more and more mysterious. I really can't understand you. Shinhao smiled slightly when he heard this. When you understand a person, that person will lose his appeal to you. Lu Mengxi smiled and said softly, Mr. Shen, I'm afraid I will never understand you in this lifetime. Blinking his eyes, Lu Mengxi smiled and said, Boss Shen, you are the owner of the restaurant. I must order the most expensive dish this time and make you bankrupt. Shinhao chuckled, Go ahead and order. After you order, I'll give you a surprise. Real? Lu Mengxi looked at Shinhao suspiciously and asked, What surprise? Shinhao pointed at the menu and said with a smile, Please order first. Lu Mengxi looked at the menu, pondered for a moment and said, Then let's have a Kobe marbled steak and a serving of truffles. After closing the menu, Lu Mengxi looked at Shinhao curiously, Now can you tell me what the surprise is? Shinhao smiled and said, The surprise is, I will cook the dishes you ordered for you myself. Lu Mengxi slowly opened her red lips and looked at Shinhao in disbelief. Boss Shen, are you cooking for us yourself? Certainly. Shinhao nodded as a matter of course, my cooking skills are at the master level. Lu Mengxi blinked and said with a slight smile, Then I'll have to wait and see. In addition to the classic and elegant dining area, the Faberlin restaurant also has an open kitchen. However, this open kitchen is generally used as decoration, and the actual cooking place is still in the back kitchen. Shinhao stood up from his seat and walked to the open kitchen. Boss. Galia Harris, who had been paying close attention to Shinhao, hurried to Shinhao's side. What do you want? Shinhao raised his hand and pointed at the open kitchen, asking, Can this kitchen be used? Galia Harris was slightly startled, then quickly replied, Of course, this is built according to kitchen standards. But when it was first built, it was just for decoration and has never been used. That's perfect. Shinhao said with a smile, I'll use this kitchen to cook 2 dishes. Go and tell the kitchen to get a top-grade steak and a portion of black truffle. Faced with Shinhao's request, Galia Harris dared not refuse. Okay, boss, please wait a moment. After a while, Galia came out from the kitchen and placed a steak and a portion of black truffle in the preparation area of the open kitchen. Shinhao looked at the steak and black truffles, and a look of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. All are top-quality materials. After preparing the ingredients and tools, Shinhao stood in front of the open kitchen, ready to start. Sitting in the dining area of the restaurant, you can clearly see what is going on in the open kitchen. The guests who were dining in the restaurant saw Shen Hao's actions and began to discuss in low voices. What does this person want to do? Cook? It's possible. This person knows how to play. You're crazy. How can the food you cook be better than the top chefs in the restaurant? Maybe this is what he likes. Let's see, maybe it's just nonsense. Standing in the kitchen, Shen Hao was immersed in the cooking knowledge rewarded by the system. The next second, Shen Hao moved. With a flash of knife light, Shen Hao cut a large piece of steak into palm-sized slices 1 finger thick. What a handsome knife skill! Galia Harris's eyes sparkled and he praised in his heart. But looking at Shen Hao's knife skills, they are no worse than those of the restaurant's top chefs. Turn on the fire and heat the grill plate. Pour olive oil. Boom! A flame rose in the open kitchen. Shen Hao's expression remained unchanged. He casually picked up a piece of cut steak and placed it on the grill. Swish! As the grease met the baking sheet, a faint aroma began to spread. In the flickering firelight, Shen Hao kept turning over a piece of steak. The guests in the dining area looked at Shen Hao one after another, their eyes gradually filled with shock. At this moment, simply cooking has become a pleasing thing. Who is this person? So awesome. I don't know why, but watching him cook is such a pleasure. Is this a new item launched by the restaurant? The aroma of the steak is so strong. It must be delicious. Manager, give me a steak like this too. I want to eat it too, it doesn't matter how much it costs. One of the guests stopped eating and looked at Shen Hao without blinking. Lu Mingxi sat on the chair, supporting her chin with both hands, and looked at Shen Hao with a strange look in her eyes. What a mysterious man! Lu Mingxi stared at Shen Hao and murmured. Grilled steak, black truffle vermicelli. 2 dishes with exquisite styles and rich aromas were presented to Shen Hao. All right. There was a look of satisfaction in Shen Hao's eyes. It was my first time cooking, but it turned out perfect. Signaling Galia Harris to bring 2 dishes, Shen Hao came to Lu Mingxi. Please enjoy it, Shen Hao said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingxi picked up the knife and fork and cut a small piece from the steak that looked like a work of art. Putting it in his mouth and chewing it gently, Lu Mingxi slowly closed his eyes. The next second, Lu Mingxi let out a satisfied nasal sound. After opening his eyes, Lu Mingxi looked at Shen Hao with shock in his eyes. Perfect. I've never had such delicious steak. Lu Mingxi said in admiration, even the cooking is so perfect. Mr. Shen, is there anything you don't know? The guests dining around stretched their necks to look at Shen Hao's table, with eager looks on their faces. Just by smelling the aroma of this steak, you can imagine how delicious it is. Manager. One of the guests couldn't help but stand up and said to Galia Harris, give me a steak like this, too. The rest of the guests followed suit and said, I want one too. I want two. And me. Galia Harris looked around with a bitter expression and said, I'm sorry, everyone, this restaurant cannot provide this steak. The guests showed dissatisfaction on their faces when they heard this, and said impatiently, just tell me, how much? I want this steak so badly. Money is not a problem for me. Manager, if it doesn't work, ask him to make one for me. Yes, let him make another one and I'll pay you double. A guest looked at Shen Hao and his eyes lit up. They thought Shen Hao was the restaurant's chef, so they wanted Shen Hao to fry a steak again. Faced with the requests of the guests, Galia Harris could only say helplessly, sorry, everyone. This gentleman is not a chef, but the owner of this restaurant. Chapter 24, First Blood Reward Obtained. I'm so full. Lu Mingxi leaned back in her chair and looked at Shen Hao with some resentment. It's all your fault. You made me eat so much. Why are you blaming me? It's obviously you who's greedy. Shen Hao chuckled and said. Why not blame you? Lu Mingxi rolled her eyes at Shen Hao and said angrily, it's because the food you cook is so delicious. Ha ha. Shen Hao laughed when he heard this, okay, now that we're full, let's go. Outside jazz restaurant Faberlin. Boom. The sports car started and rushed away like a beast. The restaurant's general manager Galia Harris bowed and respectfully saw Shen Hao off. This new boss is not simple. Lu Mingxi sat in the passenger seat of the sports car and looked at Shen Hao with strange eyes. Mr. Shen, where are we going next? Shen Hao smiled and said, I just bought a new house. I'll show you around. Lu Mingxi was silent for a moment, her cheeks slightly red. Okay. Thompson Epine Community. The sports car was parked in the underground parking lot. In front of the exclusive elevator, Xinhao looked at Lu Mingxi and invited her with a smile, "Come up and have a seat." Lu Mingxi nodded slightly and followed Xinhao into the elevator. It's late at night and the place is quiet. Ding. The reward has been sent, please check it. The system's voice sounded in Xinhao's mind. Lying on the bed, Xinhao held the delicate body in his arms with a smile on his face. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the warm sunlight shines through the glass window and falls on the comfortable big bed. Lu Mingxi sat up sleepily. The aches in my body told me what I had gone through last night. He stood up, his steps unsteady. She sighed slightly, but a sweet smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Finally woke up? Xinhao sat on the sofa in the living room, watching Lu Mingxi slowly walk out of the bedroom. Breakfast has been heated up twice, go eat it. Lu Mingxi's cheeks turned red, and then she glared at Xinhao fiercely. It's all your fault. How can you still go to work at this hour? Xinhao smiled when he heard this and said, I'll allow you to be absent today, but I won't deduct your salary. Lu Mingxi glared at Xinhao with her beautiful eyes, then walked to the restaurant to eat. I consumed too much energy last night and I'm a little hungry now. Bite. Ding dong. A melodious piano sound came into Lu Mingxi's ears. The piano sounds are sometimes clear and cheerful, like the heartbeat when lovers first meet. Sometimes it is plain and soothing, just like the mutual understanding between each other in the sweet life. Sometimes it is as sudden as a storm, those are the sad tears after separation. Lu Mingxi stood up with a look of surprise on her face. This piano sound, could it be? Lu Mingxi found it a little unbelievable. Today, when Lu Mingxi was taking a board break at the company, he saw a very popular video on the Douyin platform. In the video, a man sits in front of the piano, his hands moving continuously on the black and white keys. The dreamy piano sound came into his ears, and at this moment Lu Mingxi felt that he was the king of piano. And now, Lu Mingxi actually heard piano music that was no less than the one in the video. Although the pieces played were different, Lu Mingxi could be sure that they were played by the same person. And in this house, besides himself, there is only Xinhao. With anticipation and excitement, Lu Mingxi quickly walked towards the room where the piano sound came from. In the rest area of the room, Xinhao sat in front of the piano with his back straight. His hands kept dancing on the piano keys. A song to Alice was like a beautiful painting, slowly unfolding before Lu Mingxi. Ding! The sound of the piano faded away, and Xinhao slowly raised his hands. Xinhao turned around and saw Lu Mingxi looking at him in shock. Have you finished your meal? Lu Mingxi nodded subconsciously, and then exclaimed, Director Xin, did you play this piano piece? Xinhao shrugged and said with a smile, Isn't it obvious? So that person is you. Lu Mingxi's eyes flashed with surprise, and she said excitedly, Director Xin, you are amazing. Who is that person? Xinhao looked at Lu Mingxi in confusion. Lu Mingxi said excitedly, That's the man who played the piano in the Douyin video. It's so handsome. Xinhao didn't know who Lu Mingxi was talking about. Funny video? Let me see it. Lu Mingxi took out his cell phone and searched the screen for a while. Here it is. Look, is this person playing the piano with his back to the camera you? Lu Mingxi clicked on the video and placed it in front of Xinhao. Xinhao looked carefully and saw a man in the video with his back straight and his slender and powerful hands jumping on the piano keys. A song of moonlight is like a clear spring in a mountain stream, flowing quietly through everyone's heart. That's definitely me. Xinhao nodded and said, I happened to meet an outdoor anchor yesterday, so I brought her up here to take some photos. This video should have been captured by netizens in the live broadcast room. When Lu Mingxi saw Xinhao admit it, the admiration in his eyes shone brighter. Boss Xin, you are so awesome. Lu Mingxi said excitedly, You are simply a master pianist. Lu Mingxi has loved music since childhood and her dream was to become a pianist, but she lacked the talent. Now that he saw that Xinhao had such high attainments in piano, he was naturally extremely excited. Boss Xin, why don't you make your debut? Lu Mingxi said with longing, I think you will definitely become a world-famous star. Ding! Random mission, attack on the stars. Would you like to become a world-famous star, or a quiet wealthy person? Please make your choice, host. Choice 1, become a star and set the world on fire. Reward, Star Aura +1, Master Level Singing Skills. Choice 2, be a quiet rich man and watch the world change. Reward, charisma +1, master writing skills. The system's voice sounded in Shinhao's mind. Choose the second one. Shinhao did not hesitate and directly rejected the first option. Although celebrities are glamorous and beautiful, they attract everyone's attention. But the price is being exposed under the spotlight of the public, with paparazzi snooping in the dark all the time, and there is absolutely no freedom at all. This is definitely not the life Shinhao wants. I don't want to be a star. Shinhao shook his head and said, we have to be fully armed every time we go out. We don't have any personal freedom at all. Shinhao walked to the wine cabinet, poured a glass of red wine, picked up the glass and shook it slightly. I want to become a wealthy man in this prosperous world. Don't worry about money at all, just sit back and watch the world change and enjoy the beauty. Looking up at Lu Mengxi, Shinhao smiled, isn't this better than becoming a star? Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. The rewards have been distributed, please check. Lu Mengxi looked at Shinhao. The charm emanating from Shinhao at this moment completely upset Lu Mengxi's heart. Chapter 25 Young Master Zhao, Zhaoihan. Mengxi, is there a horse farm in Haihu City? Shinhao asked Lu Mengxi. After receiving the master-level writing skills sent by the system, Shinhao suddenly felt itchy. Hearing Shinhao's question, Lu Mengxi pondered for a moment. There's one on the Bund, called Jinting Horse Racing Center. This is the top racecourse in Haihu City. 4 global equestrian competitions have been held in a row. Looking up at Shinhao, Lu Mengxi asked curiously, does Mr. Shin still know how to ride a horse? Shinhao chuckled when he heard this, blinked his eyes and said meaningfully, be a man. Who wouldn't want to tame a rouge horse himself? Lu Mengxi gave Shinhao a charming look and said impatiently, if you want to ride a horse, go to Jinting. Let's go, I need to catch up on some sleep. I was busy all night yesterday and didn't get much sleep. Thompson Epine Community. Under the respectful gaze of the security guard at the door, Shinhao drove away. Shinhao felt particularly comfortable driving on the busy highway, without any sense of crowding. Because the cars in front and behind were all staying far away from Shinhao, for fear of accidental collisions and scratches. This is another hidden benefit of driving a luxury car. There is plenty of space, both inside and outside the car. Drop! Drop! Just as Shinhao was waiting for the red light, 2 car horns came into Shinhao's ears. Shinhao turned his head and looked to the side. In the lane next to him, a cool black sports car was driving side by side with Shinhao. After taking a look at the car logo, Shinhao recognized the sports car. Lamborghini LP 774. This sports car is the fastest sports car in Lamborghini's sports car series. V12 engine, over 700 horsepower. The acceleration from 0 to 100 km/h is within the limit of 3 seconds. Compared with Shinhao's Ferrari LaFerrari, it is not inferior at all. The owner of the Lamborghini was a young man in his 20s. When he saw Shinhao looking over, he immediately rolled down the window and greeted him. Hey! Buddy! Ferrari LaFerrari? You have a nice car. Shinhao chuckled and said casually, your car is not bad either. The man raised his hand and patted the steering wheel, saying proudly, of course. Full carbon fiber body, V12 engine, 700 horsepower. 100 km/h acceleration in just 2.8 seconds. The absolute fastest sports car on land. The man put his forearm on the car window and raised his eyebrows at Shinhao. Hey, buddy. How's BB? Shinhao looked at the man and asked, how do we compare? The man smiled and said, let's see who can run faster. Pointing at the street light ahead, the man said, as soon as the green light comes on, we'll start. Whoever reaches the next red light first wins. The man raised a finger and said with a smile, how about the bet of 1 million? Ding. Random mission, challenge on the road. On this busy road, do you want to have a speed contest? Please make your choice. Choice 1, agree to accept the challenge and be rewarded with a Porsche 911 supercar and master-level driving skills. Choice 2, refuse to accept the challenge, and you will be rewarded with a Porsche 911 supercar and master-level trauma treatment skills. Shinhao looked at the crowded traffic on the road and frowned slightly. This kind of road condition is really not suitable for competition. System, select the second option. Seeing that Shinhao didn't answer, the man couldn't help but laugh and said, why? Are you scared? Shinhao shook his head slightly when he heard this and said, forget it this time, let's find another time to compete next time. Raising his hand and pointing at the crowded traffic around him, Shinhao signaled to the man and said, with this kind of road conditions, there will definitely be problems. The man was startled, then he muttered quietly, "What's there to be afraid of? I have someone above me anyway." However, the man did not continue to invite Shinhao to compete. Looking up at Shinhao, the man showed a hint of disappointment in his eyes. "It's so hard to come across a good car." "Oh, what a pity." After a moment's silence, the man asked Shinhao, "Where are you going, buddy?" Shinhao said aloud, "Jinting Horse Racing Center." The man's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said excitedly, "That's such a coincidence. I plan to go to Jinting too." Shinhao looked at the man and said after a moment's silence, "We can't compete in racing anymore, but we can compete in something else." The man looked at Shinhao in confusion and asked, "Anything else?" "Compare what?" Shinhao smiled and said softly, "Horse racing. This is a competition between men, a contest of strength and speed." "Horse racing?" The man thought for a moment, his eyes becoming brighter and brighter. "Great! It's better than this." The man slapped the steering wheel hard and said excitedly, "Why didn't I think of that?" Turning to look at Shinhao, the man said excitedly, "We agreed that we'll compete on this. The stakes for the match are still 1 million. Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Host, please choose the storage location for the Porsche 911 supercar." The system's voice sounded in Shinhao's mind. "Just put it in the underground parking garage of Thompson Epine community. By the way, just put the key on the coffee table in the room." The next second, the system's voice rang in my mind. Ding! The rewards have been distributed, please check. Suddenly, a lot of information emerged in Shinhao's mind. Human body structure information. Coping with various injuries. Trauma treatment methods. Notes on accelerating recovery. After absorbing this information, Shinhao has become a master-level trauma expert. Even if he were to be a chief physician in the trauma department, that would be more than enough. The Bund, Jinting Horse Racing Center. It covers a large area and has a full range of horse species. It is the top-level horse racing track in Haihu City. It is also the largest gathering center for equestrian enthusiasts in the Han Dynasty. Equestrian enthusiasts from all over the country gather here every day. Outside the Jinting Horse Racing Center, 2 top-of-the-line supercars stopped one after another. "Hey, buddy. My name is Zhaoihan, what's yours?" A young man got out of the car and walked to Shinhao's side. Shinhao looked at Zhaoihan and said, "Shinhao." "Shinhao." Zhaoihan murmured and repeated, "The Shin family?" Putting aside the thoughts in his mind, Zhaoihan said excitedly, "Let's go in quickly. I even have a racehorse here." Jinting Racing Center not only raises its own top horses, but also raises horses on behalf of its members. That price is definitely high. However, for some billionaires, raising a horse of their own is definitely a cool thing to do. Shinhao had never been here before, so he followed Zhaoihan all the way to the front desk of Jinting. Zhaoihan presented his membership card at the front desk, and then a waiter began to provide one-on-one service. "Mr. Zhao, would you like to see your horse?" Zhaoihan nodded and said expectantly, "I haven't seen you for a few days. I missed you a lot." Chapter 26, Race on Horseback. Following the waiter, Shinhao and Zhaoihan walked into the Jinting Horse Racing Center. "Shinhao, you don't race horses here?" Seeing that Shinhao seemed a little unfamiliar with Jinting, Zhaoihan couldn't help but ask. Shinhao shook his head slightly and said, "No, I have never been here before." "Never been here?" Zhaoihan showed a puzzled look on his face. "This is the best horse farm in Han. Anyone who likes horse racing should have been here." Frowning at Shinhao, Zhaoihan asked suspiciously, "So how's your horsemanship?" Shinhao had a calm expression on his face and said calmly, "I haven't ridden a horse yet." "Ah! Ha ha!" Zhaoihan exclaimed in surprise at first, then burst into laughter. "You've never ridden a horse, and you dare to race with me? Then you are definitely going to lose." Zhaoihan said proudly, "Although my riding skills are not perfect, they are definitely good enough." Turning to look at Shinhao, Zhaoihan said with a smile, "I will definitely win your 1 million in this competition." Shinhao smiled when he heard this. "That's not necessarily true." The two followed the waiter to the stable where Jinting raced horses. The environment of the stable is very good, and there is no smell of horse manure at all. And each horse has a single room of 10 square meters. This treatment has exceeded that of most people in Haihu City. Passing by one stable after another, Shinhao saw horses with different expressions inside. These horses are so spirited. Shin Hao's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The waiter who led the way smiled and explained, "Sir, our Jinting is the top horse farm. Every horse here is a carefully selected high-quality racehorse. They are all top bloodlines from various countries. In addition, we at Jinting have created a top-notch ecological environment for these horses, and each horse has a single person to take care of it carefully." As the waiter spoke, he stopped in front of a stable. "Number 357, this is Mr. Zhao's horse." The waiter raised his hand and pointed to the stable in front and spoke. Hiss! Hiss! In the stable, a brown-haired racehorse suddenly neighed, as if sensing the arrival of its owner. The next second, the horse's head poked out through the stable fence. "Ha ha! Chasing the wind, here I come." When Zhao saw the horses, he immediately laughed. Hiss! The horse neighed and put its head on Zhao chest. Zhao raised his hand and patted the horse's head, then said with a smile, "Zhuifeng, did you miss me?" Shin Hao looked at the scene of the communication between man and horse, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "This horse is very spiritual." The waiter beside him smiled and said, "Of course. Every horse is the most reliable partner to its owner. In ancient wars, a horse was even more important than one's comrades. As long as the level of tacit understanding is reached, the horse will understand its master's intentions." Shin Hao nodded and said softly, "It seems that I should raise a horse of my own." Zhao turned to look at Shin Hao and said with a smile, "It's too late now. For this race, you can only use the horses provided by the Jinting Horse Racing Center. These racehorses are no match for my chasing the wind." While smoothing the racehorse's mane, Zhao proudly introduced, "Zhuifeng is 1/4 Arabian horse. Hurry up and open the stables. I want to ride Zhuifeng for a stroll." Zhao said impatiently. Upon hearing this, the waiter immediately opened the door of the stable and released Zhuifeng. Zhao held Zhuifeng's reins, and they came to the special horse racing venue. "Shin Hao, it's not too late if you refuse now." Zhao jumped onto the horse, looked at Shin Hao and spoke. Shin Hao shook his head and said with a smile, "Reject? Do you think you will definitely win?" "Oh." Zhao chuckled and turned to look at the waiter. "Bring a horse to Mr. Shin, and the money will be put into my account." "Okay, please wait a moment." The waiter turned and left, and a moment later brought a racehorse from the Jinting Racing Center. Although this horse looks tall, majestic and muscular, it is still clearly a level lower than Zhao Zhuifeng. The waiter handed the reins to Shin Hao and said, "Sir, your racehorse." Shin Hao took the reins and then jumped onto the horse neatly. When Zhao saw Shin Hao's actions, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. You should know that the average height of a racehorse is over 1.6 meters. People who are riding a horse for the first time need someone to help them get on the horse. And Shin Hao jumped onto the horse so cleanly and neatly, even more neatly than Zhao. "Shin Hao, is this really your first time riding a horse?" Could it be that Shin Hao had been showing weakness to the enemy before? Zhao couldn't help but feel nervous and he quickly asked Shin Hao. Shin Hao put his feet on the stirrups, straightened his back, and sat on the saddle. "Of course, this is my first time riding a horse." Although Shin Hao has master-level riding skills rewarded by the system, this is his first time riding a horse. "Impossible?" Zhao said in disbelief, "Looking at the way you mounted the horse and the way you sat on it, you are definitely not a novice." Shin Hao chuckled when he heard this and said casually, "Believe it or not." Turning to look at Zhao, Shin Hao said with a smile, "Mr. Zhao, you are not scared, are you? Afraid? How is that possible?" Zhao raised his head and said stubbornly, "How could I be afraid? And your racehorse is definitely no match for chasing the wind. Even if you've ridden a horse before, I'm not afraid. I'm the winner of this competition." A smile appeared on Shin Hao's lips. I knew Zhao wouldn't refuse. Ding! Random mission, challenge on horseback. Ride on horseback and have a hearty race. Please make your choice, host. Choice 1, show your prowess and completely crush Zhao, and you will be rewarded with a top-quality purebred Arabian horse. Option 2, friendship comes first, the game ends in a draw, and the reward is a British thoroughbred racehorse. Hearing the voice of the system in his mind, a smile appeared on Shin Hao's lips. Choose the first option and crush them completely. How could he show mercy on the field? Turning to look at Zhao, who looked a little nervous, Shin Hao chuckled and said, "Mr. Zhao, don't lose too badly in the competition later." Snort! Zhao snorted when he heard that, and said nonchalantly, "Lose? I can't lose." "You will definitely lose. Xinhao raised his leg and tapped the horse's belly, urging the horse forward, and said with a smile, "Let's wait and see." Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Host, please choose the location where the pure-blooded horses will be distributed. Just put it in the Jinting Horse Racing Center. Chapter 27 Perfect Master Riding. Jinting Horse Racing Center, General Manager's Office. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang. General Manager Suingda picked up the phone and a look of respect appeared on his face. The person who called was the boss behind Jinting Horse Racing. Chairman. Suingda answered the phone and shouted in a respectful tone. A racehorse ordered by a customer is about to arrive at Jinting. You are to hand it over to the customer in person. Also, this racehorse is extraordinary. You must take good care of it and not hurt even a hair of it. Do you understand? On the phone, the chairman of Jinting Horse Racing spoke solemnly. Suingda was stunned when he heard this, and was somewhat curious about what kind of racehorse's bloodline could warrant the chairman's personal care. Clear. Chairman, could it be that the horse that is about to arrive is a British thoroughbred racehorse? Chairman Jinting's sullen voice sounded immediately, it's much more valuable than a thoroughbred horse. After a moment's silence, the chairman continued, it's a pure-blooded horse known as a Pegasus. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Suingda took a deep breath and exclaimed, there are less than 1,000 Arabian horses in the world? My goodness, a racehorse of this level cannot be bought even if you have money. Chairman Jinting repeatedly reminded him on the phone, that's why I asked you to be careful and be sure to hand the racehorse to the customer in person. Suingda held the phone, his palms sweating nervously. Okay, Chairman, I understand. I will definitely hand the racehorse over to the client personally. What is the name of this guest? Chairman Jinting's voice came from the phone, Xinhao. Jinting Horse Racing Center, equestrian competition venue. On the vast racecourse, horses would occasionally gallop past. These people riding their horses are all equestrian enthusiasts from all over the Han state. And each of them is worth a lot of money. Xinhao, what event shall we compete in? Zhao Han rode his horse forward and asked Xinhao. Xinhao shrugged and said casually, I won't bully you, I'll let you choose. Zhao Huan showed an indignant look on his face when he heard this, okay. Since you want to lose so much, I'll help you. Let's compete in a 5,000-meter flat land race. Flat racing is the most challenging competition for a racehorse's speed, endurance, strength, breed and bloodline of its parents. Such a competition is definitely beneficial for Zhao Han. Because Zhao Huan's Juefeng is a racehorse with excellent pedigree, and even has a quarter of Arabian horse bloodline. Its speed and endurance are naturally far superior to those of the horses at the Jinting Horse Racing Center. At the starting point of the racetrack, Xinhao and Zhao Han stood side by side on their horses. Everyone present was a horse lover, so the match between the two naturally attracted most people's attention. So there were quite a few people watching on both sides of the track. Is this going to be a speed race? That's right, but I don't know which horse will win. Is that even a question? Of course it's the brown racehorse. In the crowd, someone pointed at the racehorse that Zhao Han was riding and said, this Juefeng is one of the few top horses in Jinting. Look at its ears. I heard it has 1/4 of Arabian horse bloodline. When the people around heard this, they looked at Juefeng with surprise. 1/4 of the Arabian horse bloodline? Incredible. It's sure to win the game. This Juefeng should be the racehorse of the young master of the Zhao family, right? No wonder. Who is the one competing with Master Zhao? I've never heard of him. It shouldn't be that simple. Look at the way he sits on the horse. It's perfect. Then he will definitely lose. Racing is mainly about the horses, and the riders only account for a small part. Before the starting point of the track, Zhao Han looked at Xinhao proudly. Did you hear that? I'm sure to win this game. It's not too late for you to admit defeat now. Xinhao chuckled when he heard this, the outcome is still uncertain, so it's better not to be too proud. Humph. I will make you convinced. Zhao Han raised his hand and patted Juefeng's strong muscles, his heart full of confidence. On the track, Xinhao and Zhao Han are already prepared and the race is about to begin. Bang! The starting gun sounds. Xinhao and Zhao Han drove the racehorses at the same time and galloped on the track. As soon as the race started, the crowd watching could clearly see the gap between the two horses. In just a few seconds, Zhao Han had already surpassed Xinhao by one body length. No doubt about it, Master Zhao has it figured out. Of course. Juefeng is a top racehorse. Unless that person's horsemanship is superb, there's no hope of catching up. Hee, do you think it's possible? Just as everyone was talking, Zhao Han had already ridden the wind and left Shen Hao behind. Snort! How dare you compete with me? You will die if you lose. Zhao Han was extremely proud. He could predict the outcome of the competition right from the start. Shen Hao rode his horse and followed behind Zhao Han. Instead of being depressed, his face was full of high spirits. It's about to begin. Shen Hao muttered something and then shouted in a low voice, "Fight!" The next second, Shen Hao stepped on the stirrups, raised his buttocks slightly, and leaned forward close to the horse's back. At the same time, relax your waist and let your body move up and down with the horse's rise and fall. One man and one horse, the rhythm between the two is surprisingly consistent. At this moment, Shen Hao seemed to have become one with the racehorse. Shen Hao felt the heartbeat of the racehorse under his crotch and felt its every leap. Hiss! The racehorse suddenly neighed, spread its limbs and galloped on the track. The speed that had already reached its limits suddenly increased to another level. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Shen Hao's aura suddenly changed, like a warrior charging on the battlefield. The horse was approaching Zhao Han at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shen Hao's sudden outburst immediately attracted everyone's enthusiastic exclamations. Look! The guy behind us is catching up. Oh my god! He's so fast! He has already caught up with Mr. Zhao's Juefeng. How did he do it? In the crowd, some knowledgeable people looked at Shen Hao with shock that was hard to conceal on their faces. It's his riding skills. What he lacks in horse racing he makes up for in riding. Oh my god, what a perfect gesture, it's almost art. Countless people's eyes were focused on Shen Hao, looking at this figure that seemed to have merged with the racehorse. At this moment, everyone no longer cared about who won or lost. Because everyone knew at the moment Shen Hao exploded. No one can beat him in the arena. Boom! The sound of the racehorse's four hooves hitting the ground was like muffled thunder, exploding in Zhao Han's heart. Looking up at Shen Hao's back riding on the horse, Zhao Han couldn't help but reveal a trace of bitterness on his face. And you said it was your first time riding a horse? Don't be so deceiving. Chapter 28: The Girl Who Fell Off the Horse. Oh. At the end of the track, Shen Hao slowly stopped the horse. Good job. Raising his hand and patting the racehorse's neck, Shen Hao spoke. Hiss! The racehorse neighed, as if responding to Shen Hao's praise. A moment later, Zhao Han also reached the finish line riding Juefeng. Call! Zhao Han sat on the horse and let out a long sigh. Looking up at Shen Hao, Zhao Han showed admiration on his face. You win. I accept defeat sincerely this time. But Zhao Han changed the subject and a bitter look appeared on his face. You really deceived me so badly. His riding skills are so superb, perfect. And he said it was his first time riding a horse. Shen Hao chuckled and said, This is really my first time riding a horse. As for riding skills, maybe it's an innate talent. Zhao Han said helplessly, You win, you are right. Papa. A round of warm applause rang out from around the track. The onlookers all gave Shen Hao a thumbs up. That's amazing. Sir, your riding skills are amazing. What a wonderful horse riding show. Sir, can you be my personal trainer? You can charge whatever you want. Wow. Dad, this big brother is so handsome. Yusin also wants to ride a horse. In the crowd, a little girl in her teens was riding on a falabella horse, looking at Shen Hao with sparkling eyes. Fight! Fight! Xiao Bai, run! The little girl pulled the reins of the falabella horse with both hands, and her calves kept hitting the horse's belly. Hiss! The Farabella horse sensed his master's intention and immediately ran forward on its short legs. A calm middle-aged man standing next to the little girl suddenly changed his expression when he saw this scene. Oops! Uxin, stop the horse! The man was very anxious as he did not expect such a scene to happen. My little daughter has never ridden a horse, so this time we came to the Jinting Horse Racing Center to let her experience it first. But I didn't expect that my daughter would dare to ride the horse at full speed for the first time. Even though it's a miniature falabella horse, it's not something a little girl can handle. Wow! This is so fun! The little girl sitting on the horse has not yet realized the danger she is in. As her horse steps became faster, the little girl began to lose her balance. Ah! The next second, the little girl screamed and fell off the horse. The little girl put her foot on the stirrup and fell off the horse's back, but her foot was stuck in the stirrup. Snap! A barely audible crisp sound came from the little girl's calf. Ow, it hurts. The little girl covered her calves with her hands, tears falling from her eyes in pain. People around who saw this scene were all shocked. The little girl fell off her horse. She is the daughter of Lu Yu, the president of Huan Yu Group. Help her up quickly. She seems to be stuck in the stirrup. Yusin. Lu Yu ran to the little girl and asked anxiously, Yusin, how are you? Uxin looked at her father with tears in her eyes and cried aggrievedly, Dad, my legs hurt so much. My dear daughter, it's okay. While Lu Yu was trying to comfort her, he shouted to the people around him, call an ambulance. Find a doctor. Seeing this, the people around started to panic. Some went to look for doctors, and some went to look for the person in charge of the Jinting Horse Racing Center. Ding! Random mission, the injured little girl. Faced with a wounded little girl, host, please start making your choice. Choose 1, call the emergency number, reward 80 million coins, and the favorability of Lu Yu, the president of Huan Yu Group, plus 50. Choice 2, get out of the way, let me do it. Reward, plus 50 favorability to Lu Yu, the president of Huan Yu Group, and master-level driving skills. After seeing the little girl's injuries, Shen Hao immediately determined that her calf must have been broken. If it is moved or handled rashly, it is very likely to damage blood vessels, causing greater trauma, or even endangering life. Faced with this situation, Shen Hao chose the second option given by the system without hesitation. Don't touch her. Shen Hao spoke up to stop Lu Yu, who was about to pick up the little girl. Shen Hao walked closer and pointed at the little girl's calf and said, her calf is broken. If she moves, it is very likely that her artery will be injured. When Lu Yu heard this, he immediately stopped trying to move his daughter. Then what should I do? Just leave my daughter here and ignore her. Lu Yu shouted anxiously. Shen Hao raised his hand and patted his shoulder, saying softly, get out of the way, let me do it. Lu Yu hesitated for a moment, then made way for Shen Hao. Are you a doctor? Can you save my daughter? While checking the little girl's condition, Shen Hao said, I'm not a doctor, but I can help her. As soon as Shen Hao finished speaking, the crowd watching around him began to discuss in low voices. Can't a doctor handle it? It looks like the calf is broken, so be careful. Why don't you just wait a bit, the doctor will be here soon. Yes, Mr. Lu, why don't you let him move? Lu Yu, who was already anxious and nervous, became even more irritated when he heard the discussions around him. Shut up! Lu Yu suddenly shouted, I believe him. And we can't delay in the current situation. Lu Yu took a deep breath and suppressed his impatience. Looking up at Shen Hao, Lu Yu said solemnly, Sir, please save my daughter. I can give you any reward you want. Shen Hao waved his hands and said, no need for reward. I only helped because I couldn't bear to see your daughter suffer. Turning to look at Lu Yu, who looked nervous and worried, Shen Hao said softly, don't worry, it's just a broken leg, it's not a problem for me. Turning to look at the little girl, Shen Hao leaned over and said softly, little girl, let me help you, it won't hurt in a while. Yeah. Thank you, big brother. The little girl looked up at Shen Hao, bit her lip and nodded. Shen Hao reached out and grabbed the upper and lower ends of the girl's broken leg, while signaling the girl to relax. What's your name, little girl? My name is Yusin. Shen Hao slowly exerted force on his hands and said softly, Yusin, relax, it will be fine soon. The next second, Shen Hao's wrist shook. The little girl's fractured and dislocated calf has been perfectly healed. Snort! The little girl groaned at first, and then her tears stopped. Brother, I don't seem to be in so much pain anymore. The little girl looked at Shen Hao in surprise and blinked her beautiful big eyes. Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding! The rewards have been distributed, please check. A large amount of information flowed through Shen Hao's mind and was quickly absorbed. Shen Hao memorized all the information about driving. Sir, how is my daughter? Seeing that Shen Hao fell silent, Lu Yu asked anxiously. Shen Hao came to his senses and gave the little girl a simple bandage. Don't worry, the fracture has been reset. Just rest for a month and it will be fine. Chapter 29 rewards master-level acupuncture skills. Mr. Shen, thank you so much. If you weren't here, Yusin would have suffered even more. Lu Yu looked at Shen Hao with gratitude and thanked him repeatedly. By the way, Mr. Shin, this is my business card. Lu Yu took out a golden sheet from his body and handed it to Shin Hao. If Mr. Shin needs anything, you can call me. I can still help with some small things. Shin Hao took the business card and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This business card seems to be made of pure gold? Mr. Lu, the paramedics from the hospital are here. Behind Lu Yu, a man watching whispered a reminder. Lu Yu looked at the paramedics approaching with a stretcher and hurried over to meet them. Although Shin Hao had already reset Lu Yusin's fracture, Lu Yu still wanted the paramedic to check it to make sure everything was intact. Boss Lu, we are here. The medical staff coming towards him should know Lu Yu. After seeing Lu Yu, he immediately greeted him. Director Qin. Lu Yu nodded and said in a deep voice, "Thank you for coming here in such a hurry." Director Qin is a tall, thin man with slightly gray hair. Hearing this, he waved his hand and said, "Bone fractures cannot be delayed. The earlier the treatment, the better the effect. Where is Yu Sin? Let me see." Lu Yu nodded and raised his hand to signal, "We have already made a temporary solution here." Director Qin looked over and saw that Lu Yusin had stood up and was carefully testing her broken calf. "Why did you let her stand up? This is just nonsense." Director Qin became anxious when he saw it, and hurriedly shouted, "Hurry and lie down." Lu Yu stood aside and explained, "Director Qin, UXIN has already dealt with it. Mr. Shin said we can do some minor activities." Director Qin frowned when he heard this and said in an unhappy tone, "Mr. Shen? Who is that?" Lu Yu introduced, "Director Qin, this is Shin Hao. He was the one who helped reset UXIN's fracture." Turning to look at Shin Hao, Lu Yu said, "Mr. Shin, this is the chief surgeon of Haihu Central Hospital, Binhai. A well-known professor in Han country." Binhai looked at Shin Hao, frowned and said, "Are you a doctor too?" Shin Hao shook his head, "No." "Humph." Binhai snorted and said in a bad tone, "If you are not a doctor, don't mess around. How can a patient with a broken bone be moved around casually? Aren't you afraid of a second injury?" Ding. Random task, teachings from an old expert. In the face of the old expert's earnest teachings, host, please make your choice. Choice 1, the expert is right. I will reward Binhai with +5 appreciation and accept the host as my disciple and pass on my teachings. Option 2, experts may not be right, so I will reward you with master-level acupuncture skills. The system voice that sounded in his mind made Shin Hao pause slightly. The next second, a smile appeared on Shin Hao's lips. System, I choose the second option. Looking up at the dignified Binhai, Shin Hao chuckled and said, "You don't have to be a doctor to know how to perform medical first aid. I know what you just said better than anyone else. Yusin's fractured calf has been reset and temporarily fixed, so some simple activities are not affected." Binhai's expression froze when he heard that, and then he snorted coldly. "Humph. You are so young, yet so arrogant and ignorant." Shin Hao chuckled and said nonchalantly, "Whether it is arrogant or ignorant, you will know it if you go and see it yourself." Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. In an instant, a large amount of information appeared in Shin Hao's mind. Human body meridian acupoints. Acupoint functions and indications. Acupuncture techniques. After absorbing this knowledge, Shin Hao's understanding of Chinese medicine and acupuncture is definitely not inferior to that of a famous old Chinese medicine doctor. Binhai had already walked up to Lu Yusin and bent down to carefully examine the little girl's fractured calf. The bandaging and fixation were very professional. Binhai was stunned at first, then a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Bring me the small imager." Binhai turned around and shouted to the medical staff who came with him. Upon hearing this, several medical staff hurriedly handed Binhai a box. Binhai opened the box and took out a small medical imaging device. This instrument is like a miniature X-ray machine that can project the shape of the human skeleton. Binhai pointed the imaging device at Lu Yusin's calf and took a skeletal X-ray of her calf. A moment later, the X-ray of Lu Yusin's calf bones came out. Binhai looked down at the film and took a deep breath. Hiss. The fracture line is clear, the reduction is perfect, and there is no dislocation at all. Is this really possible to restore it with just your hands, without the help of any instruments? Binhai looked at Shin Hao in doubt, his thin face full of shock. Director Qin, how is Yusin's injury? When Lu Yu saw Binhai's strange expression, he couldn't help but feel nervous and asked. Binhai put down the film in his hand, sighed and said, "Very good." Just like Binhai said, some minor activities are not affected. No need to go to the hospital, just rest at home for a month and you'll be back to normal. Standing up, Binhai looked at Binhai with a complicated expression on his face. Are all the young people nowadays so amazing? Your fracture reduction technique is better than some veteran doctors who have been immersed in trauma for many years. Walking to Binhai's side, Binhai took out his business card and handed it over. My friend, this is my contact information. If you have time in the future, you can talk to me. Binhai nodded and took Binhai's business card. Bang! A hand was placed on Binhai's shoulder. Binhai turned around and saw Zhao looking at him with admiration. Brother Bin, you are so awesome. Not only is his writing skill first rate, but his medical skills are also so amazing. Binhai smiled when he heard this. It's okay. It was a perfect first time to reduce a fracture. Zhao curled his lips and muttered, "It's the first time again? I don't believe you." Liu saw Binhai and his group off, then turned around and walked back. Mr. Bin, this time it's really all thanks to you. Just ask for anything you want. As soon as Liu finished speaking, Zhao, who was standing next to Binhai, said with a smile, Brother Bin, Mr. Liu finally opened his mouth, you must seize the opportunity. Binhai shook his head slightly, chuckled and said, forget about the reward. How can that be possible? Liu's face straightened and he said, I must repay you. After a moment's silence, Liu continued, well, Yihuan said that this is your first time in Jinting? Binhai nodded, it's indeed my first time here. Liu's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, then I will give you a racehorse, the best racehorse in Jinting. Chapter 30 Reward, Jinting Equity. Yo! Boss Liu, you're going to bleed a lot today. When Zhao heard what Liu said, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Jinting Horse Racing Center is the top horse racing venue in the Han Kingdom. The racehorses inside are naturally very expensive. Especially for racehorses with top pedigrees, the prices are almost skyrocketing. In fact, these are nothing. What is more expensive is the cost of caring for and maintaining the racehorses. The daily cost of keeping racehorses in Jinting alone is tens of thousands of coins. It's like living in the intensive care unit of a tertiary hospital every day. When Liu said he would give away a racehorse, he meant more than just the racehorse itself. It also includes the subsequent care and maintenance costs. All the expenses added up would cost hundreds of millions of coins. Binhai looked up at Liu, hesitated for a moment and said, let's forget about the horse racing. Actually, I've already booked a racehorse, it should be here soon. Zhao, who was standing by, looked at Binhai in surprise, Brother Bin, when did you buy it? Just a while ago. Binhai said. Zhao thought for a moment and said, Brother Bin, I think you still want the racehorse that Mr. Liu gave you. That's definitely a racehorse of top pedigree, much higher quality than the one you bought. But the horse I'm betting on is. Before Binhai could finish his words, the crisp sound of horse hooves came from far away. The sound of the hooves was neither hurried nor slow, as if a king was patrolling his territory. The racehorses that were moving and neighing on the racecourse suddenly became quiet and lowered their heads, as if they were welcoming the arrival of the king. Day. The sound of horse hooves gradually approached, and the next second, a majestic and flying horse walked into the horse farm. This racehorse is very tall, a head taller than an ordinary racehorse. With strong limbs and pure black fur, it looks like a noble in the dark night. Hiss! The steed raised its head and neighed, and the racehorses on the racecourse retreated and stepped back. Excuse me, is Mr. Binhai here? Next to the horse, Suingda, general manager of Jinting Horse Racing Center, asked. Upon hearing this, Binhai took a step forward and said softly, it's me. Suingda looked up at Binhai, his eyes lit up, and he said respectfully, Mr. Bin, the racehorse you ordered has arrived. I'll give it to you now. Binhai stepped forward, took the reins of the racehorse, raised his hand and patted the horse's neck gently. Good fellow. Hiss. As if sensing Binhai's kindness, the racehorse neighed, lowered its head and rubbed Binhai's chest affectionately. In the racecourse, everyone looked at the racehorses with surprise in their eyes. Liu showed an undisguised look of admiration on his face, and said aloud, what a majestic racehorse. This horse definitely has the best pedigree. Suingda, the general manager of Jinting, smiled and said, Boss Liu has good eyesight. This racehorse is truly extraordinary. Zhao is also a horse lover, and he couldn't help but ask Suingda out of curiosity. Manager Su, what kind of horse is this? Is it a British thoroughbred? Suingda shook his head and said with a sigh, "It is much more noble than a British thoroughbred horse." More noble than a thoroughbred horse? Lu Yu pondered for a moment, then a look of shock appeared on his face. Could it be this? Zhao, who was standing by, was so curious that he asked, "Boss Lu, what is it?" Lu Yu took a deep breath, looked at the racehorse in shock, and said in a deep voice, "Blood horse." Papa. Suingda clapped his hands and said, "More than that. This is a pure-blooded horse." Boom! Suingda's words were like a thunderclap, ringing in the ears of the people around him. A pure-blooded Arabian horse? Are you kidding me? Oh my God! There are less than 1,000 pure-blooded horses in the world. There are only 3 purebred Arabian horses in the entire Han Kingdom. My goodness! How much does one horse cost? 100 million? Or 200 million? Sell? Horses of this quality are not sold to the public. How did Shen Hao get them? Hiss. This Shen Hao has so much power. Everyone looked up at Shen Hao, who was interacting with the Arabian horse, and expressions of shock appeared on their faces. Shen Hao held the reins and led the Arabian horse over. "Manager Su, I am very satisfied with this horse." Upon hearing this, the people around him secretly complained about Shen Hao. "How can I not be satisfied? This is the best horse in the world. It's no exaggeration to say that it's the horse of God. As long as Mr. Shen is satisfied." Suingda, manager of Jinting Jockey Club, breathed a sigh of relief. Suingda raised his eyes to look at Shen Hao, and asked with an expectant look, "Mr. Shen Hao, may I ask you a question?" Shen Hao nodded and said softly, "What's the problem? Tell me." Hearing this, Suingda asked tentatively, "Where do you plan to keep this Fergana horse?" Shen Hao frowned slightly and asked, "How did the others do it?" "I can answer this question for you." Lu Yu, who was standing nearby, said, "Generally speaking, the horse racing center or equestrian club will raise the horses for them. You can also keep them on your own farm, but this requires a matching breeder and horse trainer." Looking up at Shen Hao, Lu Yu said, "I only have a manor, but I'm afraid of trouble, so I put the horse in Jinting for breeding." "So that's how it is." Shen Hao's eyes showed realization when he heard that. Suingda looked at Shen Hao, who was thinking, and a hint of nervousness appeared on his face. Mr. Shen. If it's inconvenient for you, you can leave this horse in Jinting and let us take care of it for you." Ding. Random task, placement of the Fergana horse. The host owns a Fergana horse. Facing the issue of the horse's placement, please make a choice. Option 1, place it at the Jinting Horse Racing Center, reward 1 billion coins, and 35% equity of Jinting Horse Racing. Choice 2, keep him for fun. The reward is a manor in the western suburbs and an 8,000 square meter horse ranch. The system voice that sounded in his mind made Shen Hao slightly startled. The next second, Shen Hao made his choice. System, I choose the first option. Compared to the manor and the horse farm, Shen Hao wants the shares of Jinting Horse Racing more. Because Jinting Horse Racing is not just a club like Horse Racing Center. These also include Jinting Racecourse, Jinting Horse Training Center, Jinting Jockey Team, and several other famous projects. The total value of these projects added together is probably already over 100 billion coins. Shen Hao, who owned 35% of Jinting's shares, became a billionaire overnight. Shen Hao turned to look at Suingda and said, "Since Mr. Lu has placed the horse here, then you can also raise this Fergana horse here." Very good. When Suingda heard this, excitement immediately appeared on his face. "Mr. Shen Hao, it's an honor for our Jinting Horse Racing Center. We at Jinting will provide you with the best care plan for your horse, and we will never allow it to make any mistakes." How could Suingda not be excited? A purebred Arabian horse is a living golden signboard. Taking this opportunity, Jinting Horse Racing Center may even become one of the world's top horse racing clubs. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. Chapter 31, 5,000 meter race. Buzz. Shen Hao's phone vibrated slightly. Shen Hao took out his cell phone and glanced at the text message. A smile appeared on his face. Hangua Binhai Bank, your account ending in 4276 completed an interbank fund transaction of 1 billion on August 30th at 11:26, with a balance of 1,110,015,689.00. When Shen Hao saw the balance displayed on his bank card, his expression turned indifferent. Sometimes when there is too much money, it just becomes a string of numbers. Ring, ring, ring. Suingda's cell phone suddenly rang. After taking out his cell phone, Suingda immediately answered the call. Chairman, I'm Suingda. Mr. Shin Hao. He is at the horse racing center now. What? The second largest shareholder. How so? I understand. I understand. Okay. Okay. I'll notify Mr. Shin right away. Bang. After hanging up the phone, Suingda looked at Shin Hao in surprise. Mr. Shin, you are actually the second largest shareholder of Jinting Horse Racing Group? Suingda's words fell into the ears of everyone, and everyone's faces showed disbelief. What? Shin Hao is the second largest shareholder of Jinting Group. That's impossible, isn't it? I've never heard of it. Manager Su, are you kidding me? Hiss. Jinting Group, the market value is hundreds of billions. In the crowd, Liu looked at Suingda with a puzzled look. Manager Su, I know your chairman. He personally controls the Jinting Group, right? I haven't heard there is a second largest shareholder. Could you really be mistaken? Shocked beyond words, Suingda gradually came to his senses. After hearing Liu's question, Suingda said solemnly, absolutely not wrong. Holding up his phone, Suingda said, just now. The chairman of Jinting Group called me. Solemnly announced that Mr. Shin Hao has officially become the second largest shareholder of Jinting Horse Racing Group with a 35% stake. The chairman said. Suingda looked at Shin Hao in horror, swallowed his saliva and said, Mr. Shin gave the chairman an offer that he couldn't refuse. Liu turned to look at Shin Hao and said in shock, Mr. Shin, is what Mr. Su said true? Shin Hao nodded, a smile on his face. Good. I thought the Jinting Horse Racing Center was pretty good, so I decided to invest in it. As soon as Shin Hao finished speaking, everyone looked at each other. Invest just because it looks good? And you became the second largest shareholder with just one investment? Is this what you call being willful? Liu pondered for a moment, and a look of realization appeared on his face. No wonder Mr. Shin kept this precious horse in Jinting. With the appeal of the Fergana horse, the market value of Jinting Group can reach new highs. This investment is worth it. After hearing what Liu said, everyone present finally understood the purpose of Shin Hao's investment in Jinting. Then everyone looked at Shin Hao with admiration. TSK, Mr. Shin's vision is indeed unique. That's indifferent. Do you think anyone can get a Fergana horse? It looks like Jinting horse racing is going to make a name for itself internationally. With this pure-blooded Arabian horse, Jinting will definitely not be short of top-quality racehorses in the future. Mr. Shin, can I reserve the offspring of one of your Arabian horses? And me, I want it too. Everyone surrounded Shin Hao, wanting to ask for a racehorse with the bloodline of an Arabian horse. Looking at the crowd that gathered around him, Shin Hao said with a wry smile, let's talk about these things later. In the crowd, Liu turned to look at Suingda and snorted. Boss Su, I'll let you go this time. Seeing that Liu looked strange, Suingda couldn't help but ask. Boss Liu, how have we neglected you? Liu's face darkened as he said, my little daughter fell off a horse at your horse farm and broke her leg. Do you think there was any neglect? Ah! Suingda exclaimed when he heard this. How so? How is your daughter now? Liu's expression eased a little, and he said, Mr. Shin treated him in time, and he is now fine. Looking up at Suingda, Liu shouted in a deep voice, if Mr. Shin is not the second largest shareholder of Jinting, I will never forgive you. Suingda's face turned pale when he heard this, and he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with great relief. Looking up at Shin Hao, Suingda let out a long sigh. Thanks to Mr. Shin. Otherwise, if it weren't for Shin Hao, Suingda's position as general manager would have been lost. Liu walked to Shin Hao's side and looked at the Arabian horse not far away, with undisguised envy in his eyes. The Fergana horse is truly a peerless and famous horse. As he spoke, Liu's eyes lit up. Mr. Shin, it's rare to see such a famous horse. How about letting us see its grace? The horse lovers around also became interested after hearing this. Yes, Mr. Shin, please get on the horse and let me see. I heard that the speed, endurance and strength of the Arabian horse are far superior to ordinary racehorses. Add to that Shin Hao's riding skills, I'm really curious to see if he can break the record. Brother Shin, let's see if the Fergana horse is really that magical? Big brother, Yusin wants to see it too. Ding. Random mission, the elegance of the Fergana horse. Racehorses are not for watching, but for galloping on the track. Please make your choice, host. Choice 1, ride the Ferrari horse on the racetrack and win a 20 million Bentley supercar as a reward. Choice 2, ride the Ferrari horse to break the record. Reward, man is as strong as a tiger, horse is as strong as a dragon, and physical fitness plus 10. There was a gleam of light in Shen Hao's eyes. Records are meant to be broken. System, option 2. Turning to look at Jean Ting's manager Suingda, Shen Hao asked, what is the current fastest record for horse racing? Suingda pondered for a moment and said, there are many events in horse racing, but the most important one is the 5,000-meter flat race. The current world record is held by a British thoroughbred horse, who ran 5,000 meters in 4 minutes and 57 seconds. Shen Hao nodded and said in a deep voice, okay, then let's have a 5,000-meter flat race. In front of the 5,000-meter track, Shen Hao jumped on the horse. Everyone around looked at Shen Hao eagerly, looking forward to the next wonderful performance. Patting the horse's neck gently, Shen Hao said in a deep voice, hey, buddy, let me give you a name. Just call Malong. Hiss. The black dragon seemed to have heard what Shen Hao said, and raised its head and neighed. Bang! The starting gun sounded. A moment. Shen Hao and Mo Long turned into a sharp arrow and rushed forward like lightning. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of horse hooves hitting the ground was like a continuous sound of war drums. On the 5,000-meter track, a black shadow rushed towards the finish line like a dragon, carrying an irresistible momentum. Chapter 32. Call me husband. Hiss. The black dragon raised its front hooves high and let out a loud neigh. Boom. The horse's hooves touched the ground, and the man and the horse stopped at the end of the track. 3 minutes and 20 seconds. In the crowd, Suingda exclaimed, oh my god! It broke the world record for the fastest 5,000-meter horse race. And it surpassed the previous record by 1 minute and a half and 7 seconds. Suingda was so excited that he couldn't control himself and shouted out loud. It's simply too strong. Lu Yu murmured. He was also horrified by the record. Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding! The rewards have been distributed, please check. The next second, a hot current flowed through Shen Hao's body. Wherever the heat flow passed, Shen Hao's muscles, bones, and tendons were all improved several times. At the same time, earth-shaking changes were taking place inside Molong's body. A trace of light golden blood flowed in Mo Long's veins. This is the legendary dragon bloodline. Call. The man and the horse both let out a long breath. Shen Hao pulled the reins, and Mo Longshin under his crotch turned around and ran back to the starting point of the track. The people around looked at the man and the horse returning from the finish line of the track, and they all took a step back in horror. At this moment, the aura exuded by the man and the horse was like the return of a king. 3 minutes and 20 seconds, this record is truly sky high. The Ferrari horse is indeed a racehorse with top pedigree. I'm afraid without Shen Hao's superb riding skills, this record would not have appeared. One man and one horse, both are top-notch. Brother Shen is truly someone that people look up to. Big brother is awesome. Amid the crowd's heated discussions, Shen Hao rode back from the finish line on horseback. Bang! Shen Hao jumped off the horse, looked around and said softly, how is it, is this record okay? Everyone was speechless when they heard this. For those who are passionate about horse racing, this record is simply the devil. I'm afraid no one will ever be able to break it. Mr. Shen, come to my place for a cup of tea when you have time. Outside the Jinting Horse Racing Center, Lu Yu and Shen Hao shook hands. Must. Shen Hao nodded and said in a deep voice. Watching Lu Yu leaving with his daughter, Zhao Han said, Brother Shen, this Lu Yu is not simple. The Wanyu Group under his name is the top technology group in Han Country, and has monopolized some of Han Country's high-tech industries. It would be great for you to be able to make friends with him. After a moment, Zhao Han reacted. Turning to look at Shen Hao, Zhao Han chuckled and said, for someone like Brother Shen, it really doesn't have much effect. Why am I of little use? Shen Hao smiled and shook his head. Zhao Han glanced at Shen Hao and counted on his fingers. His riding skills are superb, and his medical skills are even admired by Qin Hai, the owner of the Ferrari horse and the second largest shareholder of the Jinting Horse Racing Group. Based on what I know, Brother Shen, you are no worse than Lu Yu. Technology Group? Shen Hao's heart moved. The artificial intelligence studied by Lam Ka-tung seems to belong to this category, right? Do you want to start a technology company? A thought surged into Shin Hao's mind. Brother Shen? Seeing Shin Hao remain silent, Zhao Han couldn't help but remind him. Oh, let's go. Shin Hao came back to his senses and spoke to Zhao Han. Brother Shin, I can't beat you in horse racing. Zhao Han looked at Shin Hao and said, but our competition is not over yet. What else do you want to compare? Shin Hao looked at Zhao Han with amusement. Still unwilling to admit defeat. Racing car. Zhao Han raised his head and said, I respect you in horse racing, but in car racing, I haven't lost yet. I'll organize a car race someday, Brother Shin, you must not miss it. Shin Hao showed an interested look when he heard this, and said with a smile, okay, call me when the time comes. After saying goodbye to Zhao Han, Shin Hao drove away from the Jinting Horse Racing Center. Sitting in the driving seat of the sports car, Shin Hao recalled the location of Lin Jiadong's school. It should be in Haihe University of Science and Technology. Ring, ring, ring. While driving, Shin Hao's cell phone suddenly rang. Turning on the car phone, Shin Hao smiled. Mengshi, are you finally awake? Poof. Lu Mingxi snorted, something happened at the company, I have to rush over, where are you? Shin Hao looked at the car navigation and said, I'm driving. I can't go back to pick you up now. Lu Mingxi pondered for a moment and said helplessly, okay, I'll take a taxi to the company. No, there's still a car. Your car has left, and my car is not back from the company. Where is the car? Lu Mingxi asked curiously. As Shin Hao drove, he said, go to the living room, did you see the car keys on the coffee table? Wait a minute. The voice on the phone was silent for a moment, and then Lu Mingxi's exclamation was heard. Porsche car keys? Boss Shin, where are you from? Shin Hao smiled and said, this is for you. You can drive it to the company. The car is in the basement garage. It's a red Porsche 911. It's easy to spot. Lu Mingxi was silent for a moment, then whispered, I understand, thank you, Mr. Shin. Upon hearing this, Shin Hao deliberately said in a stern voice, if you keep being polite to me, I'll spank you. The next second, Lu Mingxi's slightly shy voice came from the phone. Boss Shin is annoying, a bad guy. Shin Hao raised his lips slightly and said, change to a name I like. Husband. Haihe University of Science and Technology. It was noon and school was over. Students were constantly coming in and out of the school gate. Boom! A low roar of an engine reached the ears of the students passing by. Everyone subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound and saw a Ferrari LaFerrari slowly approaching and finally stopped in front of the school gate. Oh my god! This is a Ferrari LaFerrari. A luxury car worth more than 20 million. Who is this? Wow! So handsome. Isn't he a student of the school? He must be a rich second-generation guy, and he came to school to pick up girls. It's over, my goddess is going to have a bloody disaster. A group of students looked at the supercar parked at the door with different expressions. Most boys are jealous and can't wait to drive away. Most girls are envious and wish they could drive away with it. Swish. The next second, the scissor door slowly rose up and Shin Hao stepped out of the car. Wow! So handsome, man. So stylish, so handsome. Well, I want to be his girlfriend. Maybe he's a scumbag? Humph. Even if he is a scumbag, I am willing to let him scum me. All the girls present looked at Shin Hao with fiery eyes, expecting Shin Hao to wave at them. Lin Jiadong only said that he is a freshman in college, and his phone number is not accessible. How can we find him? Shin Hao stood there and hesitated. Ding. Random mission, find Lam Ka-tung. Can't find Lin Jiadong? Then ask someone first. Please make the choice. Choice 1, ask a female classmate, reward her favorability plus 100, and a night of romance. Choice 2, ask a male classmate, and you will be rewarded with the most basic AI code. Chapter 33 5-person research team. Ask male or female classmates? Shin Hao thought for a moment and decided to find a male classmate to ask about Lin Jiadong's location. Looking at the students coming and going at the school gate, Shin Hao stopped a student who looked relatively young and not well off. Lin Jiadong is a freshman this year, and the people he knows should all be freshmen. Do you know Lam Ka-tung? The student with the backpack was startled for a moment, then nodded and said, I know him, we are from the same department. Where is he now? I have something to discuss with him. Hearing Shin Hao's question, the student said, at this time. It should be in the computer club's activity room, right? Pointing to a teaching building, the student continued, that's it, Building C, classroom 512. Okay, thank you. Shinhao raised his hand and patted the student on the shoulder, then took out a stack of red coins and placed it in the student's hand. Here, buy some lunch. After saying that, Shinhao ignored the student's reactions, got into the sports car, and drove towards the teaching building. The student held the coins tightly in his hand, looked at Shinhao's back as he drove away, and murmured something in a low voice. Thanks. Haihu University of Science and Technology, Building C. A supercar was parked in the parking space under the teaching building. Building C, classroom 512. This classroom is an activity room rented by the computer club. In their spare time, members of the club will hold some computer-related exchange activities here. At this moment in this classroom, 5 students are sitting together and discussing enthusiastically. Jiadong, what do you want us for? It's already dinner time and I haven't eaten yet. One of them looked at Lam Ka-tung and complained out loud. Okay, third brother, I'll treat you guys to dinner after we finish talking. Lin Jiadong said with a smile after hearing this. Why is the boss so generous today? The other 4 students looked at Lam Ka-tung curiously. They all knew the financial situation of Lin Jiadong's family, not to mention that Lin Jiadong's mother is still in hospital. How could Lam Ka-tung have enough money to treat himself to a meal? Lin Jiadong showed a touch of emotion on his face and said, I have already raised the money for my mother's hospitalization and surgery. This time I am not talking to you about this. A thin boy wearing glasses changed his expression slightly when he heard this and asked Lam Ka-tung. Boss, you're not really going to agree to that rich woman, are you? Lin Jiadong raised his hand and patted his shoulder, saying bitterly, second brother, can you please stop talking about this? I didn't promise her. This money was invested in me by someone. Invest? The other 4 students all showed confusion in their eyes. Lin Jiadong explained, someone gave me 20 million. Apart from the money for my mother's hospitalization and surgery, the rest is the initial investment. What? As soon as Lin Jiadong finished speaking, the 4 students exclaimed in unison. The second brother, who was wearing glasses and had a thin face, hurriedly asked Lam Ka-tung, boss, is it really 20 million? Or is it an initial investment? Several other students also asked. That's 20 million. Who is so rich? Hiss. With the money, our artificial intelligence research team can be officially established. Boss, you're not being cheated, are you? 20 million, and that's just the initial investment. Seeing the look of disbelief on his brother's face, Gordon Lam laughed. Not only did you not believe it, I didn't believe it at first either. But the money has already been transferred to my card, how could it be fake? And Lin Jiadong was silent for a moment, then said, and judging from Mr. Shen's demeanor, he doesn't seem to be deceiving me. Mr. Shen? It's Shinhao, Mr. Shen. Lin Jiadong said with admiration, it is also because of Mr. Shen that I did not continue to make mistakes. Once we have worked out a charter, I will report it to Mr. Shen in person. Knock knock knock. As we were talking, someone knocked on the classroom door. I'll go open the door. The 4th child stood up and walked towards the closed door of the classroom. Who are you looking for? The 4th brother opened the door and saw Shinhao. A strange look flashed in his eyes and he asked. Shinhao smiled and said softly, I'm looking for Lin Jiadong. Is he here? As soon as Shinhao finished speaking, Lin Jiadong's exclamation was heard in the classroom. Mr. Shen? The next second, Lin Jiadong quickly walked to the door of the classroom and looked at Shinhao with surprise. Mr. Shen, why are you here? Shinhao walked into the classroom and said with a smile, I wanted to call you, but my phone was turned off, so I came to the school to find you. When Lin Jiadong heard this, he immediately said in annoyance, Mr. Shen, it's all my fault. Yesterday I was busy paying my mom's hospital surgery fee and didn't notice my phone ran out of battery and shut down automatically. After they sat down, Lin Jiadong introduced Shinhao, Mr. Shen, let me introduce you. These 4 are my roommates. Everyone is involved in the research of artificial intelligence. Looking at his classmates, Lin Jiadong introduced Shinhao to them. This is Mr. Shen. Our research funding was invested by Mr. Shen. Upon hearing this, several students greeted Shinhao. Hello, Mr. Shen. Hello, Mr. Shen. Thank you, Mr. Shen, for your investment. Mr. Shen, you are too rich, aren't you? You invested 20 million just like that? Xinhao chuckled when he heard this, and said calmly, 20 million is really not a lot for me. Turning to look at Lin Jiadong, Xinhao said, and I believe in Lin Jiadong, this investment is definitely worth it. As soon as Xinhao finished speaking, a flash of excitement appeared on Lin Jiadong's face. Mr. Xin, thank you for believing in me. I will never let you down. Xinhao nodded slightly, a smile on his face. Lin Jiadong, tell me about your plan. Lin Jiadong took a deep breath and organized the words in his mind. Mr. Xin, my plan is this. The 5 of us brothers will set up an artificial intelligence research group first. Purchase some simple equipment, and once we have achieved results, expand the scale. After Lin Jiadong finished explaining his and others' plan, he looked up at Xinhao expectantly. Mr. Xin, what do you think? Ding. Random task, Lam Katung's business plan. In the face of the business plan given by Lin Jiadong, please start making your choice. Choice 1, give praise, reward 100 million coins, and research team members loyalty plus 100. Choice 2, deny it, and reward the research team members with plus 10 scientific research ability and plus 100 loyalty. The voice of the system sounded in Xinhao's mind. Which one to choose? Xinhao pondered for a moment, then made a decision in his mind. System, I choose the second one. Chapter 34 I transferred 100 million to you. After talking about his plan, Lam Katung felt a little nervous. Mr. Xin, what do you think of this plan? The other 4 students also looked at Xinhao nervously, wondering whether Xinhao would agree to this plan. Under the nervous and expectant gazes of several people, Xinhao shook his head slightly. Lin Jiadong's mind suddenly tensed up, and he said with some disappointment, Mr. Xin, is there anything wrong with this plan? Xinhao opened his mouth and said, too small. Smaller? Lin Jiadong and his companions looked at each other, not understanding what Xinhao meant. It's too small. Xinhao said in a deep voice, if we are going to do it, we have to do it big. A research group is too small. Looking up at Lin Jiadong, Xinhao said, go register a company tomorrow. By then, you will all be researchers in the company's scientific research department. Company? Lin Jiadong and his friends looked at each other. I didn't expect that Xinhao would start a company right away. Not only that, we also need to purchase the most advanced equipment and computers to prepare for the early development of artificial intelligence. Hiss. When Lin Jiadong and the others heard this, they took a deep breath and then looked at Xinhao with admiration. This kind of grand vision is not something that ordinary people can possess. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding. The reward will be issued after the company registration is completed. Xinhao's decision made Lin Jiadong and others excited. After a while, they finally calmed down. But another problem also arises. But Mr. Xin, setting up a company and purchasing equipment will probably cost a lot of money. Lin Jiadong said with a slightly worried look. Besides, we need crystals to study artificial intelligence, and I'm afraid we can't buy the best crystals. The thin second brother also nodded and said, the top-level chips are usually controlled by large companies. Even if we register a company, we can't get the purchasing rights. Xinhao pondered for a moment, waved his hand and said, don't worry about the money. I will deposit another 100 million into Lam Katung's card later. As soon as Xinhao finished speaking, Lin Jiadong and the others suddenly widened their eyes. That's 100 million. Hiss, Mr. Xin is really generous. This money is definitely enough. Ha 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 ha. With 100 million in funding, we're going to buy the most advanced equipment. But the most important crystals can't be bought even if you have money. Crystal yuan? Xinhao was silent for a moment, then asked Lin Jiadong. Which wafer manufacturing company is in China? This. Hearing Xinhao's question, Lin Jiadong shook his head slightly, I'm not sure. I know. The thin-faced second brother pushed his glasses and said, there are 2 companies in China that produce wafers. One is Jingxi Technology Company, which mainly produces mid- and low-end wafers. The other one is Huanyu Technology Group. The top-notch chips in Han country all come from their company. The second brother showed a trace of worry on his face and said, however, the production capacity of the top-level wafers is limited, and they can only be supplied to large companies in Han country first. With a sigh, the second brother said in embarrassment, we simply don't have the strength to compete with those large companies for the right to purchase wafers. Unless Huanyu Technology Group agrees to supply us. But those large companies don't have enough orders, so how can we get a share? As soon as the second brother finished speaking, the excitement of Lin Jiadong and the others also subsided. Lin Jiadong looked up at Shin Hao, hesitated for a moment and said, "Mr. Shin, how about we use low-end and mid-range wafers for research first, and then negotiate with Huanyu Technology Group to purchase top-end wafers after we have achieved results?" Ding. Random task, buy crystals. When faced with a dilemma, should we choose the difficult top-level crystal or the easy mid to low-end crystal? Please make your choice, host. Option 1, purchase low-end and mid-range wafers, and you will be rewarded with a 50% discount on low-end and mid-range wafers. Option 2, purchase the best crystals and get the crystal etching technology as a reward. If you're going to buy something, buy the best. How could Shin Hao choose the first option? System, I choose the second option. Looking up at Lin Jiadong and the others, Shin Hao said in a deep voice, "Since I said I would buy the best crystals, I won't go back on my word." Shin Hao looked at the thin-faced second brother and asked, "Is the president of Huanyu Technology Group Lu Yu?" The second brother looked at Shin Hao in surprise, nodded and said, "Yes, it is Lu Yu." "How did Mr. Shin know?" Shin Hao smiled and said softly, "I just happen to know Lu Yu. Don't worry about the top crystals." When Lin Jiadong and the others heard this, they were shocked and excited. "That's great. Now we can start researching. With the best crystals, our research progress will definitely be able to go a step further. Let's get started, I can't wait. I'll register a company right away." Shin Hao looked at Lin Jiadong and his companions who were ready to make a move, and a smile appeared on his face. As a leader, don't you like subordinates who are full of motivation the most? Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding. Host, please choose the reward distribution location. The system's voice sounded in Shin Hao's mind. Save it electronically on a USB drive and send it to me. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. The next second, a small silver USB flash drive appeared in Shin Hao's hand. What is stored inside is the wafer etching technology. Currently, the electronic circuits on the wafer use Singapore's extreme ultraviolet lithography technology. Although etching technology is weaker than photolithography technology, there is no need to worry about technical constraints. Otherwise, once Singapore decides to provide wafer lithography technology, wouldn't it be like being strangled by others? Taking out his mobile phone, Shin Hao operated it for a while. The next second, a text message alert sounded from Lin Jiadong's charging phone. Shin Hao put away his phone and looked at Lam Ka-tung. "Lin Ka-tung, I have transferred 100 million to you, please check it." Lin Jiadong was shocked when he heard this and quickly unplugged his phone to check. Nantong Bank, your account ending in 7798 completed an interbank fund transaction of 100 million on August 30th at 13:03, with a balance of 118,873. Lin Jiadong looked at the text message he received on his mobile phone and his hands began to tremble with excitement. 100 million. It really is 100 million. Lin Jiadong had never seen such a long string of numbers. Upon hearing this, the other students all gathered around. She stared at Lam Ka-tung's phone screen with her eyes wide open. The long string of numbers above completely stunned them. Chapter 35 is the person who scammed you so young? Lin Jiadong and his friends looked at the transfer notification received on their mobile phones, their faces flushed with excitement. Although this money is not mine, it makes me feel good just looking at it. When Shin Hao saw this scene, he smiled and shook his head. Don't look at it. Once the company is registered, the money will be transferred to the company account. In addition to using the money to purchase equipment and computers, we'll also be paying you salaries and bonuses. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiadong and others turned to look at Shin Hao with looks of surprise and doubt on their faces. And salary and bonus? Certainly. Shin Hao nodded and said, "From now on, you will be my employees." How is it possible that there is no salary and bonus? After a moment's silence, Shin Hao continued, "Now, your salary is 20,000 per month. I'll mention it again later." As soon as Shin Hao finished speaking, Lin Jiadong and the others showed surprise on their faces. A monthly salary of 20,000 yuan was completely beyond their imagination. Even if they graduate and find jobs in the future, their initial salary will only be 5 or 6,000 yuan per month. Thank you, Mr. Shin. Great. 20,000 per month is enough for tuition and basic expenses. We are all Mr. Shin's employees from now on. We have to call him Mr. Shin. Thank you, Mr. Shin. Long live President Shin. After discussing the details with Lin Jiadong and others, Shin Hao walked out of the teaching building. Sitting in the sports car, Shinhao drove straight out of the school gate. Boom! The sports car was driving on the road, and when passing an intersection, a figure suddenly walked out. Squeak! Shinhao was suddenly startled and quickly stepped on the brakes and turned the steering wheel. Ah! The figure that suddenly appeared seemed to be awakened by the sound of the sports car's brakes, and suddenly screamed. Swish! The scissor door opened and Shinhao got out of the car and walked quickly forward. How are you? You're not hurt? Only then did Shinhao see the appearance of the person who came. She is a pretty, slightly fragile girl. She is tall and slender, wearing a white long dress, like a lotus blooming on the snow-capped mountains. I'm fine. Yang Shueli took a few steps back and said nervously, I'm sorry, I showed up so suddenly. Seeing that the girl was really not hurt, Shinhao breathed a sigh of relief. Looking up at Yang Shueli, Shinhao said in a deep voice, be careful when you walk next time. If I hadn't reacted quickly, you wouldn't be standing there talking to me. Yang Shueli's body trembled slightly when she heard that, and she said in a slightly flustered tone, I'm sorry, I won't do it again. A strange look flashed in Shinhao's eyes. Yang Shueli's condition seemed to be a little off. But since I didn't hit her, it has nothing to do with me. Okay, go ahead. After saying that, Shinhao got into the car and was about to close the door and leave. Yang Shueli raised her head and watched Shinhao get into a luxury sports car. Recalling what had happened during this period of time, Yang Shueli somehow called out to Shinhao. You, wait a minute. Upon hearing this, Shinhao stopped what he was doing and looked at Yang Shueli with a frown. Do you have anything else to do? Yang Shueli pursed her lips, lowered her head and said nothing. After a moment, Yang Shueli raised her head, and a look of determination flashed in her pretty eyes. Then he walked up to the sports car, sat in the passenger seat and fastened his seatbelt. You. Shinhao looked at Yang Shueli in astonishment, not knowing what she wanted to do. Close the door. Yang Shueli said in a low voice. Seeing that Shinhao did not move, Yang Shueli repeated, close the door. Okay. Shinhao nodded slightly and closed the door of the sports car. Boom. Starting the sports car, Shinhao said, the nearest hospital is Haihu Central Hospital. I'll take you there for a checkup. After saying that, Shinhao shook his head. Are people who commit fraud so young these days? Yang Shueli was slightly startled when she heard this, and then a hint of humiliation appeared in her eyes. Looking at Shinhao, Yang Shueli raised her voice and said, no need to go to the hospital, I'm not a scammer. Oh. Shinhao chuckled, it's not a scam, why did you get into my car? Yang Shueli clenched her delicate fists quietly, lowered her head, pursed her lips and stopped talking. Why? I'm scared of you. Seeing Yang Shueli remaining silent, Shinhao showed a look of helplessness on his face. Coo. The sound of hungry stomachs broke the silence in the sports car. Shinhao turned to look at Yang Shueli, a smile flashed in his eyes. As if she had noticed Shinhao's gaze, Yang Shueli's snow-white neck and even her ears turned slightly red. It's not me. A faint voice came from Yang Shueli's mouth. I know. Shinhao said with a slight smile. Let's go eat. I'll treat you. This time, Yang Shueli did not refuse. Jazz Restaurant Faberlin. It was the one Shinhao and Lu Mingxi visited last time. After stopping the sports car, Shinhao walked towards the Faberlin Jazz Restaurant. Let's go? What are you standing there for? Seeing that Yang Shueli didn't catch up, Shinhao turned around and shouted. Oh. Yang Shueli withdrew her shocked gaze towards the restaurant and followed Shinhao closely. Yang Shueli followed behind Shinhao, her nervous hands slightly grasping the hem of her skirt. Yang Shueli had never dared to imagine such a luxurious restaurant before. As soon as I walked into the restaurant, General Manager Galia Harris seemed to have heard the news and hurried over to greet me. Boss, you're here. Galia Harris said respectfully. Shinhao nodded and said softly, prepare a quiet place. Galia Harris quickly responded respectfully, okay, boss, follow me. In a quiet corner of the dining area, Shinhao and Yang Shueli sat opposite each other. After picking up the menu and taking a look at it, Shinhao said to Galia Harris, who was waiting on the side, caviar, vegetable soup, steak, pasta, and a fruit pudding, that's all. Galia Harris hurriedly said, okay, boss, please wait a moment. After saying that, Galia Harris bowed and left, his eyes never lingering on Yang Shueli for even a moment. Shinhao leaned back in his chair, looking at Yang Shueli, who was keeping her head down and remaining silent. My name is Shinhao, what's yours? What's your name? Hearing Shinhao's question, Yang Shueli raised her head and said softly, My name is Yang Shueli. A third-year student majoring in life science and technology at Haihu University of Science and Technology. Student? Shinhao murmured and repeated it, then asked Yang Shueli. Why are you getting in my car? Yang Shueli did not answer, but asked Shinhao a question. Is this restaurant yours? Although Shinhao was curious, he nodded and said, It's mine. The restaurant looks very high-end. Yang Shueli looked around and said, It's okay. Shinhao said casually, It should be the top restaurant in Haihu City. Yang Shueli pondered for a moment and said softly, Your car is also very good. You are rich? Shinhao frowned and looked at Yang Shueli and said in a deep voice, What do you want to say? Chapter 36 Yang Shueli's request. Under the dining table, Yang Shueli's slender hands tightly grasped her legs. This prevented his body from trembling. I think. I want money. Yang Shueli lowered her head, and her soft long hair hid the expression on her face. The air began to grow quiet. After a moment, Yang Shueli looked up at Shinhao, her little face slightly pale. I need money, lots of money. Shinhao raised his eyes to look at the stubborn girl and asked calmly, Why? Yang Shueli opened her mouth, a hint of pain in her eyes. 5 years ago, my mom was diagnosed with narcolepsy. We went to all the major hospitals, but there was no cure. The huge expenses used up all the family savings, and then my father left and never came back. Yang Shueli looked up at Shinhao, her eyes gradually becoming moist. The doctor said this disease is a genetic defect and there is no way to treat it. We can only wait for the patient to die one day. I won't give up. Yang Shueli pursed her lips tightly, with a determined look in her eyes. So I was admitted to the School of Life Sciences and Technology of Haihu University of Science and Technology, which is the top institution for studying life genetic technology. He. Yang Shueli raised her head and chuckled, then said in a vague tone, How ridiculous that I still want to cure my mother with my own efforts. After a moment of silence, Yang Shueli continued, Now my mother's illness is getting worse. I fall into a deep sleep every day and am awake only for a very short period of time. If she leaves the intensive care unit, my mother might die just like the doctor said. But the cost of staying in the intensive care unit is tens of thousands a day. I borrowed money from everyone I could and even sold my house, but it was still a drop in the bucket. A line of tears slid down the corner of Yang Shueli's eyes. I can't lose my mother, otherwise I will no longer have any relatives. Shinhao exhaled lightly and said in a deep voice, Sorry, there is nothing I can do to help you. No. You do. Yang Shueli looked at Shinhao intently, You have money, you have the ability to keep my mother alive. As long as I can figure out the defect in mom's genes, I can cure her. Shinhao shook his head slightly when he heard this and said, Let's not talk about whether you can research your mother's genetic defect. Besides, I am rich, but why should I help you? Yang Shueli's body trembled slightly, and her slender hands tightly grasped the hem of her skirt. I am still innocent, I can be your lover. Lover? Ha! Shinhao chuckled, and the sound was like a sharp knife stabbing into Yang Shueli's heart. It costs tens of thousands of dollars a day to stay in the intensive care unit. Do you think you are worth that much money? Yang Shueli opened her mouth, despair in her eyes. As long as you help me, I'm willing to do anything for you. Ding! Random mission, Yang Shueli's despair. Heavy pressure is placed on Yang Shueli's shoulders, causing this snow lotus-like girl to fall into despair. Please, host, start making your choice. Choice 1, refuse to help Yang Shueli and be rewarded with ownership of a private hospital worth tens of billions. Choice 2, agree to help Yang Shueli and reward the loyalty of SS-level scientific research talent Yang Shueli. The system voice that sounded in his mind made Shinhao's eyes reveal a hint of surprise. One is the ownership of a private hospital worth tens of billions. One is an SS-level scientific research talent. After a moment, Shinhao said in his heart, System, I choose to agree to help Yang Shueli. Compared to a hospital worth tens of billions, Shinhao values talent more. I promise. Shinhao's voice rang in Yang Shueli's ears. The next second, Yang Shueli suddenly looked up at Shinhao, with an irrepressible look of surprise on her pretty face. You promised? You will pay for my mother's hospital expenses? Shinhao nodded and said in a deep voice, That's right. Wow, thank you, wow. Yang Shueli could no longer hold back and began to sob softly. Ding. The random mission is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. Shinhao took out a tissue and handed it to Yang Shueli, saying, "Don't cry, wipe it." Yang Shueli took the tissue and wiped her tears, then said firmly, "Mr. Shin, please rest assured. I won't break my promise. From now on, I'm yours." Shinhao looked up at Yang Shueli with a somewhat surprised expression. "Is this a bonus from the system?" "Actually, you don't have to." Shinhao looked at Yang Shueli's determined eyes and did not say the next words. "What as more, a beautiful lady comes to your doorstep, isn't she attractive? Boss, the dishes you ordered are all here. Do you have any other instructions?" Dahlia Harris, general manager of jazz restaurant Faberlin, directed the waiter to place the dishes on the table and leaned over to ask. "Go ahead." Shinhao waved his hand. "Boss, please enjoy your meal." Dahlia Harris bowed and left. "Come on, the food here is pretty good." Shinhao looked at Yang Shueli's dazed look and couldn't help but smile. Yang Shueli nodded slightly and started to taste it. Outside the Faberlin jazz restaurant, a supercar slowly drove away. In the sports car, Shinhao turned to look at Yang Shueli and asked, "Where are you going?" Upon hearing this, Yang Shueli's body trembled slightly and her pretty face turned slightly red. Go to your house." Yang Shueli obviously misunderstood Shinhao's meaning. "What are you doing at my house?" Shinhao looked at Yang Shueli in confusion. "Well, let's go to the hotel." Yang Shueli's cheeks became more and more rosy. Forehead. Shinhao finally understood. "Did you misunderstand something?" Yang Shueli looked at Shinhao with her beautiful eyes and said, "I said, my body is yours. Don't worry, no one else has touched it." Shinhao was speechless after hearing this. "I didn't." Before Shinhao could finish speaking, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Ding. Random mission, Yang Shueli's dedication. In order to repay the host, Yang Shueli decided to sacrifice herself. Please make your choice. Choice 1, accept the sacrifice and be rewarded with a set of top-notch apartments in Chen Mansion. Choice 2, refuse to sacrifice yourself, and you will be rewarded with a house in the Mingzhu Primary School District in Haihu City. There is nothing? Upon hearing this, Yang Shueli looked at Shinhao curiously. Forehead. Shinhao came back to his senses and turned to look at Yang Shueli. Her holy temperament like that of a snow lotus was indeed very attractive to him. System, I choose the first option. I want to say. Shinhao hesitated for a moment and said, I don't have my ID card with me. I'd better take you to my house. Chapter 37 rewards you with a crystal palace. Chen Mansion, the most expensive residential area in Haihu City, is not far from Haihu University of Science and Technology. Boom. A supercar slowly stopped at the entrance of the community. Shinhao, your home is here? Yang Shueli asked Shinhao in surprise. Shinhao nodded and said softly, I bought a property here. Yang Shueli looked at the Chen Mansion community in a trance. This is the most expensive community in Haihu City. It is said that 1 square meter costs more than 300,000 yuan. Shinhao chuckled and said, although I own property here, I have never been here. Look for it. There should be a property certificate in the car. Yang Shueli was startled when she heard this, and then she found a file bag behind the seat of the sports car. Inside was a property certificate and a bunch of keys. Shinhao, is this the one? Shinhao nodded and said, it should be. Can you see where the house is? Yang Shueli opened the property certificate and looked at the information recorded on it. Building 8, Room 701, Chen Mansion, usable area 407 square meters. Looking up at Shinhao, Yang Shueli's pretty face was full of shock. Shinhao, this is an apartment of more than 400 square meters, worth more than 100 million. Shinhao shrugged and said casually, it's about the same. I didn't ask how much it cost when I bought it. With the property certificate, the security guard at Chen Mansion community let us in directly. Wow! The environment here is so great. Shinhao, look, there is a lake there. This antique courtyard is also very beautiful. Walking in the community, Yang Shueli looked at the surrounding environment and exclaimed repeatedly. Do you like it? Shinhao turned and looked at Yang Shueli. Yeah. Yang Shueli nodded and said, of course I like it. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Shinhao said calmly, it just so happens that the house is close to your school, so you can live here from now on. Yang Shueli paused, turned around and looked at Shinhao in shock. Give it to me? Shinhao nodded. Yeah, I don't live here anyway, it would be a waste to leave it empty. Upon hearing this, Yang Shueli lowered her head, pinched the hem of her skirt with both hands, and slid one foot uneasily on the ground. This is a beautiful woman hidden in a golden house. I understand, but I'm still in school, can you please not let me get pregnant? Yang Shueli said with a slightly shy tone. Bang! Shinhao flicked Yang Shueli's head with his finger and said with a smile, What are you thinking about? Go check out the house. The starry night was low, and Shinhao and Yang Shueli had not come out of the house. Thompson Epine Community, large flat with river view. Lu Mingxi held the phone in her hand, stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, and silently looked at the scenery outside. A moment later, Lu Mingxi dialed the phone in his hand. Ring, ring, ring. Shinhao looked at Yang Shueli lying beside the pillow and answered the phone. Mingxi? Lu Mingxi's voice was heard on the phone. Mr. Shin, will you come back tonight? Shinhao subconsciously glanced at Yang Shueli and said, Go to sleep by yourself. I'm not going back tonight. Okay, I got it. See you tomorrow, Mr. Shin. The next second, Lu Mingxi hung up the phone. Thompson Epine Community. Lu Mingxi hung up the phone, looked at the dimly lit scenery outside, and sighed slightly. Lu Mingxi, this is already the best result. What else are you expecting? In front of the entrance of Shanghai University of Science and Technology, a supercar slowly stopped. Students passing by saw the sports car and stopped to watch. This sports car looks familiar? I was here yesterday. The owner is a tall, rich, and handsome guy. Look. There's another person in the car, I don't know who it is. It's over. The tall, rich, and handsome guy has a target. Do I have no chance? Look, she's coming down. The sports car's scissor doors slowly rose up, and a girl in a white dress walked out. It's Yang Shueli. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. The goddess senior from junior year. It hurts so much. The goddess herself took him away. I heard that Lu Han was pursuing Yang Shueli, but now it seems there is no chance. It's obvious that Lu Han is no match for that Ferrari owner. Yang Shueli got out of the car, stood by the window, and looked at Shinhao reluctantly. Go ahead. Shinhao smiled and said, The most important thing for you now is to study. I believe that with your talent, you can definitely cure your mother. Upon hearing this, Yang Shueli's eyes showed a hint of determination and she nodded her head heavily. I see. I won't let you down, for my mother's sake or for yours. Shinhao watched Yang Shueli walk into the school gate, then started the sports car and left Haihu University of Science and Technology. Marina Building. Shinhao knocked on the door of the chairman's office. Come in. Lu Mingxi's capable voice came from the office. Shinhao pushed the door open and saw Lu Mingxi busy working. The sunlight fell on Lu Mingxi, making her look even more dazzling. Mingxi. Shinhao couldn't help but greet him. Mr. Shen? You're here. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingxi quickly raised her head and looked at Shinhao with a smile on her face. Lu Mingxi walked quickly to Shinhao's side, took Shinhao's hand and walked behind the desk. Then he pushed Shinhao down on the seat. Boss Shin, you've come at the right time. I have some documents for you to sign. Shinhao then looked through some documents, picked up a pen and signed his name. Lu Mingxi stood behind Shinhao, put her hands on both sides of Shinhao's shoulders, and began to massage gently. The atmosphere in the office began to become quiet. Ding. Random task, confess. The host has not returned all night. Lu Mingxi seems to have understood something. Please make a choice, host. Choice 1, hide it, reward for master level time management skills. Choice 2, confess and you will be rewarded with a crystal palace. Cough. Shinhao coughed lightly, breaking the silence in the office. Mingxi, do you know? Lu Mingxi's hands kept moving, with a complicated look in his eyes. Know what? Shinhao pondered for a moment and said, I was with a girl last night. Lu Mingxi's hand paused for a moment and then continued to massage Shinhao's shoulders. I know I can't completely possess Mr. Shin. But I am very satisfied to be able to be with Mr. Shin. Shinhao's eyes slightly fluctuated when he heard this, and then he said, Don't worry, we will be together forever. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. In his mind, Shinhao asked the system aloud. System, what's going on with this crystal palace? No matter how many women the host has, they will be safe and sound with each other, close and harmonious. After hearing the system's answer, Shinhao took a deep breath. Hiss, awesome. Chapter 38 Master Level Tea Art. Universal Technology Group. The top technology company in Haihu City. Its office is located in a building more than 100 stories high. Shinhao got out of the sports car, looked up at the building, a gleam of light in his eyes. It's really good. In the future, my building will be even more luxurious than this one. Stepping into the building, Shinhao went straight to the front desk. Hello sir, how can I help you? The lady at the front desk didn't dare to neglect Shinhao when she saw him. Whether it is Shinhao's dress or his demeanor, they all look different. Shinhao looked at the receptionist and said, I'm looking for your President Liu Yu. Looking for Mr. Liu? The lady at the front desk was stunned for a moment, then asked, Excuse me, sir, do you have an appointment? Shinhao shook his head, No. I'm sorry, sir. The lady at the front desk shook her head and said, You can't see Mr. Liu without an appointment. If it's convenient for you, I can leave your information and make an appointment to see Mr. Liu. Shinhao frowned. Call Liu Yu and tell him that Shinhao is here to see him. This. The lady at the front desk hesitated. I can only try to contact you, but I'm not sure if I can meet Mr. Liu. The lady at the front desk finished speaking and made a phone call. Secretary Yu? There's a gentleman at the front desk who said he wants to see Mr. Liu. His name is Shinhao. Okay. Bang. The lady at the front desk hung up the phone and looked at Shinhao. Mr. Shin, please wait a moment. If Mr. Liu wants to see you, secretary, you will notify me. Shinhao nodded when he heard this and waited in the lounge area in the hall. Bite. After a moment, a slight beep was heard from the exclusive elevator on the side of the hall. The elevator door opened and a figure walked out quickly. Mr. Liu? When the receptionist saw Liu Yu, her eyes widened. Mr. Liu, who is busy with many things and has precious time, actually came downstairs in person. Who is that person? Liu Yu looked at the front desk and asked in a deep voice, Where is Mr. Shin just now? Where is he? The lady at the front desk subconsciously raised her hand and pointed in a direction, saying, Over there, in the rest area. The next second, Liu Yu turned and walked towards the rest area. Seeing Shinhao, Liu Yu immediately laughed. Ha ha. Mr. Shen. Why didn't you call ahead if you were coming? I could pick you up in person. Shinhao stood up and said with a smile, I have something to ask Mr. Liu, so I came here in person. Let us go, let us go. Liu Yu greeted Shinhao with a smile, Come to my office. I just got a pot of good tea yesterday, just in time for Mr. Shin to taste it. Liu Yu's office. Shinhao and another person sat opposite each other. Liu Yu picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Shinhao. Mr. Shin, please taste it. Liu Yu gestured to Shinhao. Shinhao picked up the teacup and put it to his nose and sniffed it. A faint scent of tea wafts into the air. After taking a sip, Shinhao's eyes lit up. How is it? Isn't this tea good? Liu Yu saw Shinhao's expression and spoke with a smile. Ding. Random task, tea tasting. This is a pot of top quality tea, but the tea making technique is not good enough. Please make your choice, host. Choice 1, praise out loud and you will be rewarded with 500 grams of top quality Wyashinda Honpo tea. Choice 2, deny it, and you will be rewarded with a master level tea art. 500 grams of top grade Taiping Hokue. Shinhao listened to the voice of the system in his mind and made a decision after pondering for a moment. System, I choose the second option. After swallowing the tea in his mouth, Shinhao said, Boss Liu, although this tea is good, there are some flaws in the way you brew it. As a result, this pot of tea didn't fully bring out the flavor it should have. Oh? When Liu Yu heard Shinhao's denial, he did not get angry, but said with interest, Mr. Shin, I would like to hear the details. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding. Host, please choose the location where the top grade Taiping Hokue will be distributed. Just put it in my car. Shinhao said in his heart. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. The next second, a large amount of information emerged in Shinhao's mind. Types of tea. How to distinguish the quality of tea. Steeping methods for different types of tea. This information is being absorbed quickly by Xinhao. After a moment, Xinhao looked up at Lu Yu and said with a smile, "Boss Lu, is this the 18 teas from the Imperial Palace Longjing tea? It's not easy to get it." When Lu Yu heard this, he immediately laughed. "Yes. It is the 18 pills before the emperor. I attended an auction a while ago and spent 200,000 yuan to buy 50 grams. I drank a lot, and there are less than 30 grams left." Xinhao nodded when he heard this. The tea is indeed good. "Let me ask Mr. Lu first, what kind of water is used to make tea?" Lu Yu showed a proud look on his face and said, "This water is the Snow Mountain ice spring water that I got with great difficulty." "Wrong," Xinhao said in a deep voice. "What's wrong?" Lu Yu looked at Xinhao in confusion. Upon hearing this, Xinhao explained, "These 18 pearls before the emperor were originally produced at the foot of Lion Peak Mountain in West Lake. Its nature is yang, while the nature of the Snow Mountain ice spring is yin. When the two are compatible, one of them must be hurt. So, to soak these 18 pills of the Imperial Palace, you have to use mountain spring water." When Lu Yu heard this, a look of sudden enlightenment appeared on his face. Looking up at Xinhao, Lu Yu said in shock, "It turns out that this water has such a big deal. Mountain spring water, I have that too. Mr. Shin, wait a minute, I'll get it right away." After a while, Lu Yu brought a pot of mountain spring water. Xinhao boiled the water, waited for it to cool down for a while and then said, "Don't use freshly boiled water to make tea, be sure to cool it down for a while. It's best to keep the temperature around 85 degrees. Xinhao put 3 grams of freshly taken tea leaves in the teapot and poured in boiling water while explaining aloud. There are many details to brewing tea: first, poke; second, filter; third, stir; and fourth, boil. Lu Yu was immediately stunned by the professional string of words that came out of Xinhao's mouth. Lu Yu looked at Xinhao with great curiosity and asked, "Mr. Shin, what are the first stroke, second filter, third roll, and fourth roll?" Xinhao smiled and said, "1 pi, that is, to pie away the water used to brew the tea for the first time. Second filter, this tea must be filtered twice. 3 times, the boiling water cannot be brewed all at once, it must be brewed 3 times. 4 rolls means rolling the tea leaves 4 times in the teapot. In this way, the brewed tea will fully release its hidden tea fragrance." As he spoke, Xinhao had already brewed the tea. The next second, the rich tea aroma diffused from the teapot into the surrounding air. Lu Yu closed his eyes, sniffed the air intoxicatedly, and said in an admiring tone, "What a rich tea fragrance." After opening his eyes, Lu Yu looked at Xinhao in shock. "Mr. Shin, let's not talk about the taste of the tea. Just looking at your tea-making skills is already a great enjoyment in my life." Chapter 39 Register Hong Mang Company. Good tea. The tea aroma is really overflowing and the aftertaste is endless. Lu Yu, president of Huanyu Technology Group, put down the teacup in his hand and exclaimed in admiration with a savoring look on his face. "Mr. Shin, your tea art is truly amazing." Lu Yu gave Xinhao a thumbs up and said in amazement, "I'm afraid even the top tea art master in Hanjing City can't compare to your skills." Xinhao chuckled when he heard this, looked at Lu Yu and said, "Boss Lu, I'm here this time to discuss something with you." "Oh?" Lu Yu's eyes showed a strange color, and he said, "Mr. Shin, please tell me if you have anything to say. As long as Lu can do it, I will never refuse." "Thank you, Mr. Lu." Xinhao chuckled and said, "I have set up a company to develop artificial intelligence. But we lack the top-grade crystals." Looking at Lu Yu, Xinhao said, "I heard that Mr. Lu's company produces top-notch wafers, so I want to cooperate with Mr. Lu and buy wafers." "So?" Lu Yu pondered after hearing this. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yu said with some embarrassment, "Mr. Shin, to be honest, Huanyu can indeed produce top-level wafers. But the production capacity is limited, and all of them have been pre-ordered by large companies." Lu Yu frowned and said in a deep voice, "But since Mr. Shin has spoken, I can't let Mr. Shin go back empty-handed no matter what. How about this? I will ask the factory to step up production. How about trading 10,000 wafers to Mr. Shin every year?" The next second, the system's voice sounded in Xinhao's mind. Ding! Random task, Lu Yu's suggestion. In response to the host's request, Lu Yu proposes to trade 10,000 crystals per year. Please make your choice. Choice 1, agree to the deal, and get a private helicopter worth 80 million as a reward. Choice 2, reject the deal and get the reward of upgrading the wafer etching technology to nanometer level. Xinhao made his choice without hesitation. System, I choose the second option. Looking up at Liu, Xinhao shook his head slightly. Boss Liu, I cannot accept this deal. Why? Your company has just been established, and the labor is only in the early stages of research and development. 10,000 crystals are enough. Liu looked at Xinhao in confusion. 10,000 wafers per year was a considerable number for a newly established company. No. 10,000 crystals are not enough. Xinhao's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he said in a deep voice, at least 1 million crystals. What? Liu was startled and frowned as he looked at Xinhao. 1 million crystals, this is the purchase amount of a large enterprise. Mr. Xin, your company has just been established. There is no need to make it so big, right? Besides, the research and development of artificial intelligence is full of difficulties. Are you sure you can go public in the short term? Xinhao showed confidence when he heard this, and said, of course. I believe in the company's R&D team. Liu shook his head and sighed. Even so, our company doesn't have enough production capacity to satisfy you, right? Xinhao picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea, then said with a smile, why not add another production line? How is this possible? Liu said without hesitation, Mr. Xin, do you know how much it costs to build a production line? The company can't possibly make such a decision. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. The voice of the system in his mind brought a smile to Xinhao's face. Mr. Liu, don't rush to refuse. After saying that, Xinhao took out a silver USB flash drive and placed it on the coffee table. It won't be too late to decide after Mr. Liu finishes reading the information here. Liu picked up the USB drive in doubt and looked at Xinhao. What's in it? Xinhao raised his hand and gestured. Boss Liu, please take a look first. Liu plugged the USB drive into the computer and started checking it. Wafer etching technology. Hiss. When Liu saw the information stored in the USB flash drive, he took a deep breath. This is impossible. How so? Liu looked at the information above in disbelief, exclaiming repeatedly. If you want to engrave electronic circuits on wafers now, you can't get around Singapore's extreme ultraviolet lithography machine. With such technology, Singapore can be said to be the leader in the field of science and technology. He also amassed a huge amount of wealth with the help of lithography machines. For example, for every wafer with electronic circuits burned in it sold, the Universal Technology Group has to give half of the profit to Singapore. And this has also become a constraint on the development of Huanyu Technology Group. But now, Liu actually saw a glimmer of possibility to bypass the technological blockade of the star country. Boom, boom, boom. Liu's heart began beating faster than ever before. Looking up at Xinhao, Liu suppressed his excitement and asked, Mr. Xin, is this information true? Xinhao nodded and said casually, of course it's true. And it has been patented. Call. Liu heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this, and then asked nervously, how does etching technology compare to photolithography technology? Xinhao smiled and said softly, this is nano-level etching technology, the maximum limit can be 5 nanometers. Tai. Liu suddenly jumped up, his face flushed with excitement. Mr. Xin, is this true? Xinhao pointed at the computer and said with a smile, the information is all in front of you, don't you believe it? Believe it. I believe it. Liu said excitedly, Mr. Xin, is this patent still in your hands? Good. Xinhao nodded and said, this technology originally belongs to the company I just established. Very good. Liu clenched his fists excitedly, Mr. Xin, can I cooperate with your company? Xinhao smiled when he heard this and said softly, what about adding a wafer production line? Agreed. Liu said without hesitation, don't even mention adding one, even if we add 10. Liu has had enough of being ripped off by Xinhua. By the way, Mr. Xin, what is the name of your company? Liu asked Xinhao. Forehead. Xinhao was stunned when he heard this, and a strange expression appeared on his face. I have already sent someone to register the company. As for the name, wait for me to make a call. After saying that, Xinhao took out his phone and called Lam Ka-tung. Liu looked at Xinhao's actions, with a somewhat amusing expression on his face. With such incredible technology, the company was just registered? It turns out that the boss's thoughts are hard to guess. Lin Jiadong, how is the company registration going? Then Lin Jiadong's voice came from the phone. Mr. Xin, I was just about to call you. The company registration is almost done, except for filling in the company name. Mr. Shin, please take a look. Shin Hao hesitated for a moment, then said, just call me Hong Mang. Chapter 40. I bet you will fall in love with me. In the office of the president of Huanyu Technology Group, Shin Hao and Lu Yu sat opposite each other. Lu Yu poured a cup of tea for each of them and then said, Mr. Shin, since our two companies are cooperating, how should we cooperate? Shin Hao pondered for a moment and said, I authorize you to use the wafer etching technology, and how about you provide the wafers for free? Knock knock knock. Lu Yu tapped the armrest of the chair with one hand and closed his eyes to think. After a moment, Lu Yu stopped what he was doing, opened his eyes and said, okay. And I also took out 10% of Huanyu Technology's shares as an investment in Mr. Shin's company. Oh? A look of surprise flashed across Shin Hao's eyes. Manager Lu's Huanyu Technology Group has a market value of hundreds of billions. 10% of the shares. Mr. Lu, aren't you afraid of losing out? Lu Yu's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said with a smile, maybe I'll make money in the future. Shin Hao chuckled and extended his hand to Lu Yu, Boss Lu, happy cooperation. Ha ha ha, happy cooperation. Lu Yu laughed and raised his hand to shake hands with Shin Hao. After saying goodbye to Lu Yu, Shin Hao drove away from Huanyu Technology Group. Ring, ring, ring. Shin Hao was driving when his cell phone suddenly rang. Zhao Huan? Looking at the contacts on the screen, Shin Hao showed a hint of doubt in his eyes. Hey, Mr. Zhao, why do you have time to look for me? There was a loud cheering sound over the phone. The next second, Zhao Han's voice reached Shin Hao's ears. Brother Shin, you won't forget it, right? It's a racing competition. Shin Hao was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect Zhao Han to organize a car race so quickly. So soon? Zhao Han snorted, I can't wait to beat Brother Shin once. He. Shin Hao chuckled, I'm just afraid you'll lose miserably again. Absolutely impossible, and I've even hired outside help this time. On the phone, Zhao Han said confidently. Shin Hao smiled and said softly, location. Boom. The supercar turned into a beam of light and sped away at high speed. Harbor Ring Expressway. At this moment, a large number of wild young people gathered on both sides of the highway. Boom boom boom. The sound of roaring engines echoed through the sky. This is a feast for racing enthusiasts. All the young people are looking forward to this carnival. Among the crowd, a beautiful figure is particularly eye-catching. The eyes of all the men present unconsciously drifted towards this figure. A tight racing suit outlines the perfect curves. The cold and beautiful face arouses people's desire to conquer. But no one dared to come forward and talk to her, because they knew that she was out of their reach. Sister Qingwu, you're here. Zhao Han stood not far from the figure and called out in a respectful tone. Gongsun Qingwu glanced at Zhao Han, then lit a lady's cigarette and said vaguely, tell me, what do you want from me? You should know that this level of racing is too boring for me. Of course I know Sister Qingwu is amazing. Zhao Huan said aloud, but this time it's different. Oh? Gongsun Qingwu blew out a smoke ring and asked with interest, why is it different? This time, a talented person has arrived. Zhao Yuan's eyes showed a hint of admiration. I, Zhao Huan, have never admired anyone except Sister Qingwu in my life. But I really admire this person. Gongsun Qingwu showed an interested look in her eyes and chuckled as she asked, who is it? Zhao Huan said, his name is Shin Hao. A friend I just met. His riding skills are the best I've ever seen. Gongsun Qingwu was startled, then asked in a slightly cold voice, riding skills? This is racing, not horse racing. Zhao Han raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly explained, I know. Brother Shin is not only an amazing rider, I'm sure his driving skills are top-notch too. Brother Shin's confident look can't fool me. Looking up at Gongsun Qingwu, Zhao Han continued, Sister Qingwu, I invite Brother Shin to a duel, and I have already promised that I will definitely beat him. But... Zhao Yuan's voice suddenly weakened. I felt a little guilty, so I called Sister Qingwu over. Gongsun Qingwu flicked the cigarette between her fingers away, and a smile appeared at the corner of her cold and beautiful lips. Okay, then I'll compete with him. But if he can't satisfy me... Gongsun Qingwu looked at Zhao Han and sneered, just wait for death. When Zhao Han heard this, his neck shrank and a look of fear appeared on his face. I was really scared by Gongsun Qingwu since I was a child. Brother Shin, please give me your strength. Otherwise you'll just have to collect my body. Just as Zhao Han was praying in his heart, Shin Hao drove to the Haigang Ring Expressway. Zhao won. Shin Hao got out of the car, looked around the crowd and found Zhao Han. Brother Shin, you are finally here. When Zhao Han saw Shin Hao, his eyes suddenly lit up. Come on, Brother Shin, I'll take you to see someone. Zhao Han took Shin Hao and left. Is this the foreign aide you mentioned? Shin Hao chuckled and said. Zhao Han nodded and said, Brother Shin, in this life, I will obey you and her. Zhao Han took Shin Hao and walked to a sports car. The sports car has smooth lines and is full of the beauty of power and speed. The elegant black paint adds a touch of mystery and nobility. Zhao Han walked to the side of the sports car, bent down and said, Sister Qingwu, Brother Shin is here. Swish. The next second, the car door opened. Gongsun Qingwu stepped out from inside. When Shin Hao saw Gongsun Qingwu, his eyes lit up. Are you the Brother Shin you mentioned? Gongsun Qingwu narrowed her dark eyes and looked Shin Hao up and down. That's right, Sister Qingwu. After that, Zhao Huan introduced to Shin Hao, Brother Shin, this is Gongsun Qingwu, my elder sister since childhood. Shin Hao looked up at Gongsun Qingwu with a smile on his face. Hello, my name is Shin Hao. Bang! Gongsun Qingwu lit up a lady's cigarette, blew out a puff of smoke and said nonchalantly, let's have a match. The loser is not worthy of being remembered by me. Ding! Random mission, Gongsun Qingwu's invitation to fight. In response to the beautiful lady's invitation to fight, please make your choice. Choice 1, reject, and the reward is a global limited edition supercar, a Pagani Huayra. Choice 2, agree, and crush Gongsun Qingwu, and reward Gongsun Qingwu's favorability plus 100. When Gongsun Qingwu saw that Shin Hao had fallen silent, a hint of sarcasm appeared in her eyes. Why, you don't dare. Shin Hao came back to his senses and chuckled, why not? And after the game, I bet you'll fall in love with me. Chapter 41 Wild Gongsun Qingwu. As soon as Shin Hao finished speaking, Zhao Han and Gongsun Qingwu both fell silent. Zhao Han looked at Gongsun Qingwu cautiously, then gave Shin Hao a thumbs up. Brother Shin, awesome. Zhao Han opened his mouth and shouted silently. A wild smile gradually appeared on Gongsun Qingwu's cold face. Haha, interesting. It's been a long time since anyone dared to challenge me like this. Gongsun Qingwu glanced at Shin Hao, then turned around, got into the sports car and started the engine. Boom boom boom. Amid the roar of engines, sports cars parked side by side behind a drawn white line. In the middle are two luxury supercars, one red and one black. Boom. Boom. Shin Hao and Gongsun Qingwu looked at each other through the car window, both of them showing confidence in their eyes. Woo! The sharp sound of the whistle resounded through the air. Next second. All the sports cars rushed out like sharp arrows shot from a bow, accompanied by the whistling wind. The total length of the Harbor Ring Expressway is 130 kilometers. Dozens of sports cars were speeding on the highway. The lightning speed has already broken the speed limit of the highway. A big red Ferrari LaFerrari was racing away, leaving the rest of the vehicles far behind. In the elegant black supercar, Gongsun Qingwu was driving the sports car with a wild smile on her cold face. Staring at the taillights of the Ferrari in front of her, Gongsun Qingwu murmured, it's him, it's him. Boom! The sports car engine roared, and in just 20 minutes, Shin Hao drove the sports car to the end of the Haigang Ring Expressway. The average speed reached 400 kilometers per hour. This is absolutely an amazing record. The sports car stopped, Shin Hao opened the door and walked out. When he turned around, he still couldn't see any other sports cars, and Shin Hao couldn't help but sigh. Being invincible is so lonely. Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding! The rewards have been distributed, please check. The next moment, the system's voice sounded in Shin Hao's mind. Boom! The roar of a sports car engine is approaching rapidly. The next second, an elegant black supercar came speeding towards the finish line. Squeak! The sound of wheels rubbing against the ground reached Shin Hao's ears. Swish! The car door opened and Gongsun Qingwu stepped out. There was a flush of excitement on her cold and beautiful face. Looking up at Shin Hao's leisurely figure, Gongsun Qingwu's eyes seemed to flash with light. Boom boom boom! A moment later, other sports cars also arrived at the finish line. Zhao Han walked out of the sports car and gave Shin Hao a thumbs up. Brother Shin is awesome. We were left so far behind that we couldn't even see our taillights. Gongsun Qingwu turned to look at Zhao Han and the others, frowned and shouted coldly, go back. Zhao Yihan was stunned when he heard this and didn't react. Gongsun Xingwu raised her hand and pointed in the direction she came from, saying in a cold voice, "Everyone, drive back." Zhao Yihan understood what was happening and hurriedly got into the sports car, fearing that Gongsun Xingwu would vent her anger on him. Boom! One sports car after another turned around and drove away. Only Shenhao and Gongsun Xingwu were left at the finish line. Day. Gongsun Xingwu stretched out her long legs and walked in front of Shenhao. The cold and beautiful eyes looked deeply at Shenhao. Call. Gongsun Xingwu let out a long sigh. The scent of roses lingered at Shenhao's nose. Go in. Gongsun Xingwu raised a slender finger and placed it on Shenhao's chest. With a little effort, Gongsun Xingwu pushed Shenhao into the sports car. Next second, Gongsun Xingwu also stepped into the sports car. Swish! The roof of the sports car was lifted up, and Gongsun Xingwu sat astride Shenhao. What are you doing? Before Shenhao could finish speaking, his mouth was blocked. The fierce battle lasted for an hour. Gongsun Xingwu sat in the passenger seat with a weak look on her face. Bang! After lighting a lady's cigarette, Gongsun Xingwu turned her head to look outside the car, wondering what she was thinking. Shenhao straightened his clothes and looked at Gongsun Xingwu's profile with a complicated expression. Is this your first time? Gongsun Xingwu paused for a moment, then pretended to be casual and said, "Everyone has a first time, you got it for free." Shenhao opened his mouth to say something, but Gongsun Xingwu interrupted him. Flicking the cigarette away with her fingers, Gongsun Xingwu said softly, "Forget it, just pretend it never happened." After saying that, Gongsun Xingwu opened the car door and got out of the sports car. He staggered a step. "Shenhao, you win." Gongsun Xingwu's voice reached Shenhao's ears. I don't know whether Shenhao won the game or won the bet. Boom! Shenhao watched Gongsun Xingwu drive away, with a look of determination in his eyes. Taking out his phone, Shenhao called Zhao Yihan directly. Hey! Brother Shen, you are so awesome. You actually beat Sister Xingwu. On the phone, Zhao Yihan shouted excitedly. Shenhao held the phone in his hand and said in a deep voice, "Give me Gongsun Xingwu's information." Ah? Zhao Yihan said in surprise and doubt. Don't waste your time. I know you have it. Shenhao said with a little impatience. This. On the phone, Zhao Yihan asked cautiously, "Brother Shen, are you serious? Stop talking nonsense." The more Shenhao thought about what had just happened, the more annoyed he became. It's the first time that someone is pushed back, and it would be uncomfortable for anyone. All right. Brother Shen, wait for me for a moment. After hanging up the phone and waiting for a while, Zhao Yihan sent a message to Shenhao. Gongsun Xingwu, the eldest daughter of the Gongsun family, now runs a jade workshop. The Gongsun family was a very prestigious family in the Han state. Especially in terms of the inheritance of ancient Han culture, it can be said that they are a family of scholars for generations. In the eyes of her parents and outsiders, Gongsun Xingwu has a personality as gentle as jade, and is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy and painting, just like an ancient maid who walked out of calligraphy and painting. But Zhao Yihan knew that Gongsun Xingwu didn't like these things. She liked racing, shopping, clubbing, and everything that modern young people like. However, as a descendant of a scholarly family, she had to suppress herself and do everything she didn't like. After Shenhao finished reading the information sent by Zhao Yihan, a strange look appeared in his eyes. How to say it? It turns out that he had been suppressed for too long, no wonder he was so wild just now. Yuanlai Jade Workshop? Gongsun Xingwu, you can't run away. Marina Building. Shenhao pushed open the door of the chairman's office. Mr. Shen, you are here. When Lu Mengxi saw Shenhao, a smile broke out on her pretty face. Shenhao sat on the chair and asked, Mengxi, are there any vacant floors in the building? Lu Mengxi nodded and said, there is another layer. The contract for the 27th floor has expired, and the client has not renewed it. Shenhao nodded when he heard this. Great, let them move out, I want to use this floor. Okay. Lu Mengxi nodded and said, I will notify the security department immediately and ask them to leave. Looking up at Shenhao, Lu Mengxi asked curiously, Mr. Shen, what do you use this floor for? Shenhao said softly, I just set up a company to use it as an office. Chapter 42 Hong Mang is officially established. Mr. Shen, have you set up another company? Lu Mengxi looked at Shenhao in surprise. Shenhao nodded and said softly, invested in several students to develop artificial intelligence. Ah. Lu Mingxi showed a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Mr. Shin, is this too hasty? Shinhao waved his hand, chuckled and said, don't worry, it's a sure win. The 27th floor of Binhai building. After all the merchants left, this place seemed a bit deserted. At this moment, Lin Jiadong and his roommates were looking at the surrounding environment with excitement. Director Shin, does this floor belong to us now? Lin Jiadong looked at Shinhao in disbelief. Good. Shinhao nodded and said, it's a little small, but let's just make do with it for now. After a while, I will use a building as the headquarters of Hong Mang Company. Lin Jiadong and his companions were shocked when they heard this and said, Director Shin, this is already big enough. Yeah, a whole floor, definitely enough. Boss Shin, this is already very good. Shinhao looked at Lin Jiadong and the others and said helplessly, I told you, the pattern must be big. How can one layer be enough? In the future, Hong Mang will become a benchmark for human artificial intelligence and even cutting-edge technology. Not to mention a building, even a technology city is possible. As soon as Shinhao finished speaking, Lin Jiadong and the others fell into a daze. One building? A tech city. Several people shuddered and gradually regained consciousness. Mr. Shin, what you said is so good. I'm afraid. There was both great expectation and worry and fear in Lin Jiadong's eyes. What are you afraid of? Shinhao said in a deep voice, I'll be your backer, just go for it. Looking at the time, Shinhao said, the equipment I asked people to purchase should be arriving soon. You guys should get familiar with it first. Director Shin. As he spoke, Lu Mingxi arrived at the 27th floor. Instructing the movers to place the equipment on the open ground, Lu Mingxi said, Director Shin, everything you asked for has been delivered. Including first-class computers and computing units, integrated chip assembly production lines, ultra-micro laser engraving equipment, and the top-grade crystals provided by Huanyu Technology Group. After the equipment was installed and debugged one by one, Lin Jiadong and his companions looked at the equipment with excitement. Great! All the best equipment. Director Shin is amazing. He got all the equipment together in such a short time. And there are also crystals from Huanyu Technology, which are top-grade crystals. Huanyu Technology actually sold the wafers to us. How did you do it, Mr. Shin? Shinhao smiled when he heard this and said, Huanyu Technology has reached an agreement with our Hong Mang company and will provide us with top-quality chips for free in the future. What? As soon as Shinhao finished speaking, everyone present exclaimed in surprise. Even Lu Mingxi looked at Shinhao in disbelief. Mr. Shin, Huanyu Technology is the top technology company in Han country. How could they provide top-level crystals for free? Lin Jiadong and others also looked at Shinhao with great curiosity, wanting to know what ability Shinhao had that made Huanyu Technology make such a big concession. Shinhao smiled and said, because I authorized a technology to Huanyu Technology. What technology? Everyone looked at Shinhao in surprise. Nanoscale wafer etching technology. Shinhao looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, the current limit has reached 5 nanometers. Quiet. Lin Jiadong and others all widened their eyes and looked at Shinhao in shock. Mr. Shin. Lin Jiadong asked with a trembling voice, I don't know the patent of this technology. Shinhao smiled and said softly, it's in my hands. But from today on, this patent belongs to Hong Mang Company. Hiss. Everyone present gasped. Boss Shin is awesome. Oh my god. 5 nanometer wafer etching technology. No less than extreme ultraviolet lithography technology. Hong Mang is destined to rise. With this patented technology, Hong Mang has already taken its place among the top technology companies. Lu Mingxi looked at Shinhao in shock, and suddenly understood why Shinhao was so confident about Hong Mang Company before. The 27th floor of Binhai building. A sign was hung in a conspicuous place. Hong Mang Technology Company. Ding. Hong Mang Company is officially established and rewards are being distributed. Research team members scientific research ability plus 10, loyalty plus 100. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. The system's voice suddenly rang in Shinhao's mind. A smile appeared on Shinhao's face. This belated reward has finally arrived. In the office of Hong Mang Company's research team, Lin Jiadong and several others were sitting in front of the computer, typing code vigorously. The second brother suddenly stopped typing on the keyboard and said in confusion, strange. Why do I feel my thoughts are much clearer? The third, fourth, and fifth brothers all stopped and nodded. Yeah, I feel like my error rate has dropped a lot. Yeah, I just thought of a new idea. Could it be that the new environment has improved your work status? Lin Jiadong chuckled when he heard this and said jokingly, neither is right. I think it's because of Mr. Shen's protection. Lin Jiadong didn't know that his words would come true. In the office, Lu Mengxi looked at the people who were immersed in their work, then turned to Shen Hao and said, Boss Shen, which company did you recruit these people from? They are all very good at their jobs. Shen Hao chuckled and said, they are all students of Haihu University of Science and Technology. They are just freshmen and haven't graduated yet. Ah. Lu Mengxi looked at Lin Jiadong and the others in amazement, then Mr. Shen has finally found a treasure. Especially this Lin Jiadong, his level is no worse than those researchers from big companies, and his future is limitless. Shen Hao chuckled and said to Lu Mengxi, that's why I have enough confidence in Hong Mang Company. Mengxi, Hong Mang Company has just been established and is short of staff. Hurry up and recruit people. Remember, quality is more important than quantity. Lu Mengxi heard Shen Hao's instructions, nodded and said in a deep voice, okay, Mr. Shen. Alas, I'm still stuck at this step. In the office, the thin-faced Lao Er sighed slightly. Lin Jiadong patted the second brother on the shoulder and said, don't be discouraged. With the support of Mr. Shen, we can definitely overcome this difficulty. Shen Hao heard the conversation between the two and a hint of curiosity appeared in his eyes. What's the problem? Lin Jiadong scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, the problem lies in the algorithm code. We have tested many algorithms, but unfortunately none of them can perfectly crack the computing mechanism of artificial intelligence. Chapter 43, Yuanlai Jade Workshop. How can the operation mechanism of artificial intelligence be easily cracked? We still need to develop better algorithms. There was a look of unwillingness in Lin Jiadong's eyes. They have been troubled by this step for quite a long time, and several of them have become a little restless. Ding! Random mission, troubles of the scientific research team. The research team is currently stuck in a bottleneck. What should we do next? Please make a choice, host. Choice 1, give words of encouragement and reward the research team to increase their work efficiency by 10% to inspire them to work hard. Choice 2, help solve the problem, and the research team will be rewarded with a 20% improvement in their work status, which will inspire them to work overtime all night long. The voice of the system sounded in Shen Hao's mind. System, I choose 2. Shen Hao smiled and said, maybe I can help you. As soon as the words fell, everyone looked at Shen Hao in surprise and doubt. Mr. Shen, do you also understand programming codes? Lin Jiadong asked Shen Hao curiously. Lu Mengxi stood aside, blinking her beautiful eyes and looking at Shen Hao in surprise. Shen Hao chuckled and walked to a computer. I don't understand programming code, but I got a piece of code by chance. You can take a look at it. It should be able to help you. As he spoke, Shen Hao kept typing on the keyboard. It is the basic artificial intelligence code that the system once rewarded. Day. As lines of code appeared on the screen, the attention of Lin Jiadong and others was all drawn to it. Ha! This code is interesting. It should be a new algorithm. This algorithm can actually be like this? Hiss, this way of thinking is so weird. As each line of code was typed, Shen Hao also finished writing all the basic codes for primary artificial intelligence awarded by the system. Okay. Can you guys see if this code is useful? Shen Hao stood up and spoke to Lin Jiadong and others. Lin Jiadong and his companions seemed not to have heard Shen Hao's question and did not answer him at all. Instead, they all crowded in front of the computer, staring at the codes on the screen with wide eyes. This algorithm seems to work. Oh my god. This code is perfect. It's very different from the usual algorithmic thinking, but it fits in perfectly. Mr. Shen, you still say you don't know programming code? You're hiding it too well. Try it now. Lin Jiadong and his colleagues started to get busy, connecting the code typed by Shen Hao to the program they had developed previously. After a moment, Lin Jiadong and his companions were so shocked when they looked at the calculation results displayed on the computer screen that they were speechless. Have we cracked the computing mechanism of artificial intelligence? We succeeded. Ahaha, we really succeeded. Mr. Shen is awesome. Your algorithm code solved our biggest problem. Mr. Shen is the biggest contributor to the breakthrough in artificial intelligence. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. Lin Jiadong and others stood up and looked at Shin Hao with great excitement. Director Shin. Lin Jiadong said excitedly, give me a month, no. Half a month. In half a month, we will be able to launch Hong Mang's artificial intelligence chip. This is real artificial intelligence. Lin Jiadong and his colleagues secretly decided that even if they had to work overtime all night without taking a day off, they had to make the artificial intelligence chip as soon as possible. Shin Hao smiled and patted Lin Jiadong and others on the shoulders. Come on. Let the world see what real artificial intelligence is. Shin Hao and Lu Mingxi walked out of the research team office. The remaining few people, including Lin Jiadong, devoted themselves wholeheartedly to research and development work. Mr. Shin, there are still a few documents that need your signature. In the chairman's office, Lu Mingxi bent down, took out several documents and placed them in front of Shin Hao. Shin Hao looked at the beautiful curves of Lu Mingxi's body outlined by her uniform, and a fiery look appeared in his eyes. I won't sign it, let's go home. Go home? Lu Mingxi looked at the time and said, Director Shin, it's not time to get off work yet, let's wait a little longer. A smile appeared on Shin Hao's lips, and he raised his hand to hold Lu Mingxi's slender waist. What are you waiting for? I miss you. Pudong New Area, Shanghai City. This is the largest jade and collectibles trading center in Haihu City. Shin Hao walked along one of the most luxurious commercial streets, looking at the shops on both sides of the street. These are all top-notch jade and collectibles shops. The treasure of each shop is worth no less than hundreds of millions of coins. Yuanlai Jade Workshop. It is the most famous jade shop on this street. On the one hand, it is because the jade in this shop is only top quality. On the other hand, it is because the owner of this shop is a stunningly beautiful woman. Jingle! Shin Hao pushed open the door of Yuanlai Jade Workshop and walked in. A pretty shop assistant's eyes lit up when she saw Shin Hao. High-end clothing, unique temperament. This made Shin Hao a fat sheep in the eyes of the shop assistants. Hello sir, welcome to Yuanlai Jade Workshop. Please feel free to look around and pick out a piece of jade that is meant for you. Shin Hao looked around and took in the environment of the jade workshop. Bright colored glaze, carved wooden railings, and warm and delicate jade. Every corner of the jade workshop exudes an atmosphere of elegance and refinement. It seems that its owner has put a lot of thought into its decoration. However, what surprised Shin Hao was that in a rest area of the jade shop, there were several bored young men sitting there. Each of these people looked slightly wary, and they were all wearing luxury clothes and famous watches and jewelry. Are they buying jade too? Shin Hao asked the clerk curiously. The clerk heard this and said as if he was used to it, they come here every day, sir, don't pay any attention to them. Shin Hao nodded, and then strolled around the jade workshop. The clerk followed Shin Hao without showing any impatience. Sir, do you have any jade that looks like a good match? Shin Hao stopped walking and said, the jades are all very good, but they are not what I want. Sir, you are joking. The clerk stopped and said seriously, the jades in our Yuanlai jade shop are of the highest quality and most comprehensive variety. Whether it's mutton fat white jade, Hatian yellow jade, imperial jadeite, or even Tianhuang stone, you can find it all. Shin Hao chuckled, raised his hand and pointed at the jade in the store, and said, you forgot to mention one kind of top-grade jade. What? The clerk looked at Shin Hao in confusion. She had already told him about the best quality jade. Shin Hao raised a smile and said, she is as beautiful as jade. Chapter 44. Believe it or not, she will show up as soon as I call her. After Shin Hao finished speaking, he saw the clerk looking at him with a sarcastic expression. So you're here to see our owner too? Shin Hao nodded and said, where's Gongsun Qingwu? Why can't I see her? Oh. The clerk sneered and said impatiently, if you want to see our owner, go wait over there. The clerk raised his hand and pointed at the rest area, motioning Shin Hao to come over. This, okay. Shin Hao was stunned for a moment, then walked to the rest area. Hey, buddy. In the rest area, a man saw Shin Hao coming over and greeted him, are you here to see Miss Gongsun too? Shin Hao found a seat and sat down, nodding and saying, yes. Looking up at the man, Shin Hao asked doubtfully, are you too? Ha ha ha. When the man heard this, he immediately laughed. Not only me, but everyone here, who is not here to see Miss Gongsun? Shin Hao looked at the men sitting in the lounge area, about 7 or 8 of them, and immediately smacked his lips. Wow, what a charming guy. This is still too little. The man shook his head and said, if everyone really came, Miss Gongsun's suitors would line up from here to the Bund. After saying that, the man sighed, "It's a pity that Miss Gongsun didn't even bother to say a word to us. By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhou Yutong, and Zhou Ji Jade is owned by my family." Zhou Yutong looked at Shin Hao and asked, "Where are you from, buddy?" "Shin Hao, I just opened a company," Shin Hao said. There was a hint of contempt in Zhou Yutong's eyes. "Brother Shin, if I were you, I wouldn't sit here and daydream." Shin Hao raised his eyebrows and chuckled. "Why am I so wishful thinking?" Zhou Yutong played with the jade ornament in his hand and smiled contemptuously. "Starting a company means having a little money." Pointing at the men in the rest area, Zhou Yutong said, "Those sitting here are either sons of aristocratic families or young masters of financial groups. Even Miss Gongsun doesn't like this. Do you think you have any hope?" Upon hearing this, everyone in the rest area looked at Shin Hao, with undisguised contempt in their eyes. "Hurry up and leave." "That's right. Is this where you can stay? You dare to pursue Miss Gongsun after opening a company? You are really a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Go away, you have no hope. It would be strange if Miss Gongsun would like you." Facing the cold words and ridicule from the crowd, Shin Hao remained unmoved. "Mr. Zhou, do you think I have no hope?" Zhou Yutong sneered when he heard this. "Do you even need to ask? Who among you here is not better than you?" Shin Hao chuckled and said calmly, "You are wrong. I am the one with the most hope. He he. Ha ha. That's the funniest joke I've ever heard. He might still be dreaming. Why don't you look in the mirror and see what you look like?" When Zhou Yutong and others heard this, they immediately sneered. "You don't believe it?" Shin Hao smiled and said softly, "Then call Gongsun Xinggu and ask her to come out and you'll know." Ha ha ha. When everyone heard this, they laughed even more happily. "Do you know Miss Gongsun's phone number?" "How is that possible?" "Miss Gongsun's phone number has never been revealed." "Ha, he probably wants the clerk to make a phone call." TSK. If the clerk can call Miss Gongsun out, why are we still waiting here? Ding. Random mission, the taunt of the love rival. Faced with the cold words and ridicule from Gongsun Xingwu's pursuers, please make your choice. Choice 1, remain unmoved, and the reward will be a piece of mutton fat white jade worth hundreds of millions. Choice 2, hit him in the face, and be rewarded with master-level jade appreciation ability. Is there any need to choose? The love rival has already begun the challenge, Shin Hao must accept it. System, choose the second option, slap in the face. Having made a decision in his heart, Shin Hao ignored Zhou Yutong and the others and took out his cell phone directly. The last time Zhao Yihan sent Gongsun Xingwu's information to Shin Hao, he also sent Gongsun Xingwu's phone number. After finding Gongsun Xingwu's phone number, Shin Hao dialed it directly. Beep. After waiting for a while, the call was connected. Shin Hao held the phone in his hand and said, "I'm Shin Hao. I'm in your store." Bang. There was silence for a moment on the other end of the phone, and then the call was hung up. Zhou Yutong and others looked at Shin Hao in surprise. Did he really call Miss Gongsun? Impossible. None of us have Miss Gongsun's phone number, how could he have it? Yes, he must be pretending. Look, he will say Miss Gongsun is busy and can't come out soon. Day. A steady stream of footsteps came from the wooden stairs on the second floor of Yuanlai Jade Workshop. The next second, a figure appeared in the hall of Yuanlai Jade Workshop. With the appearance of the figure, even the air became quiet. Ms. Gongsun. It's really Miss Gongsun. He really just called Miss Gongsun again. Oh my god. How could he have Miss Gongsun's phone number? I cried. I waited for 10 days but didn't see Miss Gongsun. He called Miss Gongsun down with just one phone call. He definitely didn't just start a company. Is this guy just pretending? Shocked and questioning glances fell on Shin Hao. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. The next second, a large amount of information suddenly appeared in Shin Hao's mind. Classification of jade types and grades. Selection of raw stones. Jade polishing technology. Appreciation of jade materials. As Shin Hao quickly absorbed this information, jade was no longer a secret to him. Why are you here? Gongsun Xingwu looked at Shin Hao in front of her, with a hint of complexity in her eyes. Shin Hao came to his senses and looked at Gongsun Xingwu who appeared in front of him again. compared to the Gongsun Qingwu I met last time. This time, Gongsun Qingwu has a completely different and extreme charm. The soft black hair was tied up, revealing a pretty face that was stunningly beautiful. A blue and white cheongsam outlines her perfect curves. The fragrance of books is in the air in every gesture, and the classical charm is emanating everywhere. She looks like an ancient maid from a painting or calligraphy. Hearing Gongsun Qingwu's question, Shinhao smiled. Because I missed you, I came to see you. As soon as Shinhao finished speaking, Zhou Yutong and others who were observing nearby immediately became angry. Because in their opinion, Shinhao's answer was nothing but frivolous words and blatant teasing. Zhou Yutong and others clenched their fists, waiting for Gongsun Qingwu to scold Shinhao before beating him up. Unfortunately, the scene they expected of Gongsun Qingwu angrily scolding did not appear. Instead, she gave Shinhao a charming look and said something. Come up with me. Chapter 45 Reward, Gongsun Qingwu returns. The second floor of Yuanlai Jade Workshop. This is where Gongsun Qingwu usually rests, and she rarely allows outsiders to come here. But today, Gongsun Qingwu let Shinhao come up for some unknown reason. Shinhao looked up at the surrounding environment with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Compared with the first floor of Yuanlai Jade Workshop, the second floor is more exquisite and elegant. Carved wooden railings, pearl curtains, and beautiful jade. There is a girl's gentle and delicate feeling everywhere. Amid the scent of sandalwood, Shinhao seemed to have traveled through time and space and arrived at the boudoir of an ancient woman. On the Wangwali desk near the window, there were a few sheets of rice paper, and on the inkstone next to it, there was a brush stained with ink. On the rice paper, there is a line of beautiful words, the ink has not yet dried. If you have never felt lovesickness in your life, then you will feel it and suffer from it. Gongsun Qingwu was lying on a wooden chaise longue, waving the round fan in her hand lazily. How did you find this place? Shinhao withdrew his gaze from the rice paper on the desk, chuckled and said, I think I can definitely find a way. Oh. Gongsun Qingwu chuckled, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. It must be Zhao Yihuan. If I don't play for 3 days, my skin will itch. Shinhao couldn't help but touch his nose, and observe 3 seconds of silence for Zhao Yihuan in his heart. Are we familiar with each other? Why are you looking for me? Gongsun Qingwu stood up and walked to the table by the window, and casually put away the rice paper on it. Shinhao looked at Gongsun Qingwu's graceful figure under her cheongsam and said with a smile, I don't know if we are familiar with each other, but I really miss you. Gongsun Qingwu's delicate body trembled, then she turned to look at Shinhao and said coldly, I said, let's just pretend what happened yesterday never happened. You and I are just like strangers. We were in the past and we will be in the future. Ding. Random mission, we are strangers. Gongsun Qingwu wants to pretend that what happened before never happened. Please make your choice, host. Choice 1, turn around and leave Yuanlai Jade Shop, and you will be rewarded with a single-family villa and master-level calligraphy and painting skills. Choice 2, break Gongsun Qingwu's indifference and reward her with a master-level carving skill. The system's voice sounded in Shinhao's mind. With a smile on his lips, Shinhao made his choice. System, I choose the second option. Looking up at Gongsun Qingwu with a cold expression, Shinhao moved his feet and slowly approached. What do you want to do? Looking at the approaching Shinhao, Gongsun Qingwu's eyes flashed with panic and she couldn't help but step back. Bang! Gongsun Qingwu bumped into the desk behind her, and her retreating body was forced to stop. Shinhao walked to within a foot of Gongsun Qingwu, and suddenly raised his hands to hold Gongsun Qingwu's waist. You! Let me go! Gongsun Qingwu was stunned at first, then glared at Shinhao. Shinhao looked calm and said softly, have you really forgotten? Can you really pretend that nothing happened yesterday? Faced with Shinhao's question, Gongsun Qingwu fell silent. With her eyes moving, Gongsun Qingwu recalled everything that happened yesterday. Looking up at Shinhao, Gongsun Qingwu's expression was no longer cold. Hey, enemy! Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding! The rewards have been distributed, please check. Dang dang dang. There was the sound of footsteps coming up the stairs. The next second, the figure of a clerk from Yuanlai Jade Workshop ran up. Sister Qingwu, Jubao Pavilion has sent you an invitation. Before he could finish his words, the clerk saw Shinhao holding Gongsun Qingwu in his arms. And Gongsun Qingwu didn't even resist. Forehead. Seeing this, the clerk quickly shrank his neck and put his hands in front of his eyes. Sister Qingwu, I didn't see anything. Gongsun Xingwu came to her senses and quickly broke free from Shenhao's arms. Turning to look at the clerk, Gongsun Xingwu's eyes flashed with coldness. Mi Yingqi. Hurry up and get down. Mi Yingqi's face turned bitter and she quickly turned around and went downstairs. Sister Qingwu, I'll be waiting for you downstairs. After a while, Shenhao and Gongsun Xingwu walked down from the second floor. Gongsun Xingwu sneered when she saw the shop assistant Mi Yingqi. Good boy, wait and see how I deal with you this time. Mi Yingqi shrank her neck and quickly handed over an invitation letter with both hands. Sister Qingwu. This was sent from Jubao Pavilion. I was in a hurry to go upstairs, so I could see you. Gongsun Xingwu quickly took the invitation and shouted softly, if you say that again, I will punish you according to the family rules. Mi Yingqi quickly closed her mouth and dared not continue speaking. Shenhao looked towards the rest area on the first floor. Only Zhou Yutong was still sitting there. They've all left, why are you still here? Shenhao sat opposite Zhou Yutong and said with amusement. Why can't I be here? Zhou Yutong tilted his head back and said, you came down so quickly, you must have been chased down, right? I don't believe Miss Gongsun would like you. Shenhao smiled when he heard that. Then you are wrong. Do you believe that Qingwu will come over if I call her? Ha! Zhou Yutong looked at Shenhao in disbelief, absolutely impossible. Shenhao chuckled, then turned to look at Gongsun Xingwu. Xingwu. When Gongsun Xingwu heard Shenhao's call, she walked over with light lotus steps. I just received an invitation, please come with me. After saying that, Gongsun Xingwu took Shenhao's arm and walked out of Yuanlai Jade Workshop. Zhou Yutong stared at the scene with eyes wide open in shock. It's over. Something terrible has happened. Miss Gongsun was really kidnapped. Jubao Pavilion is the largest jade and raw stone trading center in Haihu City. Today, Jubao Pavilion purchased a batch of raw stones from old mines in various places and invited jade merchants to purchase them. All the famous jade merchants in Haihu City, and even in the entire Han Kingdom, have received invitations from Jubao Pavilion. Boom boom boom. In front of Jubao Pavilion, one luxury car after another slowly stopped. All those who came were wealthy and powerful businessmen. Ah, Boss Chen, you're here too. Boss Sun. Long time no see. Hey, isn't this shopkeeper Zhao from Mingbei Akshuan? Hey. Look, isn't that Gongsun Xingwu from the Gongsun family? It's really her. But who is the man next to her? Isn't that her boyfriend? A pair of surprised and doubtful eyes fell on Shenhao. Shenhao noticed the surprise of the crowd and turned to look at Gongsun Xingwu, saying with a smile, Xingwu, you are quite famous. Of course. Gongsun Xingwu smiled charmingly, in the jade world, who doesn't know me, Gongsun Xingwu. Holding Shenhao's arm, Gongsun Xingwu said, come in. I hope there will be some good stuff in this batch of rough stones. Chapter 46. How about a bet? In the treasure pavilion, some carefully selected raw stones were displayed. There is a great possibility of producing good things from these raw stones, so all the jade merchants passing by are carefully selecting them. Shenhao, let's pick one too. Gongsun Xingwu pulled Shenhao and spoke while looking at the raw stone. Shenhao looked at the raw stones around him and found that a price was marked on each stone. What's the explanation for choosing these rough stones? Shenhao asked Gongsun Xingwu curiously. Gongsun Xingwu knew that Shenhao didn't understand this, so she explained, the raw stones that are finally selected will be handed over to Jubao Pavilion for cutting. Whoever chooses the most valuable raw stone will become the Jade King of the Year. By then, both the store's popularity and its status in the jade industry will be significantly improved. Shenhao showed a look of realization when he heard this. What if two people like a piece of jade at the same time? Gongsun Xingwu said as a matter of course it goes to whoever offers the highest price. As she was speaking, Gongsun Xingwu had already set her eyes on a piece of rough stone. Shenhao, why don't we just pick this one? It should be able to cut out some nice jade. Gongsun Xingwu chose a piece of raw stone the size of a watermelon, priced at 5 million. The surface of the original stone is light yellow and has a fine texture. Under the light, the luster of jade can be faintly seen. Wow! This rough stone is really good. A voice sounded not far away. Then a fat middle-aged woman came over, looked at Gongsun Xingwu and said, 8 million, I want this rough stone. Gongsun Xingwu looked at the middle-aged woman, frowned and said, Zhang Mei, are you sure you want to compete with me? Zhang Mei sneered when she heard this, and there was a flash of jealousy in her eyes when she looked at Gongsun Xingwu. No way? I'm determined to fight with you. If you have the guts, raise the price. Just as Gongsun Xingwu was about to speak, she heard a voice not far away. 10 million. I want this rough stone and give it to Miss Gongsun. The person who came was a man with a slick face and powdered makeup, looking at Gongsun Xingwu with a smile on his face. As soon as Shin Hao saw this person, he knew that he was another pursuer of Gongsun Xingwu. Take back your rough stone immediately. Xingwu won't accept any garbage. Shin Hao stood in front of Gongsun Xingwu, looked at the man and spoke coldly. Who are you? The man frowned and looked at Shin Hao. I'm talking to Miss Gongsun, you have no right to interrupt. Gu Huaiyuan. Gongsun Xingwu's eyes flashed with coldness, and she shouted in a deep voice, this is my boyfriend, please speak with respect. What? Gu Huaiyuan was shocked when he heard this, and a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. Impossible. When did you have a boyfriend? Gongsun Xingwu sneered, who do you think you are? I have a boyfriend, and I need to inform you. Gu Huaiyuan's face suddenly turned gloomy and he stared at Shin Hao with cold eyes. Boy, I advise you to stay away from Miss Gongsun. Otherwise you will be the enemy of my Gu group. Ding. Random mission, Gu Huaiyuan's hostility. The host's love rival appears again. This time he seems to be quite powerful. Please make your choice. Choice 1, give Gu Huaiyuan a slap in the face and get a copy of the Gu group's criminal certificate as a reward. Choice 2, keep the peace and reward the Gu group for its friendship. The system voice that sounded in his mind shocked Shin Hao slightly. But after a moment, Shin Hao made a choice. System. I choose 1 and slap Gu Huaiyuan in the face. Looking up at the gloomy Gu Huaiyuan, Shin Hao said in a deep voice, the enemy of the Gu group? What a powerful presence. Do you think I'm afraid? Gu Huaiyuan sneered when he heard this, very good. I want to see how arrogant you can be in a while. After saying that, Gu Huaiyuan turned around and walked out. Gongsun Xingwu took Shin Hao's arm and whispered, Shin Hao, don't worry. With me here, the Gu group won't dare to do anything to you. Shin Hao smiled when he heard this and said softly, it's not me who's worried, but the Gu group. Gongsun Xingwu looked at Shin Hao in surprise and asked curiously, do you have a way to deal with the Gu group? Shin Hao chuckled, just wait and see. Gongsun Xingwu nodded in doubt and said, okay then, but you must not be so stubborn. Don't worry. Shin Hao patted Gongsun Xingwu's hand and said with a smile, don't you still need to choose the rough stones? Choose quickly. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding. Host, please choose the reward distribution method. Shin Hao pondered for a moment, then said in his mind, send it to my phone in the form of an electronic file. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. Buzz. The next second, Shin Hao's phone vibrated slightly. Taking out his mobile phone, Shin Hao clicked on the information released by the system. The information clearly lists all the evidence of crimes committed by the Gu group since its establishment. Very good. A cold light flashed in Shin Hao's eyes. I wonder if your Gu group can still be so arrogant. After operating his fingers on the screen for a while, Shin Hao clicked to confirm. Sent successfully. Shin Hao has sent this information to the inspection team's public mailbox. After doing all this, Shin Hao put away his phone and accompanied Gongsun Xingwu to select the raw stones. Xingwu, do you want to become this year's Jade King? Gongsun Xingwu heard Shin Hao's question and gave him a charming look. Of course. This is the most prestigious symbol in the Jade Circle. Shin Hao smiled and said softly, Xingwu, if you trust me, let me choose the rough stones. I promise, this year's Jade King is yours. Gongsun Xingwu looked at Shin Hao suspiciously, is this true? Are you good at selecting rough stones? Shin Hao nodded and said in a deep voice, very proficient. The raw stone I selected will definitely make you the Jade King. Shin Hao had this confidence because in the master level Jade appreciation rewarded by the system, Shin Hao absorbed the information on how to select raw stones. Gongsun Xingwu looked at Shin Hao in amazement, and after a moment shook her head, I don't believe it. Even a master who has been immersed in Jade for decades dare not say that there are good things in the raw stones he has selected. How can you have such great confidence? Shin Hao smiled mysteriously and said, this is a secret. Turning to look at Gongsun Xingwu, Shin Hao said with a smile, how about we make a bet? Oh? Gongsun Xingwu showed an interested look when she heard this, okay. What's the bet? Shin Hao pondered for a moment, then whispered in Gongsun Xingwu's ear. If you win, I'll be at your disposal. If I win, you're at my mercy tonight. Chapter 47. I have a high-end way of searching. A blush appeared on Gongsun Xingwu's pretty face, and then she looked at Xinhao unyieldingly. Okay. I bet. If I win, hee hee. Gongsun Xingwu snorted softly. I want you to wash my socks for a month. Gongsun Xingwu smiled slyly, as if she was thinking of Xinhao washing her socks. Xinhao showed a confident look on his face. Just wait, I will definitely not lose. After saying that, Xinhao took Gongsun Xingwu and walked around the Jubao Pavilion. From time to time, you will walk past pieces of raw stones of various shapes. While checking the rough stones, Xinhao said to Gongsun Xingwu, Xingwu, do you know how to choose rough stones? Gongsun Xingwu nodded, of course I know. It depends on the texture of the original stone, its glossiness, its light transmittance, and whether there are cracks. There's a lot to say in there. That's why I don't believe that you can pick out the most valuable rough stone. Xinhao shook his head and said, what you said is just a low-end method of selecting raw stones. Low-end? Gongsun Xingwu looked at Xinhao curiously, so what do you mean by high-end? Beio Guang. Xinhao opened his mouth and uttered a word. Pft hee hee. Gongsun Xingwu took Xinhao's arm, leaned on Xinhao's shoulder and couldn't help laughing. You think this is a novel? Returned Beio Guang. Do you want me to give you a pair of X-ray eyes? Xinhao raised his eyebrows when he heard this. You don't believe it? Gongsun Xingwu chuckled, of course I don't believe it. How can anyone see the precious light? Xinhao raised his finger and pointed at his eyes, then said with a smile, just because others can't do it doesn't mean I can't. With my master-level ability to select rough stones, I can determine the value contained in them by just looking at the precious light they emit without having to look at their appearance. Snort. Gongsun Xingwu wrinkled her brows and nose, snorted, and said, you can brag, I don't believe it. Xinhao looked around and said, just wait, I'll pick out the most valuable rough stone here. Let me see. After a moment, Xinhao's eyes lit up and he raised his hand and pointed in the direction of Jubao Pavilion. Right there. Xinhao took Gongsun Xingwu with him and they came to a corner of Jubao Pavilion. There are a few pieces of raw stones scattered around here, but almost no one comes to see them. Because these raw stones were placed here by Jubao Pavilion to make up the number, and it has been determined that no good things will come out of them. Xinhao, you're not going to say that the most valuable rough stone is here, are you? Gongsun Xingwu looked at a few pieces of raw stones and asked Xinhao in disbelief. Right here. Xinhao said confidently, pointing to a half-human plateau stone in the corner and motioning Gongsun Xingwu to check it out. Have you seen this rough stone? It is definitely the most valuable rough stone here. Gongsun Xingwu looked at the raw stone that Xinhao pointed out and frowned slightly. This piece of raw stone is half a person's height, with a dull gray surface and no luster at all. There is no hilly surface or sand-shedding phenomenon like that of high-quality raw stones. Xinhao, could you have seen it wrong? It looks like there's definitely nothing good in this rough stone. Xinhao chuckled when he heard this, don't be so quick to deny it. Haven't you ever heard of treasures hiding themselves? What's inside is definitely beyond your imagination. Xinhao looked at the label on the raw stone. 300,000. It's not expensive, this is it. Xinhao immediately decided to buy the raw stone. All right. Gongsun Xingwu shook her head helplessly and just thought of it as playing with Xinhao. The two of them selected the raw stone, and a staff member registered it and pushed the raw stone away, waiting for the final cutting and testing. Back in the center of the Jubao Pavilion Hall, most people had already picked out the raw stones they liked. However, in the center of the hall, there was a circle of people gathered, bidding loudly and eagerly. 30 million. I want this rough stone. 35 million. I'll give you 40 million. Don't argue, I, Ming Baxin, offer 50 million. Xinhao and Gongsun Xingwu looked at each other and said, let's go and have a look. As they approached the crowd, Xinhao and Gongsun Xingwu could clearly see the raw stones inside. This rough stone. Gongsun Xingwu looked at the raw stone in amazement and murmured, there must be something good in it. The raw stone is taller than a person and requires 2 or 3 people to surround it. There was a label on it saying that the raw stone weighed 1.8 tons. The price tag is 20 million. At this moment, people competing for the raw stone continued to bid, and the price of the raw stone had soared to 70 million. Xinhao, look at the piece of raw stone that has been sanded off. It's pure green. High light transmittance. This is the performance of top-grade Yang Lu Gao Chui. If there is no big discrepancy, the value of this rough stone is at least hundreds of millions. Gongsun Qingwu whispered in Shenhao's ear. Shenhao took a look at the raw stone and shook his head slightly. In Shenhao's eyes, the precious light emitted by this raw stone was like a candle in the wind, which could be extinguished at any time. This proves that the stuff inside is not that good. Qingwu, believe me, you will definitely suffer a great loss if you buy this rough stone. Just as Shenhao finished speaking, the price of the raw stone had soared to 120 million. The one who made the bid was the middle-aged woman who had previously competed with Gongsun Qingwu, Zhang Mei. No one raised the price? Zhang Mei looked around proudly. Then this rough stone is mine. Ha ha. Great. This Jade King belongs to me, no one can take it away from me. Zhang Mei laughed triumphantly, as if she had already seen the raw stone she had selected and the amazement of everyone after it had been cut. After careful selection, everyone present has picked out the raw stone that they think is the most valuable. In the Jubao Pavilion, on a high platform stood the person in charge of the Jubao Pavilion and the master of raw stone cutting. Welcome everyone to the Treasure Pavilion. The person in charge, Gong Shangyun, looked at the people in the audience and spoke loudly. A total of 137 guests selected rough stones this time. Next, let's see who can take away the title of Jade King. Snap. Snap. Gong Shangyun clapped his hands, and immediately a piece of raw stone was pushed up. Raw stone number 1, selected by Lu Kaishan, the owner of Huihuang Jade Shop. Now, let's cut open the rough stone and see what the quality is inside. As soon as Gong Shangyun finished speaking, the stone cutting master used the machine to split the stone into two. Pity. Gong Shangyun shook his head and said regretfully, this rough stone has no value at all. Let's cut the second rough stone. As each piece of raw stone is cut, the contents found inside are both good and bad. But there is nothing eye-catching. Ms. Gongsun, I heard that you asked this person to help you pick out the rough stones? Zhang Mei walked closer to Gongsun Qingwu, stared at Shenhao with disdain. You are afraid that you can't beat me, so you do this on purpose, right? Then Zhang Mei said proudly, I picked a top-grade rough stone this time, so the title of Jade King belongs to me. Shenhao sneered when he heard this, the rough stone you picked. Aren't you afraid of losing so much money that you'll cry? Chapter 48 A Cruel Bet. Zhang Mei looked at Shenhao coldly, with a hint of disdain on her face. Do you really think that just because you helped Gongsun Qingwu pick out a piece of raw stone, you are a jade master? Let's have a competition today. Whoever loses will grind the raw stone he bought into powder and swallow it. As soon as Zhang Mei finished speaking, everyone present looked at her sideways. My goodness, this bet is really high. Ding. Random mission, Zhang Mei's bet. In the face of Zhang Mei's ridiculous bet, please make a choice. Choice 1, agree, and be rewarded with ownership of Jubao Pavilion. Choice 2, reject, and the reward is a piece of iced jadeite raw stone worth 1 billion. Seeing that Shenhao did not agree immediately, Zhang Mei began to press him step by step. Are you scared? Don't dare to agree? Pointing to the outside of Jubao Pavilion, Zhang Mei said in a bad tone, then get out with Gongsun Qingwu. Zhang Mei looked at Shenhao and Gongsun Qingwu with a proud expression. No matter whether Shenhao agreed to the bet or not, she would be the winner. Gongsun Qingwu tightened her hold on Shenhao's arm slightly, a hint of worry in her eyes. Shenhao, she's coming for me, don't agree to her. Shenhao gently patted Gongsun Qingwu's shoulder and said with a smile, don't worry, we won't lose. Looking up at Zhang Mei who looked very proud, Shenhao sneered. I promise. But you better pray you have a good appetite, or you'll choke to death. As soon as Shenhao finished speaking, Zhang Mei's face suddenly turned gloomy. You should worry about yourself. I hope you haven't died of choking before the ambulance comes. The people gathered around heard the conversation between Shenhao and Zhang Mei and began to discuss it in low voices. It seems like these two are serious about this. I don't know which of them will win. I know Zhang Mei, the most famous jade merchant in Hanjing City. She has a great chance of winning this time. That Shenhao isn't bad, right? After all, he was brought here by Miss Gongsun. He's just a newcomer, how powerful can he be? That's right. There's an 80% chance that Shenhao will lose. Should we call an ambulance first? Eating stone powder raw could kill people, right? Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. The voice of the system sounded in Shenhao's mind. At the same time, the former owner of Jubao Pavilion also received a piece of information. On the display stand of Jubao Pavilion, most of the raw stones have been cut. The best time was when they cut out a 30-kilogram piece of young green jade, worth nearly 100 million yuan. This is already outrageous. As the raw stones are continuously cut, the buyers have both joy and worries. However, what they are most looking forward to is the ultimate showdown between Xinhao and Zhang Mei. Xinhao, Gongsun Xingwu, when will your rough stones be cut? Zhang Mei asked Xinhao and Gongsun Xingwu calmly. Xinhao looked at Zhang Mei and chuckled, saying, "We have already applied to Jubao Pavilion, and the raw stone will be cut last." Snort! Zhang Mei snorted coldly, "That's perfect, the rough stones I bought will be cut last." On the display stand, Gong Shangyun clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. Snap! Snap! So far, 135 pieces of raw stones have been cut. The most valuable one among them is a palm-sized piece of mutton fat white jade, estimated to be worth 500 million. Next. Gong Shangyun looked around and said solemnly, "The last two rough stones will be cut. These are the rough stones purchased by Ms. Zhang Mei and Miss Gongsun Xingwu." After Gong Shangyun finished speaking, he raised his hand to signal. A staff member pushed two rough stones onto the display stand. Gong Shangyun showed the two rough stones to everyone and said, "This rough stone was purchased by Ms. Zhang Mei. 1.7 meters high, 3.4 meters in circumference, weighs 1.8 tons, and is priced at 120 million. As soon as Gong Shangyun finished speaking, everyone present started talking. TSK. This piece of raw stone is incredible. It should produce something good. 120 million to buy a rough stone. Zhang Mei is really rich. Ha! Maybe he's eyeing the reward for cutting the rough stone in the end. Even so, do you dare to pay for it? If it crashes, it will be a huge loss." After introducing the raw stone purchased by Zhang Mei, Gong Shangyun walked to the other side. This rough stone was selected by Miss Gongsun Xingwu and Mr. Xinhao. Height 0.8 meters, circumference 1.2 meters, weight 130 kilograms, price 300,000. As soon as Gong Shangyun finished speaking, the people in the audience immediately laughed softly. Ha, 300,000? Miss Gongsun only bought this piece of raw stone? I heard that it was that guy named Xinhao who helped to select it. TSK. It seems that Miss Gongsun treats Xinhao well. She is paying him to play with it. No need to look, the winner is already out. Isn't Xinhao doomed to fail? Call an ambulance immediately, don't give in to your fate. Zhang Mei laughed even louder, not trying to hide the sarcasm on her face. Gongsun Xingwu, you just let him buy such a thing? It's so funny. When did your vision become so bad? Gongsun Xingwu's eyes flashed coldly when she heard this, and she said in a deep voice, "Zhang Mei, the stone hasn't been cut yet, so it's still unclear who will win or lose. Don't be too proud too soon." He. Zhang Mei sneered, raised her hand and pointed at the rough stone, saying, "You think you can beat me with this piece of gray, broken stone? What a joke." On the display stand, Gong Shangyun signaled the cutting master to cut the raw stone. These two rough stones will be cut simultaneously, so please stay tuned. Wait a moment. Off stage, Xinhao suddenly interrupted Gong Shangyun. Everyone looked at Xinhao in confusion, not understanding what Xinhao wanted to do. Zhang Mei showed a sneer on her face, thinking she understood Xinhao's intention. "Xinhao, you don't want to admit defeat, do you? Tell you, it's too late." Xinhao sneered when he heard this. "Give up? You're probably overthinking it. I want to cut the rough stone myself." At the display stand, Gong Shangyun thought for a moment and nodded in agreement with Xinhao's proposal. Because it makes no difference who cuts the rough stone. Okay, then Mr. Xinhao will cut the purchased rough stone himself. Buzz. The sound of the large cutting machine working reached everyone's ears. On the display stand, Xinhao operated the cutting machine and started cutting the raw stone. Swish! As stone powder flew, 1/5 of the original stone separated from the main body. And the state presented by the cut surface is still an ordinary stone. Chapter 49. The blood-red phoenix suddenly appears. Did you see it? It's still stone. Zhang Mei, who was sitting in the exhibition stand, was a little worried at first, but when she saw the scene, she burst into laughter. Ha ha! I'm sure to win this competition. Buzz. The cutting machine keeps running, and under the cutting of the sharp blade, a piece of raw stone is separated from the main body. The raw stone purchased by Zhang Mei was also cut off a palm-sized corner by the cutting master along the gap where the sand was removed from the raw stone. Swish! A green light appeared in front of everyone. Yang Lu Gao Chui. Hiss, I really cut out something good. I don't know how much jade there is in it. Looking at the size of the raw stone, jade material is indispensable. Even if we cut out half of the jade, we can make tens of billions. Everyone looked at the raw stone that Zhang Mei bought and exclaimed in amazement. Ha ha ha. Zhang Mei felt that she was at the pinnacle of her life at this moment, and laughed without restraint. Gongsun Xinwu looked at Shen Hao on the display stand, and a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. Shen Hao, I believe you. With her fists slightly clenched, Gongsun Xinwu watched Shen Hao cutting the rough stone intently. Swish! 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 Stone flakes were constantly peeling off from the original stone, revealing the material inside. But it's still stone. Shen Hao's eyes were calm, without the slightest fluctuation. The hand operating the cutter kept moving, but the slices of stone being cut became thinner and thinner. Swish! As a piece of stone was cut and pulled down, the material inside finally changed. Ha! Look! A cry of surprise caught everyone's attention in the crowd. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and saw that after Shen Hao cut a piece of the raw stone, something unusual finally occurred. A faint red light can be seen on the surface of the raw stone. The color has changed. There's something inside. Red light? What kind of jade is this? If we cut one more layer, it should be completely exposed. Look carefully, this color is unusual. Everyone held their breath and watched Shen Hao's movements carefully. Swish! Another thin piece of stone was cut off. A moment. Red light burst out from the raw stone. The glass-like texture and blood-like color attracted everyone's attention. Blood jade. An elderly jade expert in the crowd suddenly exclaimed. This is blood jade. Blood jade that is rarely seen in 1,000 years. The expert's face flushed with excitement and his whole body was shaking. Oh my god! It's a blood jade with such perfect texture. Priceless, absolutely priceless. Everyone present had been in the jade circle for many years and had all heard of the name of blood jade. But they had only heard of it, they had never seen the real blood jade with their own eyes. And now, they witnessed the emergence of a piece of blood jade with their own eyes. Blood jade? Impossible. I can't lose. Zhang Mei's eyes widened, and the expression on her face was slightly distorted. So what if it's blood jade? The value of the raw stone is the greatest. Zhang Mei still had a glimmer of hope in her heart, that is, the jade she cut from the raw stone was worth more than blood jade. Cut it for me again. Cut all my rough stones. Zhang Mei looked at the cutting master and shouted in a hoarse voice. Upon hearing this, the cutting master operated the cutting machine and made a cut on the raw stone. Swish! With one cut of the knife, Zhang Mei looked at the scene with an extremely nervous expression. The next second, Zhang Meiru was struck by lightning. He staggered a few steps with a pale face. Stone? How could it be a stone? After one cut, all that was revealed inside the raw stone was stone. Zhang Mei looked at this scene in disbelief and was completely dumbfounded. After a moment, Zhang Mei came back to her senses and shouted at the top of her lungs, I don't believe it. Cut it again. The cutting master did not dare to offend Zhang Mei, who was almost crazy, and hurriedly controlled the cutting machine to cut it. Swish! Stone! Swish! Still a stone! Swish! Still stone! After so many cuts, all it's is stone. How is that possible? Zhang Mei's face was distorted, she was almost going crazy. The cutting master also had sweat on his forehead. No one had expected such a result. Brush, brush, brush. Stones were flying everywhere, and the original stones were cut smaller and smaller. Until the end, only a palm-sized piece of jade was left. It is the piece of original stone that has been exposed after the sand is removed. Everyone present was stunned when they saw the scene. Such a small piece of jade? It's worth at most 10 million. If you calculate it, doesn't that mean Zhang Mei has lost more than 100 million? Oh my god. Zhang Mei's luck is 100 levels underground. Raw stones are risky, so you need to be cautious when entering the industry. Hiss. Fortunately I didn't buy this rough stone, otherwise I would have lost a lot. When Gongsun Xinggu saw the scene, she instantly felt relieved. Zhang Mei, didn't you say you were sure to win? And now? This material is a little small, but it's enough to make a sign. Take it home and play with it yourself. Zhang Mei suppressed Shen Hao before, so how could Gongsun Qingwu let Zhang Mei go now? Plop! Zhang Mei's legs went limp and she collapsed to the ground. The loss of hundreds of millions, coupled with the failure of the bet, directly brought Zhang Mei to the bottom. On the display stand, Gong Shangyun looked at the blood jade with fascination, and then discovered that Shen Hao was still cutting the raw stone. Mr. Shen, you've already won, do you still want to cut? Shen Hao smiled when he heard this and said, of course. Do you think it's just blood jade? Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and then looked at Shen Hao in shock. Could this blood jade have something magical? Buzz buzz buzz. The cutting machine kept running, and as the stone was constantly peeled off, the true appearance of the blood jade gradually revealed. In the end, only a piece of blood red jade the size of a human head remained in front of everyone. Hiss, the texture is perfect, and it's a blood jade of this size. This is a rare treasure in the world. This piece of blood jade is so beautiful, so crystal clear. No! Look carefully inside the blood jade. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw even deeper red veins deep within the blood jade. These veins are intricately entangled, seemingly forming a faint pattern. However, the lighting on the display stand was poor and people could not see clearly. Shen Hao smiled slightly when he saw this and signaled Gong Shangyun. Please shine the light on the blood jade. Gong Shangyun was stunned, and then quickly ordered the staff to shine the light on the blood jade. The next moment, a blood-red phoenix with its wings spread appeared in the blood jade. As the angle of light continued to change, the blood-red phoenix seemed to be about to spread its wings and fly. Everyone present was silent at first, and then became excited. Oh my god! There is actually a blood-colored phoenix inside the blood jade. It's those blood-colored veins. These veins form a three-dimensional phoenix shape. Hiss! God's work! It's amazing! This is a wonder of nature. This piece of blood jade is inestimable in value. Chapter 50 Identity Change, Boss of Jubao Pavilion. The blood-red phoenix appeared, and everyone present was excited. Such a rare miracle completely broke everyone's cognition. Everyone can predict that this piece of blood jade will definitely cause an earthquake in the jade world. Miss Gongsun, are you selling this blood jade? A jade merchant asked Gongsun Qingwu, saying urgently, I'll buy it no matter how much it costs. Gongsun Qingwu smiled upon hearing this and said softly, you should ask Shen Hao about this. Because this piece of blood jade belongs to Shen Hao. Although it was Shen Hao who selected the raw stone for her, Gongsun Qingwu would not take the blood jade for herself. When the people in the audience heard this, they hurriedly asked Shen Hao. Mr. Shen, how much do you want for this blood jade? I'll give you 1 billion. Mr. Shen Hao, please sell the blood jade to me. I'll give you 2 billion. Ha ha. Although I'm not buying it, I know this blood jade is priceless. If you don't have tens of billions, forget it. Hiss. Horrible. Facing the enthusiastic bidding of the crowd, Shen Hao shook his head slightly and said, I don't plan to sell this blood jade. When everyone heard this, there was a look of reluctance and disappointment in their eyes. But they also know that this blood jade is absolutely priceless, and anyone who sells it is a fool. Shen Hao walked down from the display stand and came in front of Zhang Mei. At this moment, Zhang Mei seemed to be stupid, sitting on the ground motionless. With a sneer on his face, Shen Hao said in a deep voice, still pretending? After a moment, a look of regret appeared on Zhang Mei's face. Shen Hao, I'm screwed this time. Since I lost over 100 million, how about we settle the score? Ding! Random mission, Zhang Mei's plea. Zhang Mei failed in the bet and plans to surrender to the host. Please make a choice. Choice 1, accept, reward 100 million coins, Zhang Mei's favorability plus 50. Choice 2, reject, and be rewarded with master-level first aid skills. The voice of the system sounded in Shen Hao's mind. System, I choose 2. Shen Hao made his choice without hesitation. Clear? Shen Hao looked at Zhang Mei and sneered, you may have forgotten the bet you made. Whoever loses will grind the stone into powder and swallow it. Zhang Mei's face suddenly became very ugly. It was Zhang Mei herself who proposed the bet, but now she is shooting herself in the foot. Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding! The rewards have been distributed, please check. The next second, Xinhao's mind was filled with a lot of information. Human vital signs judgment. Human anatomy. Emergency first aid methods. How to survive in desperate situations. As Xinhao quickly absorbed this information, his first aid ability quickly rose to the master level. I. Zhang Mei's face was gloomy and uncertain. After a moment, she raised her head and glared at Xinhao, shouting at the top of her lungs, "I will not admit to this kind of bet. Who do you think you are? Isn't it just relying on Gongsun Qingwu? You dare to force me to eat stone powder alive? What a joke!" Zhang Mei has decided to refuse to admit her mistake. Anyway, Zhang Mei felt that Xinhao couldn't do anything to her. When everyone present heard this, they all looked at Zhang Mei with strange eyes. TSK. It seems that Zhang Mei is not going to fulfill the bet. Ha ha. A man cannot stand without faith. It's better to stay away from such people. That's nothing we can do. Who told them that they can't do anything to Zhang Mei? In the end, it was still a farce. Xinhao looked at Zhang Mei, a cold light flashed in his eyes. "It seems like you are planning to cheat? What do you think?" Zhang Mei raised her head and shouted coldly, "What can you do to me? Who is Mr. Xinhao?" A voice attracted everyone's attention. It's actually Hu Qingshi, the boss of Jubo Pavilion. Why is Hu Qingshi here? Is he here for the blood jade? It should be, otherwise we shouldn't alarm him under normal circumstances. Hu Qingshi glanced at the crowd and finally looked at Xinhao. "Are you Mr. Xinhao?" Hu Qingshi walked up to Xinhao and asked. "It's me." Xinhao nodded, already knowing Hu Qingshi's purpose. Hu Qingshi looked at Xinhao, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. "From now on, Treasure Pavilion belongs to you." As soon as Hu Qingshi finished speaking, everyone present was stunned. Jubal Pavilion belongs to Xinhao. What is going on? Someone asked Hu Qingshi in disbelief. "Boss Hu, you said that Jubal Pavilion belongs to Xinhao?" This. Jubal Pavilion said they don't want it. Is Boss Hu talking nonsense? Am I hallucinating? When Hu Qingshi heard everyone's discussion, he immediately waved his hand and said, "You heard it right. I'm not talking nonsense. From now on, Jubal Pavilion will be under the name of Mr. Xinhao." Everyone showed surprise and doubt in their eyes, and couldn't help but ask Hu Qingshi. "Boss Hu, why is this happening? Jubal Pavilion is the leader in the jade industry." Hu Qingshi glanced at everyone meaningfully and said in a deep voice, "Because Mr. Xinhao gave me an offer I couldn't refuse." After saying that, Hu Qingshi turned around and left Jubal Pavilion. Hiss. Everyone took a deep breath and turned to look at Xinhao in shock. It was this young man who jumped from obscurity to become the leader of the Jade Circle. Even Hu Qingshi couldn't refuse, so the power behind him must be amazing. Zhang Mei looked at Xinhao with a pale face and fear in her eyes. She was not afraid of Xinhao before, but now, scared to death. With just one word from Xinhao, she would lose her foothold in the Jade Circle. Xinhao's eyes stopped at Zhang Mei, and he said indifferently, "What now? Can I do anything to you?" I. Zhang Mei's face turned pale and she almost cried out of fright. "I accept the bet." Unable to resist Xinhao, Zhang Mei could only grit her teeth and accept the bet. Looking up at the stone powder left over from cutting the raw stone on the display stand, Zhang Mei walked closer and grabbed a handful. Closing her eyes, Zhang Mei was about to swallow the stone powder into her mouth. "Where is Xinhao?" A scream stopped Zhang Mei's movements. The crowd slowly made way for a path, and two figures walked in from outside the Jubal Pavilion. Seeing the figure, everyone cried out in low voice. "It's Gu Huayuan. Could that person be Gu Tian, the head of Gu Group?" Hiss. The head of Gu Group is here. What does he want to do? Is he here to cause trouble for Xinhao? Gu Huayuan had a very unpleasant experience with him just now. This is too cruel. The leader has to take action himself. One is the head of Gu Group, and the other is the boss of Jubal Pavilion. This is a matter of life and death. There's going to be something interesting to watch. Chapter 51 Free Equity. Bang! Zhang Mei threw down the stone powder in her hand and looked at Gu Tian and Gu Huayuan with a hint of surprise in her eyes. The head of Gu Group is here to cause trouble for Xinhao. Humph! This Xinhao actually forced me to swallow stone powder alive. He deserves to die. Zhang Mei's mind was in turmoil and her face looked gloomy and uncertain. In the crowd, Gu Huayuan raised his hand and pointed at Shenhao, and said to Gu Tian, "Dad, he is Shenhao." Gu Tian nodded and looked at Shenhao with an extremely serious expression. As he walked closer to Shenhao, Gu Tian was about to speak when he was stopped by Gongsun Xingwu, who was beside Shenhao. "Boss Gu." Gongsun Xingwu's eyes flashed with coldness, and she said in a cold voice, "If you dare to harm Shenhao, don't blame my Gongsun family for fighting you to the death." As Gongsun Xingwu finished speaking, the expression on Gu Tian's face became more solemn. Then he called out to Gu Huayuan, "Come here." Gu Huayuan walked closer to Gu Tian and greeted him in a low voice, "Dad." Bang! The next moment, Gu Tian swung his arm and slapped Gu Huayuan in the face. "Evil boy! Get down on your knees." Gu Tian raised his brows and shouted sternly. Plop! Gu Huayuan covered his red and swollen cheeks, his knees softened and he fell to the ground. Gongsun Xingwu was also a little confused when she saw this scene. Is the reputation of the Gongsun family so effective now? Seeing Gu Huayuan kneeling on the ground, Gu Tian turned to look at Shenhao and said earnestly, "Mr. Shen. I was blind and rude to you before. Now I make him kneel in front of you. You can beat him or scold him as you like, as long as you can vent your anger." On the display stand, Zhang Mei's eyes suddenly widened when she saw the scene. Shouldn't it be Gu Tian who took action to suppress Shenhao? Why did he slap his son hard just to let Shenhao vent his anger? This was completely the opposite of what she expected. Everyone present was stunned by Gu Tian's actions, and some suspected that Gu Tian had not taken his medicine before going out. Shenhao glanced at Gu Tian and Gu Huayuan, who was kneeling on the ground, and sneered. "Gu Group? What are you doing? If you don't know, you might think I'm bullying you." Gu Tian was ashamed when he heard this, and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Shen is such a noble man, how could he do something like bullying others by taking advantage of his power? This is all my son's fault. But my son really likes Miss Gongsun." When he saw Miss Gongsun getting close to Mr. Shen, he couldn't help himself and said something rude that offended Mr. Shen. "Please be magnanimous, Mr. Shen, and forgive my son's unreasonable behavior." Shenhao chuckled and looked at Gu Tian and said, "Forgive him? Do you think a slap in the face will do the trick?" Hiss. Everyone present took a deep breath after hearing this. What Gu Tian did was completely trampling on his dignity. But even so, Shenhao didn't agree. But what shocked them even more was that Gu Tian was not angry at all, but instead had a look of approval on his face. Yes, Mr. Shen is right. One slap is definitely not enough to forgive my son's sin. How about this? Gu Tian hesitated for a moment, looked at Shenhao and said, "If Mr. Shen can forgive my son, I am willing to transfer 5% of the shares of Gu Group to Mr. Shen. But I have only one small request." Gu Tian's eyes flashed, and he said, "All you need is Mr. Shen to prove that the information sent to the inspection bureau is forged." As soon as Gu Tian finished speaking, the people watching around were stunned. Hiss. Is this Gu Tian crazy? He actually gave away 5% of the shares for free, that's more than 5 billion. Just because Gu Huayuan offended Shenhao, does this Shenhao have some powerful background? Hurry up and agree to it. This is a free shareholding. Information from the inspectorate? It looks like there's something fishy going on here. Equity, don't give it up for nothing. Why doesn't Shenhao agree? Ding. Random mission, Gu Tian's apology. Faced with Gu Tian's insane gift of apology, should we accept it? Please make your choice, host. Choice 1, accept, reward 1 billion coins, friendship of Gu Group. Choice 2, refuse, reward, aura of intimidation without anger, majesty +1. When Gu Tian saw that Shenhao had fallen silent, a sinister look flashed in his eyes. When Gu Tian received the call from the deputy head of the inspection team, he was really shocked. Because once this information is exposed, the Gu Group will be completely finished. It's just that now the deputy head of the inspection team is keeping the information, so this information has not been discovered. Gu Tian knew that this matter could not be kept secret for long, so his only option now was to ask Shenhao to prove that he had forged the information. Only in this way can the Gu Group have room to slow down its turn. Gu Tian glanced at Shenhao subconsciously, feeling hatred in his heart. Once we get through this, I will let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. The system's voice sounded in Shenhao's mind. After thinking for a moment, Shenhao made a choice. System, I choose to refuse. Looking up at Gu Tian, Shenhao happened to see the hidden anger in Gu Tian's eyes. With a sneer on his face, Shenhao said softly, "Let me give false testimony. This is your real purpose, right? What a pity. Shin Hao said in a mocking tone, "You chose the wrong target." After saying that, Shin Hao took out his cell phone and dialed the inspection team's hotline. "Hello, is this the inspection team? Have you seen the report materials I sent you before? It's absolutely true. Okay. I hope you can handle it." Bang! Shin Hao hung up the phone, looked up at Gu Tian and chuckled. "Now, you can go." Gu Tian's face turned pale, and he was no longer as calm as before. "Shen Hao, what good will this do you?" Gu Tian shouted frantically, "Do you think these materials can be moved to Gu Group?" Shin Hao smiled and said softly, "Whether we can move there or not depends on the inspection team. Call." Gu Tian suppressed his anger and tried his best to calm himself down. "Mr. Shin, if you think 5% of the shares are not enough, I can give you 10% of the shares." Shin Hao did not answer, but looked at Gu Tian with mocking eyes. Gu Tian almost vomited blood when he saw this, but he still gritted his teeth and said, 15%. 20% is fine, right? If you accept these shares, you will be the second largest shareholder of Gu Group. Shin Hao showed a sneer on his face but still said nothing. Dang dang. Gu Tian raised his hand to cover his chest and staggered back a few steps. Staring at Shin Hao with bloodshot eyes, Gu Tian shouted at the top of his lungs, "Shin Hao, don't force me to fight to the death. If you push me into a corner, I will offer a hidden reward and make you die with me." This time, Shin Hao finally spoke. "Now, you have one more charge, threatening and intimidating." Chapter 52, Shai Gongsun Xingwu. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. The moment the system voice sounded, Shin Hao exuded a majestic and heavy aura. Everyone present looked at Shin Hao, and they all couldn't help but feel fear. He subconsciously shifted his gaze, not daring to look Shin Hao in the face again. Gu Huayuan stood up from the ground, covered his face and said to Gu Tian incoherently, "Dad, let's run away. We still have a chance to escape before the inspection team arrives." Gu Tian's face turned pale. After taking a deep breath, he said unwillingly, "Let's go." Pushing everyone away, Gu Tian staggered out of the treasure pavilion. "Stop." A loud shout was heard not far away, and then several people blocked Gu Tian and Gu Huayuan. "We are from the inspection team." The leader took out his ID and said to Gu Tian, "You are now suspected of 15 crimes. Please come with us." "It's over." Gu Tian let out a wail, and then his eyes went dark and he passed out. "Carry it away." The members of the inspection team waved their hands and dragged Gu Tian and Gu Huayuan away. Everyone in the Jubao pavilion withdrew their gaze from Gu Tian. When he looked at Shin Hao again, his eyes narrowed. This guy is a ruthless person. Because of a conflict, the Gu Group was directly destroyed. "I can't afford to offend you. I can't afford to offend you. Shin Hao, what's going on?" Gongsun Xingwu approached Shin Hao and asked in a low voice. Shin Hao raised his hand and held Gongsun Xingwu's waist, chuckled and said, "The Gu Group has brought this upon itself. Who told Gu Huayuan to covet my woman?" Gongsun Xingwu rolled her eyes at Shin Hao when she heard that, but then a charming smile appeared on her pretty face. "Boss." Gong Shangyun walked up to Shin Hao and called out in a respectful tone. Now that Shin Hao has become the boss of Jubao Pavilion, how dare he, the person in charge, not come to pay him a visit? "Are you the person in charge of Jubao Pavilion?" Shin Hao looked at Gong Shangyun and asked. "Yes, my name is Gong Shangyun, and I was in charge of the business of Jubao Pavilion before." Gong Shangyun quickly answered Shin Hao. Shin Hao nodded and said, "You will be in charge of the business of Jubao Pavilion in the future." Shin Hao is busy living a carefree life, so how can he have the time to manage a Jubao Pavilion? Therefore, it is most appropriate to let Gong Shangyun continue to be in charge, but he still has to be punished. Looking up at Gong Shangyun, Shin Hao exuded a majestic aura. "Although I let you be in charge of the business of Jubao Pavilion, if you dare to lie to me, you definitely don't want to experience the fate of the Gu Group." Gong Shangyun showed fear on his face and said in a trembling voice, "Boss, don't worry, I will never lie to you." "Very good." Shin Hao raised his hand and patted Gong Shangyun's shoulder, causing Gong Shangyun's legs to tremble and he almost fell to the ground. "Go pack up the blood jade for me and I'll take it away." "Okay, boss." Just after leaving Jubao Pavilion, Shin Hao suddenly remembered something. Turning around and looking at the display stand, Zhang Mei's legs were shaking and she was looking at him with a pale face. Shinhao called out to Gong Shangyun, raised his hand and pointed at Jiang Mei and said, "Keep an eye on her. Watch her swallow the stone powder with your own eyes. Also call an ambulance. After all, it's unlucky for someone to die here." After leaving Jubao Pavilion, Shinhao and Gongsun Qingwu went straight back to Yuanlai Jade Workshop. "Sister Qingwu, you're back." Miyingqi was watching the shop out of boredom. When she saw Gongsun Qingwu, she immediately smiled and called out. Bang! Shinhao placed a sandalwood box on the counter and said to Miyingqi, "Put this away." Miyingqi subconsciously looked at Gongsun Qingwu. Gongsun Qingwu nodded and said with a smile, "Put it in the top display cabinet." "Ah!" Miyingqi exclaimed, "Sister Qingwu, that's where the treasure of the store is placed. Didn't you always say there was nothing to put there?" Gongsun Qingwu smiled and said, "Now I have it." Upon hearing this, Miyingqi opened the box curiously, wanting to know what good stuff was inside. When the box was opened, Miyingqi was stunned. In the crystal-clear blood jade, a phoenix made of blood-colored veins is spreading its wings and preparing to fly. After carefully putting the blood jade away, Miyingqi was still immersed in shock. "Sister Qingwu, how did you get this blood jade? It must have cost you a lot of money, right?" Gongsun Qingwu laughed and said to Miyingqi, "This blood jade is a priceless treasure. But it's not mine, it's Shinhao's." Turning to look at Shinhao, Gongsun Qingwu said with a smile, "Are you really going to give me this blood jade? This is a rare treasure in the world." Shinhao approached Gongsun Qingwu, stretched out his hand to lift her delicate chin, and said with a smile, "You are all mine." "Do I still care about this?" "Ah." Miyingqi suddenly covered her ears and muttered softly, "I can't hear you, I can't hear you." Shinhao was driven out of Yuanlai Jade Workshop by Gongsun Qingwu with a blushing face. Sitting in the sports car, Shinhao had a smile on his face. It is really rare to see Gongsun Qingwu being shy. Ring, ring, ring. A cell phone suddenly rang. I took out my cell phone and saw that it was Yang Xueli calling. "Shirley?" Shinhao answered the phone. "Woo. Shinhao, come quickly, the doctor said my mother's condition has suddenly worsened." Yang Xueli's frightened sobbing voice was heard on the phone. Shinhao tightened his grip and said in a deep voice, "Don't be afraid, wait for me." Bang! After hanging up the phone, Shinhao started his sports car and sped away. Haihu First Central Hospital. Shinhao went straight to the emergency room of the hospital without stopping. "Shirley." At this moment, Yang Xueli was curled up in a chair, her eyes blurred with tears and a helpless look on her face. Shinhao cried out softly, feeling a little distressed. "Shinhao." When Yang Xueli heard Shinhao's call, she turned around and looked at him with a look of surprise in her eyes. Bang! Yang Xueli threw herself into Shinhao's arms and began to sob. "Woo! Shinhao, I'm so scared. I'm afraid my mother will leave me suddenly." Shinhao gently wiped the tears from Yang Xueli's face and said softly, "Don't worry, I'm here. Tell me first, what happened?" Yang Xueli leaned in Shinhao's arms, and there was still some fear in her words. "I was in class when I suddenly received a notice from the doctor. My mother's condition has suddenly worsened, her breathing is weak, and her pulse is almost gone. When I arrived at the hospital, my mother was in the emergency room and she hasn't come out yet." Yang Xueli put her head in Shinhao's arms, like a frightened deer. "Shinhao, what should I do? Will mom leave me?" Chapter 53. Yang Xueli's mother is critically ill. "Shinhao, I'm afraid my mother will leave me suddenly. What do I do?" Yang Xueli looked up at Shinhao, a distressed look on her pretty face. Ding! Random mission, Yang Xueli's helplessness. The sudden deterioration of my mother's condition has left Yang Xueli helpless. Please make a choice, host. Choice 1, wait for the doctor to treat you, and you will be rewarded with +1 physical fitness. Choice 2, treat the patient yourself and receive primary gene repair fluid as a reward. The system's voice suddenly rang in Shinhao's mind. After pondering for a moment, Shinhao made a choice. System, I choose option 2 and personally treat the patient. Shinhao had once received master-level acupuncture skills and master-level first aid skills as rewards from the system. These skills gave Shinhao the confidence to treat Yang Xueli's mother, whose condition suddenly worsened. And more importantly, this time the system rewards primary gene repair fluid. Yang Xueli once said that her mother's narcolepsy was caused by a genetic defect. Shinhao believed that the primary gene repair fluid rewarded by the system could relieve the symptoms even if it could not cure narcolepsy. Looking down at Yang Xueli, who looked worried, Xinhao said in a deep voice, "Xueli, don't worry. I'm here to save your mother." Yang Xueli was startled when she heard this, and looked at Xinhao in doubt. "You?" Xinhao nodded, "Yes, it's me." After saying that, Xinhao directly pushed open the door of the intensive care unit. "Who are you?" "Patient's family members are not allowed to enter here." In the emergency room, the busy doctor saw Xinhao breaking in and immediately shouted, "I." Xinhao kept walking and said in a deep voice, "I'll treat the patient." Seeing Xinhao trying to rush in, the doctors and nurses hurriedly blocked his way. "Sir, we understand your anxiety." The doctor thought that Xinhao was too worried about the patient's condition and that was why he barged in, so he continued to explain patiently. "But it's our job as doctors to treat patients. If you come in now, you're just causing trouble and making things worse." Xinhao looked at the doctors standing around Yang Xueli's mother, who were at a loss as to what to do, and said, "If you can't do anything, let me do it." Seeing that the medical staff were still trying to stop him, Xinhao frowned and shouted in a deep voice, "Time is running out, get out of the way." As soon as he finished speaking, Xinhao revealed an aura of majesty without even getting angry. The medical staff standing in front felt nervous and subconsciously made way. Xinhao strode to the side of the operating table and observed the condition of Yang Xueli's mother with a frown. Blood pressure 40/60, breathing 8 times per minute, heart rate 43 times. The patient has fallen into a deep coma. In just a moment, Xinhao determined the current situation of Yang Xueli's mother. The chief physician who was rescuing Yang Xueli's mother's eyes lit up when he heard this and looked at Xinhao in surprise. "Are you a doctor too?" the chief physician asked Xinhao curiously. Xinhao said in a deep voice, "Don't worry about it. Hurry up and give the patient liquid energy. Add 2 mg of atropine and 5 mg of dexamethasone. Subcutaneous injection of epinephrine 1 mg. As soon as Xinhao finished speaking, the chief physician beside him frowned and said, "The patient is already very weak, he won't be able to tolerate these medicines." Xinhao turned to look at the chief physician and shouted coldly, "If you want to save the patient, listen to me." Looking at the medical staff around him, Xinhao said in a deep voice, "Who has acupuncture? Give it to me." I have." An intern in the emergency room raised his hand and handed Xinhao a pack of acupuncture needles. Xinhao took the acupuncture needle and immediately wiped it with 75% alcohol for disinfection. The medical staff at the side looked at the chief physician, asking with their eyes whether they would obey Xinhao's orders. The chief physician looked at Yang Xueli's mother's vital signs monitor, and the values displayed on it were becoming more and more dangerous. "Listen to him," the chief physician shouted, "I'll take care of anything that goes wrong." "Yes, director." Upon hearing this, the remaining medical staff nodded and began to operate according to Xinhao's instructions. The next second, the medical staff exclaimed, "The patient's blood pressure and pulse continue to drop and have reached a critical point." The chief physician turned to look at Xinhao and said solemnly, "Sir, I hope you don't waste the precious opportunity given to you." Xinhao held the acupuncture needle in his hand and a confident smile appeared on his face. "Don't worry, the patient will be fine," I said. "Baihui, Sishinkong, Shuego, and Tanzhong. Higu, Niguan, Jie, Yongquan." Xinhao held the silver needle in his hand and moved it very quickly, inserting the acupuncture needle into the acupuncture point of Yang Xueli's mother like lightning. Buzz. Xinhao continued to use acupuncture techniques while inserting acupuncture points. It brushed across the needle handle like a dragonfly skimming the water. The next second, the needle handle began to vibrate rapidly. The medical staff watching on the side took a deep breath and looked horrified when they saw this. This method. The acupuncture points are accurately identified and the needle insertion is as fast as lightning. Amazing. His acupuncture skills are even better than my teacher's. Is this a rescue point in traditional Chinese medicine acupuncture? Does it really work? Carefully monitor the patient's vital signs and report at any time. The nurse who was observing the vital signs monitor also began to get nervous. The patient's blood pressure is 30/60, breathing is 7 times per minute, and heart rate is 42. It's stable. It's not falling anymore. The nurse shouted in a surprised tone. Call. The chief physician breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes showing a mixture of relief and shock. Keep monitoring. The nurse stared at the monitor intently. As Xinhao kept changing his needle techniques, the numbers displayed on the monitor also continued to change. Blood pressure 40/70. It's rising. Breathe 8 times per minute. Heartbeat 50. Heartbeat 60 times a minute. 12 breaths, basically normal. Blood pressure is 70/90. It has stabilized. Director, we succeeded. At this moment, all the medical staff became excited. A dying life was saved. This is what they wanted to see most. Shinhao took out the acupuncture needle from Yang Shueli's mother's acupuncture point and breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this was his first time saving someone, so Shinhao was also a little nervous. Fortunately, Yang Shueli's mother was rescued from the brink of death. Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Host, please choose the location where the reward will be distributed. Just put it in my pocket. Shinhao said silently in his heart. Ding! The rewards have been distributed, please check. Swish! The next second, Shinhao's pocket sank slightly, and a bottle of medicine appeared. Coming back to his senses, Shinhao looked at the chief physician beside him. The patient's condition has stabilized now and he can be taken out. Very good. The chief physician couldn't help but clench his fist and shout out excitedly. Sir, you are amazing. Are you a disciple of some national medical master? The chief physician looked at Shinhao and asked in shock. Chapter 54: The Chief Physician Who Loves Talent. In the intensive care unit. Chief Physician Wang Ping took off his mask and looked at Shinhao in shock. Are you a disciple of some national medical master? Shinhao shook his head. No, I learned all this by myself. How is that possible? Wang Ping said in disbelief. Both your mentality and your ability to rescue are top-notch. How could this be self-taught? Shinhao smiled and said, why not? Even this time when I rescued the patient, it was my first time doing it. Hiss. All the medical staff present took a deep breath, their faces filled with horror. I taught myself first aid and acupuncture skills and saved someone for the first time. Just like that, a life was still saved perfectly. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Wang Ping looked at Shinhao, his eyes full of eagerness. Young man, you are truly gifted. It's a pity not to be a doctor. After a moment's silence, Wang Ping asked, do you want to come to our hospital? Don't worry. As long as you agree, I can guarantee that you will be the head of the department. As for the doctor's license examination, it's too easy for you. When the medical staff around heard this, they immediately looked at Shinhao with envy. Director Wang Ping really has a love for talent. You should know that Wang Ping is the most famous director of Haihu First Central Hospital. As long as Shinhao nods in agreement, with such a strong backer, why would you worry about having no future prospects? Ding! Random mission, invitation from Chief Physician Wang Ping. Chief Physician Wang Ping is very fond of talents and cannot bear to see the host waste their talents, so he has sent out an invitation and asks the host to make a choice. Option 1, agree, reward for mastery of surgical skills, and the opportunity to study abroad in Tsinghua. Choice 2, reject, and you will be rewarded with a top-notch biological genetic engineering laboratory. The voice of the system came into Shinhao's mind. System, I choose the second option, reject. After thinking for a moment, Shinhao made a choice. Because Shinhao knew that it was absolutely impossible for him to stay in the hospital all day to treat patients and save lives. Director Wang Ping, I'm so sorry. Shinhao looked at Wang Ping and said, I'm not suitable to be a doctor. Wang Ping showed regret when he heard this. That's such a pity. Your talent is the best I've ever seen. Shinhao chuckled and said, thank you Director Wang Ping for your kindness. Although I can't be a doctor in the hospital, if Director Wang Ping needs anything, I can come and help. Wang Ping's face lit up with joy when he heard this, and he said excitedly, that's great. Haihu Central Hospital is famous, so we often receive difficult cases. Faced with these difficult diseases, even we have a headache. Wang Ping shook his head with a headache, but after a moment he said happily, but with your help, we will be much more relaxed. Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Host, please choose the location where the reward will be distributed. The voice of the system sounded in Shinhao's mind. After pondering for a moment, Shinhao said silently in his heart, let's choose a place closer to Haihu University of Science and Technology. Ding! The rewards have been distributed, please check. The next second, a map appeared in Shinhao's mind. There is a red dot marked on the map, which is the top biological genetic laboratory rewarded by the system. Outside the intensive care unit, Yang Shueli stared at the closed door in a trance. I prayed silently in my heart that Shinhao could save his mother. Swish! The next second, the tightly closed door opened. Shen Hao stepped out. Shen Hao. Yang Xueli opened her mouth and wanted to ask Shen Hao, but was afraid of hearing disappointing news. Shen Hao patted Yang Xueli on the shoulder and said softly, "Don't worry, everything is fine now." Yang Xueli was stunned at first, then she burst into tears of joy and threw herself into Shen Hao's arms. "Wow! Shen Hao, thank you." At this moment, Yang Xueli was sure that she could no longer leave Shen Hao. Shen Hao raised his hand to wipe Yang Xueli's tears and said with a smile, "What nonsense are you talking about? Go and see your mother." At this moment, the doctor had already pushed Yang Xueli's mother out of the emergency room. "You are Yang Xueli, right? Your mother is fine now." The doctor smiled and said when he saw Yang Xueli. "Thank you, doctor." Yang Xueli said gratefully. The doctor waved his hands and said ashamedly, "Miss Yang, you don't have to thank us." Pointing at Shen Hao, the doctor said admiringly, "It was this gentleman who saved the patient. He was in the emergency room at the time, and he was even more impressive than our director." Intensive care unit. Shen Hao arranged an intensive care unit for Yang Xueli's mother. In the ward, Yang Xueli sat at the head of her mother's bed, holding her mother's thin hand. "Mom, don't worry, I will definitely heal you." Shen Hao walked to Yang Xueli's side and took out a small bottle from his pocket. The bottle is crystal clear and contains light blue liquid. This is the primary gene repair fluid rewarded by the system. "Surely, do you believe me?" Yang Xueli nodded without hesitation, "Of course." Shen Hao smiled and handed the bottle to Yang Xueli. "Give this to your mother, she should be able to recover a little." "Real?" Yang Xueli took the bottle with surprise. Although she was curious about what the light blue liquid in the bottle was, Yang Xueli did not doubt Shen Hao's words. Lifting her mother up, Yang Xueli poured the liquid in the bottle into her mouth. "Surely, leave some." Shen Hao suddenly remembered something and reminded Yang Xueli. "Is this enough?" Yang Xueli said as she held up the bottle with a quarter of the repair fluid remaining. "That's enough." Shen Hao looked at Yang Xueli and said, "This is the primary gene repair fluid I got by chance. There is only one bottle, it cannot be copied." "Ah." Yang Xueli stood up suddenly. She realized how precious this bottle of repair fluid was. "Shen Hao, will my mother be able to recover?" Shen Hao shook his head slightly, "I'm afraid not. This is just the most basic gene repair fluid. If you want to completely cure your mother, you need a more advanced repair fluid." Looking at Yang Xueli, Shen Hao said in a deep voice, "But you need to perfect the research." Upon hearing this, Yang Xueli nodded heavily and held the repair fluid tightly in her hand. "I will definitely be able to research a more advanced gene repair fluid." Xiao Li. A faint call sounded from the bed. Yang Xueli's mother actually slowly opened her eyes. "Mom, you're awake." Yang Xueli's body trembled and she looked at her mother in surprise. Chapter 55. You are such a scumbag. Yang Xueli's mother Qin Qing was half leaning against the head of the bed. Her voice was very weak due to long-term illness. "Xiao Li, he is." Qin Qing looked at Shen Hao and asked Yang Xueli in a low voice. Yang Xueli's cheeks blushed slightly, and she glanced at Shen Hao shyly and said, "He's my boyfriend." A smile appeared on Qin Qing's pale face and he patted Yang Xueli's hand gently. "Xiao Li has grown up. Even if Mom is gone, I can rest in peace." Yang Xueli's face showed a hint of anxiety when she heard this, and she said with red eyes, "Mom, I won't let you leave me." "How can you leave when you haven't even seen me get married and have kids?" "Mom, I will definitely heal you." As she spoke, a line of tears flowed from Yang Xueli's eyes. Qin Qing's eyes were also a little moist, and he whimpered and said, "Okay. Mom is waiting for you to get married, have children, and be with you happily for the rest of your life." Shen Hao walked out of the ward, leaving the space to Yang Xueli and her daughter. Bang! After a while, Yang Xueli walked out of the ward with red eyes, and it seemed that she had just cried. Mom is asleep. This time, Mom was awake for nearly an hour. It seems that the primary gene repair fluid is working. Shen Hao put his arm around Yang Xueli's shoulders and said, "Don't worry, Auntie will definitely get better." Outside the Shanghai First Central Hospital, Shen Hao and Yang Xueli got into the sports car. "Let's go, come and see your aunt when you have time." Shen Hao turned and said to Yang Xueli. Yang Xueli looked at Shen Hao with tenderness in her eyes. Ring, ring, ring. Yang Xueli's cell phone suddenly rang. Hello? Meow meow? A clear female voice was heard on the phone. Lily, where are you? Xia Chang, Lei Lei and I are shopping. Are you coming? Shopping? I don't. Yang Xueli was about to refuse when Shenhao stopped her. Go ahead, Auntie's condition has improved, let's go shopping to celebrate. Yang Xueli nodded and said to the phone, okay, I'll go over. Where are you? Florence. Florence Shopping Street. Shenhao and Yang Xueli searched for a while and saw several of Yang Xueli's roommates. The tall Lin Miao Miao, the petite and cute Xia Chang, and the boyish Ma Xiaolei with short hair. In addition, there was a young man in a suit standing next to Lin Miao Miao. Lily, this way. Lin Miao Miao saw Yang Xueli and waved her hand. Walking closer, Yang Xueli introduced them to Shenhao. They are all my roommates. Lin Miao Miao, Xia Chang, and Ma Xiaolei. He is Miao Miao's boyfriend Zhao Feng. When Yang Xueli's roommates saw Shenhao, a strange look flashed in their eyes. Lin Miao Miao pulled Yang Xueli over, leaned in close and asked in a low voice, Lily, who is he? Yang Xueli's cheeks turned red and she said, my boyfriend. Is it him? Is he the one who drove you there in a sports car that day? Lin Miao Miao exclaimed suddenly. Yang Xueli nodded slightly, yeah. Lin Miao Miao and the others glanced at Shenhao, then pulled Yang Xueli aside and started chattering. Lily, is he very rich? Yes. I heard that he drove a Ferrari that day. Wow. Sister Lily, you are so lucky to have found a tall, rich and handsome boyfriend. I'm so envious. I want a boyfriend like this too. Lily, why don't you give him to me? Hello, my name is Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng looked at Shenhao, a strange look flashed in his eyes, and he stretched out his hand towards Shenhao. Shenhao shook hands with Zhao Feng and said, my name is Shenhao. Zhao Feng withdrew his hand and asked casually, what does Mr. Shen do for a living? Shenhao said calmly, I invested in a little business. Zhao Feng laughed and said self-deprecatingly, Mr. Shen is amazing. He is not like me who is still a small clerk. My father is the chairman of Shanda Real Estate. I told him I wanted to be the general manager, but he insisted that I be a clerk first. He. Facing Zhao Feng's boasting, which seemed to be an insult but was actually an exaggeration, Shenhao chuckled and said nothing. Zhao Feng looked at Shenhao with a twinkle in his eyes. I heard from Miao Miao that you drove a Ferrari to send Yang Xueli to school? This is a great way to pick up girls. I'll try it someday. Otherwise, Yang Xueli wouldn't have agreed to be your girlfriend so quickly, right? A cold light flashed in Shenhao's eyes. This Zhao Feng was looking for trouble. What do you mean? Zhao Feng laughed and said, it's nothing special. I just want to say that Mr. Shen is so lucky to have such a beautiful girlfriend. Zhao Feng is jealous of Shenhao. Although Lin Miao Miao is good, she is still several levels behind Yang Xueli. Zhao Feng's ultimate goal in choosing Lin Miao Miao as his girlfriend is to get close to Yang Xueli. And now, before he could make any move, Yang Xueli had already become Shenhao's girlfriend. That's why Zhao Feng dislikes Shenhao. Ding. Random mission, Zhao Feng's hostility. The host has become Yang Xueli's boyfriend, which has caused Zhao Feng's hostility. Please make a choice. Choice 1, ignore. How can a lion care about the barking of a dog? Reward, 50 million yuan for a school district house and master level magic skills. Choice 2, fight back. Hostile to me? I'll get you first. Reward, a set of top grade cosmetics and master level photography skills. The voice of the system startled Shenhao slightly. After a moment, a sneer appeared on Shenhao's lips. System, option 2, counterattack. Looking up at Zhao Feng, Shenhao chuckled. From what you said, I'm afraid that choosing Lin Miao Miao as a girlfriend is not simple, right? Zhao Feng smiled when he heard that and said frivolously, stop teasing me. We all know who we are. Girlfriend, it's just a joke, why do you take it so seriously? At most, she's pretty and can play for a long time. Shenhao's eyes gleamed, and he chuckled and said, so Lin Miao Miao is just a toy for you, right? Zhao Feng raised a finger, sneered, and said, 1 month. For me, I'll get tired of this kind of stuff in just 1 month. Papa. Shenhao clapped his hands, shook his head and said, Zhao Feng, you are such a complete scumbag. What are you talking about? Shenhao's applause attracted Yang Xueli and others. Talk about something. Zhao Feng put his arm around Lin Miao Miao's waist and said, Shenhao and I had a great conversation. Shin Hao sneered when he heard this and said, "That's right. And I accidentally recorded the conversation." As soon as Shin Hao finished speaking, Zhao Feng's expression suddenly changed. "What? You actually recorded it?" Ignoring the frightened Zhao Feng, Shin Hao took out his cell phone. Looking at Lin Miao Miao, Shin Hao said, "There are quite a few things about you in this. Do you want to listen to it?" Chapter 56, A True Luxury. Lin Miao Miao took Shin Hao's phone and said with a smile, "Okay, let me hear how Feng Feng praises me." "Miao Miao. Don't listen to it." Zhao Feng's face changed and he wanted to stop Lin Miao Miao. Shin Hao looked at Lin Miao Miao and said meaningfully, "I advise you to listen to it, because the content is very explosive." Lin Miao Miao showed a look of suspicion on her face, and then clicked on the recording on her phone. The next second, Zhao Feng's voice came from the phone. "Girlfriend, it's just a joke, why do you take it so seriously? At most, she's pretty and can play for a long time." Lin Miao Miao. "I'll get tired of that kind of stuff after playing with it for a month." Bang! Lin Miao Miao returned the phone to Shin Hao with an extremely ugly expression. "Zhao Feng is treating her as a toy. Zhao Feng. Is this the love you always said you had for me? You bastard." Facing the angry Lin Miao Miao, Zhao Feng hurriedly said in a panic, "Miao Miao, listen to me. It's all him." Zhao Feng pointed his finger at Shin Hao and shouted, "He used a verbal trap to frame me, so I said this." Holding Lin Miao Miao's shoulders, Zhao Feng said sincerely, "Miao Miao, you have to believe me, I really love you. I swear. Those words just now were not my true words. Real." Seeing that Lin Miao Miao was still furious, Zhao Feng hurriedly said, "Miao Miao, don't you want a set of top-notch cosmetics and a bag? I'll buy them for you. Will you forgive me this time?" As soon as Zhao Feng finished speaking, Lin Miao Miao was somewhat moved. Zhao Feng heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this. "If it flies away before I even get it, wouldn't all the initial investment be wasted? Miao Miao, let's go. Let's go buy makeup." After saying that, Zhao Feng took Lin Miao Miao and walked into a luxury cosmetics store. Seeing this, Shin Hao, Yang Xueli and others followed in. Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Host, please choose the location where the reward will be distributed. Shin Hao stepped into the cosmetics store and said silently in his heart, "Just distribute it to this store." Ding! The rewards have been distributed, please check. In the cosmetics store, the salesperson smiled when he saw Shin Hao and his friends. "Welcome to the Lancome store. How can I help you?" Zhao Feng took Lin Miao Miao's hand, came to the counter and said hurriedly, "Give me a set of the most expensive cosmetics." When the salesperson heard this, the smile on his face became even sweeter. "Sir, please look, this is our top-of-the-line black and gold suit. Including cleansing foam, beauty serum, essence milk, facial mask. The total price is only 88,800. Zhao Feng immediately took out a bank card and said, "Swipe the card." "Okay, sir, please wait a moment." The salesperson took the bank card and swiped the money to pick up the goods quickly. "Sir, this is the black and gold suit you requested." Zhao Feng handed the cosmetics to Lin Miao Miao and said with a smile, "Miao Miao, you are not angry now, right?" Lin Miao Miao looked at the cosmetics in front of her that were worth more than 80,000 yuan, and a hint of interest appeared on her face. Xia Chang and Ma Xiaolei standing by showed envy on their faces. "Wow, more than 80,000 yuan for a set of cosmetics, that's too expensive. I only use a few hundred per set." Lin Miao Miao took the cosmetics, looked at Zhao Feng and said, "I haven't forgiven you yet." Zhao Feng chuckled and said, Yes. I haven't bought a bag yet." Turning to look at Shin Hao, Zhao Feng raised his eyebrows and said, "Shin Hao, since you're here, why don't you buy something?" "No, thanks." Yang Xueli hugged Shin Hao's arm, shook her head and said, "I don't usually use makeup. A set of cosmetics costs more than 80,000 yuan. How could Yang Xueli, who is usually frugal, let Shin Hao spend money?" Shin Hao smiled and said, "If you don't want to buy it, then don't buy it. The cosmetics here are a bit low quality." As soon as Shin Hao finished speaking, Zhao Feng sneered. "Shin Hao, do you know anything about cosmetics? This is a Lancome store, the world's top cosmetics store. The black and gold set is Lancome's most expensive series, and you still say it's low end?" Shin Hao turned to look at Zhao Feng and sneered, "Don't show off your ignorance in front of me." After saying that, Shin Hao said to the salesperson, "Have the cosmetics I ordered arrived?" The salesperson was stunned for a moment, then reacted and asked, "Sir, what is your name?" "Shen Hao." When the salesperson heard this, a look of respect immediately appeared on his face, and he quickly said, "Hello, Mr. Shin. The cosmetics you ordered just arrived. Please wait a moment, the store manager will deliver it to you personally." Zhao Feng and his companions looked at Shin Hao, all with expressions of surprise and doubt on their faces. Customized cosmetics? Dang dang dang. A moment later, a burst of hurried footsteps was heard. The store manager hurried over. Behind him, 2 security guards were carefully carrying a gift box. "Mr. Shin Hao, the cosmetics you ordered from us have arrived. Please check them." Signaling the security guard to put the gift box on the display cabinet, the store manager said respectfully, "Mr. Shin, would you like to open it and check it out now?" Shin Hao nodded and said softly, "Open it." "Okay." Upon hearing this, the store manager hurriedly and carefully opened the gift box, revealing the cosmetics inside. Swish! Under the illumination of the lights, a dazzling light appeared in front of everyone. Wow! What a beautiful packaging! Oh my god! These cosmetics are so exquisite. What brand is this? I've never seen it before. These cosmetics are pleasing works of art just by looking at their appearance. The store manager also showed a look of shock in his eyes. After a long time, he came back to his senses and began to introduce the products. This bottle of perfume is called Brilliant Golden Apple Eau de Parfum. A crystal base, inlaid with 14 grams of white gold, more than 2,000 diamonds, 180 sapphires, and 2 grams of canary diamonds. The price is 6.3 million. As soon as the store manager finished speaking, everyone present was speechless for a long time. Zhao Feng and his companions were all stunned. This is not a bottle of perfume, it's a house. A bottle of perfume costs more than 6 million. I'm afraid just one spray would cost a month's salary. The absolute king of perfume. Oh my god. Over 6 million for a bottle of perfume. Hiss. Poverty really limits my imagination. I'm going to faint. Spending over 6 million to buy a bottle of perfume is unthinkable. Lin Miaomio and the others came to their senses, their faces filled with disbelief. Zhao Feng's face felt hot. I bought a set of cosmetics worth more than 80,000 yuan and I'm still feeling proud of myself. And a bottle of perfume owned by Shin Hao costs more than 6 million. What a gap! The store manager calmed himself down and continued to introduce another item of cosmetics in the gift box. This one is Guerlain Gold Diamond Lipstick. The shell is made of 188 grams of 14K pure gold. It is inlaid with 199 18-gram diamonds. The price is 350,000. Chapter 57, 8 million for a set of cosmetics. 350,000 for a lipstick? After listening to the store manager's introduction, Lin Miaomio and the others were all stunned. That's not all. The store manager calmed himself down and continued to introduce, this bottle of La Mer Essence is priced at 230,000. This skin key cream is worth 780,000. This eye cream costs 150,000. Golden facial mask, each piece costs 40,000. Nature's Royal Lotion, 120,000 per bottle. The store manager pointed at the world's top luxury items placed in the gift box, his face full of shock. The cosmetics Mr. Shin ordered are all the world's ultimate limited editions. The total price is over 8 million. There are only a handful of people who can afford it. The store manager looked at Lin Miaomio and the others and said with a sigh, most people wouldn't even dare to think about such astronomically priced cosmetics. Lin Miaomio looked at the cosmetics in her hand worth 80,000 yuan, and then looked at Shin Hao's cosmetics worth more than 8 million yuan. I suddenly felt that the cosmetics on my hands no longer smelled good. Is this the difference? I can't even imagine other people's cosmetics. This is not cosmetics, it's a mountain of gold. I'm so envious. Wow. I'm cracked. Zhao Feng looked at Shin Hao with a gloomy expression. He spent more than 80,000 yuan to buy a set of cosmetics, but just after he put them on, he was crushed by Shin Hao in the blink of an eye. This feeling is definitely not pleasant. The store manager rewrapped the gift box and handed it to Shin Hao respectfully. Mr. Shin, these are your cosmetics, please keep them. Shin Hao took the gift box and handed it to the stunned Yang Xueli. Surely, take it. Yang Xueli took the gift box subconsciously, then reacted and said in shock, I can't accept it. This is too expensive. A set of cosmetics costs more than 8 million, which is like a hot potato in Yang Xueli's hand. Shinhao, why don't you return all of these? More than 8 million, that's a lot of money. Shinhao smiled when he heard that and raised his hand to rub Yang Shueli's little head. Take it. These are nothing to me. Yang Shueli looked up at Shinhao, still feeling a little embarrassed. But. Shinhao raised his hand to stop her. No buts. If you don't want it, I'll throw it away. Yang Shueli pursed her lips, was silent for a moment, and finally nodded. All right. But you are not allowed to buy such expensive cosmetics in the future. Shinhao chuckled, nodded, and said, okay, I'll listen to you. Lin Miaomio looked at the cosmetics in her hand, sighed slightly, and put it on the counter. Return all of these. Zhao Feng was stunned when he heard this, resigned. Miao Miao, you don't want it anymore? Lin Miaomio shook her head and said to Zhao Feng, no more. Zhao Feng, let's break up. What? Zhao Feng looked at Lin Miaomio in disbelief and said anxiously, Miao Miao, didn't you forgive me? Why did you break up suddenly? Forgive? Lin Miaomio laughed at herself. Do you think it's still possible after you said those things? I said I forgave you before, but I just wanted you to buy me some cosmetics and bags. Now. Lin Miaomio shook her head and didn't continue. There is no harm without comparison. After seeing the wealthy man Shinhao, Lin Miaomio felt that Zhao Feng was hideous no matter how she looked at him. Lin Miaomio, don't regret it. Zhao Feng's face was gloomy, and he shouted, didn't you just see Shinhao buy a set of cosmetics worth more than 8 million? That's bullshit. When it comes to wealth, I, Zhao Feng, have never lost. Jealousy and anger made Zhao Feng's mind somewhat out of control. Turning to look at Shinhao, Zhao Feng sneered grimly. Isn't it just investing in a few businesses? How much money can you have? I'm afraid that more than 8 million has drained you out of your wallet, right? I'm going to buy a watch worth over 10 million right now. If you have the guts, you can buy one too. The next second, the system's voice sounded in Shinhao's mind. Ding. Random mission, Zhao Feng's comparison. Zhao Feng has lost control of his mind and plans to overdraw his family's wealth to fight the host to death. Please make a choice. Choice 1, hit Zhao Feng in the face and let him know how powerful the host is. The reward is a set of office buildings in the CBD center of Pudong New Area, Haihu City. Choice 2, ignore Zhao Feng and be rewarded with a Patek Philippe watch worth tens of millions. Beside Shinhao, Yang Shueli quietly pulled Shinhao's arm. Shinhao, there's no need to bother with him. Shinhao signaled to Yang Shueli not to worry. Looking up at Zhao Feng, Shinhao sneered, buy a watch? Sure. There happens to be a Patek Philippe store in front of us, let's go there and take a look. Patek Philippe Boutique. Shinhao and his group walked in. Welcome to the Patek Philippe Boutique. It was the same shop assistant that Shinhao had met last time, Su Tingting. Su Tingting looked at Zhao Feng, who hurried into the store and said with a smile, excuse me, sir, which watch would you like to see? I can introduce you to him. Zhao Feng waved his hand and said in a deep voice, don't look at it anymore. Give me your most expensive watch. Su Tingting was stunned for a moment, then she reacted. Sir, please wait a moment. A moment later, Su Tingting walked up to Zhao Feng holding a watch in both hands. Sir, please look, this is the most expensive Patek Philippe in our store. Dark Knight Galaxy, priced at 13 million. Zhao Feng was stunned for a moment, a look of heartache flashed in his eyes. However, in order to suppress Shinhao, he still said with full momentum, this is the one, swipe the card. As he spoke, Zhao Feng picked up the watch, unsealed it, tore off the label and put it on his wrist. Good. Only such a valuable watch can bring out my temperament. Zhao Feng walked up to Shinhao and proudly showed off the watch on his hand. Shinhao, don't you have money? Spend 8 million on a set of cosmetics? If you have the guts, spend hundreds of millions to buy a watch. Su Tingting, who was processing the watch purchase process for Zhao Feng, looked up and showed a look of surprise in her eyes. Mr. Shen? You're here. Putting down the work in her hands, Su Tingting trotted to Shinhao. Mr. Shen, you're just in time. The Patek Philippe you ordered has arrived. Shinhao smiled when he heard this and said softly, are we there yet? Show me. Su Tingting nodded quickly, okay, Mr. Shen, please wait a moment. Dang dang dang. After saying that, Su Tingting quickly ran towards the store office. Manager. Mr. Shen is here. Hurry up and bring over Mr. Shen's custom-made watch. After a moment, the store manager Gu Yuan hurried out. When he looked up and saw Shinhao, a look of joy appeared on the face of the store manager Gu Yuan. Mr. Shinhao, welcome to our store. Chapter 58 Watch, Sunrise on Mount Tai. In a Patek Philippe store. Zhao Feng stared at Shinhao with eyes wide open. Have you customized a watch here? Shinhao nodded and said calmly, yes, just a few days ago. Gulp. Zhao Feng swallowed his saliva when he heard this. But he knew that the price of a customized Patek Philippe was different from that of an ordinary Patek Philippe. However, after looking at the watch worth more than 10 million on his wrist, Zhao Feng felt confident again. What happened to the custom one? This is a top-of-the-line Patek Philippe, worth more than 10 million. Can yours be as expensive as mine? Shinhao chuckled and said casually, I don't know if it's expensive or not. But the custom-made service fee for the watch is 10 million. Zhao Feng was shocked. It turns out that the price of the watch I bought was just the customization service fee for the watch purchased by Shinhao. Manager Gu, has my custom-made watch arrived? Shinhao asked the store manager Gu Yuan. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan hurriedly said, I just arrived not long ago and was just about to inform Mr. Shin. Wait a moment, Mr. Shin. I'll get it for you. After saying that, Gu Yuan walked to the store's safe. Bite. After entering the password and opening the door of the safe, Gu Yuan carefully took out a brown box from it. Putting the box in front of the display stand, Gu Yuan said, Mr. Shin, this is a watch box specially customized by the headquarters. It is carved from the finest rosewood, which just fits the temperament of this watch. Bang! Shinhao raised his hand and opened the watch box, and a Patek Philippe was quietly placed inside. The leather strap with imitation wood texture is unique. The unique dial has attracted everyone's attention. The dial is round and hollowed out at the bottom, revealing the complex gear mechanism inside. The gears are all rendered in a light brown color. At first glance, the jagged teeth of the gears look like a rocky cliff. There is a small dial above the dial. The small dial is rendered in orange-red, just like the rising sun. The hollow design echoes it, and it is as beautiful as a painting. Wow! What an impressive dial design! This dial is so beautiful. It's like standing on the top of a mountain and watching the sunrise. So beautiful. This watch must have been made by a master, right? Lin Miao Miao, Xiao Cheng, and Ma Xiaolei exclaimed in surprise. When Zhao Feng saw the watch, he subconsciously put his wrist behind his back. Compared to this watch, my own Dark Knight Galaxy is simply garbage. This girl has good eyesight. The store manager Gu Yuan introduced with a smile, this Patek Philippe is named Sunrise on Mount Tai. It was designed by Mr. Ivan Alpa, the chief designer at Patek Philippe headquarters. What? Zhao Feng suddenly exclaimed. It's Ivan Arpa. Hasn't he announced that he will stop creating works? The store manager Gu Yuan showed a look of shock on his face and said, that's exactly what happened. But, turning to look at Shinhao, Gu Yuan said in admiration, it was Mr. Shinhao who asked Ivan Alpa to personally design this watch. The only one of its kind in the world. Hiss. Zhao Feng took a deep breath when he heard that. He looked at Shinhao with great horror. The difficulty of having Ivan Alpa design it personally is simply staggering. This is an honor that money can't buy. As for the final total price of this watch, Zhao Feng said there was no need to ask, because if he did, it would be a sky-high price. Looking up at Shinhao, Zhao Feng no longer had any desire to compete with others. Shinhao is hanging himself up and beating himself. Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Host, please choose the location where the reward will be distributed. The system's voice sounded in Shinhao's mind. Well, put all the property certificates in the car. Ding! The rewards have been distributed, please check. Mr. Shinhao, are you satisfied with this Taishan sunrise? Store manager Gu Yuan asked Shinhao cautiously. Shinhao put the watch on his hand, looked at it and said with a smile, not bad, I'm very satisfied. Call. Store manager Gu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and a bright smile appeared on his face. Mr. Shin, Mr. Ivan Alpa has another message. He said he admired Mr. Shin's talent very much and that he would definitely communicate with him if there was a chance. Shinhao chuckled and nodded, tell Mr. Ivan that I also admire his skills. Please invite him for tea when you have time. Shinhao, Yang Xueli and others left the Patek Philippe store. In the store, Zhao Feng did not leave with the others. One reason was that Zhao Feng was too embarrassed to follow. Another reason is that he has not yet completed the watch purchasing process. Manager, can I return this Patek Philippe watch I bought? Zhao Feng said with an embarrassed look. No. Sir, I have already opened the package and torn off the label, so I can't return it. The store manager Gu Yuan shook his head and said. Bang! Zhao Feng raised his hand and slapped himself. His face was full of regret. I overdrew my entire fortune on an impulse, now it looks like I'll have to live off the land from now on. If I had known this, why would I compete with Xinhao? Aren't you just asking for trouble? That annoying guy is gone, let's go shopping. Lin Miaomiao's eyes were slightly red, and she spoke in a nonchalant tone. It seems that Zhao Feng dealt her a heavy blow this time. Yang Xueli and the others naturally saw it, but tactfully did not mention it. Let's go, we finally got out. These are all luxury stores, let's take a good look. Yeah. With Xinhao, a great man like him, we are confident. He. Sister Lily, how about you lend Xinhao to us for a few days? Humph. I won't lend it to you. Yang Xueli and a few others were walking in front chattering, and Xinhao followed behind with a smile. All of them are girls with good looks. Yang Xueli is a top beauty. It is a beautiful sight just by looking at it. Xinhao, take a picture for us. Yang Xueli and others walked to a landmark building and handed the phone to Xinhao. Good. Xinhao took the phone and took a photo of Yang Xueli and the others. Master-level photography skills with system rewards. Any photo taken by Xinhao is perfect. Snap. 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 Xinhao asked several people to change their postures and took several photos in succession. Here, take a look. Are you satisfied? Xinhao handed the phone to Yang Xueli. Yang Xueli and others took the phone and looked through the photos, and at first they didn't take it seriously. Because they know that most boys are not good at taking photos. But the next second, they all screamed. Wow! These photos are so beautiful. Yeah. Look how long my legs are. My profile is perfect too. Were these all taken by Xinhao? The angles and lighting are so great. Oh my god. He's rich, handsome, and can take photos. He's perfect. Sister Lily, you must keep an eye on Xinhao, otherwise we will snatch him away. Chapter 59 Money is just numbers. Yang Xueli accompanied her roommate for a day, and Xinhao drove her back to school. Turning his head to look at the slightly tired Yang Xueli in the passenger seat, Xinhao said with a smile, "You go back, I'll come to see you in a few days." Yang Xueli blinked her eyes and smiled, "Xinhao, you must come the day after tomorrow." Xinhao smiled, "The day after tomorrow is your birthday, right?" "I will definitely come." "Huh?" Yang Xueli looked at Xinhao in surprise and doubt. "How do you know that?" Xinhao kissed Yang Xueli's forehead and said with a smile, "Is there anything else you don't know?" Yang Xueli's cheeks blushed. "I'm leaving now." Xinhao opened the car door and said, "The day after tomorrow, I will give you your favorite gift." Yang Xueli's face showed anticipation. "Well." Xinhao, drive slowly. "I'm leaving first." When Xinhao saw Yang Xueli return to school, he started his sports car and left. Marina Building. Lu Mengxi is processing documents. Xinhao walked into the chairman's office carrying a file bag. "Mr. Shen, you're back." Lu Mengxi raised her eyes and saw Xinhao, a smile appeared on her pretty face. Xinhao walked to Lu Mengxi's side and said with a smile, "Mengxi, did you miss me?" Lu Mengxi rolled her eyes at Xinhao when she heard this. "Boss Shen is a very busy man. Why is he throwing all the work to me? Where do I have time to think about Mr. Shen?" Xinhao chuckled and handed the file bag in his hand to Lu Mengxi. "Okay, it's all my fault. Well, this is a surprise gift for you." "A surprise gift?" Lu Mengxi took the document bag curiously and said casually, "Is it the shop ownership certificate from last time?" Xinhao touched his nose and said with a smile, "You will know when you take a look." Lu Mengxi opened the file bag and poured the contents onto the desk. A red certificate caught Lu Mengxi's eyes. "This is..." When Lu Mengxi opened the certificate, he was shocked. Pudong New Area CBD Center Office Building Ownership Certificate? An office building. He looked up at Xinhao. Lu Mengxi said with a smile, "Mr. Shen, how much property rights do you still have?" Xinhao shrugged and said with a smile, "That's all for now. But look carefully, this is not mine." Lu Mengxi looked carefully at the name of the property owner. The next second, Lu Mingxi opened his mouth wide. Be mine? Shinhao raised his hand and held Lu Mingxi's waist, saying casually, I will transfer the property rights to your name. Even if it's compensation for your labor. Lu Mingxi looked at Shinhao with her beautiful eyes and opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. Mr. Shun, I can't have it. Do you know how much this office building is worth? Shinhao shook his head slightly and said calmly, money is just a number to me. You accept this building, and you are not allowed to refuse. Lu Mingxi pursed her lips and lowered her beautiful eyes. After a while, Lu Mingxi raised his eyes and looked at Shinhao. Director Shin, I'm just managing it for you temporarily. We will also pay you the income from renting out the office building. Shinhao knew that this was Lu Mingxi's biggest concession. Okay, whatever you say. Beep. Lu Mingxi suddenly kissed Shinhao on the cheek. Mr. Shun, thank you. The next second, Lu Mingxi said proudly, Humph, here's your reward. Shinhao smiled slightly and hugged Lu Mingxi's slender waist tightly. This reward is not enough. After saying that, Shinhao leaned his head towards Lu Mingxi. Mr. Shin, wait a minute. Lu Mingxi hurriedly stopped Shinhao and said, Lu Yu, the president of Huanyu Group, just sent you an invitation letter. Invite? Shinhao asked doubtfully, what invitation? Lu Mingxi took out an invitation letter from the drawer of her desk and handed it to Shinhao. This is it, just delivered. Shinhao opened it and saw that it was an invitation to an auction. Grand auction? Lu Mingxi looked at Shinhao and asked, Director Shin, are you going? Ding. Random task, Lu Yu's invitation. Lu Yu invites the host to participate in an auction. Please make your choice. Choice 1, agree to participate in the auction and be rewarded with a master-level antique appreciation. Choice 2, refuse to participate in the auction and be rewarded with an authentic Tang Bohu painting. The voice that sounded in his mind startled Shinhao slightly. But after a moment, Shinhao made his choice. System, choose to participate in the auction. Shinhao looked at the time on the invitation letter, tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, Shengshi Auction House. The next day, at Shengshi Auction House. Shinhao walked into the auction hall with the invitation letter in hand. Following the instructions, Shinhao walked into a private room. Ha ha ha. Shinhao, I knew you would come. Lu Yu's laughter reached Shinhao's ears. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. The next second, a large number of memories appeared in Shinhao's mind. Antique classification. Age analysis and identification. Celebrity technique features. Customs in ancient times. Antique vessel shape and style standards. History detail. Shinhao quickly absorbed a large amount of information. At this moment, Shinhao's attainments in antique appreciation are no less than that of a senior professor. Hurry up and take a seat, the auction is about to begin. Seeing that Shinhao was a little dazed, Lu Yu couldn't help but remind him. Shinhao sat down and turned to look at Lu Yu. Why is Mr. Lu interested in attending the auction today? Lu Yu laughed and said, I don't have any other hobbies, I just like collecting antiques. I heard that Shengshi Auction House has prepared some good stuff, and here they are. Lu Yu looked at Shinhao and said, it just so happens that you are here this time, do you want to buy 2 pieces? Shinhao nodded and said with a smile, okay. Now that we're here, we can't go back empty-handed. Lu Yu's expression became more excited when he heard this. If you trust me, I can give you some reference. I can say without boasting that I am quite good at antique appreciation. At 10 o'clock sharp, the auction officially began. The first auction item. A piece of porcelain. TSK incredible. It looks like there are quite a few good things in this auction. When Lu Yu saw the first item, he exclaimed in amazement. Lu Yu was afraid that Shinhao didn't understand, so he started to explain. This is a Qing Dynasty Dotsai chicken cup imitating the Ming Chenghua period. Excellent condition, beautiful colors. It's really a rare good thing. Shinhao looked at the Dotsai chicken cup on the auction table and nodded. It's a good thing. It's really authentic. It should have been fired in the Jingdezhen official kiln in the 25th year of Emperor Qianlong's reign in the Qing dynasty. At first glance, Shinhao could tell the details of this porcelain. The master-level ability to appreciate antiques is no joke. Chapter 60, 500 million in one transaction. In the auction box. Lu Yu, president of Huanyu Technology Group, looked at Shin Hao with some shock. How do you know this was fired in the Jingdezhen official kiln in the 25th year of Emperor Qianlong's reign? Shin Hao smiled lightly and said, just a blind guess. Lu Yu nodded and said suddenly, that's what I told you. Who is so amazing that he can even tell the year? Looking up at the Dotsai chicken cup on the display stand, Lu Yu was tempted. It's good, I want it. After saying that, Lu Yu was about to participate in the auction. Etc. Shin Hao spoke up to stop Lu Yu. What's wrong? Lu Yu looked at Shin Hao in confusion. Shin Hao pointed at the Dotsai chicken cup and said, it has a flaw. What? Can't? Lu Yu showed a puzzled look on his face. I just saw it clearly. It's in perfect condition. Shin Hao smiled and said softly, if Mr. Lu observes carefully enough, he will find an extremely fine milky white line on the inside of the cup wall. Lu Yu was stunned for a moment, somewhat confused. What does this mean? Shin Hao said in a deep voice, this means that this Dotsai chicken cup has hidden cracks. It's fine whether it's placed or looks like it. But if you accidentally use too much force, the porcelain will crack. Turning to look at Lu Yu, Shin Hao advised, so I advise Mr. Lu not to buy this porcelain. This. Lu Yu hesitated. Lu Yu had finally seen something he loved, and he didn't plan to let it go. Shin Hao, could it be that you saw it wrong? This Dotsai chicken cup must have been appraised by the auctioneer of Shanda before the auction. There is no problem with it. I better take a picture of it. Lu Yu still didn't believe in Shin Hao's appreciation ability and thought that this piece of porcelain would not have any hidden cracks. Ding! Random task, bidding on the Qing Dynasty Qianlong imitation Changhua Dotsai chicken cup. Lu Yu intends to bid for a flawed Dotsai chicken cup. Please make your choice. Choice 1, persuade Lu Yu to give up the bidding and be rewarded with master-level antique counterfeiting skills. Choice 2, let Lu Yu participate in the auction and be rewarded with a Ming Changhua Dotsai chicken cup. Shin Hao pondered for a moment and decided to let Lu Yu continue to participate in the auction. After all, Mr. Lu is not short of money. Boss Lu, if that's the case, then go ahead and take the photo. Maybe I saw it wrong? Lu Yu nodded, good things can't be missed. In the end, Lu Yu bought this Dotsai chicken cup from the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty for a total price of 340,000 yuan. After getting the Dotsai chicken cup, Lu Yu started playing with it with great interest. Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Host, please choose the location where the reward will be distributed. Put it in the form of consignment at the Shanda auction house. Ding! The rewards have been distributed, please check. The voice of the system sounded in Shin Hao's mind. Shin Hao, look. This is obviously in perfect condition. Where are the dark cracks? Lu Yu showed the Dotsai chicken cup to Shin Hao. Shin Hao chuckled and said, Boss Lu, if you use a little more force, it will crack. Lu Yu used a little force to break the chicken cup and said nonchalantly, this is porcelain, how could it be cracked? Click. As he spoke, a crisp sound was heard in Lu Yu's hand. The next second, the Dotsai chicken cup was broken into two halves by Lu Yu. Oh my god. It's really cracked? Lu Yu was completely shocked. Did he really just use a little force and it broke? Lu Yu looked at Shin Hao in shock, this porcelain really has cracks. Shin Hao shrugged and chuckled, I told you a long time ago, but you didn't believe it. TSK. Lu Yu said with regret, I should have listened to you earlier. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in. An auction house waiter came in with a box in his hand. Who is Mr. Shin Hao? It's me. Shin Hao waved his hand. The waiter handed the box to Shin Hao and said, this is what you left here before. I'm giving it back to you now. After saying that, the waiter turned and walked out of the box. Lu Yu looked at the box curiously and asked Shin Hao, what's in it? Shin Hao gestured with his hand, Boss Lu, just open it and you'll know. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu opened the box and took out the contents. The next second, Lu Yu's eyes suddenly widened. This is. Lu Yu looked at the object in front of him in disbelief. A Dotsai chicken cup from the Changhua period of the Ming dynasty. Lu Yu exclaimed, his face full of shock. The shape, glaze color, and pattern are all consistent with the Ming Changhua era, and the inscription on the bottom of the cup is correct. This is actually the real thing. Lu Yu looked at Shin Hao in amazement, Shin Hao, where did you get this thing? Xinhao chuckled and said nonchalantly, "It was just an accidental discovery." Hiss. Lu Yu is jealous. I also want to get it by chance. Cough. Lu Yu was silent for a moment and coughed dryly to attract Xinhao's attention. Brother Shen, can you please give up this Ming Changhua Dotsai chicken cup? Xinhao looked at Lu Yu and smiled. Do you want it? Yeah. I miss you so much. Lu Yu nodded quickly. There are only a few Dotsai chicken cups from the Changhua period of the Ming dynasty in the whole country. Xinhao looked at the eager look in Lu Yu's eyes and said with a smile, "Okay, how much will Mr. Lu pay?" Lu Yu showed surprise in his eyes, and after thinking for a moment, he stretched out a hand. 500 million. A smile appeared on Xinhao's lips. Deal. I received 500 million right off the bat. How cool. The auction is continuing. Dear guests, this auction item is a painting by the Qing dynasty painter, Bada Shanrenjude, pine and rock painting. The starting price is 1 million, and each bid increase must not be less than 10,000. In the box, Lu Yu's eyes flashed. Zhu Da's paintings? Worth buying. 2 million. On the large screen of the display stand, the high-definition camera clearly displayed the painting in front of everyone. Xinhao took a look and subconsciously frowned slightly. There is something wrong with this painting. Xinhao had a vague feeling in his heart that this painting was not simple. 8 million. Xinhao made a bid and directly quadrupled the price. Lu Yu looked at Xinhao in surprise. Brother Shen, do you want to take a picture of this painting too? Xinhao nodded and said softly, this painting is very interesting. Lu Yu thought for a moment and said, Zhu is a famous painter in the Ming dynasty, and he is also a descendant of the royal family. This painting still has a high collection value. Since Brother Shen wants it, I won't participate in the bidding. Just because Lu Yu does not participate in the auction does not mean that others will give up. After all, Bada Shanren's paintings are still very popular now. Chapter 61 Sky High Bidding. 8.5 million. 9,300,000. 10 million. As the bidding sounds rose one after another. This painting of pine trees and rocks by Bada Shanrenjude has climbed to 16 million. In the box, Lu Yu frowned slightly. This price is almost the limit. Raising the price any further won't be worth it. Turning to look at Xinhao, Lu Yu said, Brother Shen, I think you should stop. Ding. Random mission, Lu Yu's persuasion. The bid has exceeded the original value of the painting. Lu Yu stopped the host. Please make your choice. Choice 1, give up the auction and get a villa in the western suburbs worth 1 billion as a reward. Option 2, complete the auction and be rewarded with master-level calligraphy and painting skills. Xinhao pondered for a moment and made a firm choice. System, I choose to continue bidding. With a gleam of light in his eyes, Xinhao made an offer directly. 150 million. As soon as the words fell, the auction hall suddenly fell silent. After a while, everyone started discussing in low voices. Oh my god. Who is this? Is he crazy? Just bid 150 million, rich man. Is this person stupid? Zhu Da's paintings are worth so much money? Even if it's just for collection, it's not necessary. Ha ha. I think this guy is just fooling around. I have money to burn. In the box, Lu Yu looked at Xinhao in shock. Brother Shen, even if you have money, you wouldn't do this, right? If it was a painting by Tang Yin, it would be understandable, but this painting is not worth so much. Xinhao shook his head slightly and said calmly, it doesn't matter whether it's worth it or not. I just want to get this painting in one fell swoop. Lu Yu was startled when he heard this, then smiled and said, well, anyway, more than 100 million is nothing to Brother Shen. Bang! The auctioneer's excited voice rang out. Congratulations to the guest in box 01 for buying Zhu Da's painting of pine and rock for 150 million. Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding! The rewards have been distributed, please check. The next second, a large amount of information appeared in Xinhao's mind. Calligraphy techniques of various schools. Painting techniques of various schools. The turning point of calligraphy brushwork. Hooking, rubbing, dotting and dyeing in painting. As Xinhao quickly absorbed this information, his calligraphy and painting skills rose to the master level. The turquoise painting was soon delivered to the box. Xinhao raised his hand and pinched the painting, a smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. It is indeed so. Seeing that Shinhao looked strange, Lu Yu couldn't help but ask. Brother Shin, is there anything special about this painting? Shinhao had discovered the flaws in the Dotsai chicken cup before. Lu Yu no longer dared to underestimate Shinhao's attainments in antique appreciation. Shinhao put down the turquoise picture and motioned Lu Yu to check it. I wonder if Mr. Lu has ever heard of a painting within a painting? A painting hidden in a painting? Lu Yu looked puzzled. Shinhao pointed at the pine and stone painting and said, Boss Lu, take a look at the thickness of this painting. Is it a little thicker than ordinary paintings? Hiss. Lu Yu seemed to understand something, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. He quickly pinched the turquoise picture with his hands and concentrated on it for a long while. This painting seems a little thicker. Is there really a mezzanine in here? Shinhao smiled and said, We'll know if it exists or not after we take a look. Ring, ring, ring. Shinhao's cell phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and saw it was Gongsun Xingguo. Xingguo? Shinhao answered the phone. Shinhao, my dad has found out about what happened between us, please come to my house. Gongsun Xingguo's slightly helpless voice was heard on the phone. Okay, I'll be there right away. After hanging up the phone, Shinhao put away the turquoise painting. Boss Lu, I have something to do and I'm leaving first. Lu Yu was stunned and quickly spoke up to stop Shinhao. Etc. Brother Shin, I haven't checked whether there is a mezzanine inside. Shinhao rolled up the turquoise painting and replied, It's too late. After we take down this painting, I'll notify Mr. Lu. As soon as he finished speaking, Shinhao walked out of the box. In the box, Lu Yu sat in his chair, moving around restlessly. Lu Yu was very curious and wanted to know what was hidden in the turquoise picture. Unfortunately, Shinhao left, and Lu Yu could only worry. In the center of Haihu City, there is an elegant and exquisite Hui-style courtyard. Gongsun Xingguo put down the phone in her hand and turned to look at a handsome and elegant middle-aged man. Dad, I've already informed him. Gongsun Boyong snorted coldly, looking somewhat unhappy. Humph. This boy bullies my Gongsun family and no one dares to cry out. Gongsun Xingguo said helplessly, Dad, I volunteered. You. Gongsun Boyong raised his finger and pointed at Gongsun Xingguo, his eyes burning with anger. Boyong, things have come to this, what's the point of scolding Changwu? A beautiful woman in Cheongsam walked up to Gongsun Boyong and spoke to comfort him. Snort. Gongsun Boyong snorted coldly and shouted angrily, It's all your fault. A loving mother often spoils her child. And Wan Ru's face turned cold when she heard this, and she said, Can you blame me for this? If you hadn't restricted Qingwu from doing things she didn't like, would she have been so rebellious? Seeing this, Gongsun Xingguo hurriedly stood between the two of them. Dad, Mom. Stop arguing. Gongsun Xingguo looked at her parents and said helplessly, Haven't you always wanted me to find a boyfriend? Now that I've found it, you're unhappy again. Gongsun Boyong's face turned cold when he heard this, and he said in a deep voice, How can it be the same? We want you to find a boyfriend who is as gentle as jade and proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. See what you're looking for? Businessmen who invest in business have no self-cultivation. And you've only known each other for a few days. And. Gongsun Boyong couldn't continue speaking and his hands were shaking with anger. And Wanru on the side hurriedly helped Gongsun Boyong to sit down, turned to look at Gongsun Xingguo, and sighed softly. Xingguo, you too. How can there be a girl like you who would do it once after only meeting you a few times? Gongsun Xingguo didn't say anything. Because she was afraid that the two would know that it was the first time she met Shinhao, she gave away a blood. I'm afraid I'll faint from anger. Dad, Mom. Calm down, Shinhao should be here soon. Located in Jing'an Park, Huangpu District, Shanghai. This is the most central location in Huangpu District. There is no need to say much about its prosperity. What is even more amazing is that there is a place here that is like a paradise on earth. Shinhao stopped the car and walked into this leisurely and quiet place. Right here? Shinhao looked at the elegant and exquisite Hui-style buildings in front of him, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. It seems that Qingwu's family background is not ordinary. Chapter 62, A Painting Within a Painting. This gift should be enough. Shinhao looked at the turquoise picture in his hand and muttered. Bang, bang, bang. He raised his hand and patted the closed door. After a while, a servant opened the door. You are Mr. Shinhao, right? Mr. and Mrs. have been waiting for a long time. Led by the servant, Shinhao came to an antique living room. Shinhao, you're here. When Gongsun Qingwu saw Shinhao, a smile appeared on her pretty face.
Qingwu, this is my uncle and aunt?
Shinhao looked at Gongsun Boyong and Wanru who were sitting on the chairs.
Gongsun Qingwu nodded and introduced them. They are my father and mother.
Mom and dad, he is Shinhao. Upon hearing this, Shinhao immediately greeted him.
Hello, uncle and aunt, I'm Shinhao, nice to meet you.
Snort. Gongsun Boyong snorted coldly, ignored Shinhao, and picked up a cup of tea and started drinking. However, Wanru looked Shinhao up and down, with a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. Now that you're here, don't just stand there.
Sit down. Shinhao sat down after hearing that. Gongsun Boyong ignored Shinhao and drank his tea.
After Wanru said hello, she stopped talking. This made Shinhao a little embarrassed. Turning to look at Gongsun Qingwu who was standing beside him, Shinhao asked in a low voice, Qingwu, how did uncle and aunt know about this?
Before Gongsun Qingwu could answer, Wanru's voice rang out. Girls and women are different. I'm Qingwu's mother, how could I not see that?
Shinhao raised his hand and touched his nose, not knowing how to answer for a moment. How do you say this?
Could it be that Gongsun Qingwu gave away her own blood as soon as they met? Cough. Uncle and aunt, Qingwu and I are sincere.
Shinhao said in a serious tone. Hearing this, Gongsun Qingwu took Shinhao's arm and said to them, Dad, Mom.
I have chosen Shinhao for my whole life. Why?
Seeing this, Wanru sighed helplessly.
Since you two really love each other, I can't say anything.
Besides, Shinhao is also a handsome man with a successful career.
But if you want to continue, you still need Qingwu's father's consent.
When Gongsun Boyong heard this, he knew he could no longer pretend not to see it.
Bang!
Putting down the teacup, Gongsun Boyong looked up at Shinhao.
It's our first meeting. Did you bring a gift?
Shinhao was stunned when he heard this.
This uncle is so direct. I brought it.
Shinhao placed the pine and stone painting in his hand on the table and said, I know that my uncle and aunt are from a scholarly family and love antiques, calligraphy and paintings.
So I got a famous painting and gave it to my uncle and aunt as a gift.
When Wanru heard this, a smile appeared on her face.
Okay, Shinhao is thoughtful. Gongsun Boyong snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, let's take a look at what the painting is first. If you can't satisfy me, you won't be able to pass this first level.
Shinhao raised his hand to signal, and said with a smile, please check it, uncle. Gongsun Boyong took the pine and stone painting, placed it flat on the table, and slowly unfolded it.
Zhu Da's painting of pine and stone? Gongsun Boyong recognized it at first sight as a painting of pine and rock by Bade Shan Renjudi.
Wanru's eyes flashed with a strange color, and she said with a smile, okay, this painting is very good.
What's good about that?
Gongsun Boyong said coldly with a stern face, Zhu Da's painting is lacking a bit. If it's Tang Yin's authentic work, you've passed the first level. Gongsun Qingwu felt unhappy when she heard this.
Dad, aren't you making things difficult for Shinhao? How can it be easy to get Tang Yin's authentic works? And don't you like Zhu Da's paintings? Who was the last person who received a painting of Tsinghua University from him and was so happy that he didn't eat for a whole day? Cough, cough, cough.
Gongsun Boyong coughed dryly for a while, with a hint of embarrassment on his face.
This damn girl. Before he even got through the door, his elbow turned outward. How can this be the same?
Gongsun Boyong frowned and decided to make things difficult for Shinhao.
Anyway, this painting won't pass my test.
Gongsun Qingwu stamped her feet, a look of worry flashing across her face. It seems that Gongsun Boyong is determined to make things difficult for Shinhao.
Ding! Random mission, Gongsun Boyong's challenge.
The father-in-law doesn't like his son-in-law and decided to make things difficult for him.
Please make your choice, host. Choice 1, turn around and leave, and the reward will be in your hands. Let's see if you still agree after having a child. Choice 2, pass the test, and you will be rewarded with plus 50 favorability points for Gongsun Boyong and Wanru, and master-level chess skills. Shinhao subconsciously looked at Gongsun Qingwu's belly and then made a choice. System, I choose. Second item. Looking up at Gongsun Boyong, Shinhao smiled. If we can produce a painting that is better than Tang Yin's, can we pass the test? Gongsun Boyong laughed when he heard this, no need to exceed, just be on the same level as Tang Yin. Shinhao chuckled and said, then uncle can declare that I have passed the test.
Gongsun Boyong was stunned. You didn't even show it, how did it pass? Shinhao shook his head slightly and said with a smile, it seems that uncle didn't check the painting carefully? Don't you find anything special about this painting? Gongsun Boyong frowned and walked forward to examine the scroll carefully. What's special about it? Where is it? Shinhao raised his hand and gestured, saying, Uncle, please look at the thickness of this painting. Is it a little too thick? Gongsun Boyong was shocked when he heard this and hurriedly looked at the thickness of the scroll. Hiss. After taking a deep breath, Gongsun Boyong looked shocked. It's a bit thicker indeed. What's going on? Is it because of the paper? Shinhao said meaningfully, there is another reason. This painting hides a layer. There's a painting within a painting. Gongsun Boyong suddenly exclaimed. Gongsun Boyong knew that some people wanted to prevent a painting from being damaged or lost. There will be a layer in another painting to hide this painting. Could it be that Jade painted this pine and stone painting to hide another painting? An astonishing thought emerged in Gongsun Boyong's mind. Uncle, just open it and take a look, won't you know? Shinhao said with a smile. Good. I'll take this painting apart right now. Gongsun Boyong showed excitement on his face and hurried to look for tools. Shinhao, are you sure? Is there really another painting hidden inside this turquoise painting? Gongsun Qinggu asked Shinhao with a little concern. Shinhao smiled slightly and said confidently, based on my judgment, there is indeed another painting hidden inside. And the value of the painting that allowed Jade to hide is absolutely amazing. And Wanru looked at Shinhao, and a strange look flashed in her eyes. It seems that the person my daughter likes is really not a simple person. Chapter 63 Picture of the Goddess of Luo River. Dang dang dang. A burst of hurried footsteps was heard. Gongsun Boyong walked over quickly with a paper cutter in his hand. Let me see it now. Holding a paper cutter in his hand, Gongsun Boyong gently cut across a corner of the scroll. Tear. There was a cut in the mounting paper of the turquoise painting. Gongsun Boyong looked inside through the gap and immediately exclaimed. There really is a mezzanine in here. There's another layer of rice paper. Gongsun Boyong's face was full of excitement. Holding the paper cutter in his hand, he quickly and carefully unwrapped the scroll. And Wanru on the side widened her eyes slightly, curious about what was inside the mezzanine. Swish! When the turquoise picture on the upper layer was suddenly opened, Gongsun Boyong and Wanru were stunned. This is impossible. How could it be this painting? Gongsun Boyong showed an expression of disbelief on his face and muttered to himself. Gongsun Qinggu frowned slightly, looked at the new painting that appeared, and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Dad, this painting seems to be the Goddess of Luo River by Gukaiji of the Eastern Jin Dynasty, right? It should be a copy from the Song Dynasty. Gongsun Boyong shook his head upon hearing this, his eyes full of shock. No, this is not a copy, it's the real thing. What? And Wanru's eyes widened and she exclaimed, hasn't the original been lost long ago? Gongsun Boyong held a magnifying glass in his hand and carefully examined the picture of the goddess of the Luo River inch by inch. After a long time, Gongsun Boyong stood up and let out a long breath. If my experience does not deceive me, this painting of the goddess of the Luo River is definitely an authentic work of Gukaiji. Hiss. And Wanru and Gongsun Qinggu both showed looks of horror on their faces. You must know that Gongsun Boyong is a leading master in the calligraphy and painting circles of the Han Dynasty. Since Gongsun Boyong has confirmed that this painting is authentic, the chance of error is extremely small. Something big has happened. And Wanru murmured. The emergence of the authentic picture of the goddess of Luo River by Gukaiji of the Jin Dynasty is like an unprecedented earthquake for the calligraphy and painting circles. As long as the news gets out, those calligraphers and painters will probably go crazy for it. Gongsun Boyong raised his head and looked at Shinhao, his eyes full of complicated expressions. Shinhao, you really gave me a huge surprise. Shinhao smiled and said softly, now, have I passed? Gongsun Boyong sighed softly, if this can't pass, then my daughter won't be able to get married, right? Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. The next second, information about chess skills appeared in Shinhao's mind. You've passed this level. Put the painting away now. Gongsun Boyong took a look at the goddess of Luo River and a hint of reluctance flashed in his eyes. Although this priceless treasure does not belong to me, I am satisfied just to have a look at it. Shinhao came back to his senses and chuckled. Uncle, you should reframe the painting. It will be convenient to hang it in the room and examine it carefully later. Gongsun Boyong was stunned when he heard this, and then looked at Shinhao in shock. You want to give me this painting? Shinhao nodded and said casually, what else? Since it's a meeting gift, there's no reason to take it back. Gongsun Boyong was a little confused and asked in disbelief, this is a genuine painting by Gukaiji from the Jin dynasty. It's a priceless treasure. You just gave it to me? Shinhao smiled and said softly, although this painting is a priceless treasure, to me, Qingwu is also a priceless treasure. Since I already have Qingwu, what's the harm in giving this painting away? As soon as Shinhao finished speaking, Gongsun Qingwu's body suddenly softened. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at Shinhao with sparkling eyes. It is no longer possible to conceal the deep love in it. Gongsun Boyong and Wanru looked at each other. There was satisfaction in their eyes. Cough. Gongsun Boyong looked at Shinhao and coughed lightly. Although you have passed this level, it is not that easy to marry my daughter. Our Gongsun family is a family of scholars. If you want to win our approval, you must be proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. When Gongsun Qingwu heard this, a look of anxiety appeared on her face. Dad, aren't you making things difficult for Shinhao? Where did Shinhao learn music, chess, calligraphy, and painting? Gongsun Boyong's face turned serious and he said in a deep voice, then he can just turn around and leave, just as if he had never been here. Ding. Random tasks, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The father-in-law has made another request to embarrass the host. Please make a choice. Choice 1, agree, reward, Gongsun Boyong and Wanru's favorability plus 50, and master-level Guzheng skills. Choice 2, reject, and you will be rewarded with Tang Yen Liben's The Procession of Buddhist Monk Xuanzang and a sea view villa. The system's voice sounded in Shinhao's mind. Dad, there's no such thing as you. This is unreasonable. Gongsun Qingwu looked at Gongsun Boyong with a resentful look on her face. Qingwu. Shinhao interrupted Gongsun Qingwu. Don't worry, I know a thing or two about music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Looking up at Gongsun Boyong, Shinhao said, Uncle, feel free to give me any test I can give you. I'll take it all. Good. Gongsun Boyong nodded, with satisfaction in his eyes. Turning his head to look at Wanru beside him, Gongsun Boyong signaled her with his eyes. Let's give him some water then. Wanru nodded slightly, that's about right, Shinhao is a good guy. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. The next second, a large amount of information appeared in Shinhao's mind. Shinhao quickly absorbed these techniques of Guzheng playing. Then let's test Qin first. Wanru said softly, how about Shinhao playing a song for me? Shinhao smiled and nodded, okay. Shinhao walked to a corner of the living room, where a Guzheng was placed. The Guzheng has an exquisite style, smooth surface and slight wear. It looks like it's played quite often. Bite. Shinhao's fingertips brushed across a string, producing a clear sound. Nice piano. A strange look flashed in Shinhao's eyes. Of course. This is the Guzheng that your aunt often plays. It is of absolutely top quality. Gongsun Boyong sat in the chair, ready to appreciate Shinhao's piano playing. Ding ding dong. Dong. A song of fishermen singing at dusk flows out from Shinhao's fingertips. The clear sound of the piano sank into everyone's ears, pulling everyone into a beautiful fantasy. The starry sky hangs low, and the bright moon is like a disk. A small boat is floating on the quiet lake, swaying gently in the wind. There are a few lights dotted in the distance, bringing some vitality to the night sky. Boom! The lingering sound. Everyone closed their eyes and was immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves for a long time. Chapter 64, not much, just some small industries. The piano music faded away. Gongsun Boyong and his companions were immersed in the illusion created by Shinhao's piano music, and could not come back to their senses for a long time. Shinhao chuckled when he saw this, then picked up a cup of tea and started drinking it. After a long time, everyone slowly opened their eyes. What was revealed in his eyes was immense shock. Good. Very good. Wanru was the first to speak. Shinhao's piano skills are definitely not inferior to those of top piano masters. Gongsun Qingwu looked at Shinhao with surprise with her beautiful eyes. I didn't expect that Shinhao could show such perfection in piano playing. Shinhao, you are so awesome. When did you become so good at playing the piano? Shinhao blinked his eyes when he heard that and said with a smile, just now. Gongsun Xingwu gave Shinhao a charming look, chuckled and said, Humflyer. Cough. Cough. Gongsun Boyong coughed twice, reminding Gongsun Xingwu to pay attention to the occasion. Looking up at Shinhao, Gongsun Boyong said with a deliberately stern face, okay, you have passed the piano skill test. But I won't let you down when it comes to chess skills. A chessboard was placed between Shinhao and Gongsun Boyong. Let us get started. After Gongsun Boyong finished speaking, he took the black chess piece and made the first move. Gongsun Xingwu, who was watching the battle from the side, wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction. Mom, my dad is such a jerk. He is obviously a national master, but he still plays black first, instead of letting Shinhao play first. And Wanru shook her head slightly when she heard this and said softly, your father is just like that. Be competitive all your life. But as long as Shinhao doesn't lose too badly, your father will let him pass. Gongsun Xingwu nodded, secretly praying in her heart that Shinhao would not lose too badly. Papa. Shinhao and Gongsun Boyong made their moves one after another. On the chessboard, the black and white pieces are entangled with each other. After a cup of tea, Shinhao placed the white piece in his hand with a calm expression on his face. On the other hand, Gongsun Boyong was holding the black piece, looking hesitant and not knowing how to make it. There was a slight hint of sweat on his forehead. Gongsun Xingwu looked at her father's expression and chuckled. Dad still loves me very much. Knowing that Shinhao is not good at chess, he still pretends to be defeated. Look, Mom, Dad is pretending really well. And Wanru sighed softly when she heard this and looked at Shinhao in shock. Xingwu, your father is not pretending. Shinhao's chess skills far beyond Boyong. Gongsun Xingwu blinked and said doubtfully, really? And Wanru nodded, I know your father, he doesn't seem to be pretending. Bang! As he spoke, Gongsun Boyong threw the black piece in his hand onto the chessboard. The black piece rolled a few times, disrupting the arrangement of the pieces above it. Oops! Gongsun Boyong suddenly exclaimed, this man is old and his spirit is not good. If your hand slips, the chess piece will fall. Forget it, let's call this a draw. After saying that, Gongsun Boyong stood up, looked at Shinhao and said, okay, you have passed the chess level. Shinhao showed a smile on his face and did not expose Gongsun Boyong. Thank you for showing mercy, uncle. Gongsun Xingwu took out a towel and handed it to Gongsun Boyong. Dad, wipe your sweat. Gongsun Boyong took the towel and was about to wipe the sweat off his face when he suddenly stopped. What are you sweating about? I'm not nervous. Take the towel away. Several people looked at Gongsun Boyong's pretending to be indifferent and chuckled. In the study, a piece of white rice paper was spread flat on the table. The next test is calligraphy and painting. Gongsun Boyong pointed at the rice paper and said, Shinhao, let me see how accomplished you are in calligraphy and painting. Gongsun Boyong naturally had his confidence when he said this. Because in the world of calligraphy and painting, no one can surpass him in terms of skill. Ding! Random mission, Gongsun Boyong's guidance. The father-in-law wants to guide the host to draw a picture. Please make a choice. Choice 1, draw a picture that satisfies Gongsun Boyong, and you will be rewarded with a copy of Tang Bo who's viewing the waterfall at Mount Lu worth 10 billion. Option 2, draw a picture that will shock Gongsun Boyong, and you will be rewarded with a lost masterpiece, Night Banquet of Han Shizai. The system's voice sounded in my mind. A smile appeared on Shinhao's lips. System, choose the second option. Shinhao walked to the desk and picked up a brush. Shinhao, let me grind it for you. Gongsun Xingwu quickly came to the side and picked up the inkstone for Shinhao to grind. Snort! Gongsun Boyong couldn't help but snort coldly when he saw this. My own daughter has never ground ink for me. Shinhao held the pen and pondered for a moment, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Swish! The brush moved across the rice paper, leaving a trail of ink. Shinhao held the pen as fast as the wind and kept sketching on the rice paper. A unique aura emanated from Shinhao. At this moment, in Shinhao's eyes, there was nothing else except the rice paper in front of him. Brush, brush, brush. As Shinhao continued to paint on the rice paper with his brush moving like a dragon, a painting slowly appeared in front of everyone. It's done. Shinhao put down his pen and stood up, a look of satisfaction in his eyes.
Looking up at Gongsun Boyong, Shinhao chuckled and said, "Uncle, how about this painting?" Gongsun Boyong stared blankly at the scroll that Shinhao had finished painting, a look of disbelief on his face. This is incredible. The painting Shinhao drew was exactly the same as the goddess of Luo River he had just painted. Uncanny workmanship. What a masterpiece. The artistic conception of this painting presented by Shinhao even surpasses that of Gu Kaiji of the Jin dynasty. If the ink wasn't so fresh, Gongsun Boyong would definitely have mistaken this painting for an authentic one. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding. The rewards have been distributed. Please check. Looking up at Shinhao, Gongsun Boyong sighed. Shinhao, you are undoubtedly the top level in music, chess, calligraphy and painting. It seems that I have no reason to stop you in Xingwu. Shinhao smiled and said softly, "Thank you, uncle." Very good. Well. Gongsun Xingwu cheered excitedly and kissed Shinhao on the face. In the living room, several people sat down. Gongsun Xingwu poured everyone a cup of tea. And Wanru looked at Shinhao with a look of satisfaction on her face. Shinhao, where are your parents? Shinhao was slightly startled when he heard this, and then he said, I am an orphan, my parents passed away a long time ago. Everyone fell silent. Gongsun Boyong spoke up and broke the silence. Shinhao, you said you invested in some business, what are they? Xingwu will follow you in the future, but she must not suffer. Upon hearing this, and Wanru and Gongsun Xingwu both looked at Shinhao curiously. They didn't know what business Shinhao invested in. Shinhao drank a sip of tea and said calmly, not much, just some small businesses. 1 Binhai building, 1 Florence Commercial Street, 35% equity of Jinting Horse Racing, 20% equity of Funny Cat Platform, Faberlin Jazz Restaurant, Jubo Pavilion, 1 office building in the central CBD of Pudong New Area. Looking up at the stunned people, Shinhao said with a smile, that's about it. Chapter 65. You should have told me earlier. I have already given it away. Ring, ring, ring. Shinhao was sleeping soundly when he suddenly heard his cell phone ringing. Mengshi, help me answer the phone. Shinhao turned over and spoke. Good. Lu Mengshi walked out of the kitchen and answered Shinhao's call. After a moment, Lu Mengshi hung up the phone. Mr. Shin, this is Mr. Lu, the president of Huanyu Technology Group, calling. Say if you are free, come to his house. Shinhao sat up and yawned. It's only 6 in the morning. Why is he calling? Lu Mengshi put clothes on Shinhao and said, Boss Lu didn't say anything. But he sounds very anxious. How about you go and take a look, Mr. Shin? Shinhao nodded and said, okay, I hope he can give me a good reason. Wangjiang Manor, Xishan District, Haihu City. Shinhao drove slowly into the luxurious manor. Mr. Shin, please follow me. The servant opened the car door and said respectfully, Sir is waiting for you. As Shinhao walked into the hall of the manor, he heard Lu Yu's voice. Ha ha. Brother Shin, you are here. Shinhao looked at Lu Yu helplessly and said, what's the matter that you called me here so early? Hey. Brother Shin, please sit down first. Lu Yu asked Shinhao to sit down, and after a moment's hesitation, he asked, Brother Shin, didn't you take a picture of pine and stone yesterday? Have you opened it? What's in there? Shinhao looked up at Lu Yu and said in surprise, just for this? Lu Yu nodded quickly, I didn't get an answer yesterday, I felt so upset. I didn't sleep well last night. He. Shinhao chuckled when he heard this, Boss Lu, you are really curious. I can't help it, it's been like this since I was a child. Lu Yu asked anxiously, Brother Shin, what is in that painting? Shinhao smiled and said, there is indeed another painting hidden inside. What painting? Lu Yu asked expectantly. Shinhao said calmly, Gu Kaiji of the Jin dynasties, the goddess of Luo River. Lu Yu slowly opened his mouth and asked with a trembling voice, is it genuine? Shinhao nodded, yes, it's genuine. Hiss. Lu Yu took a breath of cold air instantly. Hasn't this painting been lost long ago? It's hidden in the pine and stone picture. It's incredible. After a long time, Lu Yu came back to his senses and looked at Shinhao eagerly. Brother Shin, this painting is priceless. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Yu said, Brother Shin, you also know that I love collecting antiques the most. This painting of the goddess of Luo River? Can you give up? Shinhao shook his head and said, no.
Lu Yu's face was anxious, and he said quickly, as long as Brother Shen is willing to give up, I will agree to any conditions. Shen Hao still shook his head. Seeing this, Lu Yu said in a deep voice, 10 billion. 20 billion. 30 billion. Plus this manor. Shen Hao stopped Lu Yu and said, Boss Lu, this is not about money. But this painting, I have already given it away. Send someone? Lu Yu looked at Shen Hao in shock. You gave away such a priceless painting? Shen Hao nodded and said casually, not bad. It was delivered yesterday. Hiss. Lu Yu took a deep breath, shocked by Shen Hao's generosity. Who did Brother Shen give it to? Shen Hao said aloud, Gongsun Boyong. Lu Yu showed a puzzled look on his face. Although the Gongsun family is a family of scholars, there is no need for Brother Shen to give such a big gift, right? Shen Hao raised his hand and touched his nose, then said, I have taken down Gongsun Xinwu, what do you think? I will go. Lu Yu's eyes widened instantly and he looked at Shen Hao in horror. After a moment, Lu Yu gave a thumbs up. Brother Shen, you're awesome. Ms. Gongsun is the object of pursuit for many young masters from noble families. Brother Shen just took it down so quietly? No wonder the first gift was such a precious one. Since the picture of the goddess of Luo River had already been sent out by Shen Hao, Lu Yu could only sigh with regret. Ah, it seems that this treasure is not meant for me. Brother Shen, let's go meet you Xin. This child misses you very much. Behind the manor is a large golf course. A teenage girl is riding a pony and galloping on the golf course. Fight. Fight. Ha ha. Xiao Bai, run. The little girl kept driving the pony, and the servant beside her stared at her nervously. Shen Hao and Lu Yu saw this scene from a distance. Lu Yu shook his head helplessly. After falling off the horse last time, Yusen is not afraid at all. Instead, she likes riding more. No, she insisted that I bring her Xiaobai over to ride. Shen Hao couldn't help but smile when he saw Lu Yusen happily sitting on the horse. It seems that Yusen really likes riding horses. The two walked closer, and Lu Yu called out, Yusen, look who's here. When Lu Yusen heard this, she looked up and cheered in surprise. Big brother. It's the big brother who's here. After saying that, the little girl was about to jump off the horse and run over. Lu Yu became anxious and rushed forward to help. Yusen, your leg injury hasn't healed yet, stop immediately. Lu Yusen pestered Shen Hao to play for a long time before leaving after Lu Yu's repeated urging. This child. Lu Yu shook his head and chuckled. I've never seen her so close to anyone before. Shen Hao smiled and said, maybe this is fate. Ha ha. Lu Yu laughed and then took a golf club. Brother Shen, do you want to compete? Ding. Random mission, Lu Yu's invitation to fight. Lu Yu invites the host to play golf. Please make your choice. Choice 1, agree, and you will be rewarded with a luxurious manor in Xishan district. Choice 2, reject, and be rewarded with master-level golf skills. The voice of the system sounded in Shen Hao's mind. System, I choose to agree. Shen Hao took a golf club and said with a smile, okay, let's play around. But I've never fought before, so you better let me go. Swish. Lu Yu took the lead in swinging. The posture was very standard, and the golf ball drew an arc in the air. In the 18 holes, Lu Yu averaged 5 strokes per hole, which is a very good result. Shen Hao had never played golf, so his subsequent results were a bit dismal. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Host, please choose the location of the manor. Just next to this manor. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. Ha ha. Lu Yu raised his eyebrows proudly at Shen Hao. Brother Shen, you need to practice this technique more. Chapter 66 I bought a manor without asking how much. Ha, Brother Shen, you need to practice your golf. You can come over and play a couple of games with me if you have nothing to do. Lu Yu looked at Shen Hao and smiled. Shen Hao smiled when he heard this and said, you have to practice hard. So I bought a manor. Ah. Lu Yu looked at Shen Hao in surprise, manor? Where is it? Shen Hao raised his hand and pointed in a direction, saying calmly, it's right next to you, not far from here. Hiss. Lu Yu took a deep breath and said in shock, there are only 2 manors in Xishan. One is my Wangjiang manor. The other one is the Century Manor, which has the best location, the largest area, and the most luxurious decoration.
Looking up at Xinhao, Lu Yu asked doubtfully, "Brother Shin, is this exclusive Century Manor yours?"
Xinhao shrugged and said casually, "If there are only 2 manors in Xishan, then the Century Royal is indeed mine." Lu Yu exclaimed, "This manor is a huge project, and the overall style is more aristocratic, just like a castle. Not only is the building decoration top-notch, but it is also equipped with a horse farm, a golf course, an amusement park, a small winery. There are even several artificial rivers and a hot spring lake." Looking at Xinhao, Lu Yu said, "Brother Shin, do you know why I bought this Wangjiang Manor?"
Xinhao shook his head slightly. Lu Yu sighed, "Because I can't afford that Royal Century. Before buying this manor, I went to the Century Royal for a look and left without saying a word. I didn't even ask the price." Looking up at Xinhao, Lu Yu exclaimed, "I didn't expect Brother Shin to be so generous that he actually bought the Royal Century directly." After pondering for a moment, Lu Yu asked curiously, "Can I ask how much this manor costs?"
Xinhao chuckled when he heard this and said casually, "Actually,
I didn't ask how much it was." Lu Yu's face turned a little dark. "I didn't ask the price and just left." Xinhao didn't even ask the price and bought it directly. This is the difference. Lu Yu threw the golf club in his hand, clasped his fists and said, "I surrender." Xinhao raised the golf club in his hand and said, "Boss Lu, you don't want to play anymore?" Lu Yu was startled when he heard this, and said with a dark face, "No more fighting, I'm not in the mood."
Xinhao smiled and shook his head.
Swish. Turning around and swinging the club, Xinhao said with a smile, "It's quite interesting. No wonder so many people like to play golf."
In the living room of the manor, Xinhao and Lu Yu sat opposite each other.
Lu Yu rubbed his hands and picked up the teacup in front of him. "Brother Shin's tea is still the best.
Since I drank it last time, other teas are really hard to swallow."
Lu Yu squinted his eyes and sipped his tea, then said leisurely, "It feels so good." Xinhao looked at Lu Yu and said with a smile, "Boss Lu, how is the nanoscale wafer etching technology that I authorized you last time?"
Upon hearing this, Lu Yu put down his teacup and gave a thumbs up.
"It's just wonderful.
It's not inferior to the extreme ultraviolet lithography technology of the Star Country at all."
Lu Yu leaned back and lay on the comfortable sofa. "I have terminated my contract with Xinhua.
From now on, their extreme ultraviolet lithography technology will no longer be used."
Sitting up straight, Lu Yu said with a smile, "Brother Shin, you don't know, when I terminated the contract, the expressions on the faces of the Singapore delegation were simply too amazing. Ha ha.
They also threatened me and wanted to block my Huanyu technology group.
Ha."
Lu Yu sneered, "With Brother Shin's nanoscale wafer etching technology, I have nothing to fear."
Xinhao smiled slightly when he heard this, raised his teacup and said, "From now on, Mr. Lu doesn't have to worry about Xinghua's face anymore."
Lu Yu also raised his teacup and said with emotion, "Thank you, Brother Shin. I'll use tea instead of wine to toast you."
Xinhao put down his teacup, looked at Lu Yu and said, "Boss Lu, do you have any close contacts with any mobile phone companies?" Lu Yu nodded and said, "Of course.
The important clients of Huanyu Technology Group are all mobile phone companies.
Hanqing, Migwei, OV, Neutral. These mobile phone companies are all ordering wafer chips from Huanyu Technology Group.
But the closest..."
Lu Yu pondered for a moment and said, "It should be Hanqing Mobile, which is also the largest domestic mobile phone company." Looking up at Xinhao, Lu Yu asked curiously, "Brother Shin, why are you asking this? Do you also want to enter the mobile phone industry?"
Xinhao shook his head.
"Didn't I just set up a new company?"
"It is the company that cooperates with Huanyu Technology."
Lu Yu suddenly said, "Is it Hong Mang Technology Company?" "Yes." Xinhao nodded and said, "It is Hong Mang Company."
Hong Mang's main business now is artificial intelligence. In the near future, the company's first generation of artificial intelligence chips will be developed. I want to start cooperation with mobile phone companies to promote artificial intelligence chips."
Lu Yu nodded after listening, "That's it. I recommend Brother Shin to cooperate with Hanqing or Migwa.
Because Hanqing is a well-known mobile phone company in Han Country, and has always been committed to the revitalization of national science and technology.
Migwa is the most cost-effective mobile phone company with a wide audience." Looking at Xinhao, Lu Yu asked, "Which one do you choose, Brother Shin?" Ding. Random mission, partner. Please choose which mobile phone company to be your future partner. Choose 1, Hanqing Mobile Phone Company, reward, Hanqing Company Chairman Ren Hongtu's favorability plus 50, Hong Mang Mobile Phone Operating System.
Choice 2, Migwa Mobile Phone Company, rewards, Migwa Company Chairman Leishure's favorability plus 50, and battery super fast charging technology. The voice of the system sounded in Xinhao's mind. After pondering for a moment, Xinhao made a choice. System, I choose Hongqing Mobile Phone Company. Looking up at Lu Yu, Xinhao said, since Hongqing is committed to developing national technology, then choose Hongqing Mobile Phone Company. Lu Yu nodded and gave Xinhao the contact information of Ren Hongtu, chairman of Hongqing Mobile Phone Company. Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Host, please choose the distribution form of Hong Mang Mobile Phone Operating System. Pre-installed on a mobile phone, send it to me. Ding! The rewards have been distributed, please check. The next second, Xinhao felt his pockets sink slightly. The latest model of mobile phone developed by Hongqing Company appeared in Xinhao's pocket. Chapter 67, Pangu's first generation chip. Xinhao took out the mobile phone from his pocket and turned it on for testing. Comfortable desktop, convenient operation. The sliding of fingers is stable and smooth. Downloaded several commonly used apps and games. After Xinhao operated it for a while, a look of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. There is no lag when opening and switching between various software and games. It even opens in seconds. Judging from Xinhao's current user experience alone, its smoothness and stability far exceeds that of current mobile phone operating systems. Compared with the iOS operating system of Singapore's Igwa mobile phone, the Hong Mang system seems to be even better. Marina Building. 23rd floor, Hong Mang Technology Company. Xinhao and Lu Mingxi pushed the door open and walked in. Boss, you're here. When Lin Guodong and his colleagues who were busy saw Xinhao, they immediately stopped what they were doing. Xinhao waved his hand and said, "How is the progress of artificial intelligence?" Lin Guodong was excited when he heard this, and said excitedly, "With the code provided by the boss, we have developed the first generation of artificial intelligence." And they burned it onto the wafer, producing the first generation of artificial intelligence chips. Xinhao's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "Show it to me." Upon hearing this, Lin Guodong turned and left, and hurried back after a moment. "Boss, please look. This is the first generation of artificial intelligence chip we developed." Lin Guodong handed a small chip to Xinhao. Xinhao took the chip and examined it carefully in his palm. The chip is only the size of a fingernail and is about 1 millimeter thick. Has the first generation of artificial intelligence been burned into the chip? Xinhao asked Lin Guodong. Lin Guodong nodded and said excitedly, "Yes. After we developed the artificial intelligence, we perfected it again before we burned it into the chip. Boss, this is a groundbreaking product of our Hong Mang company. Please give this chip a name." Xinhao pondered for a moment and said, "When the world began, it was nothing but chaos. It was only after Panga created the heavens that the distinction between upper and lower, clear and turbid, came into being." Xinhao held the chip in his hand and said in a deep voice, "This first generation artificial intelligence chip is called Pangu. Pangu generation chip. Can this Pangu 1 chip be installed in a mobile phone?" Lin Guodong nodded and said affirmatively, "Of course. The chip is very small, so it only takes a few minor modifications." Xinhao nodded and said, "Very good." Taking out his cell phone, Xinhao said, "Let's install this Pangu 1 chip in this cell phone." "Boss, please wait a moment, the loading will be completed soon." Lin Guodong took the phone, turned around and left in a hurry. Work with the research team to assemble the Pangu generation chip. While waiting, Lu Mingxi asked Xinhao, "Mr. Shin, what level can this artificial intelligence chip reach?" Xinhao shook his head slightly and said, "I'm looking forward to it too." With the help of top-level equipment, Lin Guodong and others did not spend too much time to install the Pangu generation chip on the mobile phone. "Boss, it's ready." Xinhao took the phone and looked at it, and found that there was nothing unusual outside. Lin Guodong showed excitement on his face and said expectantly, "Boss, once the machine is turned on, the Pangu 1 chip will automatically detect and start to be officially activated." "Good." Xinhao nodded and pressed the power button. Buzz. The next second, the phone turns on. Ding. "Hello, Master. I'm your smart assistant." "Master, please give me a name first." A newborn, furry little animal appeared on the phone screen. Xinhao smiled, interesting. Lin Guodong on the side explained, "Boss, this is the primary form of the artificial intelligence assistant. After naming it, it will evolve into the next form." With the use of mobile phones and the autonomous learning of artificial intelligence, the form can also evolve on its own. Xinhao showed a look of realization on his face. He hesitated for a moment and said, then. Ding! Random task, named the AI assistant. This is the first artificial intelligence assistant. It must have a meaningful name. Please choose one. Choice 1, D. June, Reward, Primary Artificial Intelligence Intermediate Code. Choice 2, Shiha, Reward Hong Mang Operating System 2.0. The voice of the system sounded in Xinhao's mind. After a slight pause, Xinhao made his choice. System, I choose the first option, D. June. Looking up at the AI assistant on the phone screen, Xinhao said, after Panga created the world, he transformed himself into all things, and that's when the first batch of living beings came into being. His left eye turns into the sun, and his name is Emperor June. My right eye turns into the moon, and my name is Shiha. After a moment's silence, Xinhao continued, this intelligent assistant is called D. June. Swish. As soon as Xinhao finished speaking, changes suddenly appeared on the phone screen. A burst of golden light appeared, and the smart assistant had changed its form. What appeared on the screen this time was a three-legged golden crow with golden feathers. Thank you for the name, Master. From now on, I will be called D. June. D. June flapped his golden wings and flew a few circles happily. Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Host, please choose the form of reward distribution. Give it to me in the form of a USB flash drive. Ding! The rewards have been distributed, please check. The next second, a small silver USB flash drive appeared in Xinhao's pocket. The smart assistant is installed on the phone, and there is nothing unusual in its normal use. The smart assistant will only appear when the owner calls. Xinhao looked at his phone, which had gone off, and called out. Emperor June. Swish. The phone screen lit up instantly, and D. June's figure appeared on the phone desktop. Master, I'm here. Xinhao smiled and asked softly, D. June, what abilities do you have? D. June tilted his head and said in a clear voice, D. June can help the master manage his mobile phone. Increase operating speed, reduce power consumption, enhance security protection. D. June described his abilities one by one. After Xinhao heard this, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. This is simply a perfect butler. And this is the first generation of artificial intelligence. After listening to D. June's narration, Lu Mingxi and others were all shocked. Especially Lin Guodong and others. Although they knew that artificial intelligence was advanced, they never thought about it. Artificial intelligence can do so well. That's amazing. Is this artificial intelligence? It's incredible. To me, D. June feels like a real life. Compared to D. June, the artificial intelligence on the market now is like a mental retard. Great. This is real artificial intelligence, and it's the future. Chapter 68 Beats Igwa's cell phone. Chairman's office in Binhai building. Xinhao leaned back in his chair, Lu Mingxi stood behind him and gently pressed his shoulders. D. June, help me contact Ren Hongtu, the chairman of Hanqing Mobile Phone Company. As soon as Xinhao finished speaking, the phone on the desk lit up instantly. A call has been made. Beep. I'm Ren Hongtu, who are you? A majestic and steady voice came from the phone. Xinhao said, my name is Xinhao. Mr. Ren was introduced to me by Mr. Lu from Huanyu Technology Group. Oh? Are you the Xinhao that Lu Yu mentioned? The voice on the phone suddenly softened. I heard from Lu Yu that you want to cooperate with Hanqing Company? Xinhao said aloud, yes. My Hong Mang company has developed an artificial intelligence chip. It can not only greatly improve the running speed of the mobile phone, but also reduce power consumption. And there's an even bigger surprise. I'm sure Director Ren will be very interested. There was a moment of silence on the phone, and then Ren Hongtu smiled and said, well, if Mr. Xin has time, you can come to the headquarters of Hanqing Company and we can talk in person. Can. After Xinhao agreed, he hung up the phone. Lu Mingxi stood behind Xinhao. While massaging his shoulders, he asked, Director Xin, I have a question. Xinhao chuckled. What questions do you have? Tell me. If Mr. Xin really cooperates with Hanqing Mobile, then given the market shipment volume of Hanqing mobile phones, Hong Mang's production capacity seems to be unable to keep up.
While massaging Shinhao's shoulders, Lu Mengxi said in a worried tone, Hanqing mobile phones are divided into several series, and the annual sales volume in China alone is tens of millions. With such a huge shipment volume, Hong Meng's production capacity must be stretched.
Mr. Shin, if this happens, what should we do? Ding. Random task, Lu Mengxi's worries.
Lu Mengxi is worried that Hong Meng's production capacity cannot keep up with the shipment volume of Hanqing mobile phones.
Please make a choice, host.
Option 1, build factories like crazy, add production lines, and get 1 factory and 10 production lines as a reward.
Choice 2, go the high-end route and limit the share of AI chips. Reward a high-tech factory with a 100% chip yield rate.
There was a gleam of light in Shinhao's eyes, and he had already made his choice in his heart.
System, I choose the second option, the high-end route.
Facing Lu Mengxi's concerns, Shinhao chuckled and said, since the chip production capacity is insufficient, we can just install it on Hanqing's high-end flagship phone.
And we have to limit the share of Panga's first-generation chips.
Only in this way can the preciousness of Panga chip be highlighted. Lu Mengxi's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said in admiration, Boss Shin is amazing.
Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed.
Host, please choose the location where the reward will be distributed.
Just put it in the suburbs of Songjiang, Haihu City. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check.
The system's voice sounded in Shinhao's mind. A smile appeared on Shinhao's lips.
Now there are factories that process chips. Then Mr. Shin.
Lu Mengxi raised another question.
Although we are pursuing a high-end route, the Panga chips provided by Hong Meng's research department are far from sufficient.
We still need to set up a production factory. Shinhao chuckled when he heard this and said, don't worry. I have built a high-tech factory in the suburbs of Songjiang, and the yield rate of Panga chips produced can reach 100%.
What?
Lu Mengxi stopped what he was doing and exclaimed. The yield rate is 100%. This is too scary. Generally speaking, the yield rate of precision parts like chips has always been very low. Being able to reach 80% is already the best in the world. A yield rate of over 90% is simply a dream. And now, the yield rate of the factory established by Shinhao has reached 100%. Lu Mengxi showed a look of shock on his face, and then exclaimed, Mr. Shin, if the yield rate can really reach 100%,
then the cost price will be reduced too much. Shinhao smiled and said softly, so this is a very profitable business. Hanqing Mobile Phone Company headquarters building. Shinhao walked to the front desk. Hello, I have an appointment with Director Rin. Shinhao showed his ID.
When the receptionist saw it, a look of surprise flashed in her eyes.
Hello, Mr. Shin. Director Rin has already instructed that you can go directly to Director Ren's office when you arrive. Thanks. Shinhao nodded and walked towards the exclusive elevator.
The lady at the front desk looked at Shinhao's back and couldn't help thinking subconsciously.
Who is this person?
It was actually entrusted by Ren Hongtu himself.
Ren Hongtu's office.
Shinhao knocked on the door and came in.
You are Mr. Shinhao, right?
When Ren Hongtu saw Shinhao, he quickly stood up and said, hurry up and sit down. Shinhao sat down and looked at Ren Hongtu. Ren Hongtu was over 70 years old this year, his hair has turned gray, but he is in very good spirits.
Director Ren looks very energetic. Shinhao laughed out loud.
Ren Hongtu waved his hands and said with a smile, no way.
If you want to manage such a big company, you can't do it without good health. Looking up at Shinhao, Ren Hongtu said, Mr. Shin, are you here to cooperate with Hanqing Company? Shinhao nodded and said in a deep voice, not bad. Pangu, the first generation of artificial intelligence chip developed by Hong Mang. It will definitely become a groundbreaking product. Ren Hongtu was surprised when he heard this. Oh? Mr. Shinhao was so confident. Certainly. Shinhao chuckled, Panga chip is real artificial intelligence.
As long as the mobile phone is equipped with this Panga chip, it will definitely be upgraded to several levels.
Even a mid-range domestic phone can easily beat the latest model from Singapore's Aigua.
As soon as Shinhao finished speaking, a look of doubt appeared on Ren Hongtu's face.
There is still a big gap between domestic mobile phones and Singapore's Aigua mobile phones. Not to mention it is a domestic mid-range mobile phone. Ren Hongtu really couldn't believe that he could easily defeat the Aigua phone with just a small Panga chip. Mr. Shin, aren't you exaggerating a bit?
If you say Panga chip can improve the performance of mobile phones, I believe it.
But to defeat Aigua. Ren Hongtu laughed, shook his head and said, absolutely impossible. Ding. Random mission, Ren Hongtu's suspicion. Ren Hongtu doubts the ability of the Panga chip and thinks that the host is deliberately exaggerating. Please make your choice. Choice 1, persuade Ren Hongtu, and be rewarded with plus 50 favorability and master-level orator skills. Choice 2, just say it, show it directly. Reward Ren Hongtu as favorability plus 50, Hong Mang Operating System 2.0. Chapter 69. The future belongs to Hong Mang. Shin Hao looked at Ren Hongtu, who was shaking his head, and chuckled. It seems that Director Ren doesn't believe it. Ren Hongtu sighed slightly, although I don't want to admit it, the Xinhua Igua mobile phone is far superior to the current domestic mobile phones in terms of hardware level and system fluency. Looking at Shin Hao, Ren Hongtu laughed. Mr. Shin said that a small Panga chip can turn around domestic mobile phones? Shaking his head, Ren Hongtu continued, anyway, I don't believe this. Shin Hao smiled and said, whether you believe it or not, you can't just say it with your mouth. Once President Ren sees the power of the Panga chip, he will know that what I said is true. Bang! Shin Hao took out his cell phone and placed it on the desk. My phone is a domestic mid-range phone. There's already a Panga chip inside. As for the experience effect, Mr. Ren can try it himself. Ren Hongtu's eyes showed an interested look and he reached out to pick up the phone. It's Hanqing's Honor X9. The first time he got the phone, Ren Hongtu knew the model of it. Ren Hongtu was very familiar with this mobile phone. A mid-range brand of Hanqing mobile phones. The performance and smoothness are not satisfactory. Ren Hongtu pressed the power button of the phone to unlock it. Who are you? You are not allowed to touch the owner's phone without the owner's consent. Put it down now. Or I'm going to call the police. Ren Hongtu never expected this. A three-legged crow with golden wings appeared on the phone screen. This is? Ren Hongtu's eyes widened. Looking at Di Jun's face, he was shocked. Shin Hao's voice immediately sounded. This is my mobile smart assistant, Di Jun. Di Jun, I agree to let Director Ren operate the phone. As soon as Shin Hao finished speaking, Di Jun on the phone screen waved his wings. Yes, master. Swish. The next second, the phone was unlocked and entered the normal interface. Emperor Jun. Mr. Shin, could it be artificial intelligence? Ren Hongtu looked at Shin Hao in amazement. Shin Hao nodded and said softly, we have written a set of artificial intelligence codes on the Panga chip. The phone will run automatically after it is turned on. This is the origin of Di Jun. Depending on the owner, the smart assistant in each Panga chip is different. And I named it Di Jun. Ren Hongtu turned his head and looked at his phone, his eyes filled with shock. Incredible. Incredible. As your finger continues to slide on the screen, Ren Hongtu opened and closed apps, games, and large software one by one. There was no lag at all during operation, which is totally unlike what a mid-range phone should have. After a while, Ren Hongtu reluctantly put down his phone. Marvelous. The smoothness and stability are impeccable. Looking up at Shin Hao, Ren Hongtu's words were full of shock. Just like you said, with this Panga chip, Chinese mobile phones can definitely beat Singapore's Igua mobile phones. Mr. Shin. Ren Hongtu looked at Shin Hao and said sincerely. Hanqing Mobile Phone Company must reach a strategic cooperation with Hong Mang Technology. Shin Hao smiled and said softly, this is also what Hong Mang Technology hopes for. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. Hearing the voice of the system in his mind, Shin Hao's smile widened. Hong Mang Mobile Operating System 2.0 is here. Next, Shin Hao and Ren Hongtu eagerly discussed the details of the cooperation. The final decision was made. Panga's first-generation artificial intelligence chip will be installed on Hanqing's upcoming top-end flagship phone, the Mate 40. And it's only a short distance to the product launch of Mate 40. 3 more days. Mr. Ren, goodbye. Looking forward to the next cooperation. Shin Hao stood up and said goodbye to Ren Hongtu, and left the headquarters building of Hanqing Mobile Phone Company directly. Looking at Shin Hao's departing back, Ren Hongtu muttered to himself with a complicated expression. The Han Kingdom is about to rise. The future belongs to Hong Mang. Ring, ring, ring. Shin Hao was driving when his cell phone suddenly rang. Di Jun, answer the phone. Shin Hao drove the car and spoke softly. The next second, the phone was connected automatically. Shinhao, where are you? Yang Shueli's clear voice was heard on the phone. Shinhao smiled and said, I'm driving to your school. Shinhao, I'm at the restaurant opposite the school, just come here. After hanging up the phone, Shinhao drove directly to the restaurant that Yang Shueli mentioned. Shinhao, here. Yang Shueli was standing at the door of the hotel, looking forward to Shinhao. Seeing Shinhao approaching, Yang Shueli threw herself into Shinhao's arms. Holding Shinhao's arm, Yang Shueli said apologetically, Shinhao, I can't eat alone with you. My roommates knew it was my birthday and they insisted on celebrating with me. Shinhao raised his hand and rubbed Yang Shueli's smooth long hair, and said with a smile, it's okay, it's more fun with more people. Looking at this small restaurant, Shinhao said, why don't you go to the Faberlin Jazz restaurant? You are the owner of the restaurant. Yang Shueli blushed when she heard this, and said with a smile, let's not do it. Faberlin is too high profile. I'm afraid my sisters won't be able to adapt. Although this restaurant is small, we sisters come here often and we are used to it. Shinhao nodded and said with a smile, okay, as long as you are happy. In a private room in the hotel, Yang Shueli's roommate was excitedly waiting for Shinhao's arrival. What gift do you think Shinhao will give Lily for her birthday? Lin Miaomio held her chin with both hands and said expectantly. Xia Chang and Ma Xiaolei shook their heads slightly. I can't believe it, but I'm sure it's a very valuable gift. Of course. The cosmetics that Shinhao just gave me are worth more than 8 million. The birthday gift must be more expensive. Lin Miaomio and the other two all showed envy on their faces. I really envy Lily for finding such a rich boyfriend. The key is that he is tall and handsome. Do you think Shinhao has other women? In the box, all three of them fell silent. After a moment, Lin Miaomio said, so what if there is? If it wasn't for Lily, I would have jumped on him. Xia Chang and Ma Xiaolei looked at each other and sighed. Yes, if Shinhao wasn't Sister Lily's boyfriend, I would also want to get close to him, regardless of whether he has other women or not. Ah, Shinhao is just too charming. Swish. The door of the box was pushed open by Yang Shueli. Looking at Lin Miaomio and the others, Yang Shueli said with a smile, what are you talking about? You seem so happy? Lin Miaomio and the others looked at each other, and then said in unison, what are you thinking about eating? When will you come back? What gift did Shinhao bring you? Yang Shueli. Chapter 70 Biological Genetic Engineering Laboratory. In the box. Shinhao and Yang Shueli sat side by side. Looking up at Yang Shueli's roommates, Shinhao found that they were looking at him evasively. Shaking his head in confusion, Shinhao said, everyone is here, let's order some food. As soon as Shinhao finished speaking, Lin Miaomio, Xia Chang, and Ma Xiaolei nodded hurriedly. Yes, let's order the food. Ah, I'm hungry. Order, I like mapo tofu. After the meal, Shinhao and his friends each held a drink. Lin Miaomio blinked and asked curiously, Shinhao, today is Lily's birthday, what gift have you prepared? Xia Chang and Ma Xiaolei also looked at Shinhao expectantly. Yeah, let's see. I'm looking forward to it. Shinhao's gift must be very special, right? Shinhao was holding the drink and the straw in his mouth, stunned. Birthday present? Cake? Oops. Shinhao's expression changed slightly. He was in a hurry when he came here and forgot about it. Lin Miaomio looked at Shinhao's face and said suspiciously, Shinhao, you didn't forget to prepare, did you? Ding. Random task, Yang Shueli's birthday gift. Yang Shueli's roommate seems to have noticed the host's panic. Please make a choice. Choice 1, be honest and tell the truth. Reward, Lin Miaomio, Xia Chang, and Ma Xiaolei plus 50 favorability, and master-level pastry skills. Choice 2, pretend to be calm. Don't lose face. The reward is a Maserati top-of-the-line sedan worth 10 million. The voice of the system sounded in Shinhao's mind. With a slight sigh of relief, Shinhao made his choice. System, I choose the second option. Looking up at Lin Miaomio and the others, Shinhao said with a smile, of course I have prepared all the gifts. Turning to look at Yang Shueli, Shinhao said, Shueli, do you remember the surprise I told you about before? Yang Shueli nodded, I know. Blinking her eyes, Yang Shueli asked curiously, Shinhao, what is the surprise? Shinhao smiled slightly, follow me. Your birthday present is there too. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Host, please choose the location where the reward will be distributed. Xinhao pondered for a moment and said in his heart, put it at the door of the biological genetic engineering laboratory. Ding! The rewards have been distributed, please check. The next second, a car key appeared in Xinhao's hand. After putting away the car keys, Xinhao took Yang Xueli and others out of the hotel. After walking along the street for a few minutes, Xinhao stopped. What appeared in front of Xinhao and his companions was a building full of technological features. In front of the building, there is a very beautiful silver-white Maserati parked. Xinhao took out the car key and pressed it. Drop! Drop! The Maserati beeped twice. Turning to look at Yang Xueli, Xinhao said with a smile, this is the birthday gift I prepared for you. Do you like it? Yang Xueli opened her red lips slightly and looked at the Maserati in surprise. Is this for me? Yang Xueli looked at Xinhao in disbelief. Certainly. Xinhao nodded. It's just an average car. It's okay as a means of transportation for daily outings. Lin Miaomiao, Xiaoqiang, and Ma Xiaolei took a deep breath. They recognized the car logo. Maserati. Top brand in cars. Look at the model of this car, it starts at least several million. Is it really ordinary? Lin Miaomiao and the other two looked at Xinhao in shock. The light in his eyes became more and more eager. Isn't this too extravagant? I'm so jealous, a Maserati as a birthday present. Sister Lily is so happy. Yang Xueli came back to her senses, with a slightly embarrassed look on her face. Xinhao, this car is too expensive, Xinhao raised his hand and ruffled Yang Xueli's long hair, then said with a smile, take it. It's just a car, it's nothing to me. Without waiting for Yang Xueli to refuse, Xinhao continued, this car is your birthday present. You haven't received the surprise I mentioned yet. Yang Xueli exclaimed, this is not a surprise. Lin Miaomiao and the other two looked at Xinhao, their faces full of curiosity. A Maserati isn't a surprise? What's the surprise? I'm really looking forward to it. Xinhao raised his hand and pointed at the building in front of them, saying, this is the surprise. Yang Xueli and others looked at the building in front of them in surprise and doubt. The building is full of technological elements, with large and colored glass windows on the surface. It looks very mysterious. Is this a house? It doesn't look like it. What on earth is it for? Is it a shopping mall? Yang Xueli and a few others looked at the building and started discussing it curiously. Xinhao walked towards the building and said with a smile, let's go in and take a look. Xinhao and his companions approached the closed glass door of the building. Drop! With a slight sound, the door slowly slid open to both sides. The scene inside suddenly appeared in front of Yang Xueli and others. This is a laboratory. Yang Xueli suddenly exclaimed, and looked towards the laboratory with wide eyes in shock. Lin Miaomiao, Xiaoqiang, and Ma Xiaolei all opened their mouths wide, looking at the scene in disbelief. Several of them are students from the School of Life Science and Technology. No stranger to laboratories. So at first glance, they recognized the purpose of the building. It's a laboratory. And it's more advanced than the school's laboratory. Yang Xueli hugged Xinhao's arm and said in surprise, Xinhao, is this really a laboratory? Xinhao nodded and said with a smile, top-notch biological genetic engineering laboratory. You're a junior now, and that's when you need to use the lab more often. And in order to better study genetic engineering, we also need a top-notch laboratory. Yang Xueli suddenly fell silent. Tick. Tick-tock. After a while, Yang Xueli's eyes turned red and she actually cried. Xinhao raised his hand to wipe away Yang Xueli's tears and asked softly, why are you crying? Don't you like it? Yang Xueli sobbed and shook her head. No, I'm so happy. Xinhao, thank you. Yang Xueli knew what a top-notch biological genetic engineering laboratory represented. It's not just billions of coins. It also requires a lot of manpower and material resources. It is not easy to build a top-notch laboratory. Even the Haihu University of Science and Technology only has 2 laboratories. Its configuration is not as good as Xinhao's laboratory. Xinhao took Yang Xueli and others around the laboratory. These are all top-notch experimental instruments. It ensures the most accurate data. Yang Xueli and others opened their eyes wide and looked at the various instruments in the laboratory in surprise. This electron microscope is the latest product developed by Star Country. I can actually see it here. It's incredible. I've only seen this molecular analyzer in journals. And this. Even our school's lab doesn't have it. Wow. This is heaven. Chapter 71 Master Level Lacquer Painting Techniques. Sister Shirley, please do me a favor. Xia Qing grabbed Yang Shueli's arm and begged in a tender voice. Xia Qing is petite and cute. After acting like a spoiled child like that, Yang Shueli suddenly felt a bit of a headache. All right. What is it? He. Xia Qing smiled slyly and said, Sister Shirley, can I be your assistant? I also want to do scientific research in this laboratory. When Lin Miaomio and Ma Xiaolei heard this, their eyes lit up. Xia Qing, you are so cunning. Lily, I want to be your assistant too. And me, this lab is much more advanced than the one in school. Yang Shueli looked at her roommate, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. But in the end he nodded. Okay. You can all come here to do research. But. Yang Shueli looked at Lin Miaomio and the other two and said in a deep voice, you also know that I want to find a way to cure my mother. I'm definitely short-handed on my own, you guys need to help me. Lin Miaomio and the other two nodded immediately upon hearing this, and said in unison, don't worry. As sisters, we must work together to cure Auntie. Yang Shueli walked around the laboratory for a long time. Only then did he reluctantly leave the laboratory. Shenhao smiled when he saw this. Let's go, don't watch it anymore, I'll come again tomorrow. Yang Shueli shook her head slightly and said, you don't understand. This place is like a holy place to me. If there were no other things, I would like to stay in there 24 hours a day. When Shenhao heard this, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Is this the SS-level scientific research talent? It's really terrifying. Shen Mansion is a high-end apartment not far from Shanghai University of Science and Technology. Shenhao held Yang Shueli's slender waist and strolled beside the artificial lake. Shirley, do you like this surprise? I love it. Yang Shueli nodded without hesitation. Shenhao stopped and put his head close to Yang Shueli's ear, then, do you want to thank me properly? Swish. Feeling the heat next to her ear, Yang Shueli's cheeks turned red instantly. What do you want me to do? Shenhao smiled and said softly, tonight I want. Yuanlai Jade Workshop. Shenhao stepped into the store. The clerk Miyingqi was dozing off with her head down. Wake up! Shenhao greeted him. Ah! Miyingqi was startled and quickly raised her head. Hello, guest. Welcome to Yuanlai Jade Workshop. Miyingqi, who had regained consciousness, recognized Shenhao. It's you! Miyingqi exclaimed. Who is Shenhao? That's my boss S-man. Shenhao looked at Miyingqi and asked, is Qinggu here? Miyingqi nodded quickly when she heard that. Sister Qinggu is upstairs. Do you want me to notify her for you? Miyingqi suddenly stopped. Some regret saying this. Because Shenhao wants to go upstairs, does he need to notify me? I'll go up to find her. Shenhao walked towards the stairs leading to the second floor. Standing on the stairs, Shenhao looked at Miyingqi and said, by the way, don't come up here to disturb us like last time. Yeah. Miyingqi nodded her head and said crisply, don't worry. No one can disturb me while I'm here. Shenhao showed a look of satisfaction on his face, very good. I told Qinggu to give you a raise. Second floor. Gongsun Qinggu was wearing a bright red cheongsam and lying on a rattan chair, outlining her graceful figure. Luofan was waving gently, Gongsun Qinggu's eyes were dazed, and no one knew what she was thinking. What are you thinking about? So absent-minded? Shenhao's voice with a hint of laughter sounded in Gongsun Qinggu's ears. Swish! Gongsun Qinggu suddenly sat up straight and looked at Shenhao with surprise. But after a moment, he said in a resentful voice, I'm thinking of an enemy. Shenhao chuckled, put his arm around Gongsun Qinggu's waist and sat down. That enemy wouldn't be me, right? Gongsun Qinggu rolled her eyes at Shenhao and asked, what do you think? Gongsun Qinggu's charming eyes made Shenhao feel a little hot in his heart. Now is the right time, why don't we? Dang dang dang. There was a sound of footsteps and Miyingqi ran up. Ah! Miyingqi exclaimed. Because she saw Shenhao holding Gongsun Qinggu's waist and moving closer to her. Gongsun Xingwu's cheeks blushed slightly, but she did not refuse. Shen Hao looked at Mingqi, who looked flustered and felt a little annoyed. Light dance. Deduct her salary, Shen Hao said through gritting his teeth. Gongsun Xingwu stood up straight and patted Shen Hao in annoyance. You are so small-minded. Why do you bother with Chi-Chi? Looking up at Mingqi, Gongsun Xingwu asked, What's the matter? Come up here in such a hurry? Mingqi breathed a sigh of relief and said, Sister Xingwu, your father is here. My father? Gongsun Xingwu's eyes showed a hint of doubt. Why is he here? The first floor of Yuanlai Jade Workshop. Gongsun Boyong sat in the leisure area, sipping a pot of tea. TSK. This tea is not good. Gongsun Boyong took a sip of tea and shook his head slightly. Dad, why are you here? Uncle. Shen Hao and Gongsun Xingwu walked down the stairs. Gongsun Boyong raised his eyes and was slightly startled. Shen Hao is here too. After Shen Hao and Gongsun Xingwu were seated, Gongsun Boyong said, I came here this time because I want Xingwu to go with me to visit an art exhibition. Gongsun Xingwu's face showed realization when she heard this. Dad, you are talking about the Global International Exhibition, right? Gongsun Boyong nodded and said, Yes. This international exhibition will be held in Haihu City. I am the chief judge of this exhibition. Looking up at Shen Hao, Gongsun Boyong asked, Shen Hao, are you going to the exhibition? With your strength, you can go and criticize those youngsters. Ding. Random mission, Gongsun Boyong's invitation. Haihu City is holding an international art exhibition. Gongsun Boyong invites the host to attend. Please make your choice. Option 1, agree, and be rewarded with master-level lacquer painting skills. Choice 2, refuse, and be rewarded with a copy of an unknown work by Leonardo da Vinci. The voice of the system sounded in Shen Hao's mind. System, I choose the first option and agree to participate. Looking at Gongsun Boyong, Shen Hao nodded and said, Okay. It's a good opportunity to see what exquisite products are there. Gongsun Boyong showed a look of satisfaction when he heard this, okay. It's a bit early now, let's go together later. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. The next second, a large amount of information appeared in Shen Hao's mind. Various types of natural lacquer. Paint pigment selection. Lacquer painting techniques. Shen Hao is rapidly absorbing a large amount of information about lacquer painting. Chapter 72, One more judge added. Yuanlai Jade Workshop. Gongsun Boyong picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea, frowning slightly. Xingwu, do you have any other good tea? This tea is really hard to drink. Gongsun Boyong is used to drinking good tea and really looks down on ordinary tea. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Xingwu greeted Mingqi. Chi-Chi, is there any tea left in the store? After a moment, Mingqi said, Sister Xingwu, there is no more tea leaves. Shen Hao's eyes lit up, and he suddenly remembered that he had a pack of tea in his car as a reward from the system. Uncle, wait a minute, I have a pack of tea. Shen Hao stood up and took out the top-grade typing Hokue rewarded by the system from the sports car. Uncle, what do you think of this tea? Gongsun Boyong opened the package, took a handful of tea leaves and examined them carefully. This is. Gongsun Boyong showed a hint of shock in his eyes. Peace Monkey King. After sniffing it, Gongsun Boyong exclaimed, It's still the top-grade typing Hokue. Looking up at Shen Hao, Gongsun Boyong asked in surprise, Shen Hao, where did you get this tea? Shen Hao chuckled and said, Someone else gave it to me. Gongsun Boyong looked at the typing Hokue tea and sighed, I only drank this top-grade tea once a few years ago. Gongsun Boyong closed his eyes and a look of aftertaste appeared on his face. Thinking about it now, that feeling is still unforgettable. Opening his eyes and looking at Shen Hao, Gongsun Boyong said gratefully, Thanks to you, I can taste such exquisite tea again today. It's worth my life. Turning his head to look at Gongsun Xingwu, Gongsun Boyong said urgently, Xingwu, quickly make a cup and taste it. Just as Gongsun Xingwu was about to stand up, Shen Hao reached out to stop her. Let me do it. Gongsun Boyong and the others looked at Shen Hao in doubt, You can also make tea? Shen Hao smiled slightly and said, I understand a little bit. After preparing the tea utensils for making tea, Shen Hao raised his hand and started working. Warming utensils. Set tea. Brewing. Pour the tea. Serve tea. The series of movements are like flowing clouds in water, full of natural rhythm. Okay. Okay. Gongsun Boyong watched Shin Hao making tea excitedly. Smooth as flowing water, natural talent. This is a master-level tea art. Gongsun Boyong could not have imagined that Shin Hao had also reached the pinnacle of tea art. Shanghai Hangzhou Cultural Exchange Center. This global international exhibition is held here. When Shin Hao and his companions arrived, the place was already crowded. Among them are newcomers in the circle, masters of painting, business tycoons, and upper-class families. As soon as Shin Hao and his companions arrived, they saw a man with a goatee hurriedly walking towards them. Oh! Brother Boyong. Why did you come just now? Ma Weiming, president of the Haihu Calligraphy and Painting Association, walked quickly towards Gongsun Boyong. There are quite a few good works in this exhibition. Gongsun Boyong smiled elegantly and said, "Don't blame me, brother. I really enjoyed a pot of good tea and forgot about time." Ma Weiming laughed, pulled Gongsun Boyong and said, "Brother, hurry up and go. We're waiting for you." Ma Weiming looked at Shin Hao and Gongsun Xingwu who were following behind Gongsun Boyong, and nodded with a smile. "Brother Boyong, this is Xingwu, right? I remember the last time I saw her, she was a teenager." Gongsun Xingwu looked at Ma Weiming and greeted him. "Uncle Ma, I haven't seen you for a long time. You are still so energetic." "Ha ha." Ma Weiming laughed out loud when he heard this, shook his head and said, "I'm getting old, and my health is getting worse. Brother Boyong is smart. He handed over the mess of the Calligraphy and Painting Association to me." Looking up at Shin Hao, Ma Weiming asked Gongsun Boyong in confusion. "Brother Boyong, who is this?" Gongsun Boyong smiled when he heard this and said, "His name is Shin Hao, and he is my daughter's boyfriend." "Oh?" Ma Weiming looked at Shin Hao in amazement and said in an admiring tone, "My friend, you must have extraordinary skills to be recognized by Brother Boyong." Shin Hao smiled slightly and said calmly, "Uncle Ma, you are too polite. I still need to learn a lot from my seniors." "Ha ha." Ma Weiming raised his hand and stroked his beard, then said with a smile, "I'll give you some pointers when I have time." Gongsun Boyong on the side looked at Ma Weiming with a strange expression, shook his head and said nothing. Give Shin Hao some advice? I'm afraid it was Shin Hao who gave instructions to Ma Weiming. The exhibition was held in the lobby of the exchange center. At this moment, there are many booths in the empty hall. On each booth there is a painting that the artist is most proud of. The name of the painting and the author's information are marked on it. Many people gathered in front of the booth, looking at the paintings carefully. If you see a work you like, you can contact the artist and make a deal after the exhibition ends. Ma Weiming brought Shin Hao and others to the innermost booth of the exhibition. At this moment, there was a person sitting in the judging seat at the booth. Vice President of the Calligraphy and Painting Association, Zhang Jili. When Zhang Jili saw Gongsun Boyong, he stood up and greeted him with a smile. "Brother Gongsun, you are late." Gongsun Boyong said calmly, "The exhibition hasn't even started yet, so why are you saying you're late?" Zhang Jili's eyes flashed with surprise when he heard this. Looking up at Gongsun Xingwu, Zhang Jili said with a smile, "Xingwu, that brat of mine misses you so much. It just so happens that he also participated in the exhibition this time. You are all young people, get together and have a good chat." Gongsun Xingwu's face turned slightly cold when she heard this, and she said, "Zhang Hao and I have nothing to talk about." Zhang Jili was stunned and a look of embarrassment flashed across his face. Turning to look at Gongsun Boyong, Zhang Jili continued, "Brother Gongsun, how about you, me and Chairman Ma be in charge of judging this exhibition?" Gongsun Boyong shook his head, "One more person is needed." Zhang Jili looked at Gongsun Boyong in confusion, "Add one? Who?" Gongsun Boyong pointed at Shin Hao beside him and said, "He, Shin Hao." As soon as Gongsun Boyong finished speaking, Zhang Jili and Ma Weiming all looked at Shin Hao in surprise. "Him? I don't agree." Zhang Jili said without hesitation, "It's a joke for a young man with no reputation to be the judge." Ma Weiming hesitated for a moment, looked at Gongsun Boyong and said, "Brother Boyong, isn't this too inconsiderate?" Ding! Random task, art exhibition selection. Gongsun Boyong intends to let the host be the judge of the exhibition, but someone objects. Please let the host make the selection. Choice 1, give up being a judge and be rewarded with a calligraphy work worth tens of millions and master-level stone carving skills. Choice 2, strive to be a judge and be rewarded with a magic hand and master-level forgery skills. Chapter 73. Who is pretending to know what he does in tea? Gongsun Boyang had long anticipated the opposition from Zhang Jili and Mao Weiming. Since I let Shinhao be the judge, it means he has the ability, Gongsun Boyang said in a deep voice. Zhang Jili chuckled and turned to look at Shinhao. I know you were brought here by Gongsun Boyang. But ask yourself, are you really qualified to be a judge? Shinhao smiled when he heard this and said softly, of course I am qualified. Otherwise, why would Uncle Gongsun recommend me to be the judge? After all, if I make a fool of myself, it will be Uncle Gongsun who will be embarrassed. With Uncle Gongsun's prestige, do you think he would make an unwise choice? As soon as Shinhao finished speaking, Zhang Jili and Mao Weiming all fell silent. It's really because Gongsun Boyang's reputation is too great. I agree. Mao Weiming was the first to speak, then let Shinhao also serve as the judge of the exhibition. Zhang Jili pondered for a moment, a strange look flashed in his eyes, and he also nodded in agreement. Okay. I agree too. But, looking up at Gongsun Boyang and Mao Weiming, Zhang Jili said in a deep voice, if Shinhao messes up, it will be you, Gongsun Boyang and President Ma, who will be held responsible. Zhang Jili sneered in his heart. They believed that Shinhao was just a figure promoted by Gongsun Boyang to gild his reputation. When the time comes, I will secretly put some obstacles in their way. If something goes wrong, it will be the responsibility of Gongsun Boyang and Mao Weiming. Wouldn't it be possible for me to take this opportunity to move to the top? Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding! The rewards have been distributed, please check. The next second, Shinhao's hands felt hot, and then it was as if a heavy burden had been lifted from him, and he became extraordinarily relaxed and flexible. At the same time, a large amount of information about forgery was quickly absorbed by Shinhao. The selection has been finalized, and now it's time to appreciate the paintings. In the end, the best painting will be selected and win the championship of this exhibition. Each painting was evaluated by Shinhao and others, and finally 5 paintings were shortlisted to compete for the best painting. The first painting was drawn by a slovenly man in his 40s. This is a realistic oil painting of a woman wearing a green sweater. Whether it is the woman's skin color, hair, or the threads of the sweater she is wearing, every detail is clearly visible. It even gives people the feeling that the person in the painting is standing there, which is amazing. The second painting is a splash ink landscape by a young, thin man. Although the brushwork seems immature, the artistic conception is profound. Also rare. The third picture is a maple leaf painting by Zhang Jili's son Zhang Hao. The brushwork is sophisticated and the leaves have distinct bones and veins. It must be a masterpiece. The fourth one is an oil painting by an unknown artist. At the top of the mountain, the sun rises at dawn. The technique is unrestrained and free, and the artistic conception is grand and majestic. The fifth picture is a painting of blooming flowers by a young and gentle woman. The flowers in the painting are brightly colored and have a special texture. These 5 paintings stood in the middle of the exhibition hall, waiting for the best one to be selected. Mao Weiming looked at the 5 paintings and said thoughtfully, these 5 paintings are all excellent works. It's hard to tell which one is better. Brother Boyang, what do you think? Gongsun Boyang pondered for a moment and said, then let's eliminate the inferior works first and select the best ones one by one. Zhang Jili nodded and said in a deep voice, I agree. Let me choose first. This 5th painting of 100 flowers in full bloom is the worst and will be eliminated first. Mao Weiming frowned slightly and said softly, this painting seems a little strange, let's wait and see. Gongsun Boyang looked at the picture of flowers in full bloom, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Turning to look at Shinhao, Gongsun Boyang asked, Shinhao, what do you think? Shinhao smiled and said softly, I don't think this painting is the worst. As soon as Shinhao finished speaking, Zhang Jili sneered. He. Shinhao, do you know anything about calligraphy and painting? Besides looking at its bright colors, what other characteristics does this painting have? Not the worst. I think you are just pretending to know something and trying to attract attention. As soon as Zhang Jili finished speaking, the people watching looked at Shinhao. Many people subconsciously think that Shinhao is just being mysterious. Who is he? Why is he so young and serving as a judge? I don't know, I have no reputation. Oh. I'm afraid he's here to gild himself. Gold plating is fine, but you still don't know how to talk nonsense, aren't you just making a fool of yourself? Vice President Zhang is right, he is just trying to attract attention. Ding. Random task, public criticism. The host's words have caused Zhang Jili's ridicule and criticism from the public. In the face of these criticisms, please make a choice. Choice 1, admit your mistake frankly, and you will be rewarded with 1 billion coins and a masterpiece of calligraphy and painting. Choice 2, counterattack and slap him in the face. Reward, plus 100 favorability to the author of the painting of blooming flowers. 100 prestige to Zhang Jili. Facing Zhang Jili's ridicule and everyone's criticism, Shenhao remained calm. Looking up at this beautiful woman with a gentle temperament, Shenhao said, "Did you draw this picture?" Su Wanqing nodded and said gently, "It's me." Shenhao looked at Su Wanqing for a moment and exclaimed, "This lacquer painting is very beautiful. It must have taken a lot of effort to paint this picture, right?" Su Wanqing looked at Shenhao in a daze, with a strange light flashing in her eyes. After a moment, Su Wanqing lowered her head slightly and said gently, "It's okay. I tried to create this lacquer painting for a long time, but I enjoyed it." Lacquer painting. When everyone heard this word, they all started talking in a low voice. Lacquer painting? Which school is that? I've never heard of it. It should be an oil painting? Could it be that Shenhao is wrong? Oh. I just think he's just trying to attract attention. What about painting? I've never heard of it. Zhang Jili looked at Shenhao with a hint of pride in his eyes. Shenhao. You really are pretending to know something? Where did this lacquer painting come from? This is clearly an oil painting. Shenhao looked at Zhang Jili and sneered, "You are the one who doesn't understand. Lacquer painting is derived from lacquerware, and is a type of painting that uses natural lacquer as pigment. This style of painting has existed since ancient times, but it is rarely seen nowadays." Looking up at the stunned Zhang Jili, Shenhao taunted, "As the vice president of the Calligraphy and Painting Association, you don't even know about lacquer painting? It's really ridiculous to tell anyone about it." Zhang Jili came back to his senses and glared at Shenhao. "How could I admit my mistake? You are making it up." Shenhao raised his finger and pointed at the painting of blooming flowers, and said in a deep voice, "If anyone doesn't believe this is a lacquer painting, just get closer and smell it. See if there's any smell of raw lacquer." As soon as Shenhao finished speaking, all the onlookers moved closer to the painting of 100 flowers in full bloom. "Ha! This smell is definitely not the smell of oil paint. It seems to smell like raw lacquer. It's raw lacquer. My family runs a paint factory, this smell is familiar. It's actually a lacquer painting." Hiss, it turns out Shenhao was right. Chapter 74. This wasn't drawn by him at all. This is impossible. How could I be wrong? Zhang Jili had a gloomy expression on his face. He pushed everyone aside and approached the painting of 100 flowers in full bloom. I sniffed it and a faint smell of raw lacquer came to my nose. At this moment, Zhang Jili's face looked extremely ugly. Because he knew that Shenhao was right. This is not an oil painting, but a lacquer painting. Shenhao looked at Zhang Jili, whose face was gloomy and uncertain, and sneered. "You can't even tell the difference between an oil painting and a lacquer painting? Vice President Zhang, I am really worried about your knowledge." Papa. Gongsun Boyong clapped his hands and looked at Shenhao with approval. Good eyesight. This painting is indeed a lacquer painting. It's just that lacquer paintings are rarely seen in the world, and they have something in common with oil paintings, so it's hard for people with poor eyesight to tell them apart. Gongsun Boyong's meaning was very clear. Zhang Jili is the one who lacks vision. Why? Ma Weiming shook his head and sighed, a look of shame flashing across his face. I'm the president of the Calligraphy and Painting Association, but I almost got blinded. After a moment of silence, Ma Weiming said in a shocked tone, I really admire Shenhao for recognizing this as a lacquer painting at first glance. Looking around, Ma Weiming continued, now no one should doubt Shenhao's ability to judge the event, right? Everyone present shook their heads upon hearing this. Shenhao is absolutely capable of being a judge. Shenhao has the ability to recognize lacquer paintings at a glance. A glimpse of Shenhao's abilities is enough to see from this. You have such insight and knowledge at such a young age. Your future is limitless. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. Su Wanqing looked at Shenhao, who was praised by everyone, and a bright light flashed in her eyes. He knows himself very well. On the display stand, Zhang Jili's face was gloomy and he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. This time it's really embarrassing. Someone in the crowd looked at Zhang Jili and sneered. The vice president of this calligraphy and painting association is not that good. That's right. You can't even tell the difference between oil and lacquer paintings. We don't understand. Doesn't the vice president of the calligraphy and painting association understand it either? In my opinion, change people quickly. Listening to the mocking voices around him, Zhang Jili's face became increasingly ugly. The majesty accumulated over the years was swept away. Ahem. Ma Weiming coughed dryly for a while and said, "This lacquer painting is rare and should not be rejected. Let's choose other paintings." Gongsun Boyong turned to look at Shinhao and said, "Shinhao, do you think that work should be eliminated?" Shinhao raised his hand and pointed, saying, "Let's go with the maple leaf picture." As soon as Shinhao finished speaking, Zhang Jili screamed. "Shinhao, you are taking revenge maliciously. You know this painting was drawn by my son. Why did you remove it this time?" Shinhao sneered, "He drew the worst. It's simply unbearable to look at." Zhang Jili's face was gloomy. "Why is it the worst? Why is it so unbearable to look at? If you don't tell me the reason today, don't even think about leaving here." Under the exhibition stand, Zhang Hao's face also looked very ugly. "Everyone, look. Is my painting like what Shinhao said?" Everyone looked at the maple leaf picture drawn by Zhang Hao, and nodded after examining it for a moment. "Isn't this a nice painting? The brushwork is sophisticated, and the leaves have distinct bones and veins. Very good. Although it is not as good as a masterpiece by a master, it is still a top-notch work. Is Shinhao really taking revenge maliciously?" At this moment, even Gongsun Boyong and Ma Weiming looked at Shinhao in confusion. "Shinhao, could you have seen it wrong?" "Yes. Zhang Hao's painting inherits the style of Zhang Jili's paintings and is a top-notch work." Ding. Random task, everyone's doubts. The host casually pointed out a painting, which aroused everyone's doubts. Please make a choice. Choice 1, solve the doubts, reward logical thinking plus 10. Zhang Jili and Zhang Hao are disgraced. Choice 2, no explanation, that's revenge. The reward is a copy of Tang Yan's authentic work worth 1 billion. The voice of the system sounded in Shinhao's mind. "System, I choose the first option." Looking up at the puzzled crowd, Shinhao smiled. "You have all been deceived by Zhang Hao. This painting is not his at all." Looking up at Zhang Jili, Shinhao said softly, "If I'm not mistaken, it should be Vice President Zhang who helped to draw the main body. And Zhang Hao just added some shadows and fur to it." As soon as Shinhao finished speaking, everyone looked at Zhang Jili and Zhang Hao in shock. At this moment, Zhang Jili and Zhang Hao's hearts tightened and their faces changed suddenly. Zhang Hao was stunned, his face turned pale and he couldn't speak. Zhang Jili's face was gloomy. He looked at Shinhao and shouted coldly, "Shinhao, you'd better show me the evidence. Otherwise I will make you pay for it." Since his own reputation was at stake, Zhang Jili had no choice but to grit his teeth and hold on. Gongsun Boyong's eyes gleamed. This maple leaf painting does bear the shadow of Zhang Jili's style. Looking closely, the veins and bones of the leaves are exactly the same as before. "You want evidence?" Shinhao sneered, "Then I'll give you evidence." Walking closer to the maple leaf painting, Shinhao raised his hand and pinched the paper of the painting. "Is this painting made of rice paper?" Zhang Hao swallowed his saliva and said calmly, "So what?" Shinhao looked around and said in a deep voice, "As the vice president of the Calligraphy and Painting Association, Zhang Jili may not be very knowledgeable, but he still has some abilities. Although his paintings cannot penetrate the back of the paper, they can still penetrate 3/4 of the paper. If you want to know whether this painting is by Zhang Jili, just peel off a layer of the rice paper. If only the main veins of the maple leaf are exposed, and the rest is not there. This proves that this painting was completed by Zhang Jili and Zhang Hao in collaboration." As soon as Shinhao finished speaking, everyone present exclaimed in surprise. "What? There is such a method? Can the rice paper really be removed? If only the main thread is left after the painting is uncovered, then this painting was created by Zhang and his son in collaboration. Zhang Hao's writing skills are definitely not as good as Zhang Jili's. This is a good idea. But if the rice paper can't be removed, then everything is useless." Zhang Jili looked at Shinhao with a gloomy and uncertain expression, and took a deep breath to calm himself. "Good. If you can't uncover this painting, you have to compensate me for my loss of reputation." Although sandwiched rice paper is made of multiple layers of rice paper, it is no different from a single piece of paper. How can it be revealed just by peeling off one layer? Zhang Jili believed that Shen Hao was bluffing. As long as you can keep calm, you will still be the winner. Chapter 75, Disrepute. On the display stand, everyone's eyes were on Shen Hao. As long as Shen Hao can remove the rice paper, it can be proved that this painting is a collaboration between Zhang Jili and Zhang Hao. Then Zhang and his son will lose their reputation. There will be no place for them in the calligraphy and painting world. But what if Shen Hao can't remove the rice paper? What awaits Shen Hao will be Zhang Jili's crazy revenge. Facing the expectant or indifferent gazes of the crowd, Shen Hao had a calm expression on his face. Get a glass of water and a paper cutter. In a short while, a staff member brought what Shen Hao wanted. Shen Hao took down the maple leaf picture made by Zhang Hao. Turn it over and lay it flat on the table. Picking up the water cup, Shen Hao glanced at the maple leaf picture on his back, then raised his hand and splashed the water. Swish! The clear water fell on the maple leaf picture and quickly soaked the rice paper. Shen Hao turned his fingers flexibly, and the paper cutter left shining marks between his fingers. Brush, brush, brush. As Shen Hao turned his wrist, the rice paper was split into 2 layers. The onlookers widened their eyes and took a deep breath. It really has uncovered another layer. Oh my god! The rice paper can actually be removed. Such a clean and neat technique is pleasing to the eye. Take a quick look at the uncovered painting. Is it just the main body of the maple leaf? Under everyone's expectant gaze, Shen Hao displayed his latest paintings in front of everyone. Everyone's eyes fell on the painting, and then they began to discuss in low voices. Look! There is really only the main thread of the maple leaf pattern, nothing else. Looking at the style, it was definitely painted by Zhang Jili. It turns out that the maple leaf picture was really drawn by Zhang Jili for Zhang Hao. Isn't this deceiving everyone? I've long seen that Zhang Hao is an idiot. TSK, father and son go into battle together. How dare they stay here? Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding! The rewards have been distributed, please check. Logical thinking plus 10. Zhang Jili and Zhang Hao are disgraced. Gongsun Boyong took a deep breath and looked at Shen Hao in shock. Shen Hao, how did you come up with the idea of uncovering the painting to determine its authenticity? Shen Hao smiled when he heard that. Uncle, do you know what the most advanced ancient painting forgery technique is? Gongsun Boyong shook his head, chuckled and said, how would I know that? Shen Hao raised his finger and pointed at the maple leaf painting with 2 layers peeled off, and said, it's a similar technique to peeling off a painting. Gongsun Boyong pondered for a moment, and then his face changed drastically. Could it be? Can you reveal 2 authentic works from one ancient painting? Shen Hao nodded and said in a deep voice, not bad. The ultimate forgery is something that is both fake and real. Gongsun Boyong took a deep breath, a hint of panic in his eyes. If this technique gets out, the calligraphy and painting world will be disrupted. Shen Hao chuckled when he heard this, don't worry, uncle. This skill is not something that ordinary people can learn. Call. Gongsun Boyong breathed a sigh of relief, that's good. Gongsun Xingwu took Shen Hao's arm and said with a smile, that's great. That Zhang Hao, relying on his status as Zhang Jili, always pesters me. This time, both father and son have lost their reputation. I wonder how Zhang Hao can still stand in front of me. Under the exhibition stand, Zhang Jili pulled Zhang Hao and wanted to leave quietly. However, Zhang Hao never expected that when he turned around, he saw Gongsun Xingwu holding Shen Hao's arm. Zhang Hao immediately shook off Zhang Jili's hand and rushed forward. Shen Hao! Let Xingwu go! Shen Hao looked at Gongsun Xingwu, then looked at Zhang Hao, sneered, and said, Xingwu, you are wrong. This Zhang Hao really has the nerve to stand up again. Zhang Hao, who felt that he was cuckolded, didn't care whether he was embarrassed or not. He raised his finger and pointed at Shen Hao and shouted, Shen Hao, what is your relationship with Xingwu? Let Xingwu go now. Gongsun Xingwu's face turned cold and she shouted, Shen Hao is my boyfriend. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to accuse Shen Hao? Zhang Hao's face turned red and he opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. I. At best, Zhang Hao is one of Gongsun Xingwu's many suitors. This time he stood up to accuse Shen Hao, it was just out of jealousy. Shen Hao looked at Zhang Hao and sneered. Why don't you just get out of here if you're a fake painter? How dare you stand up like this? Zhang Hao, who gave you the courage? Zhang Hao's face was gloomy and he stared at Shen Hao intently. I'm a fraud, how can you be any better? It's just talk. If you have the ability, you can also participate in the exhibition and paint a picture to compete for the best painting in the exhibition. Otherwise you are not worthy of being Gongsun Xingwu's boyfriend. Shen Hao smiled when he heard that. Who told you that I didn't attend the exhibition? Not only did I paint a picture, but it was also entered into a competition for the best painting. The next second, the system's voice sounded in Shen Hao's mind. Ding! Random task, exhibit the best painting. One of the host's paintings unexpectedly participated in this exhibition and is in the final competition. Please make your choice. Choice 1, continue to participate in the exhibition and win the title of the best painting, which will reward you with ownership of the Haihu City Center amusement park. Choice 2, give up the selection for this art exhibition, and you will be rewarded with 1 billion coins and a luxury apartment. A smile appeared on Shen Hao's face. System, I choose the first option and continue to participate in the exhibition. The Central Amusement Park is the largest and most luxurious amusement park in Haihu City. Not counting the sky-high land and construction costs. The daily ticket revenue alone has reached an astonishing tens of millions of coins. My painting was selected for the best painting competition. As soon as Shen Hao finished speaking, everyone present looked at him in shock. Zhang Hao laughed even more exaggeratedly. Shen Hao, are you crazy? Among the 5 paintings shortlisted for selection, only one has an unknown artist. Are you trying to say that you painted this picture of the sun? Shen Hao nodded and said with a smile, this painting was indeed drawn by me. But it's not called sun viewing picture, it's called Mount Tai sunrise picture. Everyone present looked at Shen Hao and started talking in low voices. Could it be that this picture of the sunrise on Mount Tai was really painted by Shen Hao? It's hard to say. Anyway, the painting doesn't have an author's name. I don't think Shen Hao would tell lies, right? After all, he also exposed Zhang Hao's fraud. Maybe it's just talk? Zhang Hao was stunned at first, then he said sarcastically, I don't even know who the original artist of this painting is. Why do you say you drew it? Who can prove it? I said I drew it. Chapter 76 Best Painting, Shen Hao. I can prove it. Su Wanqing suddenly stood up. I brought this painting to the exhibition. Looking around, Su Wanqing said, I can prove that this painting was painted by Mr. Shen Hao. Zhang Hao was stunned, then looked at Su Wanqing with a gloomy gaze. You prove it? How can you prove it? Su Wanqing took a deep breath and slowly told what had happened. I got this painting from my cousin Su Tingting. My cousin said this painting was given by a guest. That customer bought a custom watch at the Patek store. In order to provide inspiration to the designer, I just drew an oil painting. It is this picture of sunrise on Mount Tai. And that guest's name is Shen Hao. Looking up at Shen Hao, Su Wanqing said with admiration, I didn't dare to confirm it at first. Now I know that you are the real owner of this painting. Wow. As soon as Su Wanqing finished speaking, everyone started discussing enthusiastically. It was actually painted by Shen Hao. This painting of sunrise over Mount Tai is magnificent and majestic, an absolute masterpiece. This Shen Hao is really amazing. Not only is he well educated, but his painting skills are also amazing. I am convinced. This is a true master. Compared to Shen Hao, Zhang Jili is nothing. Zhang Hao's face was gloomy and uncertain. After a moment, he shouted, No, I don't believe it. It's all a coincidence. Pointing at Su Wanqing, Zhang Hao shouted, You made all this up. Collaborating with Shen Hao to deceive everyone. Su Wanqing's face turned cold when she heard this, and she said in a deep voice, If you still don't believe it, then take a look at Shen Hao's watch. If I'm not mistaken, the watch Shen Hao is wearing is that custom-made Patek Philippe, right? Shen Hao raised his wrist and faced the watch face to everyone. Everyone looked closely. The style of the dial is surprisingly similar to this picture of sunrise over Mount Tai. Hiss, it's so similar to the sunrise painting on Mount Tai. It's really this painting that provided the inspiration. I know. This watch was designed by Ivan Alpa, the chief designer of Patek Philippe, and it's the only one of its kind in the world. Mr. Ivan made a statement a few days ago, saying that this is the watch he is most proud of designing. Oh my god. Is this the watch that was all over the fashion magazine? Shen Hao is awesome. The value of this watch alone is sky high. Everyone's eyes were focused on Shen Hao's watch. Zhang Hao opened his mouth wide with a look of disbelief on his face. After a long while, Zhang Hao came back to his senses and said with all his strength, this may all be a coincidence. Unless the painting has his name, Xin Hao, marked on it. Otherwise I don't believe it. Everyone looked at Zhang Hao with contempt. Zhang Hao was still denying Xin Hao. Is his brain broken? Xin Hao looked at Zhang Hao and shouted coldly, it seems you won't give up until you reach the Yellow River. Pointing to the sunrise painting of Mount Tai, Xin Hao said in a deep voice, go and take a look at this painting. What is written in the shadow of the night stone from the bottom to the top of Mount Tai? Zhang Hao was stunned for a moment, then quickly approached the Taishan sunrise picture. He searched it for a moment and then stopped. The next second, Zhang Hao's face changed suddenly. How is this possible? It turned out that he really drew it. Zhang Hao staggered back a few steps, his face pale, unable to refute anymore. Everyone was surprised when they saw this, and they were curious about what was written in the shadow of the stone in the painting. When they walked in to watch, everyone gasped. If you look closely, you will see 2 words written in the shadow of the stone. Shen Hao. Oh my god. It actually has Shen Hao's name written on it. Now it is certain that this was drawn by Shen Hao. Ha ha. Zhang Hao is an idiot now. I think we should thank Zhang Hao, otherwise how would we know that this is Shen Hao's painting? Did Shen Hao draw this casually? It's really amazing. I'll buy it, no matter how much it costs. Zhang Jili and Zhang Hao finally covered their faces and ran away, no longer having the face to stay here. The exhibition is still going on. Apart from Zhang Hao's maple leaf painting, there are 4 other paintings competing for the best work. I quit. Su Wanqing stood up and said gently, although my lacquer painting is novel, it is still a long way from perfection. I quit too. A thin young man also stood up. My ink-splashing landscape painting is still a little immature, but I am satisfied as long as it can be recognized by everyone. In the end, only Shen Hao's painting of sunrise on Mount Tai and the realistic oil painting of a middle-aged man remained. I quit too. The middle-aged man sighed, looked at Shen Hao with admiration and said, although I think my painting skills are not inferior to Shen Hao. But in terms of artistic conception, there is a huge difference. I'm not as good as Shen Hao. On the display stand, Ma Weiming stood up and said with a slightly excited tone, I declare. The best painting in this exhibition is the sunrise over Mount Tai painted by Shen Hao. Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Host, please select the location where the property rights certificate for the amusement park in the center of Haihu City is issued. Just put it in the sports car. Shen Hao said casually. Ding! The rewards have been distributed, please check. After rejecting the person who wanted to buy the Taishan sunrise painting, Shen Hao and Gongsun Xingwu left the exhibition. Sitting in the sports car, Shen Hao turned and looked at Gongsun Xingwu. Xingwu, where are you going? Gongsun Xingwu smiled and said softly, let's go to my house. My mother said that we should have a meal together and communicate more. Shen Hao was startled for a moment, then smiled and said, will uncle agree? Upon hearing this, Gongsun Xingwu patted Shen Hao lightly and smiled. My dad is eager for you to go. After tasting the tea you brew, he always says the tea brewed by others is tasteless. Ring, ring, ring. A cell phone suddenly rang. It's an unfamiliar number. Shen Hao took the phone and asked, who is this? Shen Hao. I'm Lily's roommate Lin Miao Miao. Lin Miao Miao's anxious voice was heard on the phone. Shen Hao frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, don't worry, what happened? We're at the TX bar with Lily. Someone stopped us and wouldn't let us leave. Shen Hao, come quickly. Shen Hao's eyes turned cold, wait for me, I'll be there soon. Bang. After hanging up the phone, Shen Hao looked at Gongsun Xingwu and said apologetically, Xingwu, I have something urgent. Gongsun Xingwu smiled and said softly, go ahead, be careful. Good. Boom. The sports car started, and Shen Hao drove away at full speed. Di Jun, turn on the navigation. Swish. The fastest route to TX bar suddenly appeared on the LCD screen of the sports car. Chapter 77, Beating the Arrogant Man. TX bar. A bar in Haihu City that is popular among young people. However, the bar, which used to be bustling, is now a little deserted. One reason is that there are fewer people during the day. On the other hand, it was because someone was causing trouble. A corner of the bar. Several bar security guards were looking at a man with fear. The man had his chest uncovered, with a cherry blossom tattooed on his muscular chest muscles. He was drinking with an arrogant attitude. Pooh! The arrogant man spat out a mouthful of wine and said with disdain, "What a crappy wine, tasteless." Bang! He casually took out a stack of coins and shouted in a deep voice, "Where's the manager? Hurry up and give me some good wine. I have plenty of money." Looking up at the girls not far away, the arrogant man said coldly, "That's so and so. When will your boyfriend be here?" Yang Shueli took a deep breath and said calmly, "My boyfriend will be here soon. Don't worry, I'll compensate you if I get your clothes wet." The arrogant man sneered, "Okay, then I'll wait for him." Looking up at the beautiful and charming Yang Shueli, the arrogant man's eyes turned away. "Actually, he doesn't need to come. As long as you have a drink with me, I'll pretend nothing happened, how about that?" Yang Shueli's face turned cold when she heard this, and she scolded, "You scumbag! Who wants to drink with you?" Just as the arrogant man was speaking, a voice sounded not far away. "Surely." Shen Hao quickly approached Yang Shueli and said softly, "How are you? Are you not hurt?" Yang Shueli shook her head slightly and felt relieved. "No, we're not hurt." Shen Hao glanced at the arrogant man and asked, "Surely, what's going on?" Lin Miao Miao, Xiao Chang and Ma Xiaolei said, "We saw Lily was busy in the lab, so we asked her to come out and relax." Who knew that man suddenly bumped into Lily, and Lily spilled sake on him. Then he kept stopping us and wouldn't let us leave. And he broke Lily's phone. Yang Shueli quietly grabbed Shen Hao's arm and whispered, "Shen Hao, just compensate him some money. He's pretty powerful, those security guards can't beat him." Shen Hao raised his hand and rubbed Yang Shueli's hair, chuckled and said, "Don't worry, leave it to me." Turning to look at the arrogant man, Shen Hao said in a deep voice, "You are the one who deliberately bumped into my girlfriend?" The arrogant man sneered, "Let me correct you, she was the one who hit me. You also wet my clothes, how are you going to compensate me?" Ding! Random mission, the unreasonable and arrogant man. Arrogant man, pay attention to bumping into Yang Shueli, trying to use this as a threat, please make a choice, host. Choice 1, pay the money, settle the matter peacefully, and be rewarded with ownership of the TX bar. Choice 2, bullying my girlfriend is unacceptable. Reward, physical fitness plus 10. Master level Jeet Kune Do. Shen Hao made his choice without hesitation. System, select the second option. Looking up at the arrogant man, Shen Hao said coldly, "I'll ask the manager to find the surveillance records. Let's see who hit us on purpose." The arrogant man was slightly startled, then said shamelessly, "What if I bumped into her on purpose? Anyway, she got my clothes wet, so she has to pay compensation. Otherwise she wouldn't have to leave and could stay with me." When Shen Hao heard this, a cold light flashed in his eyes and he raised his hand and hit him. Bang! A loud slap hit the arrogant man's face. Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding! The rewards have been distributed, please check. The next second, a stream of heat surged through Shen Hao's body. Strength, speed, and agility are all improving rapidly. At the same time, the techniques of Jeet Kune Do became Shen Hao's body instinct. The arrogant man raised his hands to cover his face, a little dazed. He couldn't expect that Shen Hao would actually slap him in the face. Coming back to his senses, the arrogant man showed an angry look on his face. "You're looking for death." As soon as he finished speaking, the arrogant man swung his fist at Shen Hao. Bang! Shen Hao raised his leg and kicked the arrogant man directly out. Looking at the arrogant man flying backwards, Shen Hao said coldly, "You deliberately bumped into my girlfriend. How dare you threaten me? You are the one seeking death." The arrogant man rubbed his stomach, stood up and glared at Shen Hao. Swish! The arrogant man raised his hand to his waist and took out a knife. Asshole! I want you dead. With a flash of knife light, the arrogant man stabbed Shen Hao with the knife. Shen Hao, be careful. Hide. Ah! Careful. Yang Shueli and the others' faces changed slightly and they cried out in surprise. Snort! Shen Hao snorted coldly, instead of dodging, he rushed forward. Snap! A crisp sound of bone fracture was heard. Shen Hao and the arrogant man passed each other. Ding dong! Ah! I have broken my arm. The knife in the arrogant man's hand fell to the ground, and he wailed in pain while holding his broken arm. Shinhao looked at the arrogant man coldly and shouted, "Apologize to my girlfriend now. Otherwise it won't just be your arm that's broken next time." The arrogant man stared at Shinhao with vicious eyes. After a moment, he lowered his head and said through gritted teeth, "I'm sorry. I was wrong. I apologize. You shouldn't have bumped into her on purpose." Shinhao naturally heard the hatred in the arrogant man's tone. But why would Shinhao care? Just as Shinhao stepped forward to continue teaching the arrogant man a lesson, Yang Xueli suddenly grabbed Shinhao's arm. "Shinhao, stop it. It would be troublesome if someone called the police." Shinhao looked at Yang Xueli, who looked worried, and nodded slightly. Looking at the arrogant man, Shinhao shouted coldly, "I'll spare you this time. Go away." The arrogant man raised his head and stared at Shinhao viciously for a long time, then turned around and left holding his broken arm. Watching the arrogant man disappear, Lin Miaomiao, Xia Cheng, and Ma Xiaolei all breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, I was scared to death just now. Yeah, luckily Shinhao is here. Shinhao was so handsome just now. Don't talk nonsense, Sister Lily is still here. He. I'm telling the truth, Sister Lily won't mind." Yang Xueli turned around and looked at her roommate, and said helplessly, "You still have the mood to talk about this? Who was scared to death just now?" Outside the TX bar, Yang Xueli looked at Shinhao. "Shinhao, shall we go back?" Shinhao looked at Yang Xueli's slightly dark circles under her eyes and said, "You didn't get enough rest these past 2 days, did you?" "No way." Just as Yang Xueli was about to retort, Lin Miaomiao and the others said, "Lily has been staying in the lab these days and hasn't had a good rest at all." Shinhao rubbed Yang Xueli's long hair lovingly. "Make sure to get some rest. Only when you are healthy can you continue your research, right?" "Yeah." Yang Xueli nodded with a soft light in her eyes. Shinhao smiled and said, "Now that we're out, relax. Come on, I'll take you to the amusement park." Chapter 78, Meeting Qian Tianhao again. Haihu City Center Amusement Park. Shinhao and his companions arrived in front of the amusement park. There is already a long queue waiting to enter. Why are there so many people? It'll take a long time to queue. Lin Miaomiao and others looked at the long queue and couldn't help but frown. "Shinhao, how about we go somewhere else?" Yang Xueli looked at Shinhao and asked. Shinhao shook his head slightly and said softly, "No, just watch me." After saying that, Shinhao walked towards the duty booth of the amusement park. The security guard on duty saw Shinhao approaching and asked, "Hello sir, how can I help you?" Shinhao said, "Give me the phone number of your general manager's office." Seeing that Shinhao had an extraordinary temperament, the security guard did not make things difficult for him and directly handed the phone to Shinhao. Hello, this is the general manager's office of the Central Amusement Park." The operator's voice came from the phone. Shinhao held the phone and said, "My name is Shinhao. Tell your general manager that I'm waiting for him at the entrance of the amusement park." After hanging up the phone, Shinhao walked towards Yang Xueli and the others. "Someone will take us in soon." Yang Xueli and the others were startled and asked curiously, "Shinhao, do you know the staff of the amusement park?" Shinhao shook his head, "I don't know him." Yang Xueli and others looked at Shinhao in surprise. "How can I get someone to let me in and out if I don't know the staff here?" Dang dang dang. As they were puzzled, a hurried sound of footsteps came closer and closer. "Who is Mr. Shinhao?" A middle-aged man with a big belly wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked. "I." Shinhao looked at the man and asked, "Are you the general manager of the amusement park?" Wang Weigua nodded quickly, "Yes. It's me." Looking at Shinhao, Wang Weigua said hesitantly, "Mr. Shin, can you let me see the ownership certificate of the amusement park?" Not long ago, Wang Weigua received a notice of the transfer of ownership of the amusement park. The shocked Wang Weigua had just come to his senses when he received news that the new boss was suspected to have arrived. This led to the scene where Wang Weigua hurriedly ran out to greet Shinhao. "Take a look." Shinhao handed the property ownership certificate issued by the system to Wang Weigua. Wang Weigua took the certificate and looked at it carefully for a moment. Then he returned it to Shinhao respectfully. "Hello, boss. Welcome to the Central Amusement Park." As soon as Wang Weigua finished speaking, Yang Xueli and others looked at Shinhao in shock. "Boss? Shinhao, you are actually the owner of the Central Amusement Park?" Shinhao nodded and said softly, "Not bad. From today on, I am the boss of this amusement park." Looking up at Wang Weigua, Shenhao said in a deep voice, "Take us in." Wang Weigua nodded quickly and said respectfully, "Boss, please follow me." Led by Wang Weigua, Shenhao and his companions entered the amusement park through an exclusive passage. "Boss, do you have any other instructions?" Wang Weigua asked Shenhao respectfully. Shenhao raised his finger and pointed at Yang Xueli and the others, saying, "Give each of them an exclusive card, and they can enjoy all the attractions in the amusement park for free." Upon hearing this, Wang Weigua quickly agreed. "Okay, boss. Please wait." After Wang Weigua finished speaking, he turned around and left in a hurry. Exclusive card? Free access to all activities? Yang Xueli and the others showed surprise in their eyes. Great! I want to play on the pirate ship. I want to play light cycle speed. I want to go rafting. I didn't go last time because it was too expensive. I heard the ice and snow park is pretty nice. After waiting for a few minutes, Wang Weigua hurried over with a few exclusive cards. "Boss, the exclusive card you requested is ready. Not only is it free with the exclusive card, but you can also enjoy priority access to amusement park projects." Shenhao took the exclusive cards and distributed them to Yang Xueli and others. "Boss." Wang Weigua hesitated for a moment and said, "Regarding the management of the amusement park, do you have any instructions?" Ding. Random task, operation and management of the amusement park. The host has become the owner of the amusement park, and business management needs to be put on the agenda. Please make a choice. Option 1, manage it yourself, and get a 10% increase in the amusement park's traffic as a reward. Choice 2, let Wang Weigua run it on your behalf. As a reward for Wang Weigua's loyalty, I will give him a copy of the roller coaster design. Shenhao pondered for a moment and made a choice. System, I choose the second option. Shenhao is busy living a carefree life, so how can he have the time to run and manage an amusement park? Looking at Wang Weigua, Shenhao said in a deep voice, "Although I am the owner of the amusement park, the operation and management still have to be handed over to you." He raised his hand and patted Wang Weigua's shoulder. "Manager Wang, you won't let me down, will you?" Wang Weigua showed excitement on his face. "Boss, don't worry. I will definitely manage the amusement park well." Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. The next second, Wang Weigua looked at Shenhao with eyes full of respect and admiration. At the same time, there was an extra piece of information in Shenhao's pocket. After taking out the information, Shenhao handed it to Wang Weigua. "Here is a design drawing of a roller coaster, take it and have a look." Wang Weigua took the design drawing, opened it and was immediately stunned. This. Wang Weigua's hands trembled with excitement. "Boss, which master designed this blueprint? It's just amazing." Shenhao smiled and said calmly, "After this design is completed, will there be any tourists trying it?" Wang Weigua said without hesitation, "Of course there will be, and there will be a lot." Wang Weigua said expectantly, "As long as the roller coaster project on the blueprint is completed, it will definitely become the most popular project in the amusement park. It will be a landmark building in the central amusement park." Shenhao, Yang Xueli and others were strolling in the amusement park. If you come across any fun activity, you don't have to wait in line, just go up and play. It's so delicious. Lily, look. There's a magic house up ahead. Let's go check it out. Lin Miao pulled Yang Xueli, and the four roommates ran in one direction. Shenhao followed behind a few people, smiled, shook his head and followed them. Bang! A tourist passing by in a hurry accidentally bumped into Shenhao's shoulder. Snap! The leather wallet slipped out of the tourist's pocket. Shenhao bent down and picked up his wallet. On the front of the wallet, there is a lifelike cherry blossom printed on it. For your wallet. Without waiting for Shenhao to look up at the tourist grabbed his wallet and left in a hurry. This person. Shenhao looked at the tourist's back and felt a familiar feeling in his heart. It's Qian Tianhao. Shenhao recognized him. The last time I accompanied Lu Mingxi to the Faberlin Jazz restaurant for dinner, I happened to meet him. General Manager of Dahua Division of Seymour Company, Qian Tianhao. Chapter 79 The Stunned Magician. Shenhao looked at Qian Tianhao's back as he squeezed into the crowd and couldn't help falling into deep thought. Why is he here? And the cherry blossom pattern on his wallet looks very familiar. It's exactly the same as the tattoo on the chest of the arrogant guy in the TX bar. There was a strange look in Shin Hao's eyes. Are these two people connected? But after a moment, Shin Hao gave up the idea. Because Shin Hao had no interest in knowing what the relationship between Qian Tianhao and the arrogant man was. Shin Hao, come and see. Magic is so amazing. Yang Shueli took Shin Hao's arm and excitedly pointed at the magic being performed in front of the magic house. In front of the magic house, a man in a black suit was performing magic. At this moment, he is showing a purple handkerchief to the audience. Shin Hao looked up at the handkerchief, his eyes fixed. On the corner of the handkerchief, there is a red cherry blossom embroidered. This is the third time Shin Hao has seen this cherry blossom. The magician took the handkerchief into his palm and then exhaled. The next second, the handkerchief turned into a bouquet of roses. Everyone present applauded happily. Shin Hao's gaze passed the magician and looked at the magic house built behind him. Through the crowd, Shin Hao saw a man with a bandaged arm walking into the magic house carrying a suitcase. It was this arrogant man whose arm was broken by Shin Hao in the TX bar. He is here too. A strange look flashed across Shin Hao's eyes. The arrogant man went in and out of the magic house and moved several suitcases into the magic house. Moreover, in the gaps among the crowd, Shin Hao vaguely saw Qian Tianhao walk into the magic house. An idea came to Shin Hao's mind. The arrogant man, the magician, and Qian Tianhao definitely have some connection. Papa. Next, I will perform a very interesting magic trick. The magician clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. Next, I will invite an audience member to interact with me. The magician showed his hands and said with a smile, I will use these hands to take something from him without him noticing. When the tourists who were watching heard this, they all became interested. The magician smiled and said, are there any tourists who came up on their own initiative? I'll do it. Let me. The tourists around raised their hands enthusiastically. A gleam of light flashed in Shin Hao's eyes, and he walked straight towards the magician. Interesting, let me interact with you. The magician was slightly startled, then smiled and said, okay, let this gentleman come on stage and interact with me. Shin Hao stood beside the magician with a calm expression on his face. What is this gentleman's name? Shen Hao. Okay, so what does Mr. Shin do for a living? The magician walked around Shin Hao while talking to him. After a moment, the magician stopped and turned to face the tourists. Excuse me, did anyone see me taking anything from Mr. Shin? The tourists all shook their heads. I didn't see it. No? The magician just circled around Shin Hao. Should not be, otherwise how could Shin Hao not notice it? I think there is, but I don't know what it is. Just as everyone was discussing, Shin Hao spoke. It's my watch. Shin Hao turned to look at the magician with a smile on his face. It's on your wrist right now. As soon as Shin Hao finished speaking, the tourists present were all shocked. Did Shin Hao find out? Everyone looked at the magician's wrist and saw that he was indeed wearing a watch. But before that, the magician was not wearing anything. Wow! It really is a watch. This magician is quite amazing. I think Shin Hao is pretty amazing. He was able to find out that his watch had been taken away. The magician's face was slightly stiff. He looked at Shin Hao and said, Mr. Shin reacts very quickly. It seems that he has a talent for magic. Shin Hao looked at the magician, chuckled and said, actually, I know a thing or two about magic. Oh? The magician raised his eyebrows and said, okay. I wonder if Mr. Shin can give us a performance. Ding. Random task, magician's invitation. The magician was surprised that the host had discovered his movements, so he invited the host to perform. Please make your choice. Choice 1, agree, and be rewarded with a master-level disguise skill. Choice 2, reject, and you will be rewarded with 100 magic props. The voice of the system sounded in Shin Hao's mind. System, I choose the first option, I agree. Looking up at the magician, Shin Hao chuckled and said, in fact, my magic show has already been performed. The magician was startled, then started laughing. Mr. Shin is really funny. Turning his head to look at the tourists watching, the magician asked, Mr. Shin said he had performed the magic trick. Did you see it? The tourists all shook their heads. I didn't see it. What? He just stood there without moving. That's right. You're just talking nonsense. You call this magic? Magic with your mouth? Yang Shueli, Lin Miao and others glared at the tourists. I wanted to defend Shin Hao, but I was outnumbered. Shin Hao looked at the magician and said, "You don't believe it?" The magician shook his head, "Of course not. No one can perform magic in front of me without me noticing." "Oh." Shin Hao chuckled, "The magic I perform is to take away an item from you without you noticing. Now, the magic is done." Turning to look at the tourists, Shin Hao said, "Can you tell what's missing from the magician?" The tourists shook their heads, indicating that they did not notice anything. Shin Hao looked at the somewhat silent magician and said, "Magician, have you discovered what you are missing?" The magician looked at himself, was silent for a moment and then said, "I'm not missing anything. I told you, no one can perform magic in front of me without me noticing." Shin Hao smiled when he heard that. "Really? Then take a look at the chest pocket of your dress. Is there a handkerchief missing?" The magician looked down and his expression suddenly changed. Everyone present looked at the magician's chest and found that there was indeed no handkerchief in his pocket. "Ha! I remember the magician folded his handkerchief and put it in his pocket. It's really gone. Was it taken away by that Shin Hao? Awesome. This Shin Hao is really something. What a fast hand speed. I feel like Shin Hao is even better than a magician." The magician looked up at Shin Hao, his face slightly gloomy. "Give me back my stuff." Shin Hao smiled and put the handkerchief back into the magician's pocket. Raising his hand and patting the magician's shoulder, Shin Hao said softly, "The cherry blossoms here are quite beautiful." Boom! The magician froze in place. Chapter 80 Shocking News. Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding! The rewards have been distributed, please check. The next second, a lot of information appeared in Shin Hao's mind. Dress up. Disguise. Shin Hao quickly absorbed this information. The information has been absorbed, Shin Hao can guarantee it. If an acquaintance walks towards you on the street, you won't be recognized the next second. After leaving the magic house, Shin Hao searched his pockets. He took out a folded paper. In fact, Shin Hao took more than just a handkerchief from the magician. And this folded paper. Opening the paper, Shin Hao saw the contents on it. It is a simple map. A red dot is marked at a location on the map. Shin Hao took out his mobile phone to take pictures and scan. June, where is the red dot above? The next second, a line of words appeared on the phone screen. HSBC Bank, Songjiang Road Branch. After a moment's silence, Shin Hao said, June, check if there is any news about this bank recently? Drop. A piece of news appeared on the mobile phone screen. Songjiang Road, the HSBC branch in Haihu was robbed by unknown persons, and 10 billion in cash was lost. The inspectorate is organizing personnel to arrest the suspects. Shin Hao put away his phone, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. A bank robbed of a large amount of cash. Shen Tianhao, the regional general manager of Seymour Company, who was in charge of investment and financial management. A strong and arrogant man. A magician with flexible skills. Shin Hao's powerful logical thinking allowed him to connect all of these together. A thought came to Shin Hao's mind. With a smile on his face, Shin Hao murmured, "These guys are really brave." "Who is so brave?" Yang Xueli took Shin Hao's arm and asked curiously. Shin Hao shook his head slightly and chuckled, "Nothing." Yang Xueli did not ask further questions, but said excitedly, "Shin Hao, can you do magic? The magic you performed just now was amazing. We didn't even see your movements clearly, and you took the magician's things away." Shin Hao turned to look at the excited Yang Xueli and said with a smile, "Do you want to see another magic trick?" "Yeah." Yang Xueli nodded her head quickly, her face full of anticipation. Shin Hao raised one hand and placed it in front of Yang Xueli. "Look, there's nothing in my hands." The next second, Shin Hao waved his hand, and a bouquet of roses appeared in his hand. "Surely, this is for you." Shin Hao handed the rose to Yang Xueli. "Wow! So beautiful." Yang Xueli took the rose with both hands, her face full of happiness. After sending Yang Xueli and others back to school, Shin Hao drove directly back to the Binhai building. The 23rd floor of the building. Hong Mang Technology Company, Limited. "Boss, you're here." When Lin Guodong and his companions saw Shin Hao, they quickly stood up. "Everyone, please sit down." Shin raised his eyes to look at the others and said, "How is the work going?" Lin Guodong organized his words and said, "The primary artificial intelligence has been basically perfected. We are now working on further optimizing the AI. But the progress is slow and not as good as expected. A look of regret appeared on Lin Guodong's face. Ding! Random mission, the dilemma of the research team. The research team seems to be stuck in a bottleneck. Please make a choice, host. Option 1, help the research team break through the bottleneck, reward Lin Guodong's research ability to be upgraded to SS level, and the research team's D ability plus 10. Option 2, encourage the research team to work hard to break through the bottleneck, reward the research team with plus 10 D passion, and stimulate the aura of overtime work. The voice of the system sounded in Xinhao's mind. System, I choose the first option. Xinhao took out a small silver USB flash drive from his pocket and placed it in front of Lin Guodong and the others. There is a code here, please study it carefully. Lin Guodong and others inserted the USB drive into the computer and clicked to view it. The next second, Lin Guodong and others widened their eyes and looked at the code displayed in disbelief. Hiss. This is a more advanced code for artificial intelligence. It's much more optimized than the current code. According to this code, the AI computing speed will be increased by at least 5 times. Boss, where did you get the code from? Ha ha. We have found the direction for our next work. It took a long while for Lin Guodong and the others to recover from their shock. Lin Guodong looked at Xinhao and hesitated for a moment before saying, Boss, do you think we are not capable enough? In fact, the core code of artificial intelligence is given to us by you. The other people all looked gloomy. Lin Guodong is right. With the emergence of artificial intelligence, their role is actually not that big. Xinhao raised his eyes to look at Lin Guodong and the others, and said solemnly, You don't have to belittle yourselves. Since I chose you, it means that your abilities surpass those of most people. I have already introduced you to the world of artificial intelligence. The rest of the journey will depend on you. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice rang in Xinhao's mind. Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding! The rewards have been distributed, please check. After listening to what Xinhao said, Lin Guodong and others all showed excitement on their faces. A strong sense of self-confidence rose in the hearts of several people. Don't worry, boss. Lin Guodong's eyes were firm, and he said in a deep voice, We will definitely not let you down. Hong Mang Technology Company will develop the most advanced artificial intelligence. Xinhao showed satisfaction in his eyes and patted several people on the shoulders. Keep doing your best. Xinhao took out Hanqing's latest model of mobile phone and placed it in front of Lin Guodong and others. Look at this phone. This phone is pre-installed with the system-rewarded Hong Mang operating system. Lin Guodong took the phone, unlocked it and lit up the screen. As the fingers slid, a look of surprise appeared on the faces of Lin Guodong and others. Boss, this phone system seems. Lin Guodong and the others looked at each other and saw certainty in their expressions. It's not iOS iOS system, nor is it an Android system. Looking up at Xinhao, Lin Guodong asked in shock, Boss, is this a new operating system? Xinhao nodded and said, Not bad. I named it Hong Mang OS. Hong Mang. Lin Guodong and others murmured a few words, and all of them showed excitement on their faces. We also have our own operating system. Several people were experimenting with the Hong Mang system with great interest, and their expressions became more and more excited. Great! This system works great. Its stability and smoothness are just as good as iOS. I feel it is much better than iOS. And it is very consistent with the operating habits of our people. This is tailor-made for us. Chapter 81 Qian Tianhao's Conspiracy. Hong Mang Company, Research Office. Lin Guodong and several others are enthusiastically studying the Hong Mang operating system. Xinhao looked at Lin Guodong and the others and said, Although the Hong Mang operating system is easy to use, it still lacks the most critical part. Lin Guodong and his companions pondered for a moment and asked, Is it ecology? Xinhao nodded, a gleam in his eyes. Without a sound ecosystem, no matter how good the system is, it will be powerless. Looking up at Lin Guodong and the others, Xinhao said, So now there is an important task before you. As soon as Xinhao finished speaking, Lin Guodong and others stood up suddenly. Boss, just give me your orders. No matter what the mission is, we will complete it successfully. Xinhao waved his hand in motion for everyone to sit down. This mission is to gradually improve the ecosystem of the Hong Mang operating system. Start with the daily use app and gradually add other software functions.
Looking at Lin Guodong and the others, Shinhao said in a deep voice, I want to make Hong Mang the world's leading operating system. Boom! Lin Guodong and his companions showed irrepressible excitement on their faces. Several people looked at each other and said in a firm tone, Don't worry, boss. We will definitely not let you down. Binhai Building, Chairman's office. Lu Mingxi received a message and then frowned. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Mingxi dialed Shinhao's number. Mr. Shin, where are you now? I have something important to discuss with you. Shinhao received a call from Lu Mingxi, left Hong Mang Technology Company, and went straight to the chairman's office. Mingxi, what's the matter? Lu Mingxi's face was slightly solemn, and he said in a deep voice, Director Shin, I just received a message. Our company is being targeted. Shinhao was startled when he heard this and said, Were we targeted? What happened? Lu Mingxi said in a serious tone, Just now, someone invested a lot of capital in the market. They want to destroy our company. Shinhao pondered for a moment and said, Who would deliberately target us? Lu Mingxi shook his head and said, It's not clear yet. But I will ask my friends at Seymour Company, they should know. After saying that, Lu Mingxi made a phone call. Beep. Cici, it's me, Mingxi. It's Sister Mingxi. We haven't contacted each other for a long time. Lu Mingxi held the phone and asked, Cici, has the company made any major moves recently? Big move. On the phone, Cici's voice suddenly lowered. Sister Mingxi, are you working at Binhai Company? Lu Mingxi's eyes sparkled when she heard this, and she said, Cici, I work at Binhai Company as the general manager and secretary to the chairman. The next second, Cici's voice rang on the phone. Sister Mingxi, I advise you to resign from Binhai Company. Lu Mingxi's eyes narrowed, and she said in a deep voice, Cici, what's going on? Did you hear any news? Sister Mingxi, let me tell you. Cici whispered, I don't know what has happened to Mr. Qian recently. He wants to use all his strength to destroy Binhai Company. Sister Mingxi, resign now while Binhai is still here. Lu Mingxi hung up the phone, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Qian Tianhao. Looking up at Shinhao, Lu Mingxi took a deep breath and said, Boss Shin, I'll call Qian Tianhao first to feel out his reaction. Shinhao nodded and said, Mingxi, there's no need to worry. This Qian Tianhao won't be able to stay alive for long. Lu Mingxi called Qian Tianhao. Hello? Mingxi, why did you find time to call me? Qian Tianhao said in a teasing tone. Lu Mingxi said in a cold tone, Qian Tianhao. Do you think you can destroy Binhai with the power of the Western Alliance Company? You are so naive. I'll let you know that Binhai Company's background is beyond your imagination. Qian Tianhao sneered, Huh? Mingxi, don't force yourself. You know the capabilities of Seymour Company best. It's so easy to bring down a company. Qian Tianhao said confidently, Mingxi, I'm downstairs in your company now. If you want to save Binhai Company, invite me up to discuss it in detail. Bang! Lu Mingxi hung up the phone with a cold expression. Boss Shin, I'll have the security guards drive Qian Tianhao away right now. Ding! Random mission, Qian Tianhao's conspiracy. Qian Tianhao has conspired to use the power of Seymour Company to destroy Binhai Company. Please make a choice, host. Choice 1, let Qian Tianhao go upstairs and be rewarded with 1 billion coins. Choice 2, get rid of Qian Tianhao and reward him with confidential information from Seymour Company. The voice of the system sounded in Shinhao's mind. System, I choose the first option. Looking up at Lu Mingxi, Shinhao said, Don't chase him away yet. Let him come up. I really want to know what Qian Tianhao wants to do. Lu Mingxi nodded, Okay, I'll notify the security guard to let him come up. Bang! The door of the chairman's office was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Qian Tianhao walked in with a proud look on his face. Ha ha! Mingxi, you are still as beautiful as ever. Turning to look at Shinhao, Qian Tianhao laughed. Hey! Mr. Shin is here too. The next second, Qian Tianhao's face turned cold, but soon, you will no longer be Director Shin. Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding! The rewards have been distributed, please check. Shinhao's cell phone vibrated. 1 billion coins arrived instantly. Qian Tianhao found a chair and sat down without restraint. Bang! Qian Tianhao took out a cigar and started puffing smoke. Shinhao, do you know why I want to destroy your company?
Without waiting for Shin Hao to answer, Xian Tianhao pointed at Lu Mengxi and said, "Because of Mengxi." Staring at Shin Hao angrily, Xian Tianhao shouted, "Originally Mengxi was in Seymour Company, so the two of us were most likely to be together. But she suddenly left Seymour, came to Binhai, and became your woman." Xian Tianhao's face darkened and he said in a cold voice, "And I have been pursuing Mengxi for 3 years. But I never even held her hand." Shin Hao chuckled when he heard this, and said in a mocking tone, "You are incompetent, and you blame me?" Bang! Xian Tianhao stood up suddenly. "Shin Hao, you still dare to be so arrogant? Do you know that I can bankrupt you with just one word?" Ding! Random mission, Xian Tianhao's threat. Xian Tianhao, who is furious, threatens the host with Binhai Company. Please make a choice. Choice 1, come on, if Binhai goes bankrupt, I lose. The reward is an office building worth 10 billion. Choice 2, believe it or not, I can put you in jail with just one phone call. Reward, Seymour Company's top secret black material. Chapter 82 Xian Tianhao's Fear. The voice of the system sounded in my mind. Without hesitating for a moment, Shin Hao made his choice directly. System, I choose the second option. Lean back on the seat. Shin Hao looked at Xian Tianhao shouting and threatening with an indifferent expression. One sentence can make me bankrupt? What a huge energy. Xian Tianhao took a puff of his cigar and sneered, "Shin Hao, you don't have to pretend to be calm here. Give you a choice. Want to save Binhai Company? Give Lu Mengxi to me." Bang! Lu Mengxi's face turned cold and he shouted, "Xian Tianhao, you are shameless." Xian Tianhao laughed and said nonchalantly, "That depends on Shin Hao's choice." Shin Hao looked at Xian Tianhao with pity, as if he was looking at a mentally retarded person. "Xian Tianhao, has your brain been eaten by a pig? You actually came to my company and asked me to send the woman away? How stupid must one be to say something like that?" Bang! Xian Tianhao glared at Shin Hao and shouted in a deep voice, "Shin Hao, if you don't believe what I say, I'll make you sleep on the street." Shin Hao sneered upon hearing this and said in a deep voice, "Xian Tianhao, do you believe that I can make you spend the rest of your life in jail with just one phone call?" Hee hee ha 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 ha. Xian Tianhao laughed loudly, "Okay. I want to see how you send me to jail." Shin Hao sneered and said softly, "Dijun, call the inspectorate." The next second, the call was connected. Hello, this is the inspectorate." Shin Hao's eyes flashed coldly, and he said, "I want to report it. The criminals who plan to rob the Songjiang Road branch of the Shanghai Hong Kong HSBC Bank are in Binhai building." There was silence for a moment on the phone, and then a nervous voice sounded. "Sir, please don't alert the enemy. Officers from the inspectorate will arrive at Marina Tower soon." Bang! After hanging up the phone, Shin Hao looked up at Xian Tianhao, who looked confused. "How about it? Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Xian Tianhao came to his senses and the cigar in his hand fell to the ground. What do you want to say?" "I have no idea." Xian Tianhao's face was pale and there was a hint of sweat on his forehead. "Have no idea?" A hint of sarcasm appeared on Shin Hao's lips. "Dijun, check the details of this bank robbery." The next second, the picture on Shin Hao's mobile phone screen flashed frequently. All relevant information about this bank robbery. "Master, it is reported that this robbery was carefully planned, and the criminal gang is very familiar with the time and route of bank currency escort. After taking control of the bank's security personnel, the criminals used very sophisticated techniques to open the bank's safe. According to witnesses, the criminal gang consisted of 3 members, and they left behind a cherry blossom made of coins before leaving." Shin Hao looked at Xian Tianhao, whose face was getting paler, and sneered, "Did you hear that? The gang committed the crime with careful planning. Let me guess. Among these 3 criminals, is there one who works for a financial company? One is a strong and arrogant thug. One is a skilled magician." Plop! Xian Tianhao suddenly fell into his chair with a look of fear on his face. How do you know?" Shin Hao sneered, "I also know that these criminals have one common characteristic. There's a cherry blossom on each of them." Shin Hao looked at Xian Tianhao sharply and said in a deep voice, "Xian Tianhao, can you take out your wallet? Let me see if there is a cherry blossom engraved on the front of the wallet." Gulp! Xian Tianhao stared at Shin Hao as if he had seen a ghost. His face was filled with fear. Xian Tianhao raised his hand tremblingly and slowly put it into his arms. The next second, Xian Tianhao's expression suddenly changed, and his eyes were as cold as ice. Shin Hao, go to hell. A pistol appeared in Qian Tianhao's hand, and the muzzle was pointed at Shin Hao. Swish. In the office, a figure flashed by. Shin Hao had already come close to Qian Tianhao and held Qian Tianhao's gun holding hand with one hand. Bang! Shin Hao slapped him with his backhand. Qian Tianhao didn't even make a sound, his body slumped down in the chair. Ah! The sudden and swift action was completed in a flash, and Lu Mingxi finally reacted. Mr. Shin, how are you? Are you hurt? Lu Mingxi ignored the danger and rushed to Shin Hao. Don't worry, I'm fine. Shin Hao placed Qian Tianhao's pistol on the table and spoke softly. Call. Lu Mingxi breathed a sigh of relief, his face full of fear. Director Shin, that was too dangerous. Qian Tianhao actually took out a pistol. If you hadn't reacted quickly, I'm afraid. Lu Mingxi's body trembled slightly and she didn't dare to say anything more. Shin Hao smiled and put his arm around Lu Mingxi's shoulders. He wants to hurt me, but he's still 8 generations away from it. Lu Mingxi couldn't help but give Shin Hao a coquettish look, only you can do it. Looking at Qian Tianhao slumped in the chair, Lu Mingxi said worriedly, Director Shin, you won't kill him, will you? After a moment's silence, Lu Mingxi continued, Don't worry, Mr. Shin, it's okay even if he dies. I know a lawyer friend who thinks this is excessive self-defense at best. Shin Hao chuckled when he heard this, it's not that serious, he just fainted. Looking at Qian Tianhao, Shin Hao said coldly, I said I would make him spend the rest of his life in prison. Killing him now would be too easy for him. The people from the inspectorate are very fast. Several police cars with flashing lights drove to the downstairs of the Binhai building. Leading the team is a cold-looking female inspector. Remember. Susu looked around at the inspectors and said in a deep voice, the criminal is armed and very dangerous. Pay attention to the safety of the hostages. Set off. Led by Susu, a group of people rushed into the Binhai building one after another. Bang! The door of the chairman's office was pushed open instantly. The inspectors led by Susu rushed into the office vigilantly and swiftly, holding guns. Put down your weapons. Put your hands up. Susu stared at Shin Hao, holding the gun tightly in both hands. Shin Hao raised his hand and said helplessly, Inspector, please take a closer look. He's the criminal, okay? I'm the one who called the police just now. Shin Hao pointed at Qian Tianhao who was slumped unconscious in his chair. Susu looked at Shin Hao, then turned to look at Qian Tianhao, with an expression of some surprise and doubt on her face. The person who reported the case was standing there quietly. The criminal collapsed and fell unconscious on the ground. What is this operation? Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Host, please choose the reward distribution method. Distribute it to my phone in electronic file format. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. Chapter 83 Beautiful Inspector, Susu. After explaining for a long time, Susu finally believed that Shin Hao was the person who reported the case. After signaling the team members to put away their guns, Susu asked Shin Hao, Did you report the case? Shin Hao nodded, Yes, it's me. Susu looked at Qian Tianhao for a while, then looked at the pistol on the table. How do you know he's a bank robber? Shin Hao smiled and said, This is actually a coincidence. I met an arrogant man with a cherry blossom tattoo on his chest, and I saw the cherry blossom pattern on his wallet. Finally, I found a magician with cherry blossoms embroidered on his handkerchief. Thinking about the origami cherry blossoms left behind by the bank robbers, I guessed that they were the criminals who robbed the bank. Looking up at Susu, Shin Hao chuckled and said, But I'm not sure yet. I just tricked him. I didn't expect him to pull out a pistol and try to shoot me. Shin Hao shrugged, pointed at the unconscious Qian Tianhao, and said casually, So you all saw it. Susu looked at Shin Hao suspiciously, That is indeed a coincidence. He was holding a gun, how did you knock him out? Shin Hao smiled slightly and said calmly, Fortunately, I have practiced Jeet Kune Do for a few days. Susu pondered for a moment and asked Shin Hao suspiciously, Where did you meet the strong man and the magician? Shin Hao chuckled, It seems that this inspector still doesn't believe me. As long as you go to the amusement park in the center of Haihu City and find a newly opened magic house, everything will be revealed. Susu looked at Shin Hao intently for a moment, then called a team member. Send a message to the headquarters and rush to the central amusement park. Looking up at Shin Hao, Susu said in a deep voice, I believe you. But this is a serious matter. You have to go back to the inspectorate with us and make a statement.
Lu Mengxi subconsciously grabbed Shinhao's sleeve, a look of worry on her face.
Ding. Random mission, go to the inspectorate.
The inspector seems to still doubt the host's testimony and requires the host to go to the inspectorate to take a statement.
Please make your choice.
Choice 1, agree to go, reward, Susu's favorability plus 50, master level gun skills. Choice 2, refuse to go, and be rewarded with master level grappling skills. The voice of the system sounded in Shinhao's mind.
After pondering for a moment, Shinhao made a choice. System, I agree to go to the inspection bureau. Only by going to the inspectorate can you completely convince the inspector.
Shinhao patted Lu Mengxi on the shoulder and said with a smile, I haven't broken any law.
I'm just taking a statement. I'll be back soon.
Lu Mengxi nodded hesitantly and said worriedly, Director Shin, I'll wait for you then.
If you're not back in 4 hours, I'll notify my lawyer friend.
Shinhao followed Su and his group and walked out of the Binhai building. As for the unconscious Qian Tianhao, he was carried out by 2 inspectors.
In the police car.
Shinhao turned to look at Su and asked, Mr. Inspector, I don't know your name yet. Su sat upright and said in a cold and crisp voice, Su, Inspector number 07523. Shinhao stretched out a palm and said with a smile, My name is Shinhao, nice to meet you.
Su snorted and did not shake hands with Shinhao.
Shinhao didn't care and withdrew his hand.
Come to think of it, this is my first time going to the inspectorate. I don't know if the tea there is good or not. Su raised her lips slightly and said, If you are not lying, then the tea must be delicious. If you lie. There's no tea, but the prison food is sufficient.
Haihu City Inspection Bureau, Binhai Bureau. In a lounge, Shinhao had finished taking notes and was leisurely sipping tea.
Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check.
The next second, the information about looking at appeared in Shinhao's mind.
Types of firearms. The structure of various firearms. How to use firearms. Bang.
The door of the lounge was pushed open and Su walked in.
Shinhao. You can go now.
Shinhao raised his eyebrows when he heard this.
Inspector Su, did you figure it out so quickly? Su nodded and sat opposite Shinhao. My colleagues caught Qian Yong and Sun Tao at the amusement park.
That's the arrogant man and the magician you mentioned.
Shinhao smiled and said softly, Have they all confessed? Su smiled and said, Of course. All 3 criminals were arrested. And a large amount of cash was found in the magic house. The evidence is irrefutable. They can't deny it.
Su raised her eyes to look at Shinhao and said casually, I heard that you are the owner of the Central Amusement Park?
Shinhao nodded, Yes, it was transferred to my name not long ago. Looking at the cold-faced Su, Shinhao said softly, Inspector Su, can I leave now? Su waved her hand, okay. Shinhao stood up and walked towards the door.
But before going out, Shinhao stopped. Turning around and looking at Su, Shinhao said, Qian Tianhao's pistol must have been modified recently. There should be someone behind Qian Tianhao and the others.
If you're interested, you can check it out. After saying that, Shinhao left the inspection bureau directly. Su was thinking about what Shinhao said.
When I came to my senses, Shinhao had already left.
Someone come.
Su quickly stood up and called out, Bring Qian Tianhao's pistol over here. Inspectorate, Firearms Management Warehouse. The parts of the guns were placed on the table. An old inspector in uniform carefully examined the parts of the gun.
Mr. Wang, how is it? What can you see?
Su looked at Wang Changfeng and asked.
Wang Changfeng nodded and said in a deep voice, Yes, these parts have been modified.
And it was made by a master. Su's eyes flashed when she heard that.
How did Shinhao know that this gun had been modified?
And he leaves words half said.
How annoying. Central Amusement Park.
In front of the magic house, a team of inspectors rushed in.
2 people were then taken away by the inspectors. Not far away, an old man who was cleaning up garbage saw this scene. Caught?
It seems that the inspectorate responded quickly this time.
Who leaked the news? But this is what makes it fun. The old man turned and left, disappearing around the corner. The next second, a young man appeared and walked away quickly.
Binhai Building, Chairman's office.
Lu Mengxi paced back and forth in the office with an anxious look on his face.
He was holding the phone and was about to call his lawyer friend.
Bang! The next second, the office door was pushed open. Director Shin. You're back. Lu Mengshi looked towards the door in surprise. Chapter 84: The Stalker in the Dark. Biogenetic Engineering Laboratory. Shin Hao pushed the door open and saw Yang Xueli, who was immersed in her research. Shirley? Shirley. Shin Hao greeted them twice. Only then did Yang Xueli come back to her senses. Ah! Shin Hao, you're here. When Yang Xueli saw Shin Hao, there was a look of surprise in her eyes. Shin Hao looked at Yang Xueli's slightly tired expression and couldn't help but frown and said, Xueli, didn't you get enough rest again? Yang Xueli lowered her head and said softly, I'm sorry. I want to find a way to cure my mother as soon as possible. Shin Hao sighed softly and raised his hand to rub Yang Xueli's hair. I don't mean to blame you. It's good to take your time, but don't rush it. Looking up at Yang Xueli, Shin Hao said, I heard that you have applied for early graduation? Yang Xueli nodded, well, university and even graduate school studies are no longer useful to me. What I lack most now is a large number of clinical trials. There was a hint of surprise in Shin Hao's eyes. He is indeed an SS-level scientific research talent. Even better than the academic master. Holding Yang Xueli's hand, Shin Hao said, let's go out for a walk and relax. On the street, Shin Hao and Yang Xueli walked side by side. Faintly, Shin Hao felt like he was being watched. Turning his head, Shin Hao looked intently at the passers-by, but did not find anything unusual. Strangeness. Shin Hao frowned. Someone is definitely following me. Shin Hao, what's wrong? Yang Xueli noticed that Shin Hao was acting strangely and couldn't help but ask. Ding. Random mission, stalker in the dark. The host has noticed that someone seems to be following him. The purpose is unknown. Please make a choice. Choice 1, act as if nothing happened, and I will reward you with a set of Thompson Epine luxury apartment. Option 2, find the stalker and you will be rewarded with master-level tracking and anti-tracking skills. The voice of the system sounded in Shin Hao's mind. After pondering for a moment, Shin Hao decided to find out the stalker in the dark. Surely. Shin Hao looked at Yang Xueli and said, you go back first. I have something to take care of. Yang Xueli nodded, okay, then I'll leave first. As he watched Yang Xueli's back disappear, Shin Hao's eyes gradually became sharper. Turning around, Shin Hao focused on observing the pedestrians passing by on the street. Most of the pedestrians were in a hurry and did not notice Shin Hao. But with the help of a master's disguise technique, Shin Hao discovered a strange phenomenon. At first it was a tall woman. Next came a middle-aged man with a big belly. The last one is an elderly homeless man picking up trash. Their eyes all looked towards Shin Hao vaguely. When Shin Hao looked at them intently, he found that their figures had disappeared one after another. No, not disappeared. They all changed their clothes and disguised themselves. They were all pretended by one person. Found you. A smile appeared on Shin Hao's lips. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. The next second, a large amount of information emerged in Shin Hao's mind. Track. Anti-tracking. These skills are being quickly absorbed by Shin Hao. Shin Hao's eyes were fixed on a young handsome man. He is the pursuer in the dark in disguise. Shin Hao looked at the man and a smile appeared on his face. The next second, Shin Hao disappeared among the passers-by. The young man was tracking Shin Hao in the dark, but suddenly found that Shin Hao's figure disappeared. How could it be? There was a hint of suspicion in the man's eyes. Before this, he had never lost track of his target. Bang! The doubtful man was suddenly bumped by someone. Looking up, I saw a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses. I'm sorry, are you okay? The middle-aged man disguised as Shin Hao patted the man on the shoulder and asked with a slightly apologetic tone. The man shook his head, it's okay. Shin Hao smiled and said, do you want to go to the hospital? The man frowned, wondering if the middle-aged man was sick. If you get hit, go to the hospital. No need, just go. Shin Hao's smile widened, really? Then I'll leave. The man waved his hand and said impatiently, let's go. Shin Hao chuckled and walked forward, brushing the man's shoulder. Ring, ring, ring. The next second, Shin Hao's cell phone suddenly rang. I took out my cell phone and saw that it was the beautiful Inspector Su Su. Hello? Inspector Su, what do you want to talk to me about? The man not far behind Shin Hao moved his ears and heard the faint voice coming from the phone. On the phone, Su said in a slightly urgent tone, Shin Hao, you are right. There really is someone hiding behind Xian Tianhao and the others. After a pause, Su said solemnly, Han country's a level-wanted criminal, thousand-faced fox. Shin Hao, you must be careful. This thousand-faced fox is likely to come looking for you. Click. The young man not far behind Shin Hao suddenly clenched his fists. The look in his eyes as he looked at Shin Hao's back was filled with anger after being fooled. Sensing something unusual behind him, Shin Hao turned around. He raised his hand and took off his sunglasses, then said to Su with a smile, Inspector Su, you don't have to worry about it. This thousand-faced fox is standing right in front of me. Bang! After Shin Hao finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Shin Hao greeted the angry young man in front of him and said with a smile, Hello, thousand-faced fox. Thousand-faced fox took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Shin Hao. Sharp. Being able to stand in front of me without being noticed by me. Your disguise skills are enough to surpass others. Shin Hao played with the sunglasses in his hand and said with a smile, Thank you for the compliment. I am indeed a little bit better than you. The thousand-faces fox's face turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, Now that you have discovered me, what are you going to do? Shin Hao looked at the thousand-faced fox and frowned slightly. You'd better change your image and talk to me. You always look effeminate when you pretend to be a man. He raised his hand and took out an ID card, and Shin Hao took a look at it. Although it's fake, the image above looks much more comfortable. On the identity card, there is a woman with a sweet smile. But this ID is fake. With the master-level forgery skills rewarded by the system, Shin Hao discovered the authenticity of the ID card at the first moment. When? A look of shock flashed across the thousand-faced fox's eyes. She didn't even notice when Shin Hao took her ID card. He. Interesting. Swish. Thousand-faced fox raised his hand and wiped his face. As if changing his face, the young man turned into a beautiful woman. Raising his hand toward Shin Hao, Qiamianhu said, Give me back my ID card. Shin Hao shook the fake ID in his hand and said with a smile, That won't work. This is my trophy. Chapter 85 The Frightened Thousand-Faced Fox. A cafe on the street. Shin Hao and Thousand-Faced Fox sat opposite each other. Thousand-Faced Fox stirred the coffee and looked at Shin Hao dangerously. How do you know there's someone behind Xian Tianhao? Shin Hao smiled slightly, Xian Tianhao's pistol. Thousand-Faced Fox was startled. Pistol? Yes. A pistol that has just been modified and has not yet been completely run in. Looking up at the thousand-faced fox, Shin Hao said with a smile, This pistol is the one you modified, right? Not bad for the technique, but the muzzle weight is a bit high. Not bad? When the thousand-faced fox heard this comment, his eyes turned slightly cold. You know, she is called a master of firearms modification by people in the industry. Looking at the indifferent thousand-faced fox, Shin Hao said indifferently, Are those three people Qian Tianhao your subordinates? Ha! They deserve it. Thousand-faced fox sneered, They are just a few chess pieces for me to play with in my spare time. Snap. 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 Shin Hao clapped his hands. As expected of Han's a level-wanted criminal. A few chess pieces can easily rob a bank. Awesome. But Shin Hao looked at the thousand-faced fox and chuckled, He's been caught. You. The thousand-faced fox paused, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. If you hadn't meddled in other people's business, would those people from the inspection bureau have been able to catch Qian Tianhao and the others? Shin Hao shrugged and said calmly, I believe that the law will not let anything slip through. Oh. Thousand-faced fox sneered with disdain. I heard that wanted criminals are very dangerous. Shin Hao looked at the thousand-faced fox curiously and asked, Is it true? Will you kill me? A cold light flashed in the thousand-faced fox's narrow eyes. Meeting. With a hint of sneer on his lips, the thousand-faced fox said coldly, You knew I would kill you, so why didn't you run away? Ding. Random mission, the threat of the thousand-faced fox. The wanted criminal thousand-faced fox seems to have murderous intentions towards the host. Please make your choice. Choice 1, turn around and run away, reward agility +1, master level parkour skills. Choice 2, respond calmly, reward charisma +1, master level assassination skills. The voice of the system sounded in Shinhao's mind. How could a real man turn around and run away? Shinhao made his choice without hesitation. System, I choose the second option. Looking up at the thousand-faced fox that was full of murderous intent, Shinhao chuckled. Why should I run? Is it because you are a thousand-faced fox? Shinhao's calm and composed look made thousand-faced fox even more annoyed. Shouldn't he be scared by me and turn around and run away, allowing me to enjoy the feeling of chasing prey? With murderous intent in his eyes, the thousand-faced fox shouted in a deep voice, Believe it or not, I have countless ways to make you die here quietly. Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding! The rewards have been distributed, please check. The next second, a large amount of information emerged in Shinhao's mind. All kinds of invisible assassination techniques were quickly absorbed by Shinhao. Shinhao looked at the thousand-faced fox with a calm expression on his face. Of course I believe you can kill me quietly. But which way would you choose? Shinhao lowered his head and stirred the coffee. He chuckled and said, Is it this cup of coffee with medicine added to it? Looking up at the sleeves of Thousand Faces Fox, Shinhao continued, Or maybe use the flying needle on your wrist? Or the simplest and crudest way. With the pistol you had in your arms that pretended to have a silencer? Shinhao supported his hands on the table, leaned forward slightly and looked at the Thousand Faces Fox. Tell me, which way would you choose? The thousand-faced fox opened his eyes wide, and for the first time a look of shock appeared on his face. How do you know? Shinhao chuckled and said, Is this hard to guess? You have too many flaws, I can tell at a glance. The thousand-faced fox quietly clenched his hands. Under Shinhao's gaze, the thousand-faced fox seemed like a prey in the eyes of the hunter. There is a feeling that there is no escape. Call. Call. After taking a few deep breaths, the thousand-faced fox struggled to break free from the oppressive aura of Shinhao. The look he gave Shinhao again was filled with fear and dread. I lost this time. A hint of unwillingness to admit defeat flashed across the thousand-faced fox's narrow eyes. But next time, I will beat you. As soon as he finished speaking, Thousand-Faced Fox stood up and left the cafe directly. The moment he walked out of the coffee shop, the Thousand-Faced Fox disguised himself as a tall and thin man. In the coffee shop, Shinhao tapped the coffee cup with his spoon. Ding! Ding! Waiter, change the coffee. The waiter came over quickly. Shinhao pointed at the coffee and said, Remember to dilute this cup of coffee with clean water. Although the waiter was puzzled by Shinhao's behavior, he still nodded. Yes, sir. I'll get you a cup of coffee instead. Thousand-Faced Fox. Shinhao frowned slightly. Shinhao had a premonition that this thousand-faced fox would definitely come back to cause trouble for him. The next second, a smile appeared on Shinhao's lips. Isn't this a kind of fun? Bang! The door of the cafe was suddenly pushed open. The beautiful Inspector Susu rushed in with an anxious look on her face. Looking around, Susu saw Shinhao sitting in the corner sipping coffee. Shinhao! Susu exclaimed and walked over quickly. Are you okay? Shinhao looked at Susu, who looked worried, and chuckled, Of course I'm fine. Susu looked around vigilantly and asked, Where is the thousand-faced fox? Didn't you say he was with you? Shinhao smiled slightly, Don't look at it. She's gone. Susu was startled and looked at Shinhao in confusion, He's gone already? No. Hurt you? Shinhao took a sip of coffee and said, Why would she hurt me? Susu looked at Shinhao in surprise, He must know that it was with your help that Qian Tianhao and his men were captured. Now he comes looking for you again, how could he let you go like this? Shinhao said helplessly, Inspector Su, how much do you hope that the thousand-faced fox will harm me? That's not what I meant. Susu showed an embarrassed look on her face. Thousand-faced fox is a Class A wanted criminal. He's very dangerous. But he actually let you go so easily? How strange. Shinhao did not tell Susu that the thousand-faced fox was scared away by him. Maybe it's because. Shinhao chuckled, Do I look kind? The ghost has a kind face. Susu gave Shinhao a speechless look. Shinhao looked at Susu with a smile on his face. Inspector Su, do you want information about the thousand-faced fox? Top secret. Chapter 86 I have information about the thousand-faced fox. You have information about the thousand-faced fox? Susu stood up suddenly and looked at Shinhao in shock. The thousand-faced fox is extremely cunning. Even the inspectorate only has his code name.
Shinhao smiled slightly. I sat face to face with Thousand Faces Fox for a quarter of an hour and drank a cup of coffee with him.
Do you think I might have some information about the thousand-faced fox?
Susu suddenly clenched her palms and said excitedly, that's great.
Even some basic information would be very useful to us. Looking up at Shinhao, Susu said, what information do you have? Tell me quickly. Ding. Random task, Susu's request.
The information about the thousand-faced fox that the host has seems to be very important to Susu.
In response to Susu's request, please make a choice.
Choice 1, refuse to provide information and be rewarded with mastery-level hacking skills.
Choice 2, agree to provide information and be rewarded with plus 50 Susu's favorability. Master-level case deduction ability.
The voice of the system sounded in Shinhao's mind.
System, I choose the second option.
Shinhao looked at Susu and said, Inspector Su, in the files of the inspectorate, is the thousand-faced fox a male or a female?
This. Susu pondered for a moment.
After all, the information of Class A wanted criminals is also a secret file in the inspectorate. However, considering that Shinhao had some information about the thousand-faced fox, Susu still said, it's a male.
Shinhao shook his head slightly, chuckled and said, wrong. The thousand-faced fox is a woman. What? Susu looked at Shinhao in surprise and said in disbelief, the thousand-faced fox is actually a woman? I know her disguise skills are amazing.
But she mostly presented herself as a man, so she was marked as male in the inspectorate's files.
Shinhao smiled slightly, who says that if you often pretend to be a man, you are a man? I can tell you clearly that the thousand-faced fox is a woman. And she should be a very beautiful woman. Susu pondered for a moment and looked at Shinhao suspiciously. You have only seen the thousand-faced fox once, so are you so sure that she is a woman? Certainly. Shinhao nodded, from some of her unintentional details of movement.
And judging from the fragrance emanating from her body, she is undoubtedly a woman.
Susu looked at Shinhao in doubt. Fragrance? Perfume? No. It's body odor.
Shinhao said, usually women have their own body fragrance. But some people can smell it strongly, while others can hardly detect it.
This condition generally fades with age. And the thousand-faced fox has a faint sweet scent on its body.
Shinhao has undergone a systematic transformation into a perfect body, and has surpassed most people in every aspect.
This includes the sense of smell. Hiss.
Susu took a deep breath and looked at Shinhao in surprise.
You can smell this? Shinhao smiled slightly. Do you want me to smell you? Susu was stunned and still found it hard to believe. Okay, then you try it.
Shinhao stood up, walked closer to Susu and walked around her.
Is that all?
Seeing Shinhao sitting down again, Susu couldn't help but ask.
Shinhao nodded, okay. You have a light, pure scent of jasmine. I don't think I have a boyfriend yet.
Shinhao raised his eyebrows and continued, but there is still a very subtle smell of blood.
Inspector Su, are you injured? Swish. Susu's cheeks turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. All right. Don't say anything, I believe you.
Shinhao was stunned for a moment, then suddenly reacted.
Susu's relatives must have come. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check.
The next second, a large amount of information flooded into Shinhao's mind.
After integrating and absorbing this information, Shinhao has reached master level in case deduction ability.
Susu looked up at Shinhao, a strange look flashing across her eyes.
Shinhao, please continue. What other information do you have about the thousand-faced fox?
Shinhao raised his hand and tapped the table lightly, saying, let me think about it. Shinhao recalled the scene when he met the thousand-faced fox. With the help of master-level disguise skills, Shinhao can easily see some real information about the thousand-faced fox. Thousand-faced fox, female, should be around 25 years old.
Height 175 centimeters, measurements are 94, 63, 98. The legs are very long and the body proportions are very good.
Although she's disguised well, she does have a beauty mark on the right corner of her eye. Also, judging by her taste in clothes, you can go around the Chanel women's clothing flagship store and try to catch her. But I think it's unlikely, because her disguise skills are very good. She is also proficient in firearms and weapon modification, and has done some research on pharmacology.
Be sure to be safe when arresting her. Shinhao told all the information he had. Looking up at Su Su, who looked dazed, Shinhao said with a smile, Inspector Su, is this enough information? Su Su nodded woodenly, enough, enough. Then she reacted and looked at Shinhao in shock. Shinhao, did you observe all this? Shinhao nodded and said with a smile, yes. If there is enough time, we should be able to see more. Su Su looked at Shinhao in shock. After a moment of silence, she said, Shinhao, it's a pity that you don't become an inspector. With your observation skills and meticulous thinking, you can definitely solve difficult criminal cases. Forget it. Shinhao shrugged and said casually, but if Inspector Su encounters any difficulties in the future, you can come to me. Good. Su Su nodded, stood up and was about to leave. But he suddenly stopped. Shinhao, let me ask you a question. Is it possible that a ghost might kill people? Shinhao shook his head, chuckled and said, how is that possible? Ghosts killing people is just a trick. Su Su pondered for a moment and said, there was a pianist who played Friday the 13th alone in his room. He was suddenly suffocated to death as if he was caught by an invisible rope. The inspectorate has yet to identify a suspect and solve the mystery of the pianist's death. Shinhao knocked on the table and fell into deep thought. With the help of his master-level case deduction ability, Shinhao got a clue. Who reported the case? Su Su said aloud, my dear pianist. That day, a friend of the pianist went to his house, walked around the room with him, and then came out. Then the pianist was alone in the room, playing Friday the 13th. The music suddenly stopped, and the pianist's lover noticed something was wrong. After opening the door, he found that the pianist had suffocated to death. Looking up at Shinhao, Su Su asked, when the pianist was playing the piano, no one entered his room. But he died mysteriously. Who is the murderer? Chapter 87 Solving the Locked Room Murder Case. Ding. Random mission, murder in a closed room. Su Su is troubled by a murder case in a closed room. In the face of Su Su's troubles, please make a choice. Choice 1, provide clues, help solve the case, and be rewarded with master-level hacking skills. Choice 2, do nothing, refuse to solve the case, and be rewarded with a single family house. The voice of the system sounded in Shinhao's mind. System, I choose to provide clues and help solve the case. After listening to Su Su's narration, Shinhao smiled. It sounds like a perfect locked room murder case. Su Su nodded and said in a deep voice, the pianist's lover and his friend both have perfect alibis. So this case remains unsolved. Shinhao chuckled and said to Su Su, you have fallen into a misunderstanding. What's the misunderstanding? Su Su looked at Shinhao in surprise. Shinhao said in a deep voice, the pianist was alone in the room. Who knows if he played this piece? This. Su Su showed a look of astonishment on her face. Shinhao looked at Su Su and chuckled, catch the pianist's friend. He was the one who killed the person. After he followed the pianist into the room, he strangled the pianist to death, then wiped out all traces, closed the door and walked out as if nothing had happened. Su Su showed an expression of disbelief on her face. But after he left, the pianist's lover heard the pianist playing Friday the 13th. Shinhao chuckled, this is what I call a misunderstanding. The piano music is not played by a pianist, but played by a speaker. Check his friend's phone. It should be able to automatically connect to the Bluetooth speaker in the pianist's room. As soon as Shinhao finished speaking, Su Su's face suddenly changed. He quickly took out his cell phone and called the inspectorate. Hello, I'm Su Su. A voice rang out on the phone, Captain Su, what's the matter? Su Su walked out of the coffee shop quickly, saying in a hurried tone, there has been progress in the 5.11 case. The suspect is the pianist's friend Wang Pang. Send someone to arrest him immediately. Bang. After hanging up the phone, Su Su got into the police car and drove away. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. The next second, a large amount of hacking techniques emerged in Shinhao's mind and were quickly absorbed. Looking at Su Su's back as she drove away, Shinhao shook his head slightly. It's true. You didn't even say thank you after helping me. I'll ask you for interest next time we meet. Retracting his gaze, Shinhao picked up the coffee and began to taste it. Ring, ring, ring. The cell phone suddenly rang. Shinhao took out the Bluetooth headset and put it on his ears. D. Jun, who called? Master, this is Director Wang Ping from the Haihu First Central Hospital. Wang Ping.
Xinhao pondered for a moment and said, "Di Jun, answer the phone."
The next second, the call was connected. Hello, Xinhao? I'm Wang Ping. Xinhao smiled slightly. Director Wang, what's the matter?
On the phone, Wang Ping sighed, "Now there is a very difficult patient.
We've run out of options, so we can only call you to see if you have any ideas."
Xinhao was silent for a moment, then said, "Okay, I'll be there right away."
Haihu First Central Hospital.
In a luxurious ward, several chief physicians were at a loss as to what to do.
Hey!
Mr. Dong is a valuable talent of our Han country, nothing must happen to him.
Didn't Mr. Dong take good care of him normally? How come he suddenly couldn't move? Maybe it's because the rocket is about to be launched, and I'm so excited. Extensive cerebral infarction, hemiplegia.
The ignition metering of the gunpowder for the rocket thrusters cannot have the slightest error.
Now that Mr. Dong can't move, what should we do?
The Han dynasty's top leaders are now paying close attention to Elder Dong's condition.
We have a huge responsibility.
But we have tried every possible method, and Mr. Dong's condition is still progressing slowly.
The rocket launch is imminent, and we are almost late. Wang Ping frowned as he looked at the top-grade technician from the Han Kingdom lying on the hospital bed. Dong Aigua is a top-grade technician in the Rocket Research and Development Department of the Han Kingdom.
He shoulders the important responsibility of rocket development and launch. This time the rocket launches, it will deliver a satellite, completing the Han Kingdom's satellite coverage of the Earth.
So this is a vital satellite.
But on the eve of the rocket launch, Dong Aigua suddenly fell ill and became unconscious and paralyzed in bed. Without Dong Aigua's on-the-spot command, no one can guarantee 100% that this rocket can be launched into space. Just when everyone was at a loss, Wang Ping suddenly thought of someone.
Xinhao.
Taking out his phone, Wang Ping quickly called Xinhao.
Good.
I'll be waiting for you at the hospital. After hanging up the phone, Wang Ping said to the chief physicians, "Mr. Dong may be saved."
The chief physicians all showed joy upon hearing this. Really? Which doctor did you invite, Director Wang? Is it Professor Gao Tianling from Hanjing? It should be Academician Wei Yu from Gangcheng, right? She is an expert in this field. That's great. There's finally hope for Elder Dong's recovery.
Facing a group of ecstatic chief physicians, Wang Ping couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. If they knew that the person they had hired was a young man who was not even a doctor.
The expressions on their faces are absolutely brilliant.
But now, Wang Ping only hopes that Xinhao can cure Dong Aigua. While everyone was waiting anxiously, the door of the ward was suddenly pushed open.
Director Wang? Xinhao looked at the room full of doctors and couldn't help but ask. Xinhao, you're here.
When Wang Ping saw Xinhao, he hurried over.
Xinhao, please check on the patient. Try to make the patient wake up as quickly as possible.
At Wang Ping's signal, Xinhao came to the bedside and saw Dong Aigua lying unconscious on the bed.
Etc.
A chief physician suddenly spoke up and stopped Xinhao.
He turned to look at Wang Ping and asked, Director Wang, who is he?
Mr. Dong's condition is of great importance.
How can we allow irrelevant people to interfere at will? The other chief physicians nodded.
He frowned and looked at Xinhao, signaling Xinhao to leave quickly.
Hurry up and leave, this is causing trouble. Director Wang, could this be the person you called? What a joke. How can a young man like him cure Mr. Dong? Which hospital are you from? What's your title? Mr. Dong is in a coma and paralyzed due to acute cerebral infarction. Can you cure him?
Upon seeing this, Wang Ping hurriedly stopped the doctors. His name is Xinhao, and I asked him to treat Mr. Dong.
He. Not actually a doctor. Chapter 88:13 Ghost Needles.
Xinhao is not actually a doctor. As soon as Wang Ping said this, the faces of the chief physicians present changed.
Nonsense.
The person who spoke was an old doctor with gray hair. Hu Xinghua, director of Haihu First Central Hospital, academician of traditional Chinese medicine.
He has profound attainments in the field of internal medicine. However, there is still nothing we can do to cure Dong Aigua's condition. Hu Xinghua looked at Wang Ping and said in a reproachful tone, Director Wang, are you confused? He's not even a doctor, how dare you let him treat Dong Aigua? Are you afraid that our hospital hasn't been embarrassed enough?
Wang Ping was embarrassed when he heard this, and he explained, Dean, please listen to my explanation.
Although Shinhao is not a doctor, his medical skills are very advanced, even better than mine. Oh. How is that possible? Hu Xingbo sneered with an unhappy look on his face. Seeing that Hu Xingbo didn't believe him, Wang Ping said, "Director, do you know the patient in bed 3 in the intensive care unit?" Hu Xingbo was slightly startled, then nodded and said, "Of course I know. Didn't she almost have an accident 2 days ago? Hasn't he been rescued by you?" Looking up at Shinhao, Hu Xingbo asked in confusion, "But what does the patient in bed 3 have to do with him?" Cough. Wang Ping coughed dryly and said with a slightly unnatural expression, "Dean, there is actually something I have been hiding from you. The patient in bed 3 was not saved by me." Hu Xingbo was stunned and looked at Wang Ping in surprise. "It's not you? Could it be another chief doctor?" Wang Ping shook his head and said, "Neither. The one who saved the patient in bed 3 was Shinhao." "What?" Hu Xingbo showed a look of shock on his face. "Was it Shinhao who rescued him?" "Wang Ping, are you sure?" "Certainly." Wang Ping turned his head and glanced at Shinhao, then said, "Shinhao was brought here by the daughter of the patient in bed 3. That day, the patient in bed 3 suddenly became seriously ill and was on the verge of death. It was Shinhao who suddenly broke into the emergency room and saved the patient in bed 3. Wang Ping recalled the process of Shinhao treating Yang Shueli's mother that day, and he is still shocked. The first aid measures and acupuncture treatment methods demonstrated by Shinhao at that time were perfect and impeccable. Hiss. Hu Xingbo took a deep breath and looked at Shinhao with shock in his eyes. Maybe he can really cure Donaigua. Looking at Shinhao, an idea came to Hu Xingbo's mind. "Your name is Shinhao." Hu Xingbo walked up to Shinhao and said, "I'm the director of the hospital, Hu Xingbo." Shinhao nodded and greeted casually. "Hello, President Hu." Hu Xingbo was silent for a moment, then said, "Donaigua is a key figure in the Hanguo Rocket R&D Center. Donaigua is now ill and in a coma, and a rocket is about to be launched. So whether Donaigua can wake up and resume action is of vital importance." Looking deeply at Shinhao, Hu Xingbo said in a deep voice, "Shinhao, I beg you to treat Donaigua." Ding. Random task, Hu Xingbo's request. The serious illness of a top-grade technician has put the Haihu First Central Hospital in a difficult situation. Please make a choice, host. Choice 1, treat Donaigua and be rewarded with basic gene editing technology. Choice 2, refuse to treat Donaigua and be rewarded with mastery of general medical skills. The voice of the system sounded in Shinhao's mind. System, I choose the first option, to treat Donaigua. Shinhao made his choice without hesitation. It's not just because Donaigua is crucial to Han's rocket research and development. There is also the basic gene editing technology that Shinhao values. Looking at Hu Xingbo's pleading expression, Shinhao smiled. "President Hu, do you believe that I can cure Donaigua?" Hu Xingbo sighed. "What can I do if I don't believe it? There's nothing we can do. I just hope you can help Donaigua recover as quickly as possible." Shinhao pushed the crowd aside and walked to Donaigua's bed. He said confidently, "Give me the acupuncture needles and I'll make him wake up immediately." The chief doctors around were a little stunned. Do we really want Shinhao to treat the patient? Quick! Go get the acupuncture needles. Wang Ping shouted in a hurried tone. No, I have acupuncture needles here. Hu Xingbo casually took out a pack of acupuncture needles from the pocket of his coat. Shinhao took the acupuncture needle and said with a smile, "President Hu still carries acupuncture needles with him?" Hu Xingbo's gray beard twitched and he laughed, "An old Chinese doctor. Get used to carrying acupuncture needles with you." Shinhao looked at Donaigua lying on the bed and said in a deep voice, "Donaigua suffered a sudden stroke, which caused him to be in a coma and half of his limbs were paralyzed. If you want to wake it up as quickly as possible, there is only one method of acupuncture." Hu Xingbo showed a look of surprise on his face and asked, "What kind of acupuncture method?" Shinhao pinched the handle of the acupuncture needle with his fingertips and said in a deep voice, 13 ghost gate needles." What? Hu Xingbo's face flashed with shock, and he exclaimed, "The legendary 13 ghost needles that have been lost? Shen Hao, you actually mastered this long-lost acupuncture technique?" The 13 ghost gate needles are only recorded in a few ancient books in the medical knowledge of the Han Dynasty. But it is so badly damaged that it is extremely difficult to master even one of the acupuncture techniques. Not to mention being able to master them all. "Shinhao, can I have a request?" Hu Xingbo spoke up and said, "Can we record the process of you treating Donaigua? It can be used as a teaching video for all-round learning. Shinhao nodded slightly. Shinhao didn't care if the acupuncture techniques he mastered were learned by others, because this is the acupuncture method that cures diseases and saves lives. Hu Xingbo looked at the stunned chief physicians around him and shouted, "Why don't you record it quickly? This is a great opportunity." Shinhao no longer paid attention to the chief physicians who were watching. He held the acupuncture needle in his hand and quickly inserted it into the major acupuncture points on Don Aigua's body. Swish, swish, swish. Shinhao's moves were as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, 13 acupuncture needles were inserted into Don Aigua's body. Although the acupuncture needle has been inserted, the next step is the most critical. Shinhao spoke up to explain to Hu Xingbo. Next, I'll twist one of the acupuncture needles. This needle is extremely important. It is the key to whether Dong Aigua can wake up. Watch this. As soon as he finished speaking, Shinhao pinched the handle of the acupuncture needle that was inserted into Dong Aigua's forehead, and slowly lifted, inserted, and twisted it. Buzz. Next second, the other 12 acupuncture needles all began to vibrate slightly. Chapter 89, Ninefold Mountain Fire. Wake up, wake up! Hu Xingbo stared into Dong Aigua's eyes and shouted excitedly. The chief physicians who were watching all looked at Dong Aigua. Dong Aigua slowly opened his eyes. Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Host, please choose the form of reward distribution. Save directly to my phone. Ding! The rewards have been distributed, please check. The voice of the system sounded in Shinhao's mind. On the hospital bed. Where am I now? Dong Aigua woke up and asked in a weak voice. Mr. Dong, you are now in the first central hospital of Haihu City. Wang Ping on the side explained. In the hospital? There was a look of confusion in Dong Aigua's eyes, but he regained clarity after a moment. Yes, I remember that I was at the Rocket Research and Development Center, and suddenly I fainted. The next second, Dong Aigua's expression changed. Not good. How long was I unconscious? Hu Xingbo held Dong Aigua's hand and comforted him. Don't worry, Mr. Dong. You were only unconscious for 3 hours. Call. Dong Aigua breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, and a look of relief appeared on his face. Only 3 hours? I hope there is still time. I need to get up and rush back to the RD center. After Dong Aigua finished speaking, he struggled to stand up. But although Dong Aigua woke up, half of his limbs were still paralyzed. It's impossible to get up. Why are my hands and feet not working as I want them to? The expression on Dong Aigua's face suddenly changed. Hu Xingbo explained, don't worry, Mr. Dong. Patients who have had a stroke have a 1-month recovery period. It's normal that your hands and feet don't obey my commands now. Dong Aigua shook his head and said anxiously, 1 month? Not even an hour. The rocket will launch in less than 4 hours. I have to make final calculations and adjustments to the parameters before the launch. When Hu Xingbo heard this, he was immediately in a dilemma. Mr. Dong, you are lucky to be awake. It's simply impossible to recover physical activity in such a short time. The expression on Dong Aigua's face became more and more anxious. Who woke me up? Dong Aigua asked. Hu Xingbo pointed at Shinhao and said in admiration, it's this young man, Shinhao. His needlework is incredible. Shinhao has made a great contribution to making you sober in such a short time. Dong Aigua looked up at Shinhao and pleaded, Shinhao, if you can wake me up, you can restore my limbs to normal. Hurry up, there are less than 4 hours left, it will be too late if you are any later. Ding. Random task, Dong Aigua's request. The rocket launch is imminent, Dong Aigua is extremely anxious, please make a choice, host. Choice 1, help Dong Aigua recover his limbs and gain the right to use an Earth-based satellite. Choice 2, do nothing, and be rewarded with a real estate company worth 10 billion. The voice of the system sounded in Shinhao's mind. How could Shinhao remain indifferent in the face of the earnest pleas of this top-notch veteran technician? System, I choose the first option, to treat Dong Aigua's paralyzed limbs. Looking at Dong Aigua, who looked extremely anxious, Shinhao said, don't worry, Mr. Dong. I will restore your limbs to mobility as soon as possible. As soon as Shinhao finished speaking, a look of joy appeared on Dong Aigua's face. That's great. Please give me treatment quickly. Dong Aigua suffered a left-side cerebral infarction, which resulted in paralysis of the right limbs. Shinhao held the acupuncture needle and said, I will use acupuncture to stimulate the Tai spleen meridian on your right limb. But in order to restore your limb's mobility as quickly as possible, the acupuncture must be fierce. When I move the needle, my body feels like it's falling into a sea of fire. I hope Mr. Dong can hold on. Don Igwa was lying on the hospital bed and smiled when he heard this. Ha ha ha. I, old man, have been through countless ups and downs over the years. What haven't you seen? It's just a little physical pain. The old man can still hold on. Shinhao nodded and said, okay. Hu Xinghua and others on the side looked at Shinhao expectantly, curious about what kind of acupuncture method Shinhao would use next. Shinhao, what kind of acupuncture are you going to use this time? Shinhao twisted the acupuncture needle in his hand and said, burn the mountain fire. A look of shock immediately appeared on Hu Xinghua's face. Burning wildfire? This acupuncture technique requires very high skills from the acupuncturist. I wonder what level you have reached. Shinhao inserted the acupuncture needle into Don Igwa's limbs and said casually, the 9th level. Hiss. As soon as Shinhao finished speaking, Hu Xinghua took a deep breath. The 9th level. This is the highest realm of the burning mountain fire needle technique. Hu Xinghua, an old Chinese medicine doctor who is now an academician, has only mastered the 3rd level. Swish. The acupuncture needle is inserted into Don Igwa's Tai spleen meridian. Shinhao twisted the needle handle and stimulated the acupuncture points and meridians using the burning mountain fire technique. Next second, Don Igwa's skin turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. If someone touched Don Igwa's skin at this moment, they would find that the temperature on the surface of the skin was getting higher and higher. It seems like there is a blazing flame burning on the surface of the skin. Hiss. Don Igwa clenched his teeth and took a deep breath. The feeling of burning one's limbs on fire is a pain that ordinary people cannot bear. Swish, swish, swish. Shinhao inserted acupuncture needles into the right half of Don Igwa's limbs. Under the stimulation of the Zhochong mountain fire technique, Don Igwa's right half of his body was like a boiled red shrimp. Hoo-ha! This feeling is really unbearable. Don Igwa bared his teeth and gasped for air. The expression on his face was slightly distorted by pain. While giving acupuncture, Shinhao observed Don Igwa's symptoms. Just when Don Igwa was on the verge of collapse and was about to lose control, Shinhao suddenly withdrew the needle. Alright. Mr. Don, why don't you try moving around a bit? Don Igwa's forehead was covered with sweat, and he looked at Shinhao in surprise when he heard that. Ah? Finally? As he spoke, Don Igwa wiped the sweat from his face with both hands. The next second, Don Igwa was stunned. My hands can move. Don Igwa's face showed excitement and he burst into laughter. I can move my legs too. Just like before I got sick, very flexible. Excited, Don Igwa pushed the bed with both hands, turned over and stood on the ground. After taking a few tentative steps, Don Igwa turned and looked at Shinhao. Shinhao, thank you. It allowed me to recover so quickly. Now I have to rush back to the rocket development base and wait until this mission is over. I will definitely come to thank you. After saying that, Don Igwa turned around and hurriedly left the Haihu First Central Hospital. Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding! The rewards have been distributed, please check. The system's voice sounded in Shinhao's mind. The right to use an Earth-orbiting satellite is obtained. Chapter 90 Registration of Primary Gene Editing Technology. Shinhao left the Haihu First Central Hospital. Drive directly to the Genetic Research Laboratory. The identity authentication system at the door recognized Shinhao's approach and instantly opened the closed door. Walking into the laboratory, Shinhao saw Yang Xueli, who was in a daze. Surely, what are you thinking about? Yang Xueli was in a trance when she suddenly heard Shinhao's voice. Ah! Shinhao, you're back. When Yang Xueli saw Shinhao, a look of surprise flashed across her face. Shinhao raised his hand and ruffled Yang Xuelian's hair, then said with a smile, what are you thinking about? Why are you so absent-minded? Yang Xueli squinted her eyes comfortably and said softly, you asked me to come back suddenly, I thought something happened. So I'm a little worried. Shinhao laughed when he heard this and said, don't worry, it's okay. Looking at the instruments in the laboratory, Shinhao asked, surely, how is the progress of genetic research? Yang Xueli shook her head slightly and said with a slightly disappointed look, not much progress. Shinhao asked, did you encounter any difficulties? Yang Shueli pursed her lips and said, I encountered difficulties in finding a specific target gene to edit. I want to suspend the experiment for a while. I heard that a professor in Star Country has developed a Alpha 912 gene editing technology. I want to learn it. Looking up at Shinhao, Yang Shueli's eyes revealed a look of reluctance. But to go to Star Country, I have to leave you. Throwing herself into Shinhao's arms, Yang Shueli whispered, Shinhao, I don't want to leave you. A soft look flashed across Shinhao's eyes, and he whispered, Surely, you don't have to leave me. Let me show you some information. After saying that, Shinhao took out his cell phone. After browsing for a while, he found the basic gene editing technology information sent by the system. Putting the phone in front of Yang Shueli, Shinhao said, Shueli, take a look at this information. Is it helpful to you? Yang Shueli took the phone and looked through the information displayed on it. These are a new gene editing technology. Yang Shueli suddenly opened her eyes wide, her face full of shock. It's even more advanced than Alpha 912's gene editing technology. This is incredible. What a brilliant idea. Oh my god. This is actually possible. Yang Shueli was immersed in the shock brought by the basic gene editing technology. After a long time, Yang Shueli finally finished reading the information. Putting down her phone, Yang Shueli looked at Shinhao, her eyes full of shock. Shinhao, where did you get this information? The gene editing technology here is at least 10 years ahead of current levels. Shinhao smiled and said, Isn't this information pretty good? Yang Shueli gave Shinhao a coquettish look and said, More than good. If other researchers in the field find out, they will go crazy. Shinhao chuckled, as long as it's useful. Surely, just use this gene editing technology to conduct research. Yang Shueli shook her head when she heard this and said, Not yet. I haven't received authorization from the author of this gene editing technology, so I can't use it. Shinhao laughed and said, Don't worry. You can use gene editing technology as you like. It hasn't even been registered yet. Ah? Yang Shueli looked at Shinhao in surprise and doubt. Such an advanced technology has not yet been registered? Aren't you afraid that someone else will register first? After Yang Shueli finished speaking, Shinhao's eyes lit up. Surely, you can register this information. The author will use your name. After Shinhao finished speaking, Yang Shueli shook her head without hesitation and said, How can this be possible? We can't encroach on other people's achievements. Ding. Random task, register for basic gene editing technology. An unregistered gene editing technology was placed in front of Yang Shueli, and she rejected it without hesitation. Please make your choice, host. Choice 1, give up registration and get a reward of +1 for the genetic research laboratory level. Option 2, persuade Yang Shueli to register and reward her with a talent level upgrade to SSS. The voice of the system sounded in Shinhao's mind. System, I choose the second option. It could actually improve Yang Shueli's talent level. Shinhao made the choice without hesitation. Putting his hands on Yang Shueli's shoulders, Shinhao said solemnly, Shueli, do you believe me? Yang Shueli nodded without hesitation, Of course I believe it. Shinhao continued, Okay, then register this gene editing technology. Listen to me, you were definitely the first one to discover this information. Except for you, no one else in the world has ever seen this information. If you want to ask me where the information came from, I can only say that it's not convenient to tell you now. After Shinhao finished speaking, the expression on Yang Shueli's face became hesitant. Shinhao, this. Seeing this, Shinhao said in a deep voice, Surely, are you just going to let this information gather dust? With such advanced technology, why didn't you use it earlier to save your mother from the pain of her illness? Yang Shueli's body trembled, and her eyes gradually became firm. Okay, I'll register this gene editing technology. But I will definitely develop technology that is more advanced than this. Shinhao smiled and nodded, Okay. I absolutely believe in your talent and ability. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. The voice of the system sounded in Shinhao's mind. The next second, Yang Shueli's eyes sparkled slightly. A lot of inspiration about gene editing technology comes to mind. Shinhao, I need to study this information as soon as possible. I have a feeling that I will soon make a breakthrough in this technology. Journal of Life Sciences. This is the most cutting-edge scientific magazine on biogenetic technology. Countless people working in biotechnology want to publish in this journal. Some time ago, a researcher from Singapore published a paper in a magazine, which caused a sensation in the academic community. Alpha 912 gene editing technology. Countless researchers regard it as a classic and believe that it will lead the development of global biogenetic technology for more than a decade. But today, the editors of Life Sciences magazine were collectively shocked. A paper from the Han Dynasty drove them completely crazy. This is beyond the Alpha 912 gene editing technology and is even more than 10 years ahead of the other party. It's incredible. What a perfect technique. Han country, Yang Xueli? She will become the most dazzling star. It's incredible, she's only 20 years old this year. A gifted genius. The future of biogenetic technology lies in the Han Kingdom. Chapter 91 Ren Hongtuo's Worries. The 23rd floor of Binhai Building. Hong Mang Technology Company, Limited. Lin Guodong handed a mobile phone to Shen Hao. Boss, we have modified some basic software to make it compatible with Hong Mang's system. We have also developed a Gaia program to make Hong Mang compatible with most mainstream software. However, in order to achieve perfect compatibility, the manufacturers of these software need to make corresponding changes. Shen Hao took the phone, operated it for a while, and nodded with satisfaction. Very nice. When Lin Guodong and others heard this, a look of surprise appeared on their faces. Boss, should we fully promote the Hong Mang system? Ding. Random task, promote Hong Mang system. Hong Mang system has been successfully developed. Whether to promote it comprehensively or not, please make your choice. Option 1, comprehensive promotion, reward of advertising promotion worth 10 billion. Choice 2, postpone the promotion and reward SSS level system security protection. The voice of the system sounded in Shen Hao's mind. After pondering for a moment, Shen Hao made a choice. System, for the second option, I chose to postpone the promotion. Looking at the excited Lin Guodong and others, Shen Hao shook his head and said, now is not the best time to promote the Hong Mang system. Upon hearing this, Lin Guodong and others looked at Shen Hao in confusion. Boss. The stability and fluency of the Hong Mang system are not comparable to the iOS system of Igua. Although there are still some flaws, it does not affect the experience at all. Shen Hao looked at the group and said, there are only 2 operating systems on the market right now, iOS and Android. Although Hong Mang is good, it still has some imperfections. Remember. Shen Hao stared at Lin Guodong and the others, and said in a deep voice, if Hong Mang Company wants to release something, it must be the best. Lin Guodong and others were stunned when they heard this, and then a look of determination appeared on their faces. Boss, we get it. We will fix the loopholes in the Hong Mang system as soon as possible. Show it perfectly in front of everyone. Shen Hao smiled and nodded, very good. This is the research team I want. The next second, the system's voice sounded in Shen Hao's mind. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Host, please choose the reward distribution method. Stored in a USB drive. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. Brush. A small USB flash drive suddenly appeared in Shen Hao's pocket. What is stored inside is the rewarded SSS level system security protection. Shen Hao stood up and was about to leave, but suddenly stopped. Guodong, give me a mobile phone equipped with the Pangu Generation Smart Chip. Okay, boss. Shen Hao took the mobile phone equipped with Panga chip and came to the chairman's office on the top floor of Binhai Building. In the office, Lu Mingxi was working with his head down. Bang! A mobile phone was placed in front of Lu Mingxi. Mr. Shen? Lu Mingxi raised her head and looked at Shen Hao in confusion. For you. It has already been loaded with an AI assistant. I've already thought of a name for you. It's Shiha. Lu Mingxi picked up the phone and repeated something in a low voice. Shiha. Emperor Jun. Looking up at Shen Hao, Lu Mingxi showed a look of joy on his face. Thank you, Mr. Shen. According to ancient legends, Emperor Jun was born from the sun and Shiha was born from the moon. The two are a very loving couple. Director Shen, this is the invitation letter from Director Rin of Hanqing Mobile Phone Company. Lu Mingxi took out an invitation letter and handed it to Shen Hao. Shen Hao opened it and took a look. It's a press conference for Hanqing Mobile Phone. There is a sentence written on it. This press conference will lead the future.
After putting away the invitation, Shin Hao looked at Lu Mengxi and said, Mengxi, come with me.
Haihu Stadium. This is the largest indoor stadium in Haihu City.
It can accommodate 30,000 spectators.
8 p.m. People were already entering the stadium one after another.
These people are all media from major platforms and those who have received invitations.
9 o'clock.
Another large crowd gathered in front of the stadium, waiting to enter. These are ticket buyers who like Hong Mang Mobile, or some people who run their own media. At this press conference, they were able to see and buy the latest models of Hong Mang mobile phones. The huge stadium was packed. A large screen stood in front of everyone.
Backstage lounge.
Ran Hongtu is entertaining Shin Hao and Lu Mengxi.
Director Rin, this press conference is quite grand.
Shin Hao looked at Ren Hongtu and said with a smile. Ren Hongtu laughed when he heard this and said, this will be a press conference that will go down in history.
No matter how grand it is, it's never too grand.
Shin Hao smiled and said softly, Mr. Rin, are you so sure that Panga chip can lead the future trend?
Ren Hongtu nodded and said in a deep voice, there is no doubt about it. Panga chips will be the trend of the future.
Whether it's in the field of mobile phones, computers, tablets, or even all electrical fields,
Panga chips will be an indispensable part.
Looking up at Shin Hao, Ran Hongtu sighed, the intelligence of the Panga chip is too powerful. We at Hong Mang conducted a series of detailed tests after obtaining the chip, and the results
shock me. I can foresee that after today's press conference,
Panga chip, smart assistant, and Hong Mang will become the hottest words of the year. Looking at Shin Hao, Ran Hongtu showed a hint of worry in his eyes. Shin Hao, the Panga chip is our shortcut to surpass Xinhua Aigua. Once the phone is released, the domestic market share of Aigua phones will shrink greatly.
After all, Aigua's greatest reliance is its smooth and stable system. But with the Panga chip, domestic terminals can be comparable to Aigua's top products, not to mention the flagship phones?
So I'm worried that Singapore won't let us take away Aigua's market share so easily.
Knock knock knock. Shin Hao tapped the table with his fingers and pondered, Mr. Rin, how do you think Xinhua will curb the rise of domestic mobile phones, or Pango?
Ran Hongtu's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, system. There are only closed-source iOS systems from Igor and open-source Android systems on the market now.
And our domestic mobile phones all use the Android system. Although the Android system is not completely controlled by Xinhua, Xinhua undoubtedly has extremely important decision-making power.
Sighing, Ran Hongtu said worriedly, so if Xinhua wants to curb the Panga chip, the only thing it can do is to let the Android system cut off its technical support for domestic mobile phones. Once the phone has no system, no matter how good the Panga chip is, it will be useless.
Chapter 92, the shortest press conference in history. Ding.
Random mission, Ren Hongtu's worries. The release of the Panga chip has made Ren Hongtu both surprised and worried.
Please make your choice, host.
Choice 1, wait and see, and you will be rewarded with the advanced code for primary artificial intelligence. Option 2, resolve the crisis and reward commercial 5G communication technology. The voice of the system sounded in Shin Hao's mind.
System, I choose the second option, resolve the crisis.
Facing Ren Hongtu's worries, Shin Hao's expression remained calm.
Don't worry too much, Mr. Ran. There is no indication that Android will refuse to provide technical support.
Ren Hongtu shook his head slightly and said in a worried tone, if you don't think about the future, you will have immediate worries.
I can guarantee that once the Panga chip is released, Xinhua will make such a move. Actually,
Ren Hongtu pondered for a moment and said, in order to get rid of the constraints of the Android system, our Hong Mang company is also developing a mobile phone operating system.
Xilin's system. What a pity.
Unlike the Android system, which has been optimized for more than a decade and is close to perfection, the Kirin system is just a newly developed system. The drawbacks and loopholes are too great, and there is absolutely no way to promote commercial use at this stage.
Otherwise we wouldn't have been strangled by someone.
There was a hint of surprise in Shin Hao's eyes. He didn't expect that Hong Mang company had already laid out a mobile phone operating system. But compared with iOS and Android, it is still too immature. Mengxi, bring me the phone I gave you at noon.
Shin Hao turned and said to Lu Mengxi. Okay, Mr. Shin.
Lu Mengxi took out the cell phone and handed it to Shin Hao. Shin Hao placed the phone in front of Ren Hongtu and chuckled, Director Ren, take a look. Ren Hongtu picked up the phone in confusion.
Humph, this is the master's phone, don't show it to anyone else. On the mobile phone screen, a cute elf suddenly appeared, with his hands on his hips, and spoke to Ren Hongtu. This. Ren Hongtu was stunned when he saw this. Lu Mengxi on the side chuckled and said to the phone, Shiha, grant Director Ren permission to use his phone. On the phone screen, the elf blinked and said to Ren Hongtu, okay, you can use this phone, but only once. Ren Hongtu unlocked his phone and couldn't help but show surprise in his eyes. Every time I experience the smart assistant on my phone, I feel shocked. I have already thought of a name for my smart assistant on my phone. It's Nan Nan. It's my daughter's nickname. Ren Hongtu found that there were unexpectedly few software icons on the mobile phone desktop. After sliding a few times casually, Ren Hongtu's face showed a serious expression. He sat up straight and quickly swiped his finger to find the phone system. When he clicked in and took a look, Ren Hongtu was shocked. Hong Mang System 2.0? Suddenly looking up at Shenhao, Ren Hongtu exclaimed, Shenhao, this phone is not installed with the Android system? Shenhao nodded and said softly, this is the Hong Mang Operating System 2.0 version that our company recently developed. Mr. Ren, take a look. What do you think? Hiss. Ren Hongtu took a deep breath and a look of shock appeared on his face. As he continued to operate his phone, the look of shock on Ren Hongtu's face became more and more intense. The system is smooth and stable. Is this really newly developed? The software is well adapted. Although there are some minor lags, this is just because the software is not perfectly compatible. The human-computer interaction of this system feels great. Hong Mang System. This is the most suitable system for domestic mobile phones. Ren Hongtu held the phone in both hands, his face full of excitement. After a long time, Ren Hongtu reluctantly returned the phone to Shenhao. With a sigh, Ren Hongtu looked at Shenhao with a rather resentful expression. Shenhao, it turns out you had already anticipated all this. Is this Hong Mang system intended to replace the Aizhua system? You have a long-term vision. After that, Ren Hongtu said speechlessly, but our company's Kirin system can no longer be used. It will be stillborn. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Host, please choose the reward distribution method. Stored as a file on my computer's hard drive. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. The voice of the system sounded in Shenhao's mind. Tap. Tap. There was a knock on the door. Enter. The door of the lounge was pushed open, and Ren Hongtu's secretary said, Director Ren, the press conference is about to begin. Ren Hongtu stood up and said to Shenhao and Lu Mengxi, let's go, it's time to witness a miracle. The scene of Hanqing mobile phone launch conference. The lights went out, leaving only the big screen flickering. Everyone present looked at the big screen with anticipation. This Hanqing mobile phone launch conference was held with great fanfare. Yes, it seems that the Mate 40 mobile phone to be released this time is a heavyweight product. Is there some black technology to be released? I heard it's the latest mobile phone processor developed by Hanqing, I don't know if it's true. Could it be under-screen camera technology? Everyone was guessing what the key point of this press conference was. Hello, everyone. The first person to appear on the stage was Yu Guoliang, the general manager of Hanqing Mobile Phone Company. Welcome to this mobile phone launch conference. I believe this will be an unparalleled feast. This is a press conference that will go down in history. I am honored to witness this miraculous moment with you. Yu Guoliang showed excitement on his face and said, next, please welcome the chairman of Hanqing Mobile Phone Company, Ren Hongtu. Wow, wow, wow. There was warm applause. Everyone present showed surprise on their faces. All previous Hanqing mobile phone launch conferences were hosted by Yu Guoliang. But this time, it was Ren Hongtu who took to the battlefield himself. It seems that this press conference is indeed extraordinary. What is it? I think it's more than just a Mate 40 flagship phone. Is it really some unknown black technology? Hiss. There's going to be a good show. It's actually Ren Hongtu himself who's going to perform. This ticket is worth it. At the same time, major live broadcast platforms also broadcast live at the same time. Countless netizens sat in front of the screen, watching in surprise as Ren Hongtu walked up to the display stand. It's an honor to host this launch event. Ren Hongtu looked at the audience and said solemnly, I am honored to witness this moment with you all. Because this conference will lead the future technological trend. There is no need to pay too much attention to the history of Hanqing Mobile Phone Company. What we are going to show you next is Hong Mang's latest flagship phone, the Mate 40. One slide after another, a real machine demonstration. We showed you the 3D face unlocking of Mate 40. Stunning waterfall display. Quad camera photography technology. Super fast charging. But all this only took 15 minutes. Could this be the shortest press conference in history? Chapter 93 Panga chip makes a stunning debut. Amidst everyone's collective confusion, Ron Hongtu talked about the Mate 40 flagship phone. And this took only 15 minutes. As we all know, a mobile phone launch conference takes at least 1.5 hours. Everyone present looked at Ron Hongtu on the stage and couldn't help but discuss quietly. Should I reveal the secret right away? No, should I be a little reserved? What's wrong with Director Rin? The press conference is over so quickly, are you rushing home? I have a feeling this will be the shortest press conference in history. It's only been 15 minutes and everything has been spoiled. Everyone please understand that Director Ren has never hosted a press conference. This is normal operation. Okay, what do we do next? Clap and get up and leave? Ron Hongtu stood on the display stand and could vaguely hear the whispers of the people below. I guess you must be wondering why I introduced Mate 40 so quickly. Ron Hongtu's voice reached everyone's ears. The discussions among the crowd gradually stopped. A puzzled look fell on Rin Hongtu. With a smile on his face, Rin Hongtu said, because in this press conference, Mate 40 is not the protagonist at all. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. At a mobile phone launch conference, if the mobile phone is not the protagonist, then what is the protagonist? The real protagonist is Brush. On the big screen, a Mate 40 mobile phone appeared. The next animation effect is the phone being slowly disassembled. Display. Motherboard. Processor. Battery. Every part that was sent down dimmed. Until finally, there was only one part left on the screen. A tiny chip. Ron Hongtu's solemn yet excited voice resounded throughout the stadium. Pango's first-generation artificial intelligence chip. When everyone present heard this, they were all stunned. What the hell? Pango's first-generation artificial intelligence chip? What is this? Ren Hongtu saw the confusion on everyone's faces and explained, I know that everyone doesn't know much about Panga chips. This artificial intelligence chip was developed by Hong Mang Technology Company. It can greatly improve the running speed of mobile phones and reduce their power consumption. And this is only its most basic function. Besides that, it has even more amazing capabilities. But Ron Hongtu smiled slightly and said, let the people from Hong Mang introduce the Panga chip. As soon as he finished speaking, Ron Hongtu looked in the direction where Binhai was sitting. There was a hint of smile in his eyes. Hong Mang Company developed the Hong Mang mobile phone operating system. Hong Mang Company invested a lot of manpower and material resources in the development of the Kylin system in vain. It can be considered as revenge. Ding. Random task, introduce Panga chip. In response to Ren Hongtu's sudden invitation, please come on stage to introduce the Panga chip. Please make your choice. Choice 1, let Lu Mingxi introduce it on your behalf, and reward Panga's first-generation artificial intelligence chip promotion efforts plus 10. Option 2, the host will personally come on stage to introduce, and will be rewarded with master-level code input skills. The voice of the system sounded in Binhai's mind. Do I even need to choose? Binhai decisively chose the first option and asked Lu Mingxi to go on stage to introduce it. Turning to look at Lu Mingxi, Binhai said softly, Mingxi, go and introduce them. Lu Mingxi nodded and said, okay, Mr. Shin. As an S-level female secretary, this kind of work is easy for Lu Mingxi. Stepping onto the display stand, Lu Mingxi looked at everyone and said, hello, everyone. I am Lu Mingxi, the general manager of Hong Mang Technology Company. This Panga 1 artificial intelligence chip is a product developed by Hong Mang. In addition to what Mr. Rin said about improving performance and reducing power consumption, Panga chip has even more amazing capabilities. On the display stand, Lu Mingxi spoke eloquently and described the capabilities of the Panga chip vividly. Everyone present felt as if they were in a dream when they heard this. The expressions on his face showed shock and suspicion. Lu Mingxi smiled and said, I know some of you don't believe that the Panga chip has such powerful capabilities. Then I will show you guys next. A Mate 40 mobile phone equipped with artificial intelligence was brought in, and the staff projected it on the big screen. The following real machine demonstration let everyone know what true power is. What is real artificial intelligence? Whether in terms of improving the integration of mobile phones, it is still in terms of chip intelligence and security protection. The performance of Panga chip shocked everyone to the point where they were speechless. Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding! The rewards have been distributed, please check. The voice of the system sounded in Shinhao's mind. In the stadium, everyone was shocked by the Panga chip. Panga chip, this is definitely the future. Oh my god! This isn't artificial intelligence, it's simply a butler with an IQ comparable to that of a human. And this is just one generation of chips. If we continue to develop them. Hiss, I can't even imagine it. Hong Mang Technology Company? What kind of magical company is this? Ha ha ha, this time our domestically produced mobile phones are going to make a comeback. TSK. Now Igwa mobile phones won't sell well. Those Apple fans must be crying. After the press conference, I must buy one. I've already thought of a name for my phone's AI. It's Ergu. TSK. Aren't you afraid that your artificial intelligence will ignore you? At the display stand, Lu Mingxi finished introducing the Panga chip. The audience was filled with enthusiastic discussions. Ren Hongtu walked back to the display stand and raised his hand to everyone. The heated discussions gradually died down. No doubt. Panga chips will lead the future. And the Hanqing Mate 40 mobile phone will be the first mobile phone equipped with the Panga artificial intelligence chip. After the press conference, you can buy a Mate 40 phone in advance with your invitation letter and ticket. As soon as Ren Hongtu finished speaking, everyone present cheered. Great! I want to buy it. Can only one be bought per person? Director Ren, please end the press conference immediately. Yeah. We're going to buy a chip and give away a cell phone. Mr. Ren, I declare this press conference to be over. Different from the eager excitement of the live audience. The audience who were watching the live broadcast were wailing. Because they witnessed the magic and power of the Panga chip. But you can't buy it in advance. Isn't that infuriating? If you wait for the Mate 40 to be released online, it is still unclear whether you can get it. Because everyone knows it. The Mate 40 mobile phone equipped with Panga chip will be the most popular product. No doubt about it. Chapter 94 Reward, Hong Mang Technology Building. If someone were to ask what is the hottest thing in September this year, then everyone will give the same answer. Mate 40 mobile phone. To be precise, it is the Mate 40 mobile phone equipped with the Panga chip. Nearly 30,000 people attended the press conference at the Haihu Stadium that day. After the press conference, almost everyone rushed to buy a Mate 40 phone. These include major live broadcast platforms, mobile phone evaluation teams, and self-media people. As soon as they got the Mate 40 phone, they posted an unboxing and review video of the phone on the internet. These wonderful and detailed review videos directly set off the entire network. Panga chip, Hong Mang Company, Mate 40. These popular words directly dominated the internet. Even Lu Mingxi, who introduced the Panga chip at the press conference, became popular on the internet because of her beautiful appearance and sweet voice. There were also many Hanqing mobile phone fans who bought tickets to attend the press conference. After getting the Mate 40, he also released the unboxing video as soon as possible. In the video, what is shown more is the artificial intelligence installed in the mobile phone. Ice Dragon, Snow Girl, Caesar, Dark Emperor. Ergu, Taiju, Yu, Xiuai. Different names are given to artificial intelligence by the owners. At the same time, artificial intelligence has also been used in many ways by these machine owners. Some people regard artificial intelligence as a caring butler, managing all their affairs, big and small. Some people use artificial intelligence as a learning tool to teach themselves how to study, or even to do homework for them. Artificial intelligence has been developed into various capabilities by machine owners. Review pictures, do college entrance exam questions, play King of Glory for others, navigation by experienced drivers, track hotel check-in records on the internet. Even Shinhao was amazed when he saw it. You can actually play it like this. Binhai Building, Chairman's office. He. These people are so talented. Lu Mingxi couldn't help but chuckle as she looked through the unboxing and review video of the Mate 40 on the internet. Boss Shin, look, there are actually people who can perform crosstalk with AI. Lu Mingxi clicked on a video and motioned for Shinhao to watch it. After watching the video, Shinhao chuckled and shook his head. They have corrupted all the artificial intelligence. Lu Mingxi put away his phone and said, Mr. Shin, the power of Panga chips is now known to the world. So is it time for Hong Mang technology to expand? Knock knock knock. Shin Hao tapped the table with his fingers, thought for a moment and said, What are you going to do? Lu Mingxi took out a document and handed it to Shin Hao. Director Shin, this is a plan I wrote. Expand the R&D department of Hong Mang Technology Company and add related departments such as Logistics Department and Human Resources Department. Discover relevant potential talents and carry out independent training. Lu Mingxi raised his eyes to look at Shin Hao and asked, Mr. Shin, what do you think? Ding. Random mission, Lu Mingxi's plan. In response to the popularity of Panga chips, Lu Mingxi has made a future plan for Hong Mang Company. Please make your choice. Choice 1, agree. The reward is a Hong Mang technology building and an SS level information and communication talent. Choice 2, no, reward, 10 Panga chip factories, Lu Mingxi's talent will be upgraded to SS level. The voice of the system sounded in Shin Hao's mind. After pondering for a moment, Shin Hao made his choice. System, I choose the first option. Looking up at Lu Mingxi, Shin Hao said, Mingxi, you did a great job on this plan. I agree, you go and arrange it. Lu Mingxi's eyes lit up, and she nodded and said, Okay, Mr. Shin. I'll make arrangements right away. The next second, the voice of the system came into Shin Hao's mind. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Host, please choose the location where the reward will be distributed. In the filing cabinet at the office. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. Lu Mingxi put away the planning documents, hesitated for a moment, and asked Shin Hao. Mr. Shin, as Hong Mang technology expands in size, the space at the original company headquarters will become limited. Shin Hao nodded and said in a deep voice, Move Hong Mang Technology Company out of Binhai building and move it to a dedicated office building. Lu Mingxi pondered for a moment and said, In Pudong New Area, Mr. Shin also owns an office building in the CBD center. This building can be used as the headquarters of Hong Mang Company. But many floors of this office building have been rented out, and the lease period has not yet expired. Mr. Shin, what should we do? Should we breach the contract and ask these merchants to move out? Shin Hao waved his hand and said, No need. After saying that, Shin Hao stood up and walked to the filing cabinet in the office. After opening the cabinet and searching for a while, Shin Hao took out a file bag. Inside is the ownership certificate of Hong Mang Technology Building awarded by the system. Putting the file bag in front of Lu Mingxi, Shin Hao said softly, Open it and take a look. Lu Mingxi opened the file bag in confusion. When Lu Mingxi saw the familiar property certificate, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Director Shin, is this also the property right in your name? Shin Hao smiled and said softly, You'll know after you take a look. Lu Mingxi opened the property ownership certificate and saw the contents on it. The owner of Hong Mang Technology Building, Shin Hao. Address, Jingjiang Road, Suwei District. Hiss. Lu Mingxi took a deep breath and looked at Shin Hao in shock. Mr. Shin, how much property do you have left? 4 head. Shin Hao hesitated for a moment and said, For now. That should be it. Lu Mingxi closed the property ownership certificate and gave Shin Hao a coquettish look. So, Mr. Shin, you already had a plan, didn't you? Hong Mang Technology Building, even the name has been chosen. With a smile, Lu Mingxi continued, But using this building as the headquarters of Hong Mang Technology Company is perfect. Lu Mingxi stood up and said, Director Shin, let me see if there are any suitable talents on the recruitment website. This time Hong Mang Technology Company is recruiting more people, so there should be quite a few people who have submitted their resumes. Su Wei is a new employee in the Communications R&D department of Any Mobile Phone Company. However, he was forced to resign because he contradicted his department head. As Panga chips were all the rage on the internet, Su Wei was unemployed at home, so he was naturally very concerned. After searching for Hong Mang Technology Company on the internet, Su Wei tried to submit a resume. And this resume is now on Shin Hao's desk. Su Wei, male, 34 years old. Graduated from the Singapore Polytechnic University with a double master's degree in computer and electronic communication technology. Shin Hao looked at the resume and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. This person should be the SS-level information communication talent rewarded by the system. Chapter 95 Zhang Mei's Conspiracy. Yuanlai Jade Workshop. Gongsun Xinggu adjusted her clothes with a ruddy face. Bad guys, they do evil things as soon as they come. Gongsun Xingwu gave Shinhao a charming look. Shinhao smiled evilly and said softly, "Who called me here in a hurry?" Gongsun Xingwu seemed to remember something, turned around, took out a mobile phone and placed it in front of Shinhao. "Shinhao, look what this is." Shinhao was slightly stunned. "Mate 40? Gongsun Xingwu said with joy, "Correct. I bought this with great difficulty." Shinhao raised his eyebrows and asked, "Xingwu, did you go to the press conference as well?" Gongsun Xingwu shook her head, "No. I bought this phone from someone else at 10 times the price." After unlocking the phone, Gongsun Xingwu boasted to Shinhao, "This phone is equipped with the Panga Smart Chip. The smart assistant inside is amazing. Dudu, come out quickly and let Shinhao see you." Brush. An image of a cute little girl appeared on the phone screen. "Hello, my name is Dudu, and I'm your smart assistant." Dudu greeted Shinhao. Gongsun Xingwu smiled and narrowed her eyes. "Shinhao, isn't that awesome? Mate 40 will not be officially released until next month." Forehead. The expression on Shinhao's face was a little stiff. After hesitating for a moment, he said to Gongsun Xingwu, "Xingwu, actually I am the chairman of Hong Mang Technology Company. Hong Mang has a deep cooperative relationship with Hanqing Mobile Phone Company. So you know." As soon as Shinhao finished speaking, Gongsun Xingwu opened her red lips slightly and looked at Shinhao. "So I spent 10 times the price on this phone for nothing?" Cough. Shinhao coughed dryly. "If you had told me earlier, I would have given you one directly." Snort. Gongsun Xingwu put her hands on her waist and said, "I want 10. One for each of my parents, and my best friend." Seeing this, Shinhao hurriedly stopped Gongsun Xingwu. "Okay, stop counting. I'll give you as much as you want." Thump thump thump. Shop assistant Miyingqi went up to the second floor. "Sister Xingwu, the time is almost up." Gongsun Xingwu was startled, then said, "I understand, Chichi." Shinhao looked at Gongsun Xingwu in confusion and asked, "What time is it almost?" Gongsun Xingwu stood up, checked her makeup in the mirror, and said, "It's this year's Jade Carving Festival. Let's go quickly, before we're late." Huayang Convention and Exhibition Center. This year's Jade Carving Festival is held here. When Shinhao and Gongsun Xingwu arrived, quite a few people had already arrived. They are all jade merchants or jade lovers. But today's protagonist is the jade carver. The reason why jade is loved by people is not only its delicate and warm material, but also its exquisite carving art. If jade is a treasure of nature, then a good jade carver is the hands of nature. Carve jade into a masterpiece of supernatural craftsmanship. Gongsun Xingwu held Shinhao's arm and explained while admiring the jade carvings on display. Every year during the Jade Carving Festival, a jade carver will carve out a piece of work. If someone likes a work, they can bid for it. The work with the highest bid is called the top piece. But good jade carvers are hired by jade merchants. So the Jade Carving Festival is also a stage for major jade merchants to show their strength. Shinhao nodded in understanding. "Xingwu, have you hired a jade carver?" Gongsun Xingwu nodded and said, "Please." Yuanlai Jade Workshop has participated in 3 jade carving festivals, and the shop's jade carver has always been Mr. Sun Zhongyuan. Master Sun has helped Yuanlai Jade Workshop win the first prize twice. Shinhao said aloud, "Then this Master Sun is very powerful. Is he here? Why can't I see him?" Gongsun Xingwu frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "Logically, we should have arrived earlier, right? I'll call Master Sun." Taking out her cell phone, Gongsun Xingwu was about to call Sun Zhongyuan. "No need to fight." A slightly sarcastic voice came from not far away. A fat middle-aged woman came over with a thin old man. "Zhang Mei. Master Sun." When Gongsun Xingwu saw the person coming, a cold light flashed in her eyes. Zhang Mei first looked at Gongsun Xingwu with pride, then glanced at Shinhao with a cold gaze. "Gongsun Xingwu, Master Sun is now my master at Hanjing Jade Pavilion. Today I will represent Hanjing Jade Pavilion to participate in the Jade Carving Festival." Gongsun Xingwu frowned and looked at Sun Zhongyuan, and said in a deep voice, "Master Sun, why did you suddenly go to the Hanjing Jade Pavilion?" "Ms. Gongsun, I. Upon hearing this, Sun Zhongyuan lowered his head slightly and murmured, unable to utter a word. He. Zhang Mei suddenly sneered, looked at Gongsun Xingwu and said, "I gave Master Sun 8 million as a resettlement fee. A wise bird chooses the right tree to roost in. Everyone knows this truth. Gongsun Xingwu ignored Zhang Mei and looked at Sun Zhongyuan. Master Sun, I think I have treated you well. If you leave Yuanlai Jade shop because of money, I won't say anything. But why didn't you inform me in advance? Now that the Jade Carving Festival has begun, where can I find a jade carver? Sun Zhongyuan suddenly sighed, raised his head and his face was full of shame. Ms. Gongsun, I'm sorry. Zhang Mei on the side sneered and said, I asked Master Sun to do this. My money is not that easy to take. Didn't your Yuanlai Jade Workshop also participate in the Jade Carving Festival? This time, I will make your Yuanlai Jade Workshop lose all its reputation. The next second, the system's voice sounded in Shenhao's mind. Ding! Random mission, Zhang Mei's conspiracy. Zhang Mei secretly poached the Jade Carving Master from Yuanlai Jade Workshop. Since there is no Jade Carving Master from Yuanlai Jade Workshop participating in the competition, please make the selection, host. Choice 1, wait and see, give up the competition, and be rewarded with a piece of Imperial Green Jadeite worth 1 billion. Choice 2, continue to participate in the Jade Carving competition and be rewarded with a heritage-level Jade Carving, Wanli Mountains and Rivers. Shenhao made his choice without hesitation. System, I choose the second option and continue to participate in the Jade Carving competition. Gongsun Xingwu glared at Zhang Mei. She never expected that Zhang Mei would actually cut off the source of the problem and poach the Jade Carver from Yuanlai Jade Workshop. Want to bring disgrace to Yuanlai Jade Workshop? Shenhao looked at Zhang Mei coldly and said in a deep voice, You must be dreaming. Zhang Mei looked at Shenhao with a hint of resentment in her eyes. She still remembered the last time Shenhao forced her to swallow stone powder. He. Yuanlai Jade Workshop has won the first prize twice. We can't even afford to hire a jade carver for this year's Jade Carving Festival. What do you think other people will think? I'm afraid I can't survive in the entire jade industry anymore. Chapter 96 Who says there are no jade carvers? Shenhao looked at Zhang Mei with a smug look on her face and sneered. Who said that Yuanlai Jade Workshop doesn't have jade carvers? Zhang Mei was startled when she heard this, and then said in a cold voice, The Jade Carving Festival is about to start, and I don't believe Gongsun Xingwu can invite a jade carver. Shenhao smiled recently, Who said I can't invite you? I am a jade carver. Zhang Mei was stunned and looked at Shenhao in disbelief. You are a jade carver? Stop kidding. The jade carving masters who are able to participate in the Jade Carving Festival are all veterans who have been immersed in jade carving for many years. I have never seen such a young jade carving master before. Gongsun Xingwu took Shenhao's arm and moved slightly. Shenhao, do you really know jade carving? Shenhao nodded. There are master-level carving skills that the system once rewarded. Not to mention jade carving, even stone carving, wood carving, paper carving, ice carving, and sand carving are all no problem for Shenhao. Xingwu, don't worry. I'm here. The top product of this year's Jade Carving Festival will still be from Yuanlai Jade Workshop. Gongsun Xingwu raised her eyes and looked at Shenhao, with a hint of tenderness in her eyes. Shenhao, I believe you. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Host, please choose the location where the reward will be distributed. Deposited at Huayang Convention and Exhibition Center first. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. The voice of the system sounded in Shenhao's mind. Zhang Mei, who was not far away, heard what Shenhao said and immediately sneered. Shenhao, you are so arrogant. Okay. Didn't you say you were a jade carver? Then let's make a bet. Shenhao raised his eyebrows when he heard this and sneered, Zhang Mei, you really only remember to eat and not to be beaten. Have you forgotten that you swallowed the stone powder alive after losing the bet last time? Zhang Mei's face froze, then turned gloomy. Shenhao, don't be so proud. I just want to ask you if you dare to accept this bet. Shenhao chuckled, Okay, how do you bet? A gleam of pride flashed across Zhang Mei's eyes. Let's bet on who can carve the highest price between you and Master Sun. If you lose, you will have to pay me double the auction price of Master Sun's jade carving. If I lose, I will give you double the auction price of the jade carving. And Zhang Mei said in a grim tone, the loser will have to smash his jade carving into powder and swallow it. Looking up at Shenhao, Zhang Mei said sarcastically, Shenhao, do you dare to agree? Ding. Random mission, Zhang Mei's challenge. Zhang Mei hates the host and sets up a gambling game to frame the host. Please make your choice. Choice 1, accept the challenge and be rewarded with a Dodge Tomahawk motorcycle worth 80 million. Choice 2, reject the challenge and you will be rewarded with a luxury private yacht worth 80 million. The voice of the system sounded in Shinhao's mind. With a sneer on his lips, Shinhao made his choice without hesitation. System, I choose the first option and accept the challenge. Gongsun Xingwu held Shinhao's arm and couldn't help but feel nervous. Shinhao, don't agree to Zhang Mei's bet. She is setting a trap for you. Shinhao gently patted Gongsun Xingwu's hand and said confidently, Xingwu, don't worry, I won't lose. Looking up at Zhang Mei, Shinhao said in a deep voice, I agree to the bet. I just hope you won't go back on your word. Zhang Mei showed a look of success on her face, and said quickly, I mean what I say. In Zhang Mei's eyes, Shinhao is definitely going to lose. As for Sun Zhongyuan's jade carving skills, his 2 first-class works have proved everything. And Shinhao. Zhang Mei would never believe that Shinhao's jade carving skills would surpass Sun Zhongyuan. The news of the bet between Shinhao and Zhang Mei soon spread to everyone attending the Jade Carving Festival. Zhang Mei's secret spreading of the information was indispensable. Gambling? This year's Jade Carving Festival is interesting. Isn't this bet too big? There's actually someone competing with Master Sun in carving skills? Is he crazy? Who is this Shinhao? Where did this jade carver come from? I haven't heard of him. He looks quite young, but he's just a nobody. Master Sun is a top-grade jade carver for 2 consecutive years. He is definitely a jade carving master. I heard that Master Sun was poached by Zhang Mei. It looks like Yuanlai Jade Workshop will have a hard time this time. Amid the discussions of the crowd, the Jade Carving Festival kicked off. Hello, everyone. The host stood on the display stand and said to the crowd, welcome everyone to the 27th Jade Carving Festival. This Jade Carving Festival is jointly supported by Shangmao Jade Shop, Jubo Pavilion, and Haihu City Administration. There are 20 jade carvers participating in this Jade Carving Festival competition. Let's invite them to the stage one by one. Under the exhibition stand, Shinhao patted Gongsun Xingwu gently. Xingwu, don't worry. The top prize will definitely be ours. After saying that, Shinhao walked calmly onto the display stand. Among 20 jade carvers standing on the display stand, Shinhao stood out particularly. Against the backdrop of a group of old men, Shinhao's youthful handsomeness is unstoppable. Below the stage, everyone's eyes turned to Shinhao. He is Shinhao. Such a young jade carver? Are you kidding me? I think he is at most an apprentice. It would be a joke for him to participate in the Jade Carving Festival. He dares to compete with Master Sun? Master Sun Zhongyuan seems to be getting more and more energetic. I heard that Master Sun carved a piece of fortune and luck 2 years ago and sold it for 30 million. Ha! It seems the outcome of the bet is already determined. Except for Gongsun Xingwu, no one believed that the jade carving carved by Shinhao could be auctioned off higher than that of Sun Zhongyuan. The host stood in the center of the display stand and said loudly, time is up, this jade carving festival officially begins. Let's see what materials we have prepared for this jade carving festival. As soon as the host finished speaking, staff members brought up a lot of jade raw materials. In order to reflect the jade carving skills. These jade raw materials are not top quality. Most of them are materials mixed with mixed colors or have cracks and hidden scratches. Some are also leftover scraps. Each jade carver will select a piece of jade raw material. Use your carving skills and imagination to turn this piece of jade raw material into treasure. The raw materials were placed on the display stand for the jade carver to select. Except for Shinhao, all the jade carvers came forward and carefully selected the materials that suited their taste. Only Shinhao stood there without making any choice. Because for Shinhao, no matter what the material is, it will stand out with the master-level carving skills. Under the exhibition stand, everyone saw Shinhao standing there without moving, and they all became puzzled. Why doesn't Shinhao go and select the materials? It should be that there is an advantage in starting early. Yes, if you don't choose, all the good materials will be taken away. I wonder if he's going to give up. I can't win anyway, so I'll just pick one at random. Chapter 97, 1 hour to complete the jade carving. The host looked at Shinhao, who was standing still, with a puzzled expression on his face. Master Jade Carver, can I ask you a question? The host placed the microphone in front of Shinhao. Can. Shinhao nodded casually. The other jade carving masters were all busy selecting the right materials, but you were just standing there. The host asked in confusion. Everyone in the audience wants to ask why. Shinhao smiled and said casually, "It doesn't matter. Let them pick whatever they want. They can't win with me in the competition anyway." When the host heard what Shinhao said, he was at a loss for words. That's the end of the story. Under the exhibition stand, everyone was stunned at first, and then looked at Shinhao with mocking eyes. Is this guy crazy? So confident? Ha, everyone can brag. If we lose, it will be such a disgrace. Humph. Grandstanding. This kid is too arrogant. We must teach him a lesson. Zhang Mei stared at Shinhao with cold eyes, a hint of complacency appearing at the corner of her mouth. He. Shinhao is looking for death. Once all the materials suitable for carving have been picked out, I wonder how he can win. There was only one person in the audience who was looking at Shinhao with a worried expression. Dongsun Qinggu unconsciously clenched her fists. Shinhao, you must win. Wait until the other 19 jade carvers have all selected their raw jade materials. Shinhao then walked calmly to the pile of jade materials. After a casual glance, Shinhao pointed his finger. Okay, that's it. The host and the audience all looked curiously in the direction Shinhao pointed. The next second, they all showed astonishment on their faces. Choose this material? Is he serious? TSK. No need to look, he is definitely going to lose. Oh my god. Are the organizers kidding? They made such a piece of waste. This jade material is amazing. It's red, yellow, green, and blue. It's like a big dyeing factory. A useless person matches a useless piece of material. Isn't this a perfect match? The jade material selected by Shinhao is large in size, but is mixed with many different colors. From the perspective of a jade carver, the purer the color of the jade, the easier it is to carve. The material chosen by Shinhao is absolutely not suitable for jade carving. All participating jade carvers have already selected their jade raw materials. The host held up the microphone and said, "All contestants are ready. Now let us witness the miracle of the jade carver." Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Host, please choose the location where the reward will be distributed. Put it in my basement garage. Ding, the rewards have been distributed. Please check, host. The voice of the system sounded in Shinhao's mind. At the same time, a cool and powerful motorcycle appeared in a parking space in an underground garage. Dodge Tomahawk. The jade carving competition will last for 5 hours. During these 5 hours, the jade carver will do his best and exhaust all his ideas. Turn a piece of jade waste into treasure. Become a pleasing work of art. All jade carvers have an independent operation room. There is full surveillance inside to avoid the possibility of cheating by jade carvers. Although the audience outside cannot see how the jade carver carves his work. But that doesn't stop them from staying outside and waiting for the final result. An hour later, Shinhao walked out of the operating room. When the waiting audience saw Shinhao, they all showed surprise on their faces. Why did Shinhao come out? Has he finished the jade carving? Isn't that possible? Sometimes it takes an hour just to design the jade carving pattern. Ha! I think he just gave up. That's right. He chose the largest jade material. How could he finish carving it in an hour? Everyone thought that Shinhao had given up the competition. It only took an hour to walk out of the operating room. The host walked up to Shinhao and asked, "Contestant, are you going to give up the competition?" Shinhao shook his head, chuckled and said, "How is that possible?" The host then asked in confusion, "Then why did you come out so soon?" Shinhao shrugged and said casually, "Because my work is already completed." What? Upon hearing this, the host looked at Shinhao in surprise. You finished the jade carving in just 1 hour? Shinhao chuckled, "Any questions?" Forehead. The host looked at Shinhao speechlessly, "Of course, no problem. Although the competition will last for 5 hours, there is no rule that it cannot be finished early." Shinhao. Dongsun Qingwu walked quickly to Shinhao. Is your work finished? Shinhao nodded, "It's done. Don't worry, the top prize will definitely be mine." The next second, Zhang Mei's mocking voice came from the side. Shinhao, I think you are just being mysterious. Zhang Mei looked at Shinhao with contempt. It only takes 1 hour to complete the jade carving? Who are you kidding? Ding. Random mission, Zhang Mei's suspicion. The host completed the jade carving in 1 hour, which aroused Zhang Mei's serious suspicion. Please make a choice. Choice 1, explain yourself and you will be rewarded with a heritage-level jade vase with 2 dragons playing with a pearl. Choice 2, ignore it and be rewarded with master-level porcelain firing skills. The voice of the system sounded in Xinhao's mind. System, I choose the second option and ignore it. Facing Zhang Mei's suspicion and ridicule, Xinhao sneered disdainfully. Turning to look at Zhang Mei, Xinhao said coldly, how can a mortal understand the mind of a god? After saying that, Xinhao no longer paid attention to Zhang Mei. Holding Gongsun Xingwu's waist, Xinhao said, for more hours. Let's go eat, I'm a little hungry. Zhang Mei stared at Xinhao's departing back with a gloomy face. God? Bah! Still going to eat? I think you want to run away. Xinhao, I'm telling you, don't even think about running away. The bet has been made. Whoever loses must fulfill the bet. Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding! The rewards have been distributed, please check. The next second, a large amount of information emerged in Xinhao's mind. Material selection. Clay sculpting techniques. Glaze rendering techniques. Controlling the firing temperature of porcelain. Xinhao quickly absorbed a large amount of information. In an instant, Xinhao's skill in firing porcelain was no less than that of a master who had immersed himself in porcelain firing for a lifetime. Huayang Convention and Exhibition Center is located in Xiqing District, Haihu City. This is a gathering place for traditional Han handicrafts such as jade carving, stone carving, bamboo art, clay sculpture, etc. After a simple meal, Gongsun Xingwu took Xinhao for a stroll here. Chapter 98 Jade carving is just my hobby. Huainan Street in the western suburbs. It is a famous handicraft street in Haihu City. Jade carving, stone carving, wood art, clay sculpture. A dazzling array. Gongsun Xingwu took Xinhao's arm and looked around with great interest. Xinhao, look! This jade ornament is so cute. Gongsun Xingwu raised her hand and pointed at a panda carved out of jade, and shouted excitedly. Xinhao took a look and said with a hint of regret, it's a pity that the jade material is too poor. Otherwise it's a fine piece. But the stall owner's carving skills are very good, go and take a look. Xinhao brought Gongsun Xingwu to the jade carving stall and looked at it carefully. Would you like to buy some jade carvings? The stall owner is a young, tall, and thin man. A pair of hands with distinct joints and thick calluses on the fingertips. Xinhao casually picked up a jade carving of a maid and asked, did you carve all the jade carvings here? The stall owner nodded and said, yes, I carved them all in my spare time. Xinhao played with the jade carving and said softly, then your carving is pretty good. Although the technique is a bit immature, the idea is great. Looking up at the stall owner, Xinhao asked, do you want to be a jade carver in the future? The stall owner scratched his head shyly and said with a smile, I practiced all by myself, no one taught me. I don't know anything about carving techniques. So it must be difficult to become a jade carver. Xinhao shook his head and said, no, you are wrong. Xinhao looked at the stall owner and said solemnly, as a jade carver, the most important thing is not the carving technique. The stall owner was stunned and looked at Xinhao in confusion, what is that? Xinhao raised his hand and pointed to his head. It's an idea, a conception. Good carving techniques can make jade carvings come alive. But a brilliant idea can make a jade carving worth 10,000 times more. The stall owner froze in place upon hearing this. After a long time, the stall owner finally came to his senses. The look he gave Xinhao was full of admiration. You said it very well. You must be a jade carver? The stall owner looked at Xinhao eagerly and said, can you give me some guidance? Ding! Random task, teach by example. The host's words have enlightened the stall owner. In response to the stall owner's request for advice, please make a choice. Choice 1, refuse to be taught, and you will be rewarded with a piece of top-grade chicken bloodstone worth 100 million. Choice 2, give me some pointers, and you will be rewarded with a jade carving technique record, an S-level jade carver Zhang Ji's loyalty plus 100. The voice of the system sounded in Xinhao's mind. System, I choose the second option. Xinhao looked at the stall owner and asked, what's your name? The stall owner was startled, then replied, my name is Zhang Gu. Xinhao smiled and said, do you want to be a jade carver? Zhang Gu nodded suddenly, I dream about it. I've loved jade carving since I was a kid. It's just that my family is poor and I don't have money to learn carving, so I can only pick up some leftovers and make my own connections, Shinhao knew in his heart that Zhang Ji's S-level evaluation should be based on his ideas and concepts about jade carving. If Zhang Ji's carving skills can be improved, his evaluation can be raised to another level. Looking at Zhang Gu, who looked expectant, Shinhao said, "Since you want to be a jade carver so much, then I'll give you some pointers." Zhang Ji's face showed excitement, and he said excitedly, "That's great. Thank you." Ding. The random mission is over, and the reward is on the way. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. The voice of the system sounded in Shinhao's mind. The next second, a thin book appeared in Shinhao's pocket. At the same time, Zhang Gu looked at Shinhao with a more respectful expression. Shinhao played with the jade made in his hand and said, "Take this jade carving as an example. In terms of conception and intention, you handled it very well. All that's lacking is the carving technique." Upon hearing this, Zhang Gu immediately cupped his hands and said, "Please give me some advice, sir." Shinhao smiled slightly, "Get a carving knife." Zhang Gu hurriedly rummaged through the toolbox behind him and found a well-maintained carving knife. "Sir, this knife is a bit old, you." Shinhao took the carving knife and said with a smile, "It's okay." Holding the carving knife between his fingers, Shinhao lightly cut several times on the jade carving made. Brush, brush, brush. After outlining a few lines on the jade maid's body, Shinhao handed it to Zhang Gu. "Look, how is this jade carving different from the previous one?" Zhang Gu carefully took the jade carving and examined it carefully in his palm. "There are some extra lines. It's the hem of the maid's skirt. This. It looks like it was blown by the wind." The more Zhang Gu looked at it, the more shocked he became. It turned out that the maid carved by Zhang Gu looked dull and lifeless. But after Shinhao lightly cut it a few times, things became completely different. It was like a gentle breeze blowing across the maid's face. The soft hem of the skirt was rolled up. It's like a maid in the boudoir, eagerly awaiting the return of her lover. Hiss. This is amazing. Zhang Gu widened his eyes and looked at the jade carving of a maid in his hand in shock. A few tight cuts can turn decay into something magical. "Sir, you must be a master jade carver." Zhang Gu looked up at Shinhao, his face full of shock. Shinhao smiled slightly and said softly, "Zhang Gu, what you lack is the few slashes I just made. Do you understand now?" Zhang Gu nodded quickly and said excitedly, "Sir, I understand." After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Gu said expectantly, "Sir, I can stay with you. Would you like me to learn jade carving?" Shinhao shook his head slightly and said, "I'm afraid this won't work. Because jade carving is just my hobby. I'm not a pure jade carver." Zhang Gu suddenly opened his mouth, his face full of disbelief. "Your carving skills are so advanced, but it's just a hobby? This is too incredible." In a blink of an eye, the expression on Zhang Ji's face became lost. "Although I can't learn from you, the few cuts I made just now will benefit me for the rest of my life." Gongsun Xingwu on the side looked at Shinhao with an intoxicated expression. "Shinhao, it turns out that your jade carving skills are so amazing?" A smile appeared on Shinhao's lips and he pinched Gongsun Xingwu's nose. "How about it, do you admire me?" Suddenly, Shinhao's eyes lit up and he said, "Xingwu, is your jade workshop short of a jade carver now?" Gongsun Xingwu nodded and said in an annoyed tone, "Yes, Master Sun was poached by Zhang Mei. The shop is indeed missing a jade carving master." Shinhao smiled slightly and pointed his finger at Zhang Gu. "Xingwu, he can be the jade carver in your shop." Chapter 99, I make my own clay sculptures. After hearing Shinhao's proposal, Gongsun Xingwu glanced at Zhang Gu. "Yes. The person you like should be good." Looking up at Zhang Gu, Gongsun Xingwu said, "Are you interested in working in my jade workshop? If nothing else, there's plenty of jade for you to practice carving." Facing Gongsun Xingwu's invitation, Zhang Ji's expression became hesitant. "Can I really do this?" Shinhao chuckled, "You don't believe in yourself, but do you not believe in my vision?" Zhang Gu was shocked when he heard this, then nodded and said, "Of course I believe you. Okay. I'll go work in the jade shop." "That's right." Shinhao patted Zhang Gu on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Believe in yourself. Your name will definitely be among the future jade carving masters." After saying that, Shinhao took out a thin booklet from his pocket. "This transcript is my gift to you." Zhang Gu took the transcript without knowing what was going on, opened it and took a look at it. Basic principles of round sculpture techniques. Relief, chain carving, hollow carving, open work carving. These are all techniques for jade carving. There is a deeper explanation. Zhang Gu looked at the book in his hand in shock, shaking with excitement. After a long time, Zhang Gu finally withdrew his gaze from the book. Looking at Shen Hao, Zhang Gu said in disbelief, "Sir, are you really going to give me this transcript? I know that this transcript is a priceless treasure for a jade carver." Ding! Random mission, Zhang Ji is unbelievable. Faced with the sky-high priced gift, Zhang Gu is incredibly excited. Please make your choice, host. Choice 1, take back the gift and be rewarded with a piece of Tianhuang jade worth hundreds of millions. Option 2, send a gift and get graphene battery technical data as a reward. The voice of the system sounded in Shen Hao's mind. Since it is a gift given away, how can you take it back? Shen Hao made a decisive choice. System, I choose the second option and send a gift. Looking at Zhang Gu, who had a look of disbelief on his face, Shen Hao chuckled. Zhang Gu, take it. This record of jade carving techniques is what you need most right now. Zhang Gu pondered for a moment and carefully put away the notes. Sir, I will treasure this transcript. Shen Hao nodded and said in a deep voice, study carefully and ponder this transcript. I hope to see you win first prize at next year's Jade Carving Festival. Zhang Gu nodded vigorously and said solemnly, Sir, please rest assured. I will definitely not let you down. Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Host, please choose the reward distribution method. As an electronic file, stored on my phone. Ding! The rewards have been distributed, please check. The voice of the system came into Shen Hao's mind. Zhang Gu, pack your things and come with us. Shen Hao looked at Zhang Gu and said, the jade carving competition will end in a few hours, so you can broaden your horizons. Gongsun Xingwu took Shen Hao's arm and said with a smile, Shen Hao is also participating in the competition this time. You can learn from him. Zhang Ji's eyes flashed with surprise when he heard this, really? But Zhang Gu hesitated for a moment, since the jade carving competition hasn't ended yet, why did you come out, sir? Gongsun Xingwu smiled and said, Shen Hao only finished the jade carving in an hour, so he came out to take a look. Zhang Gu looked at Shen Hao in shock, it was completed in just 1 hour? It's simply amazing. It takes me a whole day to complete a jade carving. Shen Hao smiled slightly when he heard this and said, when you reach my level, you will know that jade carving is actually very easy. On Huainan Street, Shen Hao, Gongsun Xingwu and Zhang Gu were strolling around. Soon Gongsun Xingwu was attracted to a clay sculpture shop. Shen Hao, I remember when I was a kid, I loved playing in the mud. My dad even beat me up for that. Gongsun Xingwu looked at the various clay sculptures in the shop, with reminiscence in her eyes. Shen Hao smiled when he heard this, who hasn't played with mud when they were little? Looking at the dazzling array of clay sculptures in the shop, Shen Hao said softly, clay sculpture is the oldest and most common art among the Han people. It can even be traced back to the ancient pottery era. After so many years of inheritance and development, clay sculpture has been divided into many schools. There are clay figurines, colored sculptures, porcelain, etc. It can be said that 100 flowers are blooming. Papa. There was a burst of applause. This young friend is right. At this time, the shop owner came over. He is an old man with gray hair. Clay sculpture does have a very long history. Its development and evolution process is accompanied by the historical changes of the Han dynasty. Looking up at Shen Hao, the shop owner smiled and said, it seems that you know a lot about clay sculpture. Shen Hao smiled slightly, are all the clay sculptures in the shop the work of the old man? The boss nodded and said, yes, I made them all. Which piece do you like, young friend? It's a rare opportunity, so I'll give it to you, little friend. Zhang Gu stood beside Shen Hao and said, Sir, Master Zhang Qian is the best clay sculpture master in Huainan Street. Master Zhang's clay sculptures are very popular. Shen Hao looked around at the clay sculptures and felt a certain degree of admiration for Zhang Qian's craftsmanship. From Shen Hao's perspective, it is indeed very good. The style is exquisite and has a vivid feel. Sir, can I order a clay sculpture here? Zhang Qian nodded and said with a smile, others can't do it, but you can. Tell me, what kind of work do you want? I'm in a good mood today, so I'll make it for you right away. Shen Hao turned to look at Gongsun Xingwu and said with a smile, let's use the two of us as prototypes. Ding! Random task, clay sculpture. The host wants to customize a clay sculpture. Please make your choice. Option 1, make it yourself, and be rewarded with master-level embroidery skills. Option 2, made by the shop owner, rewarded with ownership of the Huainan street shop. The voice of the system sounded in Shenhao's mind. After pondering for a moment, Shenhao made his choice. System, I choose the first option and make it myself. Shop ownership is great, but it can't compare to the meaningfulness of making your own clay sculptures. Looking up at Zhang Qian, Shenhao said, Old sir, I have a request. Zhang Qian waved his hand and said with a smile, What's the matter? Tell me. I want to make this clay sculpture myself. What? Do it yourself? Zhang Qian looked at Shenhao in surprise and doubt. After a moment, Zhang Qian smiled. Well, I'll see how good you are. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. Chapter 100 Perfect Clay Sculpture. In the studio of a clay sculpture shop, Shenhao and his companions packed the place full. At the back is a workbench. There are tools neatly arranged on it. Clay, spatula, hook knife, cotton thread, dye, shade drying machine. The workbench is filled with all kinds of things. Old man, you have a complete range of tools here. Shenhao looked at the tools on the workbench with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Zhang Qian laughed when he heard this. My friend, have you heard of clay figure Zhang? That's our family. Zhang Qian raised his hand and pointed at the workbench, smiling and saying, Young friend, please get started. The old man is standing right here. If you have missed anything, I will point it out to you. Shenhao smiled when he heard this and said softly, Then old man, please watch carefully. Walking to the workbench, Shenhao flexed his wrists. Take a large piece of clay, put in some cotton wool, and add appropriate amount of water. Bang, bang, bang. The clay mixed with cotton and silk is repeatedly beaten. Endowed with extremely high plasticity. Not bad. This technique is very professional. The proportion of adding cotton and silk is also perfect. Zhang Qian looked at Shenhao's actions with a hint of surprise in his eyes. I thought Shenhao was just playing around. Who would have thought that he would be an expert at the first try? The clay for clay sculptures has been tanned. Shenhao did not pause at all and used his hands to shape a rough outline. Two little people holding hands. The head and limbs are intact. It's just that there are no details such as facial features and clothing. I was able to create the main outline so quickly. Shenhao just fiddled with it a few times with his hands and had already made a rough outline. Zhang Qian showed a look of shock. What happened next made Zhang Qian open his eyes wide in horror. Shenhao picked up a spatula and started smearing paint on the clay sculpture. Brush, brush, brush. Shenhao held the spatula with his 10 fingers flexibly. Or hook, or wipe, or pick. With a flip of the wrist, 2 lifelike little figures appeared in front of everyone. The production process is as smooth as flowing water, full of natural charm. Although the clay sculpture has not been rendered or colored, people can still clearly distinguish it. These 2 clay sculptures are Shenhao and Gongsun Xingwu. Good, awesome. It really seems like that. Zhang Ge looked at the clay sculpture made by Shenhao with shock on his face. Zhang Qian's eyes widened, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Shenhao looked at the clay sculpture in his hand and said softly, Not bad. The next step is to color it. Hiss. Zhang Qian, who was concentrating on observing what Shenhao was doing, took a deep breath. There was a flash of disbelief in his eyes. Such a perfect and lifelike clay sculpture is only rated as good? Shenhao naturally didn't know how shocked Zhang Qian and the others were. He held a brush in his hand and dipped it in dye. Shenhao moved his brush quickly, painting on the clay sculpture. As soon as the dye comes into contact with the clay sculpture, it is absorbed by the highly adhesive clay. In other words, when coloring clay sculptures, there can be no mistakes. Hiss. Zhang Qian's eyelids twitched in shock when he saw Shenhao's rapid coloring speed. With his eyes wide open, Zhang Qian stared at Shenhao's movements. I was afraid that Shenhao would apply the wrong color and ruin this perfect clay sculpture. Shenhao wrote with his brush without any concerns in this regard. It only takes a few breaths. Shenhao has already finished coloring the clay sculpture. Shenhao turned on the drying machine and put the clay sculpture into it, waiting for the clay sculpture to dry completely. In the workshop, Zhang Qian paced back and forth, rubbing his hands. He waited anxiously for the clay sculpture to dry in the shade. I'm afraid Zhang Qian was not so anxious even when his wife gave birth. Why aren't you well yet? Zhang Qian looked up at the dryer from time to time. But the indicator light of the dryer shows that it is still working. Shen Hao couldn't help but chuckle when he saw this. Old man, there's no need to be so anxious, right? Zhang Qian waved his hand quickly after hearing this. Don't call me old man, I should call you sir. Your clay sculpture craftsmanship really opens my eyes. Looking at the drying machine expectantly, Zhang Qian said, this clay sculpture is probably the most perfect clay sculpture I have ever seen in my life. Bite. Following a soft sound. The indicator light on the dryer went out. All right. Shen Hao stood up, opened the drying machine, and took out the clay sculpture. Perfect. It's perfect. Zhang Qian exclaimed when he saw the clay sculpture for the first time. Zhang Gu on the side also looked at the clay sculpture in shock. Mr. Shen's clay sculpture skills are so superb. These are two clay figures holding hands. His appearance and clothing are exactly the same as Shen Hao and Gongsun Qingwu. It's just shrunk 10 times. Even the ornaments on the clay sculptures are depicted in great detail. Zhang Qian looked at the clay sculpture and trembled with excitement. This is a true work of art. Zhang Qian had never thought that the craftsmanship of clay sculpture could reach such a high level. Shen Hao handed the clay sculpture to Gongsun Qingwu and said with a smile, Qingwu, do you like it? Gongsun Qingwu looked at the clay sculpture with fascination, a charming smile on her face. Like. This is the best gift I've ever received. Zhang Qian looked at the clay sculpture in Gongsun Qingwu's hand with a look of desire on his face. Mr. Shen. Zhang Qian looked at Shen Hao hesitantly. Can you please make another clay sculpture? Let me stay and observe every day. Zhang Qian looked at Shen Hao pleadingly. After seeing the clay sculptures you made, I finally understood where my next step should be. Ding. Random mission, Zhang Qian's plea. Having seen the master-level clay sculpture craftsmanship of the host, Zhang Qian is eager to own a clay sculpture made by the host. Please make your choice. Choice 1, agree to make it and be rewarded with the ownership of the Huainan street shop. Choice 2, refuse to make it, and be rewarded with master-level weaving craftsmanship skills. The voice of the system sounded in Shen Hao's mind. Looking at the pleading eyes of the old man in front of him, Shen Hao made his choice. System, I choose the first option and agree to produce it. Looking up at Zhang Qian, Shen Hao nodded and said, okay. What kind of clay sculpture do you want? Zhang Qian showed excitement on his face. After thinking for a moment, he said, let's make a fuwa. Shen Hao nodded and said softly, wait a moment. After saying that, Shen Hao turned around and walked to the workbench to make the fuwa clay sculpture again. The movements are also as smooth as flowing water, full of natural beauty. Just watching Shen Hao's production process is a pleasing thing. A moment later, Shen Hao handed a brand new clay sculpture of fuwa to Zhang Qian. Take it, old man. Good. Great. Zhang Qian's face showed excitement. He took the clay sculpture carefully. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Host, please choose the location where the reward will be distributed. Put it in my office filing cabinet. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. Chapter 101 Jade Carving, Dragon Traveling in the Sky. Chairman's office in Binhai building. Lu Mengshi is handling company business. Needing a document, Lu Mengshi stood up and walked to the filing cabinet. The moment you open the filing cabinet. Crash. A large stack of small red notebooks fell out from the filing cabinet. Lu Mengshi looked at the little red notebooks scattered on the ground and subconsciously raised her eyebrows. Pick it up and take a look. Really? Property Certificate of Shop Number 04, Huainan Street, Shijia. Property Certificate of Shop at Number 14 Huainan Street. Number 01. 03. Lu Mengshi shook his head, a look of helplessness on his face. Sure enough, is this another street of shop property rights? How much wealth does Mr. Shen have left? Huayang Convention and Exhibition Center. Shen Hao and Gongsun Qingwu brought Zhang Ge back here together. The time was approaching 5 hours. Most of the jade carvers have completed their jade carving works. Hey! You're back? I thought you guys ran away. Zhang Mei saw Shen Hao and Gongsun Qingwu and immediately started to mock them. Shen Hao's eyes flashed with coldness, and he said, how could I leave if I didn't see you swallowing the jade powder alive? Zhang Mei's face suddenly turned gloomy. Shen Hao. Don't be so complacent. It's your turn to lose this time. You're so arrogant that you left 4 hours early. Let's see how you can beat me this time.
Xinhao raised his eyes and looked around, but did not see Sun Zhongyuan.
It's been almost 5 hours, Master Sun hasn't finished yet? It seems that this skill has deteriorated a bit.
Zhang Mei snorted coldly upon hearing this, and said in a smug tone, Master Sun has been well prepared this time, and he will definitely win the first prize in one fell swoop.
Xinhao smiled and said casually, let's wait and see. Ding. Random mission, battle for the best jade carving.
The host has participated in the jade carving competition.
Can you successfully win the championship? Please make your choice. Option 1, if you miss the opportunity, you will be rewarded with the ownership of Huaiyang Convention and Exhibition Center. Choice 2, crush all the heroes, and be rewarded with a national treasure level jade carving, a jade pendant with Kuelong pattern from the Warring States period.
The voice of the system sounded in Xinhao's mind.
Xinhao made his choice without hesitation. No need to ask, the answer is to crush everyone. Time is up.
The host stood on the display stand, with a row of jade carvings covered with red silk behind him. Behind me are the competition works of all the jade carvers.
Arrange in reverse order according to the time the works were completed. Now, let us reveal them one by one. The host walked over to the first piece. The first jade carving. From the jade carver Sun Zhongyuan. Swish.
The host raised his hand and lifted the red silk, revealing the jade carving inside.
Flowers bloom and wealth comes.
This jade carving is 15 centimeters high, and the main body is a peony inserted in a jade vase. The jade bottle was only slightly polished.
What is attractive is this openwork peony.
The stems and leaves are distinct, and the stamens are slender.
It takes only 5 hours to carve out a piece like this. This is enough to show Sun Zhongyuan's jade carving skills.
The host looked at the jade carving with admiration and said loudly, this piece of flower blossoming and prosperous is the pinnacle of Master Sun's work.
Let the bidding begin.
As soon as the host finished speaking, the audience started bidding.
After a round of competition,
this jade carving was eventually auctioned for 7 million.
Haha, that is great. Zhang Mei's face flushed with excitement, and she laughed loudly. The first prize in the previous 2 sessions was only 5 million. This time it was sold for 7 million. I'm sure to win.
The other jade carvers looked dejected upon seeing this. With Sun Zhongyuan's example, there is no way they can win the first prize.
Zhang Mei looked at Xinhao with a smug look on her face and shouted, Xinhao, did you see that? 7 million. Let me see how you fight with me.
Xinhao's expression remained unmoved. He smiled calmly and said, my work has not yet been displayed.
Aren't you too happy too early? Zhang Mei's face turned cold. Okay. Then I'll see what kind of shitty work you can carve.
Xinhao was the first to complete his work, so he was shown last. As each of the participating jade carvers finished displaying their works, it was soon Xinhao's turn. Before this, apart from the 7 million yuan sold by Sun Zhongyuan, the highest price was only 1 million yuan. Under the exhibition stand, everyone looked at Xinhao's work at the back and began to speculate and discuss.
What kind of works did Xinhao carve? Don't think about it. What good work can be produced in an hour? I don't know if it's good or not, but this piece is the biggest. TSK. If the winner is determined by size, then Xinhao is definitely going to win. I want to see if the loser will fulfill the bet.
The host walked up to Xinhao's jade carvings.
The last piece of jade carving. From the jade carver Xinhao. Swish.
The host raised his hand and lifted the red silk covering the jade carving.
A dragon travels through the 9 heavens. The jade carving is huge.
1.5 meters long, 0.8 meters high, and weighs 3.7 tons. It combines various techniques such as round carving, openwork carving, hollow carving, and relief carving.
Carve out a divine dragon flying in the sky with auspicious clouds under its feet. As the saying goes, you can only see the head of a dragon but not its tail. The agile dragon appeared among the auspicious clouds, with only the head of the dragon visible but not the tail. In the mighty and ferocious dragon head, there is a fiery red dragon ball. Auspicious clouds are everywhere, with clear layers. Every piece of dragon scale is clearly visible. It's hard to believe that this work was completed in just 1 hour. As soon as the work Long Yu Jiu Tian appeared in the world, the exhibition hall suddenly fell silent. Everyone opened their eyes wide and looked at the jade carving in shock. After a long while, the host swallowed his saliva and said in a trembling voice, "It's hard to believe that this is a work that Shinhao completed in just 1 hour." The host's voice startled everyone in the booth. Oh my god! This is definitely a jade carving that is hard to find in the world. It is in no way inferior to the national treasure level jade carvings. This auspicious cloud, this divine dragon. There is not even the slightest flaw. How did Shinhao do it? Is he a god? I'm going crazy. I'll buy it no matter how much it costs. I want this piece. On the display stand, the host saw that the audience had already started competing, so he quickly shouted, "This dragon swimming in the sky is definitely the most perfect jade carving I have ever seen. Let the bidding begin." As soon as the host finished speaking, everyone present started bidding frantically. 8 million. 10 million. 30 million. 74 million. In just a few moments, someone offered 74 million for this jade carving. Sky-high price. Upon hearing the bid, the host's hands and feet became weak with excitement. He had never heard of such an amazing price. But the next second, the host completely softened. I offer 100 million. Chapter 102 Apply to view surveillance. I offer 100 million. A voice echoed in the exhibition hall. There was shock on everyone's face. A sky-high price of 100 million. You know, the raw materials of the work are not valuable. They are even some unwanted scraps and waste. This 100 million is entirely the labor cost of the jade carver. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. The bidder was a middle-aged man in a neat suit and sunglasses. Who is he? Not sure, it shouldn't be from our jade circle. He bid 100 million. It seems that he really likes this jade carving. Ha! I think I've seen him somewhere. Oh right. Gang Chang. He is Li Changgong. The richest man in Hong Kong? It's Li Changgong? Oh my god. It's really him. Everyone looked at the man and exclaimed in surprise. Li Changgong, a legendary figure in Hong Kong. He started from scratch at a young age and earned $1 trillion fortune in just over a decade. Become the richest man in Hong Kong. Li Changgong took off his sunglasses and looked at the jade carving of a dragon swimming in the sky, his eyes flashing with a gleam. I offer 100 million. If someone wants to argue with me, I don't mind fighting to the end. Everyone present fell silent. One reason is that the price has already skyrocketed. The second reason is that they really cannot compete with Li Changgong. The host held up the microphone and said excitedly, "Well, congratulations to Mr. Li for winning this dragon swimming in the ninth heaven." Looking up at everyone, the host calmed himself down. Now I announce that the top quality work of this jade carving festival is Dragon Swimming in the Sky, by Jade Carver Shinhao. Papa Papa. As soon as the host finished speaking, everyone present applauded enthusiastically. Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Host, please choose the location where the reward will be distributed. Let's keep it in Huaiyang Convention and Exhibition Center for now. Ding! The rewards have been distributed, please check. The voice of the system sounded in Shinhao's mind. At the same time, there was one more item to be stored at the Huaiyang Convention and Exhibition Center. Jade pendant with Kuelong pattern from the Warring States period. This is impossible. I don't believe it. Zhang Mei's face turned pale and she muttered to herself. The sky-high price of 100 million completely stunned Zhang Mei. Zhang Mei thought she could definitely win this bet. It was not until the end that I realized that I was a joke. How to compare 7 million and 100 million? Shinhao walked up to Zhang Mei and said coldly, "Zhang Mei, you lose." Zhang Mei's face turned pale and she staggered back a few steps. I don't believe it. How could such a beautiful jade carving be completed in just 1 hour? You must have carved it early in the morning. There was a glimmer of hope in Zhang Mei's eyes. It was like grabbing the last straw. I want to apply to view the surveillance video. Zhang Mei's words sparked discussion among the crowd. What she said makes sense. I find it unbelievable too. An hour is really too short. This kind of amazing work should take at least a month to complete. I agree to view the surveillance video. Yes, take a look. The host looked at Shinhao in embarrassment. Mr. Shun, look. The next second, the system's voice sounded in Shinhao's mind. Ding. Random mission, investigate surveillance. The host's stunning work has aroused everyone's suspicion. In the face of the application for surveillance investigation, please make a choice. Choice 1, refuse the investigation and receive the technical data of the Tizot UAV as a reward. Option 2, agree to the survey and receive AR augmented reality technology information as a reward. System, I choose the second option and agree to the investigation. Shinhao smiled and said, investigate the surveillance? Sure. Under the operation of the staff, the video of Shinhao carving the dragon swimming in the sky was shown in front of everyone. Shinhao walked to the raw jade material and started carving it with a carving knife without any hesitation. Ding ding ding. As large chunks of jade fell off, the overall shape of the jade carving appeared before everyone. Then Shinhao held the carving knife in his hand. Just like a gentle breeze blowing over the hills, it finally carves the jade. The flip of the wrist is filled with pleasing rhythm. As time goes by, a mighty and ferocious dragon slowly appeared. Standing on auspicious clouds, proudly traveling above the 9 heavens. Everyone watched Shinhao's actions in the video in fascination. Especially the jade carvers present, their faces showed an expression of fascination. Perfect, absolutely perfect. His technique is so clever. This is the style of a master. Even if I only watched this video, the trip was worthwhile. As expected of a master who can carve stunning works, this carving technique is amazing. It's totally worth spending 100 million to shoot dragons swimming in the 9 heavens. The video ended after exactly 1 hour. Everyone recovered from their shock. He looked at Shinhao again, his eyes full of admiration. The host's face flushed with excitement, and he raised the microphone and shouted, everyone has seen it. Mr. Shin really took only 1 hour to complete the work. Everyone nodded when they heard this. They had seen it with their own eyes. Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Host, please choose the reward distribution method. Just save it to my phone. Ding! The rewards have been distributed, please check. The voice of the system sounded in Shinhao's mind. Papa? Li Chengdong clapped his hands and walked closer to Shinhao. Mr. Shin, you are a jade carving master. It's totally worth it to spend 100 million to buy this work. Shinhao chuckled when he heard this. Mr. Li seems to like jade carving very much. Li Chengdong nodded and said, I have no other hobbies in my life. I just like to be still and move. This stillness is a jade sculpture. Turning his head to look at the dragon swimming in the sky on the display stand, Li Chengdong said happily, I have a lot of jade carvings in my collection. Among them are some of the masterpieces of the masters. But none of them are as good as Mr. Shin's dragon swimming in the sky. Looking at Shinhao, Li Chengdong said with a smile, Mr. Shin, if you have the opportunity to come to Hong Kong City, you must notify me. I will treat you well and discuss the art of jade carving. Li Chengdong's invitation to Shinhao made everyone present jealous. But Shinhao was very calm. Because to Shinhao, money really means nothing. What Shinhao is concerned about now is to make Zhang Mei fulfill the bet. Zhang Mei, what else do you have to say now? Zhang Mei's face turned pale and she felt extremely regretful. I really want to slap myself. Why did I make a bet with Shinhao in such a rush of emotion? Now, you shot yourself in the foot. I lost. I'll transfer the money to you. After saying this, Zhang Mei's heart was bleeding. According to the bet, Zhang Mei has to pay double the price of Shinhao's auction item. That's a full 200 million. Shinhao sneered and said, you may have forgotten that besides money, there is another item. Chapter 103 Severely Punish Zhang Mei. Shinhao raised his eyes to look at Zhang Mei and sneered. Zhang Mei, you must have forgotten that the loser has to grind the jade carving into powder and swallow it. Swish. Zhang Mei's face turned extremely ugly in an instant. Shinhao, do you really have to force me like this? He. Shinhao sneered when he heard this, you made the bet yourself. Who forced whom? I. Zhang Mei opened her mouth, but no words came out. Bang! Zhang Mei slapped herself hard. I secretly hated myself for provoking Shinhao. When I think about what happened to me last time when I swallowed stone powder raw. Zhang Mei shuddered subconsciously. I spent a full half-month in the hospital. If I swallow the jade powder again, I'm afraid I'll lose half my life. When she thought of that outcome, Zhang Mei couldn't help crying. Looking up at Shinhao, Zhang Mei cried out in tears, Shinhao, I was wrong. I shouldn't have bet with you. I'll transfer the money to you directly. Please don't let me swallow the jade powder anymore. Besides, the jade carving has already been bought by someone else. There is nothing I can do about it. The next second, the system's voice sounded in Shinhao's mind. Ding! Random mission, Jiang Mei's plea. The host wins the bet. Facing Jiang Mei's crying and begging, please make a choice. Choice 1, let Jiang Mei go, and you will be rewarded with a Bugatti Veyron supercar, which has a gentle temperament like jade. Choice 2, severely punish Jiang Mei, reward her with 1 billion coins, and be as majestic as a cast iron. With a sneer on his lips, Shinhao made his choice. System, I choose the second option, severely punish Jiang Mei. Facing Jiang Mei's tears, Shinhao's expression remained unmoved. Since we have made a bet, we must fulfill it to the end. Otherwise, what's the point? With a sneer, Shinhao continued, as for the jade carving being bought away, I'll buy it back for you. After saying that, Shinhao turned and looked at the person who took the photo of the jade carving. I remember you bought the jade sculpture for 7 million? The buyer nodded, a cunning look in his eyes. Do you want to buy it back? But the price. But it's not 7 million. This is obviously raising the price. Shinhao frowned slightly, exuding an aura of majesty without even being angry. Oh? How much do you want? The buyer sensed Shinhao's aura and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Gudong. After swallowing his saliva, the buyer remembered that Shinhao was not someone he could afford to offend. Whether it is the superb jade carving skills or the praise from Hong Kong's richest man, Li Changdong, any one of them can put oneself in an irretrievable situation. Send it to Mr. Shin. The buyer came to his senses and spoke quickly. Just consider it a little respect from me. A look of satisfaction appeared in Shinhao's eyes. Are you also a jade merchant? The buyer nodded quickly. I opened a small shop. As they were talking, the buyer brought the jade carving to Shinhao. Shinhao took the jade carving and asked casually, does Jubao Pavilion know? Of course I know. The buyer replied quickly. Jubao Pavilion is mine. You can contact Jubao Pavilion if you need anything in the future. After Shinhao finished speaking, he came to Jiang Mei with the jade carving in his hand. The buyer looked at Shinhao's back and a look of relief appeared on his face. He is actually the boss behind Jubao Pavilion? Fortunately, there was no conflict with him. The next second, the buyer became excited again. Jubao Pavilion is the leader in the Jade Circle. Being able to cooperate with Jubao Pavilion is like pie in the sky. Shinhao threw the jade carving at Jiang Mei's feet. Bang! A crisp sound. Jade chips were splattered all over the ground. Looking at Jiang Mei coldly, Shinhao shouted, pick it up and eat it. As the crowd watched, Jiang Mei tremblingly picked up a piece of jade dust and put it into her mouth with a painful expression. Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding! The rewards have been distributed, please check. The voice of the system sounded in Shinhao's mind. At the same time, Shinhao's aura became more and more majestic and powerful. The people around looked at Shinhao with eyes full of fear. Are you Shinhao, Mr. Shen? The person in charge of Huaiyang Convention and Exhibition Center walked up to Shinhao and asked. Can you show me your ID? Shinhao's heart moved. It should be for the reward that the system deposited at the Convention and Exhibition Center. I'm Shinhao, this is my ID. Shinhao showed his ID card to the person in charge for inspection. The person in charge took the ID card, checked it carefully, and returned it to Shinhao. Mr. Shin, please wait a moment. We will pick up your belongings at the convention center right away. After saying this, the person in charge of the convention and exhibition center left in a hurry. Gongsun Xingwu took Shinhao's arm and asked, Shinhao, did you store anything here? Shinhao nodded, a heritage-level jade carving. Inherited jade carving? A scream came from not far away. Li Chengdong stared at Shinhao with eyes wide open. Mr. Shin, are you talking about the heritage-level jade carving? Inherited jade carvings are all treasures of the state. How did you get them? Shinhao smiled and said softly, if you don't believe me, Mr. Li, just wait a moment. Li Chengdong shook his head, his face still showing some disbelief. What is the inheritance level? It is a treasure that has experienced the changes of history and been passed down from generation to generation. Day. Footsteps were heard. The person in charge of the exhibition center led a large team of security personnel. He walked over carefully, pushing a huge jade sculpture. The jade carving was covered with red silk, making it difficult to see what was inside. The person in charge also handed a small box to Shin Hao. "Mr. Shin, your belongings have been brought over, please check them." Shin Hao took the box casually. This box, together with this huge jade sculpture, is the item rewarded by the system. Heritage level jade carving, vast mountains and rivers. Jade pendant with Kuelong pattern from the Warring States period. "Mr. Shin, is this the inheritance level jade carving you mentioned? Can I open it and take a look?" Li Chengdong looked at the covered jade carving curiously and asked Shin Hao. Ding! Random mission, Li Chengdong's curiosity. Li Chengdong is very curious about the true appearance of the inheritance level jade carving. In response to Li Chengdong's request, please make a choice. Option 1, agree, and reward Li Chengdong with plus 100 favorability points. A private yacht worth 80 million. Choice 2, reject, and the reward will be a sapphire worth hundreds of millions. The voice of the system sounded in Shin Hao's mind. System, I choose the first option, I agree. Looking up at the curious Li Chengdong, Shin Hao smiled slightly. Since Mr. Li wants to see it, then open it. Swish. Li Chengdong walked closer to the jade carving, raised his hand and lifted the red silk covering it. Next second, an exquisite jade carving was presented to everyone. Chapter 104, I can't even afford it even if I sell Li Chengdong. Heritage level jade carving, vast mountains and rivers. It is 3.5 meters long, 2.7 meters high and weighs 9.9 tons. The jade carving is placed on a green copper base inlaid with gold wire. It is carved from a piece of extremely precious blue and white Hetian jade. This piece of jade weighing nearly 10 tons is already priceless. What is even more amazing is the content carved on the jade. It combines various carving techniques such as round, transparent, floating and hollow. Carved out the towering mountains, ancient trees, caves and streams, flowing water, houses, ancient towns. Surrounding the jade, a magnificent picture of mountains and rivers slowly unfolds before everyone. Everyone present stared at the jade carving with shock on their faces. In the exhibition hall, everyone held their breath and there was silence. Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Host, please choose the location where the reward will be distributed. Let's rent a seaside pier and distribute the gifts there. Ding! The rewards have been distributed, please check. A piece of information emerged in Shin Hao's mind. Blue Bay Wharf, Baoshan District, Shanghai City. There is a luxurious private yacht moored here. Call. Call. Li Chengdong's face turned red and he was breathing heavily. Incredible. Incredible. It is truly a national treasure of jade carving that is of the heritage level. Li Chengdong looked at Shin Hao excitedly and shouted, Mr. Shin, what is the name of this work? Shin Hao smiled slightly and said softly, 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Li Chengdong repeated it several times in a murmur, and said excitedly, what a good name. Wanli Mountain and River really lives up to its name. Li Chengdong turned around and looked at the jade carving in fascination, saying excitedly, seeing it today is worth my life. The expressions on the faces of everyone present were equally shocked. His eyes were fixed on the jade carving, unable to move at all. So beautiful. This is the charm of jade carving. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. How much manpower and material resources were consumed? Is this a heritage-level jade carving? This really broadens my horizons. This is truly an astonishing work. It's really my lack of knowledge that has limited my imagination. I can't imagine who could have created such an amazing work. I'm afraid it was carved by dozens of jade carving masters working together? It can be called a national treasure. Shin Hao felt helpless as everyone looked at the jade carving enthusiastically. Swish. After covering the jade carving with red silk, everyone reluctantly looked away. Cough. Li Chengdong coughed dryly and his face turned slightly red. Mr. Shin, can you sell this jade carving to me? Fearing that Shin Hao would disagree, Li Chengdong quickly continued, as long as I can afford it, you can name any price you want. Upon hearing this, everyone present looked at Shin Hao with envy. With Li Chengdong's words, hundreds of billions or even trillions are not just a dream. Ding! Random mission, Li Chengdong's request. Li Chengdong, who loves jade carvings very much, is naturally fascinated by seeing the heritage-level jade carvings. Please make your choice, host. Choice 1, agree to the sale and be rewarded with ownership of a listed company worth tens of billions. Option 2, refuse to sell and reward the ownership of Blue Bay Pier. The voice of the system sounded in Xinhao's mind. Then Xinhao made his choice without hesitation. System, I choose the second option and refuse to sell. Heritage level jade carving, a national treasure. How could Xinhao sell it so easily? Looking at Li Changgong, who looked extremely eager, Xinhao shook his head. Mr. Li, I'm sorry. I won't sell this jade carving. Li Changgong showed disappointment on his face and sighed slightly. Hey, I understand. If it were me, I would never sell it. Sorry, I was abrupt. The next second, the system's voice sounded in Xinhao's mind. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. Hearing the system voice ringing in his mind, Xinhao smiled. With a private yacht, you naturally need a private dock for parking. Li Changgong put away the feeling of loss in his heart and turned to look at Xinhao. The small box in Xinhao's hand attracted Li Changgong's attention. The box is old-fashioned in style and should be an old item. Mr. Shen, are the things in here also jade carvings? Xinhao was slightly startled when he heard this, and said, yes, it is also a jade carving. Li Changgong's eyes lit up when he heard this. He now knows that everything in Xinhao's hands are good things. Mr. Shen, can you show it to me? I can't buy a heritage-level jade carving. If this thing is good, I can buy it. Xinhao looked at Li Changgong with a strange expression. If Li Changgong knew what was in the box, he would never dare to say that. Jade pendant with Kuelong pattern from the Warring States period. This is truly a priceless treasure. Even if he sold Li Changgong, he still couldn't afford it. No? Does Mr. Shen think I can't afford it? Li Changgong saw that Xinhao looked strange and couldn't help but ask. Xinhao shook his head slightly and handed the box to Li Changgong. Mr. Li, please take a look. Li Changgong took the box curiously and opened it casually. Bang! Just after taking a look, Li Changgong's expression suddenly changed. He quickly closed the box again. I held the box tightly with both hands, afraid that I would accidentally drop it. Gulp! Li Changgong swallowed nervously. Looking at Xinhao, the expression on his face was particularly wonderful. Mr. Shen, is this authentic? It must be fake, right? It can't be real. Xinhao smiled when he heard that. Whether it is true or not, Mr. Li will know after taking a closer look. Call. Li Changgong took a long breath to calm his nervous mood. Opening the box again, Li Changgong looked intently at the jade pendant with Kuelong pattern placed inside. This color. This pattern. After hesitating for a moment, Li Changgong touched the jade pendant with his hand. This texture. Hiss. A look of horror appeared on Li Changgong's face. It's true. Bang. He quickly closed the lid. Li Changgong carefully returned the box in his hand to Xinhao. I really can't afford this thing. Everyone present looked at Li Changgong in amazement. Is there something in this world that Li Changgong cannot afford? Mr. Li, what exactly is in the box? Someone in the crowd asked Li Changgong. Li Changgong only said one word. Jade pendant. Someone was curious and asked. But Li Changgong said nothing. In the end, everyone could only suppress the doubts in their hearts. Looking at the box in Xinhao's hand, his eyes were full of curiosity. Mr. Shen, where do you want to send this jade carving? Our exhibition center provides full service. The person in charge of the exhibition center asked Xinhao. After a moment's silence, Xinhao said, send it to Yuanlai Jade Workshop. Chapter 105 Suppress his arrogance. Shanghai City, Suwei District, Jingjiang Road. A building stands tall. Hong Mang Technology Building. Lu Mengxi is currently busy with employee placement and interviewing job applicants. Interview room. Opposite Lu Mengxi sat a young man with a proud look on his face. Su Wei. Lu Mengxi looked at the resume and said, I am very satisfied with your resume. Taking out a contract and handing it to Su Wei, Lu Mengxi continued, if there are no problems, we can sign the contract. Su Wei picked up the contract, glanced at it, and put it on the table. Although Hong Mang Technology Company, Limited is a new company, I think it has huge potential. Su Wei's eyes flashed, and he said, this is also the reason why I sent my resume to your company. Extending 2 fingers, Su Wei said in a deep voice, I can sign the contract. But I have 2 requests. Lu Mengxi looked at Su Wei and frowned slightly. It was the first time she had seen an applicant who dared to make requests to the company. Okay, then I'll listen to your 2 requests. Sue said, first, I want to set up a separate communications department and serve as the director of this department. Second, I need a 1-year observation period. It's not your company observing me, but I'm observing Hong Mang Company. If Hong Mang Company cannot satisfy me, I will leave at any time. Looking up at Lu Mengxi, Sue said in a deep voice, if your company can agree to my 2 requests, I will sign the contract immediately. Lu Mengxi frowned and pondered for a moment, then said, wait for the reply. I need to ask the chairman of the company for his opinion on this matter. Chairman's office. Lu Mengxi rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. Oh, this is difficult. The next second, Shen Hao's voice reached Lu Mengxi's ears. What's giving Mengxi such a headache? Lu Mengxi suddenly looked up at Shen Hao, a hint of joy on her face. Director Shen, you're here. Shen Hao walked to Lu Mengxi's side and pinched her cheek. What difficulties did you encounter? Lu Mengxi sighed softly, I met a talented person. But he made 2 requests, which is a bit difficult. One is to request the establishment of a separate communications department and to serve as the department head. The other one is to observe the company for a year and leave at any time if you are not satisfied. Isn't he too arrogant? Looking at Shen Hao, Lu Mengxi asked, Mr. Shen, do you think you will agree to him? Shen Hao pondered for a moment and said, give me his resume. After opening the resume, Shen Hao saw Sue's information. Sue, male, 34 years old. Graduated from the Singapore Polytechnic University with a double master's degree in computer and electronic communication technology. There was a gleam in Shen Hao's eyes. This Sue should be the SS-level information communication talent rewarded by the system. With a smile on his face, Shen Hao said, as a talented person, it's normal for you to be a little arrogant. Looking at Lu Mengxi, Shen Hao smiled and said, agree to both of his requests. Let him come to see me. In the small conference room, Shen Hao met Sue. Are you the chairman of Hong Mang Technology Company? When Sue saw Shen Hao, he asked. Shen Hao nodded slightly and said softly, why, are you surprised? Sue was startled, then said, it's a bit unexpected. I didn't expect that the boss behind the famous Hong Mang Technology Company is actually a young man. Shen Hao smiled when he heard this, talent doesn't depend on age. I also send this sentence to you. Shen Hao looked at Sue with an arrogant look on his face and said, you are a talent. Hong Mang Company is preparing to set up a communications department. I will hire you as the department head. Sue chuckled, don't forget, Mr. Shen, I have another request. If I am not satisfied with the development of Hong Mang, I will leave at any time. Ding. Random mission, Sue's arrogance. Sue, who thinks he is talented, is full of pride and has made 2 requests to the host. Please make a choice. Choice 1, agree to Sue's request, reward Sue with plus 50 loyalty and photoelectric signal transmission technology data. Option 2, suppress Sue's arrogance and make him give up the idea of leaving. Reward Sue with a loyalty of plus 100 and research and development data on room temperature superconductor materials. The voice of the system sounded in Shen Hao's mind. With a smile on his face, Shen Hao made his choice. System, I choose the second option, suppress Sue's arrogance. Looking up at the arrogant Sue, Shen Hao smiled indifferently. Sue, what do you think the future of the communications industry will be? When Sue heard this, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. It's 5G. Bang! Shen Hao snapped his fingers and said, yes, it's 5G. The future of communications is 5G, and the future of 5G is Hong Mang. Sue was slightly startled, then he started laughing. Mr. Shen sounds very confident. Sue said meaningfully, unfortunately, confidence alone is not enough, we need to have sufficient ability. I have never seen this kind of ability in Hong Mang. What kind of abilities do you think are needed? Shen Hao asked. Sue raised a finger, basically, we need support from Earth satellites. And this alone is enough to deter most companies. Shen Hao chuckled when he heard this and placed a piece of information in front of Sue. Take a look. Sue took the information in doubt and started to look through it. This. It's actually the right to use an Earth-orbiting satellite? Sue looked at Shen Hao in shock, has Hong Mang already obtained the authority? Shen Hao smiled slightly and said softly, Hong Mang Company is much more capable than you think. Next, what other abilities do you want? Call. Sue sat up straight with a serious look on his face. Having access to Earth's satellites is not enough. To truly realize 5G interconnection, 5G technology needs to be commercialized. 5G technology has just been developed, and there is still a long way to go before it can be fully commercialized. Xinhao took out his computer, searched on it for a while, and then turned the screen to Su Wei. Take a look. Dong dong. Su Wei's heart began to beat faster unconsciously. With his eyes fixed on the computer screen, Su Wei flipped through the pages attentively. Swish. The next second, Su Wei stood up suddenly, his face full of horror. This. It turned out to be complete 5G commercial technology information. This is impossible. I've never heard of anyone completely perfecting it. Xinhao turned off the computer and said with a smile, just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Now that 5G commercial technical information is available, what else is missing? Su Wei shook his head and said subconsciously, no more. Then can you replicate the 5G commercial technology? Su Wei nodded quickly, Director Shen. I can definitely do it. Xinhao smiled slightly, don't you want to leave now? Su Wei shook his head and said with a shy look, Boss Shen, I will never leave Hong Mang. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. Chapter 106 No Compromise. Hanqing Company, Chairman's Office. Ran Hongtu was furious and slammed the table hard. Bang. That's too much. This is obviously an attempt to trip us up. The reason why Ran Hongtu was so angry was two pieces of official news that had just been released. As soon as the two pieces of news were released, they quickly topped the hot search list. Flying Table will stop pushing services to Hanqing before September 30th. I look forward to the strategic partnership between Honghuang Panguchip and Amy Company. It was these two pieces of official news that made the users of Ran Hongtu and Hanqing extremely angry. This is too much. This is malicious competition. Ha ha. Amy's market share is declining rapidly. It seems that someone is starting to panic. It's less than 2 weeks until the 30th. What should I do? I hope Hanqing and Honghuang will persevere to the end and not give in. Countless people have engaged in heated discussions around this news. Everyone was guessing what Hanqing and Honghuang Company would do next. Should we stick to it or give in? At the same time, domestic manufacturers have extended olive branches to Honghuang Company. He wanted Honghuang to give up cooperation with Hanqing and start cooperating with himself instead. Faced with these invitations, Xinhao remained unmoved. Because Xinhao knew that Hanqing was the only company in the country that was a fully independent internal enterprise. Other companies, to a greater or lesser extent, have external economic holdings. Cooperating with them is undoubtedly throwing fat meat into the wolf's mouth. Ring, ring, ring. Xinhao was reading the news when the phone suddenly rang. The contact displayed on the screen is Ran Hongtu. Hey, Director Ran. Ran Hongtu's worried voice was heard on the phone. Xinhao, my worries have come true. I didn't expect them to be so quick. Now, it's a matter of life and death. The next second, a voice sounded in Xinhao's mind. Ding. Random task, malicious competition. Faced with the Panga chip and the rise of Hanqing, Amy panicked and started a malicious competition. Please make a choice, host. Choice 1, give in, Panga chip will cooperate with Amy and reward Amy with bionic chip technology. Choice 2, hard fight, reject Panga chip's cooperation with Amy, and reward super nanocrystalline etching technology. Faced with the challenge, Xinhao made his choice without hesitation. I choose the second option and fight to the end. Xinhao smiled and said softly, why should Director Ren worry? Don't forget my primitive operating mechanism. Ran Hongtu took a long breath and said in a deep voice, although there are Honghuang, their plan will not be simple. They definitely have follow-up provocations. Xinhao smiled slightly, don't worry about this, Mr. Ren. I have my own way to deal with it. The first thing we have to do is hold a press conference to launch the prehistoric operating mechanism. Okay. I'll do it right away. Bang. The phone call was hung up. Shen Haojing waited for a moment, and a news push appeared on the screen. Honghuang Technology Company will hold a press conference with Hanqing Company to solve the current dilemma. The curiosity of countless people was aroused. Clicked on the live broadcast webpage of the press conference. Or go to the press conference. I want to know how Honghuang and Hanqing should respond. At the Hong Mang Technology Building, countless media reporters came upon hearing the news. The press conference was already filled with excited media and reporters. Welcome all media and journalists. The staff greeted each other, and then representatives from Hong Mang and Hanqing came in one after another. The three people representing Hong Mang Technology Company are Lu Mengxi, Lin Guodong, and Su Wei. The two people representing Hanqing Company are Rin Hongtu and Yu Guoliang. A reporter stood up and held up a microphone to ask Rin Hongtu, "Mr. Rin, the order has been issued to stop the push of flying tables." Faced with this dilemma, what will Mr. Rin do? Ren Hongtu replied calmly, "Regarding this, our friend, Hong Mang Technology Company, has already come up with a very good solution." All the media reporters looked at Lu Mengxi and others who represented Hong Mang. "Excuse me, Mr. Lu, how will Hong Mang solve this problem? Will there be concessions as said online, and will Pango Chip cooperate with Amy?" Facing the reporter's question, Lu Mengxi said solemnly, "According to the instructions of the chairman of Hong Mang Technology Company, Pangachip will never cooperate with any external company." As soon as Lu Mengxi finished speaking, the media and reporters present were all shocked. This means that Hong Mang Company will fight to the end. Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Host, please choose the form of reward distribution. Store it in a USB drive as an electronic file. Ding! The rewards have been distributed, please check. Xinhao was sitting in his office watching the live broadcast of the press conference. The next second, a USB flash drive suddenly appeared in his pocket. The reward of super nano crystal etching technology is stored inside. At the press conference, a reporter asked Lu Mengxi, "Excuse me, Mr. Lu, since Hong Mang Company will not cooperate with Amy Company, how will the service problem be solved?" Facing the curious gazes of the media reporters, Lu Mengxi stood up and said in a deep voice, "Hong Mang Technology Company has developed a mature operating mechanism. That is the prehistoric operating mechanism. Hong Mang will replace the flying table and become the mainstream mechanism in the country. It will be pushed to users on time at midnight tomorrow. I can guarantee that Hong Mang's operation, whether in terms of stability or fluency, will never be inferior to Amy's IS." Boom! Lu Mengxi finished speaking. Whether it is the media reporters present or the audience watching the live broadcast, everyone was stunned at once. They couldn't have imagined that Hong Mang Technology Company had quietly developed a set of operations on its own. At the scene, a Singaporean in a suit and tie stood up. "Excuse me, Mr. Lu, does Hong Mang Technology Company really not intend to cooperate with Amy Company?" Lu Mengxi looked at this person and asked, "Who are you?" "Amy Company, Regional General Manager, Pierce." Pierce looked at Lu Mengxi and said with regret, "Our Amy Company is very optimistic about Pango Chip technology. It would be a shame if we couldn't cooperate. But your company has developed a primitive operation that dares to claim to be no less powerful than IS. Isn't that an exaggeration?" Chapter 107 Peak Battle. Lu Mengxi stared at Pierce and asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean?" Pierce chuckled, with a hint of contempt in his eyes. "Amy Company has already prepared a response plan for the reactions of Hong Mang and Hanqing Company. The purpose of sending Pierce here this time is to suppress the counterattacks of Hong Mang and Hanqing. The IS system has been iteratively developed for 14 generations. The Hong Mang system has just been developed, how can it compare with IS? And do you think the system is only about stability and smoothness?" Pierce looked around, a hint of sneer on his face. "In addition to stability and smoothness, the most important thing about the system is security and personal privacy. If an operating system cannot even guarantee security and personal privacy, who would dare to use it?" Looking at Lu Mengxi, Pierce said confidently, "As everyone knows, our Amy Company's IS system is the most secure mobile phone operating system. How dare your company's primitive operating system compete with IS? It's ridiculous. You." Lu Mengxi looked at Pierce, her pretty face full of anger. In the chairman's office, Xinhao watched the live broadcast of the press conference with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Ding! Random mission, suppression of Amy's company. Amy's company had anticipated the development of the new system and sent Pierce to suppress it. Please make your choice, host. Choice 1, remain silent, accumulate strength, and be rewarded with 4K high refresh display technology. Choice 2, defeat Amy in a duel and get a reward of a new alloy technology that combines strength, toughness, and lightness. The voice of the system sounded in Xinhao's mind. The next second, Xinhao made his choice without hesitation. System, I choose the second option. D. Jun, call Meng Shi. Yes, master. The next second, Shin Hao's phone called Lu Mengshi. Ring, ring, ring. During the press conference, Lu Mengshi's phone suddenly rang. Lu Mengshi suppressed her anger towards Pierce and answered the phone. Mr. Shen? Shin Hao's voice was heard on the phone. Mengshi, turn on the speaker on your phone. Although Lu Mengshi was confused, he still turned on the speaker function of his phone. The next second, Shin Hao's voice reached everyone's ears. I am Shin Hao, the chairman of Hong Mang Technology Company. Pierce, can you fully represent Amy Company? At the press conference, Pierce was slightly startled, then he said loudly, of course. Amy's corporate headquarters has authorized me. Shin Hao's voice rang out, very good. Since Amy Company does not think that the Hong Mang system can be compared with IS, then I would like to ask Amy Company. Do you dare to compete with the primordial system? As soon as Shin Hao finished speaking, the press conference fell silent. All the media and reporters became nervous. Shin Hao is challenging Amy's mobile phone's top position. What great faith he had. Everyone present had anticipation on their faces. Looking forward to the next peak showdown. Pierce's eyes sparkled when he heard this. You asked for this. Looking around at everyone, Pierce said loudly, on behalf of Amy Mobile Company, I have accepted the challenge from Hong Mang Technology Company. In 3 days, a showdown will be launched. After the press conference, the confrontation between the Hong Mang system and the IS system topped the hot search list. Countless people are watching the next competition. If the Hong Mang system wins, there will be no place for Amy Mobile Phone in the Han Kingdom. And if the Hong Mang system loses, there will never be a day when the Han Dynasty's domestically produced systems will come to the fore. Hong Mang Technology Company, Technology R&D Department. Shin Hao called Lin Guodong and others over. Guodong, take a look at this technical document. Shin Hao placed a USB flash drive in front of Lin Guodong. Lin Guodong quickly plugged the USB drive into the computer. Hiss. Is this the underlying code for system security protection? Lin Guodong and the others were all shocked. Shin Hao nodded and said in a deep voice, can we program it into the primordial system before it is pushed out? Lin Guodong showed a determined look on his face and said firmly, boss, don't worry. It will definitely accomplish the mission. 0 o'clock. Countless users of Hanqing mobile phones are looking forward to this moment. Buzz. The cell phones vibrated and countless people picked up their phones. On the display screen, the push notification of the Hong Mang operating system is clearly displayed. Click OK. The system is downloading. The system has been downloaded and is loading. Please wait. System loaded. Welcome to the Hong Mang operating system. This moment. Countless people were in tears and completely crazy. Wow. This is the system our countrymen use. Hong Mang system, awesome. Isn't this too smooth? The phone doesn't lag at all. Amazing. The stability is also very strong. Is this really a newly developed system? It's too perfect. Hong Mang system, we must defeat Amy. Haihu City Stadium. The stadium, which can accommodate 30,000 people, was packed. On the high platform of the stadium, Lu Mengshi and Pierce stood on each side. A Hanqing mobile phone and an Amy mobile phone, all connected and projected on the big screen. The host stood in the middle of the platform, holding up the microphone and saying, today's duel is about the superiority of the Hong Mang system and the IS system. Regarding the stability and smoothness of the system, there is no need to say much about the IS system. After 3 days of experience, everyone has found that the stability and smoothness of the Hong Mang system are no less than those of the IS. Then the next thing to compete is the security of each system and personal privacy. The host held 2 USB flash drives that could be plugged into a mobile phone and said, these 2 USB flash drives are each implanted with the same Trojan virus provided by an unknown hacker. Next I'll plug it into 2 phones at once. Whichever phone can survive until it is cracked by the Trojan virus, the system installed on it will be the final winner. Under the watchful eyes of thousands of people, the host inserted the USB drive into 2 mobile phones at the same time. On the big screen, both mobile phones showed that Trojan viruses were invading. Everyone clenched their fists, hoping to see who would last until the end. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Suddenly, The screen of a mobile phone went black for a moment, then lit up again, with lines of green codes refreshed on it. The system was hacked by a Trojan horse. The code refreshed quickly, opening all the lowest level files in the system. Positioning information. Phone information. Storage data. Secret files. All this personal information is exposed. It's the Amy phone equipped with the IS system. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. Chapter 108 Gene Medicine, developed successfully. In the lounge of Haihu City Stadium. Shinhao was sitting opposite Ren Hongtu and drinking tea. Shinhao, the duel has already started, right? Ren Hongtu put down the teacup and asked Shinhao. Shinhao nodded, look at the time, it's time to start. Looking up at Shinhao's calm expression, Ren Hongtu said with a hint of worry, aren't you worried? Hong Mang's system has just been developed, and its system security still has great risks. Shinhao picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea, then said calmly, don't worry, the Hong Mang system won't lose. The next second, the system's voice sounded in Shinhao's mind. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. With a smile on his face, Shinhao said softly, now, Hong Mang's system has won. Stadium. On a large display. The result of the duel has been clearly presented to everyone. Everyone was silent at first, and then cheers resounded through the sky. Great! Hong Mang's system wins. We won. We defeated Igwa and iOS. Hong Mang's system is awesome. Everyone was cheering and celebrating the victory of Hong Mang's system over iOS system. No, that's impossible. Pierce took a few steps back with a pale face. Staring at the big screen in disbelief, Pierce couldn't believe that the iOS system had failed. And it was a complete defeat. Because at this moment the Trojan virus has not yet broken through the protection of the Hong Mang system. The next second, the big screen showed that the Trojan virus had been eliminated by the antivirus software that came with the Hong Mang system. How is this possible? Why is the protection of Hong Mang's system so powerful? Pierce was completely stunned. Mr. Pierce, something bad has happened. A technician following Pierce suddenly changed his expression. The Trojan virus is accessing the monitoring code of the iOS system. Pierce was awakened instantly. No one must be aware that the iOS system will access the personal privacy of the owner of the monitoring device. You can't go on like this. Quickly remove the Trojan USB drive. Pierce was startled and quickly ran to Igwa's phone, trying to unplug the Trojan USB flash drive inserted into the phone. Lu Mingxi's eyes flashed, and she stood in front of Pierce. Pierce, what do you want to do? Pierce subconsciously glanced at the big screen. The above shows that the Trojan virus has found the lowest level monitoring code of the system. We give up. Mr. Lu, please get out of the way. Lu Mingxi noticed Pierce's intention, chuckled and said, okay, but you have to wait a while. As he was talking, the Trojan virus had completely broken into the most basic code of the iOS system. When a programmer who knew the code saw it, he was stunned. This is. Igwa's iOS system can actually monitor the owner's personal information without permission. As soon as the words fell, everyone was stunned. It's over. Pierce's face showed dejection, his legs went weak and he almost collapsed to the ground. When everyone came to their senses, anger appeared on their faces. Igwa's phone actually accessed my personal privacy? This is too much. Report Igwa Mobile Phone Company. Is this the Igwa phone? Is it the iOS system that claims to be a security protection device? This is against the law. Igwa Cell Phone Company is completely finished. Pierce looked at this scene in despair, secretly hating the hacker who developed the Trojan virus. Who on earth wrote this horrible Trojan virus? If Shinhao saw this scene, he would definitely show relief in his eyes. It was worth it for Shinhao to spend a whole night writing this Trojan virus. A biological genetic laboratory not far from Haihu University of Science and Technology. Yang Shueli stared at the optical microscope nervously. The next second, excitement showed on Yang Shueli's slightly pale face. Success! I finally succeeded. Woo, Mom, I can finally cure you. Yang Shueli cried with joy. I'm going to tell Shinhao. After taking out her phone, Yang Shueli called Shinhao directly. Beep. Shirley? The The call is connected. Yang Xueli held the phone and said excitedly, Shinhao, I have successfully developed a genetic drug to treat my mother. Surely, wait for me. I'll be there soon. Shinhao drove to the laboratory and saw Yang Xueli, whose face was a little pale but in very good spirits. Surely. When Yang Xueli saw Shinhao, a look of surprise appeared on her face. I wanted to run over and hug Shinhao, but my legs went weak. Shinhao was anxious and rushed forward to support Yang Xueli. Surely, how are you? Yang Xueli lowered her head and replied softly, I'm fine, I just haven't eaten for a day and I'm a little hungry. Shinhao sighed softly when he heard this, and a hint of tenderness appeared in his eyes. I'll support you, let's go eat first. Jazz Restaurant Faberlin. After eating, Yang Xueli felt better. Shinhao, I used gene editing technology to develop a drug that can cure my mother. Shinhao smiled, surely, congratulations. Finally I got what I wanted. Yang Xueli nodded excitedly, I've thought about it. After I cure my mother, I will concentrate on studying genetic engineering. Strive to free more people from the pain of disease. Ding. Random task, Yang Xueli's expectations. Doctors are kind-hearted and have boundless love. Yang Xueli hopes that more people can be free from the torture of illness. Please make your choice, host. Choice 1, encourage with words, reward 1 billion coins, and intermediate gene repair fluid. Choice 2, material assistance, reward of ownership of Shinnong Pharmaceutical Company, and primary gene coding technology data. The voice of the system sounded in Shinhao's mind. System, I choose the second option. Looking up at the excited Yang Xueli, Shinhao said, Xueli, it's a good idea that you have. But you're still too weak just by yourself. Yang Xueli blinked, then what should I do? Shinhao smiled slightly and said, I'll help you. I will invest in a pharmaceutical company. At the same time, establish the top scientific research team. Surely, you will be the head of this research team from now on. As soon as Shinhao finished speaking, Yang Xueli suddenly widened her eyes and looked at Shinhao in surprise. Shinhao, can I do this? A smile appeared on Shinhao's face. He raised his hand and ruffled Yang Xueli's hair. If I say you can do it, you can do it. Don't forget whose woman you are. Yang Xueli's cheeks turned slightly red when she heard that, and she gave Shinhao a coquettish look. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Host, please select the location where the property rights certificate will be issued. Put it in my sports car. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. Chapter 109 Genes, no longer mysterious. Haihu First Central Hospital. Shinhao and Yang Xueli pushed open the door of the intensive care unit. Yang Xueli's mother lay quietly on the hospital bed with her eyes closed. Mom, you'll be better soon. Yang Xueli sat at the head of her mother's bed and spoke softly. After taking out a light blue genetic potion, Yang Xueli showed anticipation on her face. As long as the medicine is injected into mother's blood vessels, she will gradually recover. Shinhao patted Yang Xueli on the shoulder and said, I'll go call the nurse. Let them inject the drug into the veins. Shinhao and Yang Xueli had no experience in intravenous medication. In order not to waste this precious genetic medicine, it can only be injected by nurses in the inpatient department. At the nurses' station, 2 nurses are checking today's medication list. Tap. Tap. Shinhao knocked on the glass of the nurses' station. A nurse looked up at Shinhao and asked, Sir, what can I do for you? Shinhao said aloud, I need a nurse to inject the patient with medicine. The nurse flipped open the medical record and asked, which bed is this patient in? It's the patient in bed 3. The nurse checked the medical records. Bed 3. Qin Lan? The patient's daughter is Yang Xueli? Shinhao nodded, yes, it's Qin Lan. The nurse looked at Shinhao in confusion. But Qin Lan has already used up all the medicine for today? We haven't received any notification from the senior doctor to add more medicine. Shinhao explained aloud, we got the medicine that can cure Qin Lan's disease. The medicine needs to be injected into the veins, so I'll let you do the injection. The 2 nurses looked at each other, surprise showing on their faces. A potion that cures Qin Lan's illness? How is this possible? Although the nurse was not involved in Qin Lan's treatment, she also knew what disease Qin Lan had. Narcolepsy, a genetic defect disease. This is a disease that is absolutely impossible to cure at present. Both nurses looked at Shinhao in confusion. Obviously, he didn't believe what Shin Hao said. Please wait a moment. In order to avoid a conflict with Shin Hao, a nurse said, I need to communicate with the senior doctor. Shin Hao nodded, okay. By the way, you can call Director Wang Ping directly. My name is Shin Hao, he knows I won't lie. The nurse was stunned for a moment, then dialed Wang Ping's number. In the conference room of Haihu First Central Hospital. All the hospital's chief doctors sit here. Dean Hu Xingbo was excitedly introducing a middle-aged woman to a group of chief physicians. This is Professor Zhou Yu. He is the leading professor of biological genetics in our Han country. Ms. Zhou Yu has agreed to serve as a distinguished professor at our hospital. Everyone applaud and welcome. Wow, wow, wow. A group of chief physicians applauded and welcomed him. Having such a big shot in charge will be of great benefit to increasing the hospital's visibility. Hu Xingbo raised his hand to suppress the applause and said to Zhou Yu, Professor Zhou, with your joining, the hospital will definitely conquer more difficult diseases. Zhou Yu smiled and said, I heard there is a narcolepsy patient in the hospital? Genetic defects like this are rare. Hu Xingbo nodded, we are helpless against this disease. Zhou Yu's eyes sparkled, and he said, I've heard of this patient before, so I made several treatment plans. That's great. Hu Xingbo said excitedly, I hope we can find a cure for narcolepsy. Ring, ring, ring. A cell phone rang in the conference room. Wang Ping took out his cell phone, answered the call and whispered, What's the matter? A nurse's voice was heard on the phone. Director Wang, please come quickly. Someone said they found a medicine that can cure bed 3 patient Qinlan. Tai. Wang Ping stood up suddenly, a look of surprise on his face. What? A potion that cures narcolepsy? Who said that? The nurse's voice rang out on the phone. He said his name is Shin Hao. Bang! Wang Ping hung up the phone. He looked at Dean Hu Xingbo with shock. Dean, Shin Hao said he found a medicine to cure narcolepsy. Hu Xingbo was dumbfounded when he heard this. I have just invited a professor of biogenetics to study treatment methods. Now Shin Hao has even found the medicine to cure the disease. Impossible. Zhou Yu shook his head and said affirmatively, narcolepsy is a genetic defect. There is no good treatment either in Han or abroad. How could a healing potion appear? Hu Xingbo pondered for a moment and said, Professor Zhou, I know this Shin Hao. He is amazing. Last time, Dong Aigua suffered a large-scale brain infarction, which caused him to fall into a coma and complete paralysis of one side of his limbs. It was he who gave Dong Aigua the acupuncture and made him regain consciousness immediately. Maybe this time, Shin Hao has really found a medicine to cure narcolepsy. Zhou Yu shook his head and said, then let's go see if there is any medicine that can cure the genetic defect disease. Inpatient nursing station. There was a sound of hurried footsteps. Shin Hao. Wang Ping was the first to call out to Shin Hao. Director Wang, Dean Hu? Why are you all here? A smile appeared on Shin Hao's face. With such a big incident, how could we not come? Hu Xingbo showed a look of shock on his face. Shin Hao, have you really found the medicine to treat bed 3 patient Qinlan? Shin Hao nodded and said, of course, as long as the medicine is injected into the veins, Qinlan can be completely cured. I don't believe it. An unwavering voice reached Shin Hao's ears. Shin Hao looked up and saw that the person speaking was a middle-aged woman. Hu Xingbo introduced, Shin Hao, this is Professor Zhou Yu, the top professor of biological genetics in the Han country. She doesn't believe that you found the potion to cure Qinlan. Ding. Random mission, Zhou Yu's suspicion. Zhou Yu does not believe that the host has the genetic medicine to cure Qinlan. Please make your choice. Choice 1, ignore it and be rewarded with master-level biology lecturer ability. Choice 2, break Zhou Yu's doubts and get the basic gene decoding technology as a reward. The voice of the system sounded in Shin Hao's mind. System, I choose the second option. There was a gleam in Shin Hao's eyes. The system once rewarded rudimentary gene encoding technology, and now has gene decoding technology. Genetic encoding and genetic decoding are mutually reinforcing systems. From now on, genes will no longer be a mystery. Looking up at Zhou Yu, Shin Hao smiled. Don't believe it? Then come with me to take a look. Chapter 110 Shin Hao's rejoicing. In the intensive care unit where Qinlan is. The door was pushed open. Shin Hao, Hu Xingbo, Wang Ping, Zhou Yu and others walked in. Yang Xueli looked at the people following Shin Hao, with a look of surprise and doubt on her face. Shinhao, didn't you go call the nurse? Why are the doctors here? Shinhao smiled slightly and said, they don't believe that we have the medicine to cure Auntie's disease. Yang Shueli blinked and asked curiously, why don't you believe it? I have already developed the genetic medicine. Zhou Yu stepped forward with a look of disbelief on his face. Little girl, you said you developed a genetic drug that can cure genetic defects? Yang Shueli subconsciously looked at Shinhao. Shinhao nodded slightly. Yang Shueli then spoke up, yes, what's the problem? Forehead. Zhou Yu's expression froze. Then he said helplessly, little girl, do you know the meaning of what you said? Currently there is no method in the world that can cure genetic defects. Experts and professors all over the world can't figure it out, so how did you develop it? Yang Shueli nodded and said in agreement, the research and development process was indeed not easy. It took me several days. As soon as Yang Shueli finished speaking, everyone present almost laughed out loud. This girl is a little silly but cute. Zhou Yu looked at Yang Shueli, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Little girl, then tell me, how did you develop the genetic medicine? Yang Shueli looked at Shinhao again. Shinhao nodded and said softly, surely, tell her. We must dispel her suspicion. Yang Shueli nodded her head, looked at Zhou Yu and said, my mother's narcolepsy is caused by a genetic defect. In this gene fragment, one of the hydrogen bonds between the CG pairs is missing, resulting in structural instability. That's why my mother developed symptoms of drowsiness. To address this, I used gene editing technology to add a hydrogen bond. Restore stability to the institutions between CGs. Narcolepsy will naturally go away. Looking up at Zhou Yu, who looked confused, Yang Shueli said, do you understand? Under Shinhao's instruction, Yang Shueli's series of professional terms directly stunned Zhou Yu, Hu Xinghua and others. After a moment, Zhou Yu's face showed shock and he stared at Yang Shueli in disbelief. May I have your name? Yang Shueli. Hiss. Zhou Yu took a breath instantly. You are Yang Shueli who published a paper on gene editing technology in Life Science Journal? Yang Shueli nodded and said, it's me. But this paper is written by Shinhao. Cough cough. Before Yang Shueli could finish her words, Shinhao interrupted her with a dry cough. Shinhao just wants to enjoy a low-key life. Let Yang Shueli take care of the fame. This paper was indeed completed by Shirley alone. Shinhao's words made Zhou Yu's eyes suddenly light up. Great! I finally get to meet you. Zhou Yu held Yang Shueli's hands excitedly. Ever since I read your paper, I've been wanting to meet you. I want to learn gene editing technology from you. Please explain it to me. I still have a lot of questions. Shinhao looked at Zhou Yu, who was extremely excited, and was very glad that he had made his previous decision. Intellectuals are always enthusiastic when faced with new knowledge. Facing the enthusiastic Zhou Yu, Yang Shueli said helplessly, can you let me go first? I also want to treat my mother's illness. Zhou Yu came to his senses and quickly let go of Yang Shueli's hand. Yes, healing is the most important thing. Shinhao smiled when he heard this and said, Professor Zhou, do you believe there is a drug that can cure genetic defects now? Zhou Yu nodded quickly and said, of course I believe it. Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Host, please choose the location where the reward will be distributed. Put it in the car. Ding! The rewards have been distributed, please check. The voice of the system sounded in Shinhao's mind. At the same time, there was another piece of technical information in Shinhao's sports car. Primary gene decoding technology. It just happens to be combined with genetic coding technology to form a complete system. Ding! We found data that can be integrated. Do you want to integrate it? The next second, the system's voice came into Shinhao's mind again. Fusion. Ding! Primary gene technology, fusion completed, please check it, host. In the sports car, two pieces of technical information are combined into one, becoming a new piece of information. In the intensive care unit. With Hu Xingguo's consent, a nurse brought the syringe. After extracting the genetic medicine, the nurse carefully injected it into Qin Lan's veins. Swish! As the genetic medicine enters the body, rapid changes are taking place in Qin Lan's body. Under everyone's nervous gaze, Qin Lan slowly opened her eyes. Lily! Qin Lan saw Yang Shueli and said weakly, I woke up again? It's a pity that I don't know when I will see you next time. Yang Shueli's eyes were slightly red, and she held Qin Lan's hand and said with a choked voice, Mom, I cured your illness. You will see me every day from now on. Ha, silly child. Qin Lan smiled on her pale face, I know my illness, you don't need to comfort me. It's true. Yang Shueli said in an urgent tone, your illness is really cured. If you don't believe me, ask the doctor. Dean Hu Xingbo looked at Qin Lan and said in a deep voice, Patient, your illness has been cured. We're going to give you a full body checkup right now. You'll know when the results come out. Qin Lan was wheeled away for a detailed full body examination. Only Shinhao, Yang Shueli, and Zhou Yu were left in the intensive care unit. Zhou Yu looked at Yang Shueli and pondered for a moment. Teacher Yang. Yang Shueli was startled and waved her hands quickly, don't call me teacher. Zhou Yu said solemnly, with your current achievements, you are qualified to be my teacher. Teacher Yang, can I learn from you? Yang Shueli was startled when she heard this, and then she said, you should ask Shinhao about this, I can't decide. Zhou Yu turned to look at Shinhao and said expectantly, Shinhao, can I learn genetic technology from Teacher Yang? It is my lifelong wish to see the pinnacle of genetic technology. Ding. Random mission, Zhou Yu's expectation. Yang Shueli's ability impressed Zhou Yu. I want to learn genetic technology from Yang Shueli. Please make a choice, host. Choice 1, agree, reward Zhou Yu with plus 100 loyalty, and feasibility report on human fusion of chloroplast genes. Choice 2, reject, and you will be rewarded with a copy of the leukemia gene therapy drug. The voice of the system sounded in Shinhao's mind. Chapter 111 This is the company I gave you. System, I choose the first option, I agree. Shinhao looked at Yang Shueli and said, Shueli, agree to her. And you also need assistance for your research work. Lin Miao Miao and the other two are still somewhat lacking in ability. Zhou Yu is a professor of biological genetics and is just right as a research assistant. As soon as Shinhao finished speaking, Yang Shueli nodded. Looking at Zhou Yu, who looked excited, Yang Shueli said, I can let you learn from me. But the projects in the laboratory must not be disclosed to the outside world without permission. Although Yang Shueli is simple, she also knows how amazing what she is researching is. If it were leaked, it would definitely be a troublesome thing for Shinhao. Why would Yang Shueli cause trouble for Shinhao? I see. Zhou Yu nodded solemnly, I will never disclose the research project privately. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Host, please choose the location where the reward will be distributed. Put it in the sports car. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. The voice of the system sounded in Shinhao's mind. At the same time, a feasibility report on human fusion of chloroplast genes was found in Shinhao's sports car. The medical examination report is out. Director Wang Ping ran into the intensive care unit excitedly with a physical examination report in hand. Immediately afterwards, Qin Lan, who was in much better spirits, was pushed back. Wang Ping handed the report to Shinhao and said excitedly, Shinhao, take a look at this report. It shows that the patient is only slightly malnourished, and the rest of the indicators are normal. Narcolepsy is really cured. Shinhao took the report and showed an expression of no surprise on his face. Yang Shueli held Qin Lan's hands tightly and said excitedly, Mom, did you hear that? Your illness is really cured. Tears flowed from Qin Lan's eyes. I know. Lily, thank you for your hard work. Qin Lan knew how much effort Yang Shueli had put in to heal her over the years. As long as you get better, Mom, I won't feel tired at all. Yang Shueli shook her head and said, and without Shinhao, I wouldn't be able to cure you so quickly. Qin Lan looked up at Shinhao with a look of satisfaction on her face. Good boy. Lily, from now on, I'll leave it to you. Yang Shueli's cheeks turned slightly red when she heard this, and she gently shook Qin Lan's arm. Mom. Outside the intensive care unit. Zhou Yu looked at Hu Xingbo apologetically. I'm sorry, President Hu. I'm afraid I can't serve as a distinguished professor at your hospital. Hu Xingbo showed a look of understanding on his face, and said with regret, Professor Zhou, you don't have to apologize. I expected that. The temptation of genetic technology is too great. If I wasn't the director of the hospital, I would probably go to study too. Because Qin Lan's body is still very weak. So Qin Lan has to stay in the hospital for further rehabilitation. Xinhao, Yang Xueli, and Zhou left the hospital. Biogenetic Engineering Laboratory.
Xinhao and the other two returned here.
Zhou widened his eyes and looked at the environment and equipment in the laboratory in shock. Teacher Yang, is this your laboratory? It's so luxurious. Zhou said in amazement, this laboratory, whether it's the environment or the equipment, is top-notch. I'm afraid it's the best laboratory in the world.
Turning to look at Yang Xueli, Zhou smacked his lips and said, this laboratory must have cost at least several billion coins, right?
Ah.
Yang Xueli was shocked when she heard this, and looked at Zhou breathlessly. Did this laboratory cost so much money?
Zhou nodded. This is just the laboratory environment and equipment.
The laboratory is very large and located in a prosperous area.
If the land fee is added, it will probably be even more. Looking at Yang Xueli in confusion, Zhou said, Teacher Yang, don't you know?
Yang Xueli shook her head and looked at Xinhao beside her with pursed lips.
Xinhao, you never told me that this laboratory would cost so much money. Billions of coins. This is a number that Yang Xueli couldn't even imagine.
Xinhao raised his hand and rubbed Yang Xueli's hair, and said softly, don't feel burdened.
This laboratory is really nothing to me. Looking up at Yang Xueli and Zhou, Xinhao continued, pack your things, I'll take you somewhere. Shinnong Pharmaceutical Company headquarters.
Xinhao and his three companions came here.
Xinhao, what are we doing here? Yang Xueli looked at Xinhao curiously.
Xinhao smiled slightly and raised the file bag in his hand.
Didn't I tell you that I would set up a pharmaceutical company for you?
Pointing to the headquarters building of Shinnong Pharmaceutical Company, Xinhao said softly, look, this is it. Yang Xueli stared at the building in front of her with her mouth wide open, and was stunned for a moment.
Hiss.
Zhou took a deep breath and looked at Xinhao in disbelief.
Shinnong Pharmaceutical Company is also considered a large pharmaceutical company in the Han State. The market value is more than 10 billion. And Xinhao actually gave it to Yang Xueli casually?
This method is simply too generous to be more generous.
After entering the building, Xinhao and others came to the company's front desk. Hello sir, what can I do for you? The receptionist asked Xinhao.
I want to see the general manager of your company.
The receptionist was startled, then asked, Sir, do you have an appointment? Boss Wang said that if you don't have an appointment, you won't be seen.
Xinhao raised his eyebrows when he heard this.
This Mr. Wang is quite impressive.
Handing the file bag to the receptionist, Xinhao said, take a look at this. The receptionist took the file bag puzzledly, opened it and looked through it.
Moment.
The receptionist's face changed. The receptionist put the document into the file bag and respectfully returned it to Xinhao.
First. Hello, Mr. Shen. Boss Wang is in the office.
I'll take you there. The receptionist looked at Xinhao and was shocked. The chairman of Shinnong Pharmaceutical Company has been replaced. The receptionist came to his senses and hurriedly took Xinhao to the general manager's office.
Ah. A faint voice came from the office. Xinhao's face turned cold. What is the general manager doing in there?
The receptionist shrank his neck and whispered, Mr. Wang, he is.
Bang. Xinhao kicked the office door open.
A heavily made-up woman is sitting on Mr. Wang at this moment.
Ding. Random mission, happy Mr. Wang.
As the general manager of a pharmaceutical company, Mr. Wang is living a carefree life.
Please make your choice.
Choice 1, ignore it, reward 1 billion coins, and Mr. Wang's loyalty plus 100. Choice 2, severely punish President Wang, and reward Shinnong Pharmaceutical Company with a 50% growth boost and 50 employee respect.
Chapter 112 Yang Xueli, General Manager of Shinnong Company. Bang! The office door was kicked open. Mr. Wang, who was enjoying himself, was startled by the sound and instantly wilted. Who? How dare you disturb me?
Mr. Wang stood up in embarrassment and looked towards the office door with anger on his face.
Who are you? How did you get in?
When Mr. Wang saw Xinhao, he was surprised.
Where's the security? Get him out of here right now.
Xinhao looked at Mr. Wang, who kept shouting and sneered. It's a miracle that Shinnong Pharmaceutical Company hasn't collapsed yet after hiring you as its general manager.
President Wang glared at Xinhao and shouted, Who are you? If you don't leave, I'll have the security arrest you.
Xinhao sneered, looked at President Wang and said, I am the chairman of Shinnong Pharmaceutical Company.
Do you think the security guard dares to arrest me? What? Mr. Wang was confused when he heard this. You are the chairman? Are you kidding me? Mr. Wang's face darkened and he shouted coldly, You have deceived me. I think you don't want to live anymore. Picking up the phone on the desk, Mr. Wang called Guofei, the head of the security department. Guofei, come here quickly. Someone dared to cause trouble in my office. Catch him for me. Bang. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Wang looked at Shin Hao with a gloomy face. Don't leave if you dare. Dang dang dang. A burst of hurried footsteps was heard. Boss Wang, you're looking for me? The deep voice of Guofei, the head of the security department, rang out. President Wang pointed his finger at Shin Hao and shouted, Go, arrest him. Guofei turned around and looked at Shin Hao, his expression suddenly changed. Shun, Mr. Shin. Guofei hurriedly saluted Shin Hao and said respectfully, Hello, Mr. Shin. I'm Guofei, the head of the security department. Mr. Wang looked at this scene stupidly and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Guofei, what are you doing? Catch him for me quickly. Guofei looked at Mr. Wang, frowned and said, Mr. Wang, this is the company's new chairman, Shin Hao. Don't you know? It's been posted in the company's internal communication group. Mr. Wang felt dizzy when he heard this and he almost fainted. Mr. Wang did receive a message reminder from the internal communication group before. But he was so busy enjoying himself that he didn't even check. Are you really the new chairman? Mr. Wang looked at Shin Hao in disbelief. Shin Hao sneered and threw the file bag in his hand onto the desk. Bang! Then do you want to see my ID? Gulp! Mr. Wang swallowed his saliva, picked up the file bag tremblingly, and opened it. Buzz! My head suddenly buzzed. Shun, Mr. Shin. President Wang looked at Shin Hao with a tearful face and said, I didn't know the company's chairman had been replaced. Shin Hao stood up, not interested in listening to Mr. Wang's explanation. Guofei, notify the heads of each department to come to the conference room for a meeting. After saying that, Shin Hao left the general manager's office directly. In the conference room of Shinnong Pharmaceutical Company, all department heads were present, including Mr. Wang, who had a very ugly expression on his face. Day. Footsteps were heard and Shin Hao walked into the meeting room. Hello, Mr. Shin. The moment they saw Shin Hao, all the department heads stood up and greeted him. Everyone, please sit down. Shin Hao sat in the seat that originally belonged to Mr. Wang. At this moment, Mr. Wang could only stand aside pitifully. I believe you have all received the notice. Shin Hao looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, From today on, I am the chairman of Shinnong Pharmaceutical Company. Now, I have 3 announcements to make. When everyone present heard this, they all sat up straight involuntarily. These are the first 3 things a new official should do upon taking office. First things first. Shin Hao said in a deep voice, remove Wang Jiangang from his position as general manager. At the same time, the finance department and the legal department will jointly investigate whether Wang Jiangang has done anything that harms the interests of the company during his tenure. If there is any, we will resolutely deal with it according to the law and will not tolerate it. Plop. As soon as Shin Hao finished speaking, Mr. Wang collapsed to the ground. It's over. Mr. Wang looked dejected and fell into despair. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. The voice of the system sounded in Shin Hao's mind. At the same time, the department heads present all showed satisfaction on their faces. During his tenure, Wang Jiangang often abused his power for personal gain and bullied lower-level employees. As soon as he fell, the heads of various departments were naturally very happy. And all this was done with just one sentence from Shin Hao. When these department heads looked at Shin Hao again, their eyes were full of awe and respect. The second thing. Shin Hao continued, the position of general manager is vacant. If you have any candidates, please recommend one. When everyone heard it again, they were immediately excited. Wang Jiangang fell, they were all looking forward to this moment. Hello, Mr. Shin. A department manager stood up and said, I'm the head of the Human Resources Department, Yang Suyun. I am capable of taking on the position of general manager and will definitely not disappoint Mr. Shin. The next second, another department manager stood up and said, Hello, Mr. Shin, I'm Ren Fan, the head of the propaganda department. I also have the ability. Hello, Mr. Shin, I am Mr. Shin. These department heads recommended themselves one after another, all wanting to become the general manager of the company. Ding. Random mission, battle for position. The vacancy of the general manager position of Shin Pharmaceutical Company has made a lot of department heads jealous. Please make your choice, host. Choice 1, select a department head and reward Shin Pharmaceutical Company with a 100% increase in publicity. Choice 2, choose someone else and reward Shin Pharmaceutical Company with a 100% increase in product research and development efforts. The voice of the system sounded in Shinhao's mind. Looking at these department heads who were promoting themselves, Shinhao frowned slightly. System, I choose the second option, choose someone else. Raising his hand, Shinhao signaled everyone to be quiet. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Shinhao said in a deep voice, I have already decided on the candidate for general manager. When everyone heard this, they became more nervous. Not any of you. There was disappointment on everyone's face. Surely, come in. Shinhao shouted out of the meeting room door. The next second, Yang Shueli walked into the conference room. Shinhao stood up and said, I decided. Appoint Yang Shueli as the general manager of Shin Pharmaceutical Company. At the same time, I appoint Yang Suyun, the head of the Human Resources Department, as the company's deputy general manager to assist General Manager Yang in managing the company. Looking around at everyone, Shinhao said in a deep voice, Do you have any objections? All the department heads shook their heads. Shinhao had just driven Wang Jiangang away to establish his authority. They dared not raise any objection. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. Chapter 113 Room Temperature Superconductor Materials. In the conference room of Shin Pharmaceutical Company. Shinhao mentioned the third thing. Shin Pharmaceutical Company will set up a new department, the research department. General Manager Yang Shueli is the head of the department. At the same time, 50% of the company's annual profits will be allocated to the research department for scientific research. As soon as Shinhao finished speaking, everyone present took a deep breath. A 50% profit every year would amount to billions of coins. Before this, Shin Pharmaceutical's investment in research and development was only 10%. Looking at the shocked and puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Shinhao said in a deep voice, Remember. Only by continuous innovation can a company achieve sustainable development. As long as there are research and development results, these invested funds will be earned back tenfold or 100-fold. As soon as Shinhao finished speaking, everyone present nodded. Mr. Shin, we understand. Yang Shueli and Zhou Yu stayed at Shin Pharmaceutical Company to familiarize themselves with the situation. Shinhao drove away from the pharmaceutical company. Because Lu Yu from Huanyu Technology Group suddenly contacted Shinhao. Boss Lu, what's the matter that requires you to call me over here? Shinhao saw Lu Yu and asked. Lu Yu handed a report to Shinhao. This is a report just sent out by Star Country. They have mastered the ultra-macro-range extreme ultraviolet technology. Star Country has already pushed the chip engraving to 3 nanometers. Shinhao took the report and read it, then said, even if they already have 3 nanometer technology, it won't have much impact on us, right? Lu Yu nodded and said in a deep voice, we have 5 nanometer etching technology, so there is no need to worry for the time being. But I'm worried about something else. After a moment's silence, Lu Yu said, Singapore has restricted the export quantity of monocrystalline silicon wafers. Looking up at Shinhao, Lu Yu sighed, Shinhao, although we can also produce single crystal silicon wafers, our production capacity is insufficient. Can't sustain the huge consumption. Ding. Random task, Lu Yu's worries. Another policy sanction from Xinhua has caused Lu Yu to fall into worry. Please make a choice, host. Option 1, seek a breakthrough and be rewarded with 10 single crystal silicon wafer production lines. Option 2, break the rules and get the micro-robot technical data as a reward. The voice of the system sounded in Shinhao's mind. System, I choose the second option, breaking the routine. Looking up at Lu Yu, Shinhao said in a deep voice, Mr. Lu, don't worry. Since Singapore has restricted the export of chips, we won't use chips. Lu Yu was stunned when he heard this and looked at Shinhao in surprise and doubt. What do we use to make wafer chips without wafers? Shinhao smiled and said softly, change to a new type of material. How is this possible? Lu Yu stared at Shinhao in disbelief. Besides monocrystalline silicon, what other materials can be used to make chips? Shinhao took out a USB flash drive and handed it to Lu Yu. Boss Lu, take a look. Lu Yu took the USB drive in confusion and plugged it into the computer to check. This is. Lu Yu opened his eyes wide and looked at the information in shock. Room temperature superconductor materials? Does this material really exist? A look of shock appeared on Lu Yu's face. Shinhao, I don't understand these things. Can we ask the company's scientific researchers to take a look? Shinhao nodded and said softly, let them take a look. This information will lead the future. Lu Yu showed excitement on his face and dialed the number of the research department. Ask Director Qin Huan to come to my office immediately. A moment later, a thin, balding middle-aged man came into the office. Mr. Lu. Qin Huan greeted Lu Yu. Manager Qin, come here quickly. Look at what's up there. Lu Yu motioned Qin Huan to go forward and check the technical information on the computer. Qin Huan first glanced at the computer casually. Then I was completely immersed in it. Manager Qin? Manager Qin. Seeing that Qin Huan didn't respond for a long time, Lu Yu couldn't help but call out to Qin Huan. Shut up. Don't bother me. Unexpectedly, Qin Huan yelled without even turning his head. Lu Yu's face darkened, he turned to look at Shinhao and said helplessly, excuse me. Shinhao smiled slightly and said, this is a real scientific researcher. Once I encounter new knowledge, I'm like a demon. Let's wait until he finishes reading the information. After a long time, Qin Huan finally finished reading the information. Call. Qin Huan let out a long breath and murmured, what a genius idea. Manager Qin, how is it? Is this information true? Seeing this, Lu Yu asked Qin Huan curiously. Of course it's true. Qin Huan said without hesitation, although I can't fully understand it, I can still tell the real from the fake. This information will definitely lead the trend of the future. When Lu Yu heard this, a look of excitement flashed across his face. Does that mean we can really develop superconducting materials that can replace single crystal silicon? Qin Huan nodded and said in a deep voice, absolutely. Mr. Lu, where did you get this information? Its value is simply inestimable. After a moment's silence, Qin Huan said in a low voice, and it can not only replace single crystal silicon to make chips. It also plays an immeasurable role in other civilian and even military fields. Hiss. Lu Yu took a deep breath instantly. Only then did he realize how valuable this superconductor material research and development data was. Lu Yu turned to look at Shinhao, his face full of shock. Shinhao, you showed me this information because you wanted to. Shinhao smiled slightly and said, cooperation. I have registered this information under the name of Hong Mang Technology Company. I can authorize Huanyu Technology Company to produce and develop room temperature superconductor materials. Lu Yu showed excitement when he heard this. Very good. This way we won't be afraid of Singapore's policy sanctions. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Host, please choose the reward distribution method. Stored in a USB drive. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. The next second, a USB flash drive appeared in Shinhao's pocket. The technical data of this micro-robot is stored inside. But Lu Yu looked at Shinhao hesitantly, how can we cooperate? No wonder Lu Yu hesitated. Because the information provided by Shinhao is so valuable. What do you think, Mr. Lu? Shinhao pondered for a moment, but couldn't think of a good solution. After thinking for a long time, Lu Yu showed a determined look on his face. How about this? As long as you exclusively license the technology to Huanyu Technology Company, I'll give you 30% of the company's equity. Chapter 114 Lu Mengxi's Little Thoughts. Lu Yu looked at Shinhao and said solemnly, I will give you 30% of the company's shares. When Shinhao heard this, a strange look appeared on his face. 30% equity? Combining the 10% stake from last time, I now own 40% of Huanyu Technology shares. Looking up at Lu Yu, Shinhao asked, Boss Lu, how much equity do you have? Lu Yu smiled helplessly, only 20%. Shinhao smiled and said, Boss Lu, from now on you will be working for me. With a 40% stake, Shinhao will become the largest shareholder of Huanyu Technology Company. Mr. Lu, are you really going to do this? Lu Yu was silent for a moment, then said, I've thought about it. As long as Huanyu Technology can develop room temperature superconductor materials, the future will be immeasurable.
Will it still matter whether I am the company's largest shareholder by then?
Besides, if you don't authorize Huanyu Technology Company, you can also set up a company yourself, but it will be a little more troublesome.
Shen Hao smiled when he heard that. Lu Yu is a smart man. That's why Shen Hao became the largest shareholder of Huanyu Technology Company. Since Mr. Lu agrees, then.
Shen Hao stretched out his hand and said, "Happy cooperation.
It's a pleasure to work with you. Hold your hands together."
From this moment on, Huanyu Technology Company belongs to Shen Hao.
By the way, Mr. Lu can take another look at this information. Shen Hao handed another USB flash drive to Lu Yu.
Super nano crystal etching technology data is stored here.
Lu Yu took the USB drive and plugged it into the computer to check. Super nanocrystalline chip etching technology. There was horror in Lu Yu's eyes. Oh my god. Its limit can actually reach 2 nanometers. Far beyond ultra-macro EUV technology.
You have to know that in the end, every 1 nanometer reduction will be an enormous project. The information provided by Shen Hao actually went directly from 5 nanometers to 2 nanometers.
This span is simply amazing.
Looking at Shen Hao, Lu Yu sighed in shock. I am extremely glad for my previous decision. Only if Huanyu Technology Company is handed over to you can it truly flourish.
Hong Mang Technology Building.
Lu Mengshi has already moved here to work. In the chairman's office, Lu Mengshi was holding several technical registration certificates in his hands with a complicated expression on his face.
Commercial 5G communication technology. Graphene battery technology. AR augmented reality technology.
Room temperature superconductor material technology.
Super nano wafer etching technology. New alloy technology. Micro robotics. Why? How many secrets does Mr. Shen have?
When Shen Hao walked into the office, he saw Lu Mengshi looking at the certificates intently.
What are you looking at? So fascinated?
Hearing Shen Hao's voice, Lu Mengshi smiled.
Director Shen.
Lu Mengshi raised the technology registration certificate in his hand and asked, "These are the technology registration certificates sent by the International Patent Organization." Shen Hao showed understanding on his face and said softly, "These?
I registered before, what's wrong?"
Lu Mengshi looked at the disapproving expression on Shen Hao's face and was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry.
"Mr. Shen, do you know what these technologies are?"
Shen Hao casually said, "I registered myself, of course I know."
"Oh, I knew it would be like this."
Lu Mengshi sighed softly. Any one of these technologies would shock the world. And under the name of our Hong Mang Technology Company, there are 7.
It's simply too exaggerated.
Shen Hao smiled when he heard this and said softly, "There's nothing to be surprised about.
You have to get used to it. Because there may be more in the future. Otherwise, how can Hong Mang lead the future of technology?"
Lu Mengshi pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement with Shen Hao's words. After putting away the registration certificate, Lu Mengshi had an idea.
"Mr. Shen, do you think we should include this technical information in the company's recruitment information?" "Well, I'll write it."
Hong Mang Technology Company has many technologies including commercial 5G, graphene batteries, room temperature superconductors, new alloys, etc.
Blinking his eyes, Lu Mengshi smiled slyly. "Do you think the applicants would be dumbfounded if they saw this information?" Ding. Random task, Lu Mengshi's little idea.
The host's registered technical information caused Lu Mengshi to marvel, and then a small idea came to mind.
Please ask the host to make a choice.
Option 1, agree, reward Hong Mang Technology Company for increasing its talent attraction by 500%. Choice 2, refuse, and make overtime rewards a regular practice for Hong Mang Technology Company employees. The voice of the system sounded in Shen Hao's mind.
After pondering for a moment, Shen Hao made his choice.
System, I choose the first option, I agree.
Looking up at Lu Mengshi, Shen Hao smiled and said, "Why not?"
There was suddenly an additional piece of information on the recruitment information on Hong Mang Technology Company's official website. Hong Mang Technology Company has many technologies including commercial 5G, graphene batteries, room temperature superconductors, new alloys, etc. Countless people who wanted to apply for jobs at Hong Mang Technology Company saw this message.
Some people questioned it, but more people chose to believe it. Some people looked down on it, but more people were ecstatic.
Professionals from various fields have sent their resumes to Hong Mang Technology Company. Many people even choose to change jobs just to experience these technical information that shocked the world. Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding! The rewards have been distributed, please check. It can be predicted that Lu Mingxi will be very busy for a long time to come. I'm afraid Lu Mingxi will very much regret this little idea of hers. Yuanlai Jade Workshop. Gongsun Boyong stepped into the Jade Workshop. Uncle Gongsun, you are here. When the clerk Mingxi saw Gongsun Boyong, she walked up to him and greeted him. Gongsun Boyong nodded and asked, "Where is Qingwu?" "Rest upstairs." "Shen Hao didn't come?" Mingxi shook her head, "No." "Uncle Gongsun, do you need me to call Sister Qingwu?" Gongsun Boyong shook his head and said, "Forget it. I heard from Qingwu a few days ago that Shen Haoyan brought a jade carving?" Mingxi nodded and said, "Yes, there are many people protecting it." Gongsun Boyong showed an interested look on his face. "Where is it?" "Let me see." Gongsun Boyong comes from a traditional family, so naturally he is very fond of jade carving. A few days ago, Gongsun Xinwu boasted to Gongsun Boyong. Shen Haoyun brought a priceless jade carving. So Gongsun Boyong could not sit still and rushed to the jade workshop to see the real thing. Chapter 115 Build a Museum. Yuanlai Jade Workshop. Gongsun Xinwu walked down to the second floor. "Where are the people?" Gongsun Xinwu did not see Mingxi on the first floor. "Chichi, where are you?" Gongsun Xinwu called out, but did not hear a response from Mingxi. "Strange, where did you go?" Just as she was wondering, Gongsun Xinwu faintly heard a scream. "Oh my god! This is a heritage-level jade carving." Gongsun Xinwu was startled when she heard the voice, "Dad?" Walking to the door of the storage room, Gongsun Xinwu opened it and took a look. Gongsun Boyong was bending over, examining the jade carving of the vast mountains and rivers inch by inch. The conception is ingenious, absolutely a masterpiece by a master. And the carving is just perfect, it's incredible. TSK, a definite heritage-level jade sculpture that protects the nation. Gongsun Boyong observed and marveled at it. His face was full of shock. "Dad, why are you here?" Gongsun Xinwu asked Gongsun Boyong curiously. "Xinwu." Gongsun Boyong stood up and asked urgently, "Did Shen Hao really bring this jade carving here?" "Of course." Gongsun Xinwu said, "I brought it back with them." Gongsun Boyong showed excitement on his face and asked hurriedly, "Where did you get the jade carving?" "Huayan Convention and Exhibition Center." Gongsun Xinwu said, "A few days ago, I dragged Shen Hao to participate in the Jade Carving Festival. This jade carving is what Shen Hao left at the Huayan Convention and Exhibition Center." Gongsun Xinwu showed admiration on her face and said excitedly, "Dad, you don't know, Shen Hao's jade carving skills are amazing. I helped the Jade Workshop win the first prize at this Jade Carving Festival. Shen Hao's jade carving, Dragon Swimming in the Sky, was bought by the richest man in Hong Kong for 100 million. Gongsun Xinwu took out her cell phone, searched for a while, and handed it to Gongsun Boyong. "Dad, look, this is Shen Hao's jade carving." Gongsun Boyong took the phone and looked at it, and was immediately shocked. "Is this a jade sculpture carved by Shen Hao himself?" Gongsun Xinwu nodded, "Yes, and it only took an hour." Hiss. Gongsun Boyong took a deep breath instantly. This Shen Hao is really good at hiding things. This jade carving can be regarded as the top-level jade carving. 100 million is a bit of a loss. Gongsun Boyong shook his head, then shifted his gaze to look at the jade carving of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. A heritage-level jade carving. The only jade carving of this level that I have seen is the one of Yu the Great controlling the flood in the collection of the Han Dynasty Museum. But the jade carving of Dayu controlling the flood is slightly inferior to this one. Gongsun Boyong showed an expression of amazement on his face, wondering where Shen Hao got this heritage-level jade carving. Gongsun Xinwu smiled and said, "At that time, Li Chenggong saw this jade carving and wanted to buy it. But Shen Hao didn't agree to him." Gongsun Boyong immediately said, "This is a heritage-level jade carving. Even if he can afford it, he can't sell it." Gongsun Xinwu's eyes lit up and she thought of something. "Dad, Shen Hao also deposited a box at that time. After Li Chenggong took a look at it, he closed it immediately. And he said he couldn't afford it even if he sold it." Gongsun Boyong was shocked when he heard this. "What box? Bring it here and let me see it." Gongsun Xingwu casually picked up the box that was placed aside. I didn't look inside, so I don't know what it is. Gongsun Boyang opened the box, his eyes widened and his face flushed with excitement. Bang! He quickly closed the lid again, and Gongsun Boyang's eyes went dark, and he fainted from excitement. Gongsun Xingwu's face changed when she saw this, and she hurriedly supported Gongsun Boyang. He took out his phone and called Shinhao. Shinhao, come quickly, my dad has fainted. Boom! The roar of the locomotive stopped outside Yuanlai Jade Workshop. In order to save time, Shinhao rode the Dodge Tomahawk rewarded by the system and rushed over. As he hurriedly walked into the store, Shinhao saw Gongsun Xingwu with an anxious look on her face. Where's your uncle? Inside. Gongsun Xingwu took Shinhao and walked into a lounge. Gongsun Boyang was lying flat on the bed with his eyes closed. Shinhao watched closer and raised his hand to press several acupoints on Gongsun Boyang's body. After a while, Gongsun Boyang slowly woke up. Where am I? Box. Gongsun Boyang's face changed and he sat up straight abruptly. Xingwu, did you drop that box just now? Gongsun Boyang asked with an extremely nervous expression. Gongsun Xingwu shook her head. No, Dad, you put it away before you passed out. Call. Gongsun Boyang let out a long sigh. That's good. If I fall, I will be guilty of a great sin. Shinhao asked in confusion, Uncle, what box is so important? Gongsun Boyang looked at Shinhao in shock. You don't know? It's the box containing the Kuelong jade pendant. Shinhao showed a look of realization on his face, chuckled and said, so it was this. But uncle, there's no need to faint over this little thing, right? Little things. Gongsun Boyang looked at Shinhao in shock and helplessness. Shinhao, do you know what this is? Without waiting for Shinhao to answer, Gongsun Boyang continued in a shocked tone, that is a jade pendant with Kuelong pattern from the Warring States period, more than 2,000 years ago. And it's in such good condition. It's no exaggeration to say that this is a world-shaking treasure. You actually called it a small thing? Shinhao smiled slightly when he heard this. The Warring States period Kuelong pattern jade pendant is very precious to others. But for Shinhao, it was just a small reward from the system. Gongsun Boyang pondered for a long time, then said to Shinhao, Shinhao, I have a suggestion. Such a precious treasure should not be displayed in the collection room. Instead, more people should see it and understand the profound and mysterious history of our Han country. I will fund the construction of a museum in your name and put all the antiques of our Gongsun family in it. But we need this Warring States period Kuelong jade pendant as the treasure of the museum. As soon as Gongsun Boyang finished speaking, the system's voice rang in Shinhao's mind. Ding! Random mission, Gongsun Boyang's proposal. Gongsun Boyang couldn't bear to see the national treasure hidden away, so he proposed to build a museum in the host's name. Please make your choice. Choice 1, agree and place the Warring States Kuelong jade pendant in the museum, and be rewarded with 18 lost treasures from various periods in Han history. Choice 2, decide and treasure the Warring States period Kuelong jade pendant, and you will be rewarded with the golden mask of the ancient Egyptian pharaoh. After pondering for a moment, Shinhao made his choice. System, I choose the first option. Looking up at Gongsun Boyang, Shinhao said, I agree with uncle's proposal. Real? Gongsun Boyang looked at Shinhao with surprise. Great. I will apply to the higher authorities to build a museum right now. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. Chapter 116 Gongsun Boyang was frightened. With Gongsun Boyang's help, the museum was approved quickly. Shenzong Museum. That's the name of this museum. Under the name of Shinhao, it is a private museum. In name, all items displayed in the museum belong to Shinhao. Uncle, do you really want to put all the antiques collected by the Gongsun family into the museum? Shinhao asked Gongsun Boyang. Gongsun Boyang smiled upon hearing this and said in a carefree tone, I have long had the idea of donating these collections. Rather than giving it to others, it's better to give it to you. Looking up at Shinhao, Gongsun Boyang said with a smile, now I'm giving you all the wealth of the Gongsun family. If you dare to bully Qingwu, I will not let you go. Shinhao raised his hand and touched his nose, and said, I love Qingwu so much, how could I bully her? Boom! The roar of the locomotive sounded. Gongsun Qingwu came galloping over on her Dodge Tomahawk. A clean and neat outfit outlines the charming curves. Dad, Shinhao. The museum is already built, shall we go and have a look? Gongsun Boyon looked at Gongsun Xingwu's attire and his expression suddenly turned serious. I told you not to wear these weird things. And this Dodge Tomahawk, isn't it good to drive? Gongsun Xingwu turned her head and snorted. I don't care. This is a gift from Shinhao. I like this motorcycle. Ever since Gongsun Xingwu saw the Dodge Tomahawk that Shinhao was riding last time, she has been jealous. After pestering Shinhao for several days, he finally got the Dodge Tomahawk. These days, Gongsun Xingwu has been riding this motorcycle everywhere and can't let it go. A newly built museum stands in the western suburbs of Haihu City. The interior of the museum has been decorated, and Gongsun Boyong has already moved all his belongings here. Now Gongsun Boyong is directing the staff to carefully move the jade carving of Wanli mountains and rivers. Be careful. This is a priceless treasure. Gongsun Boyong stared at the staff nervously. Only after all the things were moved into the museum did Gongsun Boyong breathe a sigh of relief. Turning his head to look at the Warring States period Kuelong jade pendant displayed in the most conspicuous place, Gongsun Boyong said with emotion, just this one piece can make Shenzong a top-notch museum. Shinhao looked around and said, the museum covers a large area, and there are still not enough of these things. After pondering for a moment, Shinhao decided to put all the 18 lost treasures rewarded by the system into the museum. Gongsun Boyong was stunned when he saw the staff bringing in another 18 items. Shinhao, what are these? Shinhao smiled slightly and said, it's my personal collection. Since we've already built a museum, we might as well just move everything here. Gongsun Boyong showed curiosity on his face and checked these items one by one. A Qing Dynasty copper-based gilded filigree enamel 3-legged incense burner. What a great item! A blue and white dragon patterned celestial globe vase from the Ming Dynasty is in such good condition, it is really rare. This is Yuan blue and white porcelain? A one-of-a-kind piece. Oh my god! Is this the cursive calligraphy of Emperor Huizong of the Song Dynasty? It's a masterpiece. Tang San Kai. Gongsun Boyong was already dumbfounded. These are just the first few collections. One can imagine how amazing the collection value of the next dozen pieces will be. Taking a deep breath, Gongsun Boyong quickly took out a few quick-acting heart-saving pills and put them into his mouth. I was afraid that I would die suddenly due to excitement. Is this a Sui Dynasty white-glazed and black-painted attendant figurine? Gongsun Boyong stood in front of a porcelain figurine, his hands shaking with excitement. When he reached the next collection, Gongsun Boyong's eyes widened instantly. Is this a handwritten note from the Jin Dynasty's calligrapher? No mistake. It's definitely authentic. Oh my god. Gongsun Boyong discovered the pattern. These collections are arranged according to their age. The ones behind are probably the antique collections from the Han, Qin, Zhou, Shang, and Xia dynasties. After shaking his body, Gongsun Boyong didn't dare to continue reading. He was afraid that he would faint from being too excited. Shinhao, are these all your collections? Gongsun Boyong stared at Shinhao in disbelief. Shinhao smiled slightly when he heard this. With these 18 pieces, the museum's collection should not be too small. Gongsun Boyong was startled for a moment, then he said, more than a few. I'm afraid even the Han Dynasty Museum is not as awesome as this one. What I am worried about now is that once these collections are exposed, I am afraid that a large number of thieves will swarm in. After all, the value of these collections is simply inestimable. The next second, the system's voice sounded in Shinhao's mind. Ding! Random mission, Gongsun Boyong's worries. The value of the collection provided by the host is too amazing, which makes Gongsun Boyong worried. Please make a choice. Option 1, do not display the collection in a museum, but reward it with a top-notch safe deposit box in the world. Choice 2, continue to display the collection in the museum and reward the museum's defense by upgrading to SSS level, Blackwater Security Company. After pondering for a moment, Shinhao made his choice. System, I choose the second option. Looking up at Gongsun Boyong, Shinhao said, Uncle, please rest assured. Since I put the collection in the museum, I am not afraid of someone stealing it. After waving his hand to signal the staff to put the collections in place, Shinhao and others walked out of the museum. Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding! The rewards have been distributed, please check. The voice of the system sounded in Shinhao's mind. The next second, countless sophisticated surveillance devices appeared in the museum. A comprehensive, no blind-angle surveillance museum. With SSS level protection capabilities, I'm afraid no one can take any collection away from the museum.
At the same time, cars stopped in front of the museum.
Swish! The car door opened. Dozens of security guards wearing the same uniform and with strong and agile bodies walked out. Bang! The sturdy man in the lead quickly ran to Shinhao and saluted respectfully. Hello, boss. Blackwater team reports in. They are Blackwater's top security personnel. Every member is a top soldier in the army. Shinhao, who are they? Gongsun Boyong asked Shinhao doubtfully. Shinhao explained, they are all members of Blackwater Security Company.
With their all-round protection, I believe no one would dare to come here to steal. Gongsun Boyong showed a look of surprise on his face.
Blackwater Security Company?
The world's largest and most powerful security group.
How did you invite them here?
Shinhao smiled when he heard that and hooked his finger at the leader of the Blackwater team.
Tell him how I invited you here?
Upon hearing this, the leader of the Blackwater team immediately shouted respectfully, "You are the top leader of the Blackwater Company.
The Blackwater team is at your service." Chapter 117 Reward, S-Level Biological Genetic Talent. Shinong Pharmaceutical Company Building. The Biogenetic Engineering Laboratory has been moved here. It is in the final installation and debugging stage. Surely. Shinhao walked into the laboratory and saw Yang Shueli and Zhou Yu debugging the equipment. Shinhao, you're here.
When Yang Shueli saw Shinhao, a smile appeared on her face.
Is the laboratory ready for use? Shinhao asked aloud. Well, let's debug it one last time. If there are no problems, it can be used normally. Yang Shueli nodded and spoke out. Shinhao looked up at Zhou Yu and said with a smile, Professor Zhou, are you used to being here?
Zhou Yu quickly waved his hands and said modestly, Mr. Shin, please don't call me professor. I dare not call myself a professor in front of teacher Yang.
Yang Shueli stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, don't be polite, Aunt Zhou. You learn very quickly.
Shinhao raised his hand and ruffled Yang Shueli's long hair, then said with a smile, Shueli, is there any direction you would like to research next? Yang Shueli pondered for a moment and said, I want to use gene editing technology to treat leukemia, cancer and other diseases in a targeted manner.
But I haven't thought about it yet. Shinhao said, how about I give you a suggestion? Yang Shueli nodded, of course. Shinhao, what do you want us to study? Shinhao said in a deep voice, Zhou Yu is still researching targeted treatments for diseases based on gene editing technology. I want you to study other things.
After saying that, Shinhao took out 2 documents and handed them to Yang Shueli.
Yang Shueli took out the document curiously and started looking through it.
As she continued to flip through the documents, Yang Shueli gradually became immersed in them.
Mr. Shin, what is this information?
Zhou Yu looked at Shinhao in surprise and doubt. Shinhao smiled and said softly, gene encoding and decoding technology, as well as the feasibility report of human fusion chloroplast genes.
What?
Zhou Yu was shocked when he heard this and looked at the documents in Yang Shueli's hand in disbelief. It turns out to be such advanced genetic technology information. Zhou Yu couldn't imagine that what Shinhao could master had reached such a level.
Call.
Yang Shueli let out a long sigh and shifted her gaze away from the documents.
These technical materials are amazing.
If you can fully master it, you can control genes.
Shinhao smiled when he heard this and asked, surely, are you interested? Yang Shueli nodded without hesitation. This is the direction of my future study and development.
Shinhao said, well, your next job is to study how to integrate chloroplast genes into the human body.
Yang Shueli nodded excitedly, I will hurry up and master the gene encoding and decoding technology. But
Yang Shueli hesitated for a moment and said, the laboratory is still short of talent. Although Aunt Zhou can help me, we still don't have enough manpower.
Shinhao nodded and said, then let's recruit more people. Surely, do you have any choice? Yang Shueli shook her head. I don't know many people who are good at biological genes.
Although Miao Miao and her classmates are also majoring in this field, their basic knowledge is still too weak to be competent for the next job.
Mr. Shin, Teacher Yang. Zhou Yu said aloud, I have a candidate. One of my friends is also studying biological genes. And her academic level is even higher than mine. Can we invite her to be Teacher Yang's assistant?
As soon as Zhou Yu finished speaking, the system's voice rang in Shinhao's mind.
Ding. Random task, Zhou Yu's proposal. Faced with the shortage of talent in the laboratory, Zhou Yu has a suggestion. Please make a choice, host. Option 1, agree, reward 1S level biological gene talent, loyalty plus 100. Choice 2, refuse, and make overtime research a normal practice in the lab. Xinhao made a decisive choice. System, I choose the first option. How could Xinhao let Yang Xueli always work overtime on research? Looking up at Zhou Yu, Xinhao said, okay, then notify her and ask her to come as soon as possible. Zhou Yu showed excitement on his face and nodded quickly, saying, okay, I'll notify her right away. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. The voice of the system sounded in Xinhao's mind. Dang dang dang. There was a sound of hurried footsteps. The next second, a middle-aged woman in a white coat appeared in Xinhao's sight. Mr. Xin, she is the person I was talking about. My old classmate, Song Jia. She is an honorary professor at Hanking Medical University. Looking up at Song Jia, Zhou Yu asked curiously, Song Jia, why are you here so soon? Song Jia glanced at Zhou Yu and said, I'm giving a lecture at Haihu Medical University. I rushed here as soon as I received your call. Looking at Xinhao in doubt, Song Jia asked, is there really detailed technical information about gene encoding and decoding here? Xinhao nodded slightly and said with a smile, of course, you can take a look first. Yang Xueli handed both documents to Song Jia. Song Jia hurriedly took the information and began to study it. After a long while, Song Jia raised her head, her face full of shock. It's true. As long as we understand these, we can completely control genes. I must stay. Song Jia showed a determined look on her face and said in a deep voice, you are Mr. Xin, right? Please allow me to stay in the lab. Xinhao knew that Song Jia was the S-level biological genetic talent mentioned by the system. But he still said as usual, you can stay. But you must abide by the laboratory's regulations. You cannot disclose the laboratory's research projects without permission. Can you do that? Song Jia nodded without hesitation, Mr. Xin, please believe me. I can definitely follow the lab rules. Taking out the phone, Song Jia said aloud, I'll call right now and resign as a professor at Hanjing Medical University. Beep. The next second, the call was connected, and Song Jia spoke directly into the phone, I'm Song Jia. I'm resigning as a professor, that's it. Bang. Without waiting for a reply, Song Jia hung up the phone. Xinhao showed a look of satisfaction on his face, okay, then you can be Shirley's assistant first. No problem. Song Jia showed joy on her face. After arranging the laboratory work, Xinhao left Shinong Pharmaceutical Company. Yuanlai Jade Workshop. Xinhao was ready to spend some time with Gongsun Qingwu. But there was no sign of Gongsun Qingwu. Chi-Chi, where's Qingwu? Xinhao asked the shop assistant Miyingqi. Forehead. Sister Qingwu rode her bike to participate in the car race. Chapter 118 Gongsun Qingwu's girlfriend. Harbor Ring Expressway. Xinhao drove here in a sports car. Boom boom boom. The roar of sports car and motorcycle engines intertwined and echoed through the sky. Xinhao got out of the sports car. After looking around, he didn't see Gongsun Qingwu. But I found an acquaintance. Young master of the Zhao family, Zhaoihan. Mr. Zhao. Xinhao opened his mouth and called out Zhaoihan. Zhaoihan turned to look at Xinhao when he heard that, his eyes suddenly lit up. Brother Shen. Zhaoihan walked quickly to Xinhao and gave him a thumbs up. Brother Shen, you are so awesome. I actually conquered Sister Qingwu. Xinhao smiled and asked, where's Qingwu? Why don't you see her? Zhaoihan said, Sister Qingwu was competing with someone. It's been out for quite a while. Xinhao showed a hint of doubt in his eyes and asked, competition? With whom? Zhao Yuan's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, with a beautiful girl. Riding a Kawasaki H2. So cool. Taking out his cell phone, Zhaoihan found a photo. Brother Shin, look, it's her. Isn't he very pretty and handsome? This is a photo taken secretly by Zhaoihan. In the photo, a tall woman is sitting astride a motorcycle. She has a cool face and a proud figure. Xinhao looked at the photo and his eyes fixed. Xinhao knew this person. Thousand-faced fox. Then a thought appeared in Xinhao's mind. How could thousand-faced fox compete with Gongsun Qingwu? Shin Hao's heart tightened. Boom! Accompanied by the roar of the sports car's engine, Shin Hao sped away in his sports car. The end of the ring road. Two locomotives stood side by side. Two figures stood on both sides of the locomotive. Xin Gu. Shin Hao looked at one of the figures and shouted. Shin Hao, why are you here? Gongsun Xingu looked at Shin Hao with a look of surprise on her face. Shin Hao walked closer to Gongsun Xingu and said, I'm a little worried about you. Gongsun Xingu smiled when she heard this. What do I have to worry about? Shin Hao raised his finger and pointed at the thousand-faced fox, and said in a deep voice, I'm worried that she will hurt you. Gongsun Xingu showed a look of surprise on her face. You mean Sister Liuli? How could Sister Liuli hurt me? Shin Hao was slightly startled. Xingu, do you know her? Yes. Gongsun Xingu nodded. Liuli, my best friend. Looking up at Liuli, Gongsun Xingu introduced her with a smile. Sister Liuli, I haven't introduced you yet. His name is Shin Hao, he's mine. Boyfriend. Liuli blinked, looked at Shin Hao and said with a smile, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Shin Hao looked at Liuli in surprise and asked in a deep voice, Xian. Liuli, are you Qingwu's best friend? A hint of smile flashed across Liuli's narrow eyes. Are you surprised? Can I have a best friend? Gongsun Xingu looked at Shin Hao and Liuli, a look of surprise showing on her face. Sister Liuli, do you know each other? Liuli raised a smile at the corner of her mouth and said softly, Xingu, we not only know each other. And I know Shin Hao better than you do. For example. When Shin Hao heard this, his heart trembled. I already had a feeling something bad was going to happen. The smile in Liuli's eyes became more and more obvious. Besides you, Shin Hao has two other girlfriends. After saying that, Liuli stepped onto the motorcycle with her long legs. Boom! Amid the roar of the motorcycle, Liuli's figure gradually disappeared. Shin Hao turned and looked at Gongsun Xingu. Really? Gongsun Xingu was staring at him with a cold expression. Humped scumbag! Gongsun Xingu snorted softly. Ding! Random mission, Gongsun Xingu's displeasure. Liuli's words have put the host in a crisis of a fire in the backyard. Please make a choice. Choice 1, explain immediately and reward Gongsun Xingu for her forgiveness. Choice 2, a true tough guy won't bother to explain, and the reward is a harem as solid as a mountain. The voice of the system sounded in Shin Hao's mind. Shin Hao made his choice without hesitation. System, I choose the second option. Cough. Shin Hao raised his hand and touched his nose, then walked to Gongsun Xingu's side. After a moment of silence, Shin Hao said, Xingu, do you know why I didn't explain it to you right away? Before Gongsun Xingu could answer, Shin Hao continued, because you're also beautiful when you're angry. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. The cold and elegant look on Gongsun Xingu's face disappeared, and she stamped her feet and snorted. Humph. Shameless. After saying that, Gongsun Xingu pulled Shin Hao into the sports car. Xingu, what are you doing? A look of doubt appeared on Shin Hao's face. Drain you. Let me see if you can still harm her sisters. A long time has passed. Shin Hao looked up at the sky with a complicated expression on his face. System, Old G. Jinting Horse Racing Center. Shin Hao brought Gongsun Xingu here. Shin Hao, why are you here? Gongsun Xingu asked curiously. Shin Hao smiled slightly. Xingu, have you ever ridden a horse? Gongsun Xingu shook her head. No. I like motorcycles, I like the extreme speed. What's the point of riding a horse? Shin Hao smiled when he heard this and said, Xingu, believe me, you will like this sport. A living racehorse cannot be compared to a cold machine. Jinting Horse Racing Center, Manager's Office. Suingda is processing documents. Manager Su, Mr. Shin Hao is here. The secretary walked into the office and announced. Suingda quickly stood up and walked out of the office. Mr. Shin, you are here. When Suingda saw Shin Hao, a look of respect appeared on his face. This is the second largest shareholder of Jinting Horse Racing. Shin Hao nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, Take me to see Molong. Molong is the name Shin Hao gave to his purebred Arabian horse. Shin Hao and his companions stopped in front of a luxurious stable. Hiss. When Mo Long saw Shen Hao, he immediately raised his head and neighed excitedly. Shen Hao opened the stable door and let Mo Long out. Raising his hand and patting Mo Long's neck, Shen Hao said with a smile, "Mo Long, did you miss me?" Hiss. The black dragon neighed, as if responding to Shen Hao's greeting. Gongsun Xingwu looked at the man and the horse, and a strange look flashed in her eyes. "Shen Hao, is this your horse?" "It's called Mo Long, and it's a pure-blooded horse." Gongsun Xingwu looked at the majestic black dragon and asked, "Is it precious?" Suingda, who was standing by, said, "Purebred Arabian horses are definitely the most precious racehorses. It's worth a ton of money." Gongsun Xingwu looked at Mo Long and shook her head. "I can't understand why riding a horse is more interesting than driving a motorcycle." Shen Hao smiled and said, "Xingwu, you will understand after experiencing it. Riding on horseback is the real freedom." Chapter 119 Encounter with Su Wanqing. On the vast horse farm. A pure-blooded horse is galloping at full speed. All the horse lovers stopped to look at the galloping horse. "This horse is so handsome. Is this a thoroughbred?" "I know, this is a pure-blood horse." "Hiss, it's such a precious racehorse." Everyone looked at the flying black dragon, with fiery looks in their eyes. Shen Hao sat astride the horse's back with his body lowered. It keeps floating up and down as the black dragon flies. At this moment, man and horse become one. Gongsun Xingwu looked at Shen Hao and Mo Long with shining eyes. At this moment, Gongsun Xingwu finally understood. What is the true combination of strength and beauty? Hiss. The black dragon roared. The front hooves were raised high, and then fell heavily to the ground. Boom! Shen Hao dismounted and walked to Gongsun Xingwu's side, leading Mo Long. "Xingwu, do you want to experience it?" Gongsun Xingwu's face showed excitement, and she said excitedly, "Can I do it too?" "Certainly." Shen Hao smiled slightly and raised his hand to pat Mo Long's neck. "Mo Long, be careful and carry her for a lap." Hiss. The black dragon hissed as if in displeasure. However, he still walked to Gongsun Xingwu's side and lowered his horse's head slightly. Shen Hao put the reins in Gongsun Xingwu's hands. "Try it." Gongsun Xingwu held the reins with one hand and the saddle with the other. She leaped up and climbed onto the horse. "Mo Long, run." Gongsun Xingwu excitedly directed Mo Long. Thanks to the system transformation that Mo Long had undergone, he was able to sense Gongsun Xingwu's intentions. Hiss. With an A, Mo Long took a step and started to trot. "Haha, this is so interesting. Whoa! Run! Ha ha ha!" Gongsun Xingwu sat on the horse's back, shouting excitedly. "Mr. Shen." Suingda walked to the side of Shen Hao and said, "There is news from the headquarters just now." Shen Hao turned and looked at Suingda. "What news?" "The next equestrian competition will be held in Hong Kong City. The chairman wants Mr. Shen to go to Hong Kong City. In addition to watching the Marseille, I also want to meet and get to know Mr. Shen." The next second, the system's voice sounded in Shen Hao's mind. Ding! Random mission, Port City Equestrian Competition. Hong Kong City is about to hold an equestrian competition. Please choose whether to participate. Choice 1, participate, and be rewarded with further information about thousand-faced fox in Lioli. Choice 2, reject, and you will be rewarded with the famous horse-treading snow black horse. After pondering for a moment, Shen Hao made his choice. System, I choose the first option and participate. There was a gleam in Shen Hao's eyes. In Lioli just made a prank on Shen Hao. Who knows, he might set a trap for Shen Hao. So Shen Hao wants to know more information about In Lioli. Looking up at Suingda, Shen Hao said in a deep voice, "I will participate in the Hong Kong City Equestrian Competition." Suingda's face lit up with joy when he heard this, and he said, "Okay, I'll reply to the chairman right away." Ding! The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding! The rewards have been distributed, please check. The next second, a piece of information appeared in Shen Hao's mind. Port City. Killer ranking. Ranked 10th, thousand-faced fox. Shen Hao smiled, interesting. Hiss. The black dragon roared and stopped in front of Shen Hao. Gongsun Xingwu jumped off the horse, her cheeks slightly flushed with excitement. Shen Hao, riding a horse is so fun. I like the feeling of galloping on a horse. Holding Shen Hao's arm, Gongsun Xingwu began to sway. Shen Hao, I also want to have a racehorse of my own. Ding!
Random mission, Gongsun Qingwu's request.
After experiencing the feeling of riding a horse, Gongsun Qingwu has found another pleasure.
Please make your choice, host. Option 1, agree, and I will give you a purebred mare as a reward. Choice 2, reject, and be rewarded with master-level horse breeding skills.
The voice of the system sounded in Shinhao's mind.
Raising his hand and pinching Gongsun Qingwu's nose, Shinhao said with a smile, okay.
I'll give you a thoroughbred horse. Gongsun Qingwu showed a look of joy on her face and said excitedly, that's great.
Where is it? Let me see it now. Gongsun Qingwu said in an urgent tone. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed.
Host, please choose the location where the reward will be distributed. Put it at the Jinting Horse Racing Center.
Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check.
Day. The sound of light horse footsteps was heard. The staff of Jinting Horse Racing came with a pure white thoroughbred horse.
Mr. Shin, this is your horse. Shinhao put the reins into Gongsun Qingwu's hands. Qingwu, this purebred horse will be yours from now on. You have to treat it well, okay? Gongsun Qingwu took the reins excitedly and nodded repeatedly. Yeah, I know.
Gongsun Qingwu raised her hand and stroked the horse's soft fur, saying, let me give you a name first.
Just call Shuawu.
After riding Shuawu around the racecourse for several laps, Gongsun Qingwu finally dismounted, sweating profusely.
Call.
Gongsun Qingwu rubbed her sore waist.
I'm so tired. Shinhao smiled slightly and said, who asked you to ride for such a long time on your first ride? Let's go back and rest. Yuanlai Jade Workshop. Sister Qingwu, you're back. Shop clerk Miyingqi saw Gongsun Qingwu and greeted her.
Gongsun Qingwu waved her hand and said, Chichi, I'm going to go upstairs to rest.
Remember not to disturb me.
Miyingqi was just about to hand an invitation letter to Gongsun Qingwu.
Seeing this, I had no choice but to put it away. What's this? Shinhao asked Miyingqi. It's an invitation. Show me.
Shinhao took the invitation letter and saw that it was for the folk art festival.
Give me this invitation. Shinhao spoke out. Gongsun Qingwu was very tired and would definitely not participate in this exhibition.
Shinhao was very interested in this folk art festival.
This folk art festival was held in Zuobeichi Park in Songjiang District, Haihu City.
The scale is the largest ever. When Shinhao arrived here, there were already crowds of people.
Shinhao.
A voice with a hint of surprise came from behind Shinhao. Shinhao turned around and looked in the direction of the sound. She is a woman wearing a cheongsam, holding an oil paper umbrella, and has a gentle temperament.
Who are you? Shinhao pondered for a moment and said, Su Wanqing?
As soon as Shinhao finished speaking, Su Wanqia's face suddenly showed a hint of excitement.
Shinhao, do you still remember me?
Shinhao smiled slightly. Your lacquer painting of flowers in full bloom is very beautiful. Su Wanqing lowered her head slightly, her cheeks slightly red.
It's far worse than you. Looking up at Shinhao, Su Wanqing asked, Shinhao, are you here to participate in the folk art exhibition as well? Chapter 120, a gift from Su Wanqing. Shinhao nodded with a smile on his face. I'm very interested in folk art.
Su Wanqing's eyes flashed with stars, and she said with a smile, me too. The lacquer painting I created was inspired by lacquerware. Looking up at Shinhao, Su Wanqing tightened her grip on the oil paper umbrella slightly.
Shinhao. Can I stay with you?
Shinhao was slightly stunned and looked at Su Wanqing with a little surprise.
I mean.
Su Wanqing also came back to her senses and realized that her words seemed a bit ambiguous. Her cheeks flushed, and even her ears turned red. I meant to say, go to the art exhibition with you.
I didn't mean anything else. Ding. Random mission, Su Wanqing's invitation.
Su Wanqing met the host by chance and proposed to visit an art exhibition together.
Please make a choice.
Option 1, agree, and be rewarded with master-level paper cutting skills. Choice 2, reject, and be rewarded with master-level paper tying skills. The voice of the system sounded in Shinhao's mind.
System, I choose the first option, I agree. Shinhao smiled slightly and said, I know. Let's go. There are a lot of people here, follow me closely.
After saying that, Shinhao stepped forward. Su Wanqing stared at Shinhao's back in a daze, with a smile on her pretty face.
Ding.
The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding! The rewards have been distributed, please check. The next second, a large amount of information emerged in Shinhao's mind. Origami techniques. Space concept. Paper cutting skills. People are walking around in Zuwabeichi Park. Many small stalls are set up in the open space. Embroidery, printing and dyeing, paper cutting, clay sculpture, wood carving, painting. It's all folk art. Su Wanqing followed Shinhao, looking around at the stalls displaying folk art with great interest. Shinhao looked at Su Wanqing and asked, "Miss Su, which kind of art are you more interested in?" Su Wanqing lowered her head slightly and said softly, "Just call me Wanqing. Besides lacquer painting, I like embroidery the most." Shinhao stood there and looked around for a moment. Then he raised his hand and pointed in a direction. "There's an embroidery display over there, let's go check it out." There are many exquisite embroidery works on display in front of the stall. An embroidery craftsman is introducing her work to the surrounding tourists. Embroidery is our traditional handicraft of the Han country. It has a history of 2,000 to 3,000 years. Nowadays, embroidery is divided into 4 schools: Suzhou embroidery, Hunan embroidery, Sichuan embroidery, and Guangdong embroidery. There are more than 10 types of embroidery techniques. Many tourists were attracted by the craftsman's introduction and came over to watch. Embroidery has always been very popular in the Han dynasty. Among them, the top-grade embroidery has even become an international luxury item. These embroideries are so beautiful. Yes, I really want to buy it. But they are so expensive. I want to learn embroidery, but I wonder if it's difficult. Of course it's difficult. I remember when I was learning embroidery, my fingers were swollen. Really? No wonder embroidery is so expensive. The onlookers looked at the embroidery works on the stalls with curiosity. The stall owner laughed and said, "This folk art exhibition is intended to promote the traditional folk art of the Han Kingdom. If anyone wants to experience embroidery, they can give it a try." Everyone became interested and started asking questions to the stall owner. "Is it really possible? I want to try it. And me. Embroidery is so much fun. Give me the needle and thread. I've been practicing embroidery for a while." The stall owner distributed some needles, thread, and brocade to everyone. Everyone took the needle and thread and began to experiment with great interest. "Ah!" Suddenly someone exclaimed. He raised his finger and a drop of blood appeared on it. It looks like he was pricked by a needle. Hiss, I got stabbed too. Wow! Embroidery is so difficult. My skills have become much less sophisticated. It seems that embroidery requires flexible hands and eyes. After experiencing the difficulty of embroidery, everyone put down their needles and threads. Shinhao turned to look at Su Wanqing beside him and said, "Wanqing, don't you like embroidery very much? Would you like to give it a try?" Su Wanqing showed an interested look on her face when she heard that. "Good. Then I'll try." Su Wanqing walked up to the stall. Everyone looked at this gentle woman and subconsciously made way for her. "Here's a needle and thread, try it." The stall owner handed Su Wanqing needle, thread, and brocade. Su Wanqing took it and threaded the needle with deft skills. As Su Wanqing turned her wrist, the tip of the needle appeared and disappeared on the brocade. Brush, brush, brush. The sound of silk threads passing through brocade cloth continued. Soon, a pair of mandarin ducks playing in the water appeared on the brocade. The crowd watching cried out in surprise when they saw this. "Wow! This embroidery is so beautiful. This is a mandarin duck. It's embroidered so beautifully. She has such a flexible technique and embroiders so quickly. Is this the embroidery master?" The stall owner was also shocked by Su Wanqing's move. "Your embroidery is so beautiful." In response to the stall owner's praise, Su Wanqing smiled slightly. "I've been interested in it since I was a kid and I practice it often." Su Wanqing put down her needle and thread and handed the brocade cloth embroidered with mandarin ducks to Shinhao. With a slight blush on her cheeks, Su Wanqing said, "Shinhao, this is for you." When the onlookers saw this, they all showed understanding on their faces. This is to show one's true feelings. Ding! Random task, Su Wanqing's gift. Su Wanqing personally embroidered a pair of mandarin ducks playing in the water for the host. Please choose one. Choice 1, accept and reward Su Wanqing's love. Choice 2, reject, and the reward is a master-level Cantonese embroidery work, 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. The voice of the system sounded in Xinhao's mind. With a light sigh, Xinhao made a choice helplessly. This is the system forcing me to make mistakes. System, I choose the first option, accept. Xinhao looked at Su Wanqing's shy and expectant eyes, hesitated for a moment, and took the brocade cloth. Thanks. Su Wanqing's pretty face showed even more shyness. Pursing her lips, Su Wanqing moved her delicate body closer to Xinhao. Ding. The random task is over and the rewards are being distributed. Ding. The rewards have been distributed, please check. Xinhao looked at Su Wanqing and said, Wanqing, you gave me a gift, so I'll give you one too. Su Wanqing looked at Xinhao in surprise and asked, what is the gift? Xinhao pointed to the embroidery stall and said with a smile, one piece of embroidery. I made this embroidery with my own hands. As soon as Xinhao finished speaking, everyone present was stunned at first, and then they laughed. As we all know, only women can embroider. No one believed that Xinhao could embroider. Stop it. A grown man can embroider? It's just embroidery for fun. I guess the work is a ball of string. Su Wanqing ignored everyone and looked at Xinhao expectantly. As long as it's from you, I like it no matter what it is.